This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Prologue. There is a most beautiful planet in the vast universe. She is called Earth. There are blue seas and blue skies, mountainous mountains, raging rivers and seas, beautiful countryside, giving birth to countless lives. For thousands of years, people have lived on this planet, enjoying unparalleled life and happiness. But everything changed from that day on. The world is full of rotten smell. The dead people have become zombies. The remaining people hurriedly boarded the Ark, leaving Mother Earth, leaving our beautiful home. For thousands of years, humans living on the blue planet have never forgotten their mother. And today, millions of humans will return to Earth and rebuild their homes. Lin Wu reached out and closed the virtual display interface in front of him, complaining in his heart, "It's just a game. A zombie game. Is it necessary to stand so high and brag?" For Lin Wu, a college student who is about to enter the society, he has played countless games in his life, but he has never sublimated his morality or improved his literacy through games. In the past, Lin Wu would have picked up the keyboard and started to criticize. But this game is not good. It's not because the developer Xu Guang is so awesome, but because he can't help playing it. A week ago, the second part of the home plan for Blue Star, the second human settlement, was launched. Xu Guang, the Blue Star housekeeper, randomly selected 1 million Blue Star humans aged 18 to 40 to return to Earth to take over the first part of the home plan. A city built by robots. Lin Wu is one of the unlucky million people. The video Lin Wu watched before was a promotional video for a game called Homeland, which was simulated and produced by Xu Guang based on the outbreak of the zombie virus on Earth in August 2144. One purpose is to make millions of people have more fun during their 2-year hibernation journey. The reason why Lin Wu pays attention to Homeland is because of another important purpose of Homeland, to allocate resources for immigrants. Millions of people immigrate to Earth to rebuild their homes. In this process, even if there is no distinction between noble and humble occupations, there are still differences in the size of houses. No matter how you serve a bowl of water, someone will be dissatisfied. Homeland is the answer developed by Xu Guang to solve this problem. In short, the points that everyone finally gets in the Homeland game represent the resource allocation rights of everyone after arriving on Earth. As for how the points are calculated, Xu Guang did not explain it in detail, but only gave examples of several points adding and points deducting items in the game, hoping that players will actively explore and play in the game. The longer you survive in the game, the higher the score. You can get points for achievements in the game. You can get points for defeating powerful enemies. Death is the only point-deducting item in the Xu Guang description. Visit the magnificent mountains and rivers of Blue Star, and meet with a group of friends forever. And finally Lin Wu boarded the Ark after kissing the land of Blue Star. Can I not go? Of course not. Xu Guang will be unhappy, and even Lin Wu himself will be unhappy. For ordinary people, immigrating to Earth is a rare opportunity to counterattack in life. Whether you are a mule or a horse on Blue Star or in Rome, everyone is on the same starting line. For Lin Wu, one of the millions of immigrants, his wish is to beat the game, dominate his homeland, earn points, win a big villa, and reach the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, his wish is everyone's wish. No one wants to start a new life from hell after migrating to Earth. According to the system broadcast instructions, after waving goodbye to the mother planet, the passengers each entered their own hibernation chamber. When all the millions of immigrants entered hibernation, the home game officially began. Chapter 2 Breakout. The interface that appeared in front of Lin Wu was very neat. The first step was the tutorial. Since the game uses dark matter harassment, a term for dark matter, which can be simply understood as an enhanced version of quantum entanglement simulation technology, most of the tutorials are meaningless and are consistent with the situation of encountering zombies in daily life. Then the system explained the home convention. Article 1. Since this game uses real pain simulation, therefore, intentional harm to other player characters, including but not limited to kidnapping, wall spikes, etc., may be severely punished, and it is not ruled out that they will be tried in the real world. Summary. Killing is allowed, but abuse is not allowed. Next is character creation, using real names. Lin Wu's surname is not Lin. Like 95% of the people born on Blue Star, he was transferred to an orphanage by his parents after birth. All this stems from the breakthrough of genetic technology. After each person is born, their parents can get a baby genetic identification report, which explains the child's physical characteristics. Therefore, This 95% of the population is also called ordinary people. Ordinary people will not inherit poverty, nor will they be discriminated against, nor will they feel inferior because they were born in an orphanage. The only thing that ordinary people criticize is that Shuguang's naming ability is too lacking in imagination. In addition to using real names, height, weight, appearance are all real replicas, and even the hairstyle is not available for selection. You can choose attributes. They are strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, and will. Each player can choose one of them as his main attribute, and one as his secondary attribute. Do you need to consider it? Lin Wu chose agility as the main attribute without hesitation. The longer you live, the higher the score. If you can't outrun zombies, you should at least outrun humans. Right, 2044 is the era of hot weapons. How much strength does it take to pull the trigger? Not to mention intelligence. If the game can enhance intelligence and IQ, wouldn't it be Einstein per capita? The higher the will, you can endure greater pain. I don't know if others like it, but Lin Wu doesn't like it anyway. Constitution is endurance. Agility plus constitution. Not only can you run fast, but also can run for a long time. The secondary attribute is of course constitution. After creating the attribute, Lin Wu obtained 2 system entries. Comfortable personality, marathon runner. As the housekeeper of Blue Star, AI Shuguang knows everyone's situation well. After the information registration, Lin Wu was teleported to a ring-shaped disc with 100 seats. It can be seen that this is an interstellar passenger ship. There is a door in the east, south, west, and north. With a series of flashing white lights, players entered their positions one by one. The middle screen shows a 10-minute countdown. When the countdown reaches 5 minutes, the system starts to distribute novice equipment. The first category is melee equipment. Lin Wu chose a steak knife, nothing else, just clicked the wrong one. The second category of equipment is backpacks. Backpacks of various colors, without exception. All backpacks have a special bag, which is specially used to store basic material bags. Hooks are set up outside the backpack in a humanized way. You can hang your weapons on the edge of the backpack for easy access. The third category of equipment includes 5 basic material packs: ammunition, food, building materials, medical treatment, and gasoline. Material packs are indispensable supplies for the survivor base. You can get certain items by opening the material packs. The system continues to distribute snacks. You can choose any one of peanuts, melon seeds, cola, or beer. Some can reduce fatigue, and some can quickly restore endurance. 1-minute countdown. The system is still distributing equipment, bandages, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and alcohol. At this time, all players have understood that the fastest way to get things is the kingly way. The faster you get, the more you can get. So everyone is operating frantically. With this madness, everyone's backpacks are quickly filled. Lin Wu watched coldly from the side. I'm afraid these people don't know the shamelessness of the dawn. Right? The red light of the spacecraft went out, and the green light came on. The 4 doors began to slowly fall outward. What came into everyone's eyes was an extremely brilliant night city scenery. But there was no one in the brightly lit city. 10 super cities welcome millions of guests tonight. The spaceship number 74 that Lin Wu was riding on dropped them off at a crossroads in the city. To the east was a row of pedestrian streets, with a wide variety of goods. To the west was a bar street built along the river, with neon lights flashing with magical colors. To the south was a park, where the lake could be vaguely seen. To the north was a residential area, where single-family villas and high-rise apartments stood on both sides of the road. Is this the night on Earth? So beautiful. Everyone was stunned by the beautiful night view. The blue planet also is night, but the blue planet has 6 moon-like satellites, which diligently reflect the light of the stars on the blue planet, so the blue planet only has relative night, but no absolute night. The sound of broken glass interrupted everyone's thoughts, looking in the direction of the sound, only to see an ordinary-looking zombie break through the glass of the store window, and slowly walk towards everyone, swaying. Everyone knows that this is a zombie game, so don't panic when you see zombies. 2 young men pulled out baseball bats, waiting for the zombies to come over. Someone analyzed and evaluated. It moves 0.7 meters every 2 seconds. Both hands are missing, and the only teeth that threatened it have fallen out. What does it want? An uncle asked with a smile. Does it want to scare us to death? Or make us laugh to death? Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard it. Lin Wu had a bad feeling. Relying on his agility to climb up the street lamp and look around. There were lights on the east, west, and south sides as far as the eye could see, except for the north, which was only a light area of more than 700 meters. And then the lights began to sparse until it sank into darkness. Lin Wu got off the street lamp and didn't care about others and ran to the north by himself. The city has many resources, but there are also many zombies. Based on Lin Wu's understanding of Shuguang, he must not take the benefits in front of him. Brothers and sisters, I wish you good luck. The poor zombie stopped about 10 meters away from the nearest player and lowered its head to its chest. Because of its fragile body, the players were even worried that it would break its neck if it lowered its head suddenly. The zombie raised his head, looking up at the starry sky. A stream of blood spurted out of his mouth, accompanied by an extremely piercing and sharp long sound that resounded through the sky. An arrow pierced the clouds, and thousands of troops came to the feast. Sharp and long sounds echoed from all over the city, and zombies from all walks of life appeared on the stage. These zombies appeared as if out of thin air, appeared within 100 meters around the first zombie, and rushed towards the players like a tide. The good news is that they are far less ferocious than the zombies in the movie World War Z, and the bad news is that they are more than 100 times stronger than the zombies in The Walking Dead. The crowd scattered like birds, and zombies from all directions surrounded them, and the screaming zombies made waves one after another, summoning waves of zombies. The first to suffer were the players with the heaviest backpacks and exhausted stamina, and the screams and screams after being thrown down were endless. The remaining players were not much better off. Even if they lost their backpacks, their stamina was running low. The whole scene was like the ancient poem. All the paths were wiped out, and all became food on the plate. Lin Wu, who was lightly dressed, had 2 points in agility and body, and the bonus of marathon athlete, had already fled. He left the bright light area and successfully got rid of all zombies and players. Looking around, except for a few zombies wandering on the roadside, there were no other moving objects. Seeing this, Lin Wu changed from running to walking, and the stamina bar that had consumed 20% began to recover. A dog licks a dog, and licks until there is nothing left. In fact, this is not entirely true. When he was a freshman, Lin Wu, as a dog, trained hard for a year to win the favor of the goddess, and finally won the runner-up in the college marathon held by the region, so that he could obtain the marathon athlete entry in the home game. Unfortunately, the goddess was more concerned about the senior who injured his foot after running less than 1 kilometer. And by the way, she gave Lin Wu, who confessed to her with the trophy, a good person card. Chapter 3 Car. Walking alone in the dim street lights, Lin Wu felt a little fear in the face of the increasingly dark unknown world. A burst of engine sound came from behind. Lin Wu looked back and saw a red car coming from behind. The bumper of the car was lost, the hood was dented, only one side of the car glass was intact, and there was still unrefreshed zombie blood on the body. Lin Wu stepped aside, the car burped like a full stomach, and stopped in front of Lin Wu with a bang and spitting black smoke. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Would you like a ride? He had a high hairline, sparse hair, a big head, a protruding forehead, and a round belly. Handsome guy, I'm a man. Lin Wu reminded him, and opened the passenger door, and got in. I like your honesty. The middle-aged man started the car. A man? Lin Wu asked. No. The middle-aged man did not explain. Driving with one hand, and stretched out his right hand, sure too. Lin Wu stretched out his hand. Boo. The middle-aged man laughed, and explained, my name is Sure too. Lin Wu smiled shyly, and shook hands with Sure too. Lin Wu. Lin Wu. What a boring name. Do you know my wife's name? Sure too said to himself. Her name is Pashi. I almost laughed myself out when I heard this name for the first time. Then we met, fell in love, and got married. Lin Wu asked, as far as I know, married people are not allowed to participate in the lottery. Sure too sighed. Just divorced 2 days ago. Lin Wu asked curiously, why divorce? Is marriage bad? If marriage is bad, why do so many people get married? Some people even get married several times. Sure too glanced at Lin Wu. Your question is very interesting. Why divorce? Of course it's because of marriage, so you can get divorced. After snapping his fingers, Shida's head had a label, old driver divorced. Players can check to display labels, but they cannot forge labels. All labels are related to the player's experience. Lin Wu also released his own label to show politeness. He was more curious about the characteristics of the divorce label. Sure too had an 80% idea of Lin Wu's personality, and said, I have a map of Taipei City in my bag. Lin Wu reached out his hand, but found nothing. Brother, I can't take your bag. Let's form a team. Shirtu started a team, added Lin Wu to the team level, friends. Friends level teams can take any items from others' packages, and can set a setting to deny others from taking items from their backpacks. Lin Wu looked at the map. We are now in the north of the future city. This is Highway 117. After driving 30 kilometers along the road, you can reach Beixiong Town, Zhuo County, a subordinate of Taipei City. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of the car with his arms spread out. Shirtu is indeed an experienced driver. In this situation where it is almost impossible not to hit the car, he relied on the system's power bonus to stop the car abruptly, because the vehicle has no seat belts. Lin Wu, who was in the passenger seat, passed through the windshield, slid over the hood, hit the other person's body, and both fell on the road. Grass. Fuck. Grass. The first sentence was said subconsciously, and the speaker was Lin Wu. He uttered the interjection when his head hit the windshield. The second sentence was said in shock, and the speaker was Shirtu. He held the broken brake pedal, and his eyes were full of disbelief. As an experienced driver, is breaking the brake pedal a proof of his ability, or a mockery of his own strength? The short-haired girl who stopped the car in the third sentence, she grabbed Lin Wu's collar and asked angrily. Fortunately, she quickly understood what was going on, helped Lin Wu pull up his clothes, and punched Lin Wu's chest with a fist. I'm sorry. Shirtu got out of the car, and threw the brake pedal. The brake pedal is broken. She didn't mean to blame the short-haired girl who stopped the car, but there was some helplessness in her tone. The short-haired girl didn't care about this detail, after all. The car is used to drive, not to brake. She looked at Shirtu and said, Uncle, my friend is infected, can you help me? With the help of the light of the headlights, Shirtu and Lin Wu saw a long-haired woman lying on the side of the road, with a piece of cloth tied on her slender white thigh. Shirtu and Lin Wu walked over, and squatted in front of her legs and looked for a while. Lin Wu looked for the wound on his calf. He had never seen a wound caused by a zombie, and he was full of curiosity. Shirtu was observing the thighs tied with cloth strips. He often saw thighs without cloth strips, and he never got tired of seeing them. Lin Wu turned his head and looked at Shirtu. I didn't see any wounds. Shirtu said, it should be a broken leg. After watching for so long, I have to give a conclusion. The long-haired woman explained, the leg is not broken. My calf was scratched, and the wound is healed. The infection rate is 4% now. Lin Wu was puzzled. What does tying cloth strips mean? The short-haired girl came over, squatted down, and stretched out her hand to tighten the cloth strips. The long-haired girl cried out, oh my god. The short-haired girl explained, after being bitten by a poisonous insect, tying can reduce the blood flow rate. Lin Wu said, I understand this. But is it effective? This young lady's brain circuit is very novel. The short-haired girl, I don't know. Help me lift her into the car. Shirtu immediately said, my secondary attribute is strength, I'll do it. Be careful. The short-haired girl said, walked over quickly to open the back door, and got into the back seat to help Shirtu carry the long-haired girl. Lin Wu stood there and asked, why can't she get into the car by herself? Shirtu held the long-haired girl in a princess hug, listened to Lin Wu's question, looked back at Lin Wu. More questions are good, too many questions are not good. Full sensory game. 100% pain means 100% touch. Oh, Lin Wu asked another question. Now there is no brake pedal, can this car still be driven? Shirtu originally planned to send the girl to the car, but after Lin Wu asked this question, he took the girl back a few steps, looking at the car and thinking for a long time, as if thinking about the philosophy of life. After a long time, Shirtu said, it can be driven, but it may not be able to stop. Lin Wu, is he the old driver, the serious old driver? Before Lin Wu asked, the sound like phlegm stuck in the throat came from the dark areas on both sides of the road. Hungry. Everyone calmed down and listened, and found that there was not only one sound, but many. Lin Wu saw Shirtu open his mouth and lip sync. Zombie. Shirtu immediately stuffed the long-haired girl into the back seat of the car and closed the door. The door was stuck by the long-haired girl's head. Shirtu didn't care about anything and kicked the door shut. In front of life. Flowers to spice up life seemed superfluous. Lin Wu relied on his flexible body to slide the hood sideways and get to the passenger seat from the broken windshield. Shirtu gave a thumbs up, cool, releasing the handbrake and accelerating. The car slowly accelerated with a clang. A dozen zombies rushed into the streetlight area from the dark area, running and trying to pounce on the car. Fortunately, Sure-2 drove away before the zombies, leaving the zombies looking around and wandering aimlessly. Chapter 4 Long Slope. My name is Sure-2. To avoid the girl from making a mistake, Sure-2 thought it would be better to explain it clearly. My name is Lin Wu. Lin Wu, the co-pilot, turned around and nodded politely to the two people in the back seat. The short-haired girl raised 2 fingers between her eyebrows and said, Xiao Dao. Hey, what's your name? The long-haired girl covered her head with her hands and replied with pain, Dayu. Lin Wu had a lot of questions today, asked, Isn't she your friend? Why don't you know her name? Xiao Dao replied, You and Sure-2 are also my friends now. If you don't tell me, I won't know your name either. Lin Wu accepted this answer, asked, Your label personality should be the protector personality. Xiao Dao asked in surprise, How do you know? When did you peek at my label? Protector personality, strong sense of territory, courageous to face everything, strong desire to protect, easy to trust others. Before Lin Wu answered, Dayu said, The infection rate has risen to 5%. Her tone was calm, but she seemed to be expecting everyone's concern. Sure-2 studied the game manual and said while driving, after being infected by the zombie virus, You must go to the infirmary for recuperation. During the recuperation period, you can not only curb the increase in infection, but also reduce the infection until you recover. If the infection is less than 50%, the infection will increase by 1% every 3 minutes. If the infection is greater than 50%, the infection will increase by 1% every minute. Xiao Dao said optimistically, 3 hours. Then there will be no problem. Sure-2 said, Little sister, it's not that there is no problem, but there is a big problem. The biggest problem is in the infirmary. Xiao Dao obviously has no intelligence attribute, and asked, Infirmary? Sure-2. While pulling the handbrake to slow down, he said, Neither the hospital nor the clinic is safe. With our shabby equipment, it is impossible to protect Dayu from attack for a long time. Therefore, there is only one way. To establish a survivor base and build a medical room. Curious baby Lin Wu asked, Sure-2. Why do you know so much? Game manual. Sure-2 explained, I chose the intelligence attribute. The main intelligence attribute can increase reading speed. It took me a minute to read the game manual. Lin Wu asked in surprise, Main attribute intelligence? The mind is different from the body. Adding agility can improve physical flexibility, but adding intelligence will not increase IQ. Sure-2 asked back, Don't you think that the mind is more important than the body in the end of the world? Xiao Dao disagreed. I think strength and will are the most important. A strong body plus a strong spirit are the only way to survive in the end of the world. The two looked at Lin Wu together, both hoping that Lin Wu would support their views. Lin Wu said weakly, As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Xiao Dao asked, Suppose your friend is knocked down by zombies, will you run away alone? Lin Wu said, If you are knocked down. Xiao Dao, you know that I don't have any strength attributes, and I can't carry you away from the zombies, what will you do? Xiao Dao immediately replied, I will let you run for your life. Lin Wu nodded, I will listen to you. What's wrong? Xiao Dao scratched his short hair, and couldn't figure it out for a while. Dayu said, 6%. There was some anxiety in her tone, and it also meant to remind everyone to pay attention to their own virus infection. Sure-2 glanced at Dayu through the rearview mirror and said, We still have 3 hours. We can reach Beishan town in 20 minutes. We need to build a gathering place and a medical clinic as soon as possible. It is not clear what conditions are needed to build a gathering place, and what materials are needed to build a medical clinic. What basic packages did you bring? Lin Wu said, Medical package. Dayu replied, Food package. Xiao Dao replied, Ammunition package. Ammunition package? Lin Wu and Sure-2 asked back at the same time, very curious about Xiao Dao's thinking. Xiao Dao pointed to the front, Be careful. There are cliffs on both sides of the road ahead. There are many vehicles parked on the road, including trucks, vans, cars, and motorcycles. From the scene, it seems that a traffic accident has occurred. The traffic accident caused many cars to be damaged and burned. People can only abandon their vehicles and walk away. The old driver Sure-2 chanted wow to protect himself, turned the steering wheel to the left, and the left front wheel of the car drove up the cliff. It drove continuously for 15 meters at a 30-degree angle, and successfully drove the car out of the congestion. Everyone applauded together. Sure-Tu looked calm. When the applause stopped, he said, "Brothers and sisters, now there are some good news and some bad news. The first bad news, the fuel tank is damaged. We can't drive to Beishang town." The driver can see the specific damage and parameters of the car. Xiao Dao asked, "What's the good news?" Sure-Tu replied, "After 2 kilometers, there is a continuous downhill of 8 kilometers. The roadside sign reminds that there is a long downhill section after 2 kilometers. Lin Wu asked, "What's the bad news?" Sure-Tu replied, "We don't have a brake pedal, which means we can't brake, and no gasoline means we can't rely on the engine to brake." Lin Wu opened his mouth and wanted to ask more. Xiao Dao covered Lin Wu's mouth from behind. "What's the good news?" "As long as we only ask for good news, there will always be good news and no bad news." Sure-Tu said, "If we can survive the 8-kilometer continuous downhill, we can reach Beishang town in another 4 kilometers." Xiao Dao used his strength to cover Lin Wu's mouth tightly, asked, "What's the good news?" Sure-Tu said, "I thought of a way to brake, but it may not work." "What way?" Sure-Tu said, "Foot brake." The vehicle finally reached the top of the slope before running out of gas. The 4 players bravely opened the door, put one foot on the ground, and held the handrails tightly with both hands. Sure-Tu asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Sure-Tu released the handbrake, and the car began to slide slowly. Sure-Tu held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and said nervously, "Bad news, we will lose lighting soon." Lin Wu was shocked. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, we could have abandoned the car." "Sure-Tu, you keep asking for good news, I don't have a chance to tell you bad news." Xiao Dao shouted. "Brake it." The car was getting faster and faster, and the 4 of them rubbed the ground with one foot, and screams and exclamations echoed through the valley. Sure-Tu had already pulled the handbrake. He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and his eyes were fixed on the front, and one foot was rubbing on the ground, and he swung through several big bends in a row, and he kept encouraging everyone. "Brothers and sisters, we have traveled 700 meters, and victory is just around the corner." Lin Wu shouted. "How long can the lights last?" Accompanying Lin Wu's question, the car's headlights went out instantly, and Xiao Dao wanted to strangle Lin Wu to death. The car quickly left the road, hit a roadside mound and flipped over, with the roof down and the 4 wheels up. Sparks and lightning all the way. A miracle also happened. The car slowed down, just when the speed was about to drop below 40 kilometers. Lin Wu, who was knocked unconscious, asked, "Is the bad news that we are about to stop?" Xiao Dao said anxiously, "Shut up. Only good news." Everyone shouted, "Wow." The car body hit the roadside guardrail. The car flipped over again. The 4 wheels landed again. The front and rear of the car turned around and stopped in the same place. The 4 people were still in shock. The veteran driver Sure-Tu released the handbrake. The car started to slide again. Sure-Tu used the curve and speed to swing the front of the car to the front. Chapter 5. The car continued to go down the steep slope. Facing the increasing speed, Xiao Dao shouted, "Good news, I want good news." Sure-Tu, "Yes, yes." "Yes?" Lin Wu was surprised. Now there is still good. Halfway through his words, Xiao Dao in the back seat covered his mouth. Sure-Tu said, "Turn on Eagle Eye mode." Sure-Tu controlled the steering wheel and drove past a zombie sleeping in the middle of the road. Lin Wu was even more surprised. "Fuck, did you spend money?" Sure-Tu calmly controlled the steering wheel and asked, "Why do you think I spent money?" Lin Wu replied, "Because you avoided the zombies." Sure-Tu asked, "Since you can see the zombies, why can't I avoid them?" It makes sense. Lin Wu understood that, after a long period of darkness, people's eyes have adapted to the darkness, so they can see close objects with the help of the faint moonlight. Xiao Dao doesn't care about that. Good news. I want good news. Sure-Tu, we are all still alive. Lin Wu subconsciously asked, "What about the bad news?" Sure-Tu, the car is about to reach 100 kilometers per hour. Xiao Dao was so angry that he slapped Lin Wu's mouth again. "Let you ask." "Let you ask." The car was going faster and faster, and soon it reached 120 kilometers per hour. Xiao Dao shouted, "Good news, I want good news." Emergency lane. Sure-Tu turned the steering wheel, and the car left the highway and drove onto the emergency lane. After the car entered the sandy road, the speed immediately slowed down, and soon stopped in the sand. Sure-Tu pushed open the door, and got out of the car. The adrenaline faded and his legs trembled. He held the car with one hand, and said with lingering fear, "If you have money, you should buy one." It's too durable. Xiao Dao covered Lin Wu's mouth and got out of the car. Good news. Shirtu said, as long as we work together to push the car back, we can continue downhill. Xiao Dao said to Lin Wu, don't talk, and don't ask for bad news, understand? Lin Wu nodded repeatedly, and Xiao Dao let go of Lin Wu. Without the help of Lin Wu and Daiyu, Xiao Dao and Shirtu lifted the car together. Although they had exhausted their endurance after just a few steps. After persistently resting and lifting the car, the two managed to get the car back on the road. During this period, Lin Wu was not idle. When he was on guard, he found several zombies attracted by the sound. Lin Wu turned around and went behind a zombie, slowly caught up with the zombie, raised the steak knife, and pierced the zombie's head, and the zombie died immediately. The system continued to guide Lin Wu's actions. Lin Wu slowly put down the steak knife in one hand, put the zombie on the ground, and then pulled out the steak knife. The whole process only made a slight popping sound when stabbing. After hearing the abnormal sound, the zombie will walk to the location where the abnormal sound came from, and the process of walking is not fast. If the zombie sees humans, it will start howling immediately. The actions are different according to the different species of zombies. The howling of the zombie will attract nearby zombies. If the battle cannot be ended quickly or evacuated, the screaming zombies will soon arrive at the scene. What are you doing? Xiao Dao saw Lin Wu's hands groping back and forth on the dead zombie's body, and asked in fear, I didn't expect you to be like this. Lin Wu. Lin Wu lowered his voice and answered, looking for something. Is there something? Xiao Dao became excited, and came over and asked expectantly, is there anything? Lin Wu took out a lighter, yes. Seeing the trophy, Xiao Dao also became interested, and stared at a zombie more than 10 meters away, and pulled out his claw hammer. But after just a few steps, Xiao Dao began to retreat, and whispered, there is a scream. Shirtu waved at the side of the car, let's go. The four people tiptoed into the car, and at this time, the scream was less than 10 meters away from them. The darkness of the night obviously also affected the zombies, who already had poor eyesight. Shirtu put down the handbrake, and the car began to slide, and the almost falling apart car made a loud noise after starting, and the scream blew the attack horn without hesitation, and more than a dozen zombies appeared out of thin air. The closest to the vehicle was a female zombie, and although it was skinny, it was very agile, and grabbed the door handle of the driver's door. Grabbing the door handle with his hands, kicking with his feet, before Shirtu and the others could react, the driver's door was pulled away, and the door rolled on the road with the zombies. Shirtu was still terrified. I'd driven a convertible before, but this is the first time I've driven an open-door car. Without seat belts, no doors, no windows, no windshield, and at full speed downhill, if you turn the steering wheel, you might fly off the road. If you're lucky, you'll hit the stone wall and turn into a poster. If you're unlucky, you'll fall off the cliff and turn into mud. Fortunately, his luck wasn't bad. The last 4 kilometers were a gentle slope. Relying on the cooperation of the handbrake and the footbrake, the vehicle's speed was always controlled at around 50 kilometers per hour. After the car completely stopped and was scrapped, the 4 people were only 4 kilometers away from Beixiong town. Only 20 minutes had passed. The 4 people still had 160 minutes to set up a medical room. On the way to Beixiong town on foot, curious baby Lin Wu asked a lot of questions. Where did the car come from? How did Xiao Dao escape the city while carrying the girl? After answering the questions, Lin Wu realized that the key was time. There was a 3-minute gap between when everyone left the spacecraft and when the first scream was heard. Shirtu used the 3 minutes of free time to find a vehicle. Xiao Dao and the others used the 3 minutes to avoid the sea of corpses, walked through the alleys, and eliminated the lone zombies, and finally successfully left the city. After listening to Lin Wu, he felt that he was the stupidest, and that he had run out entirely on his own legs. Lin Wu asked 100,000 questions. Shirtu, why did you trust me and let me get in the car? Shirtu patiently replied, I have no resources to cheat or rob, and I only have one car. Even if you rob the car, you still have to drive to Beixiong town. If you don't rob my car, we're still going to Beixiong town. Shirtu spoke too loudly, and attracted 2 zombies on the roadside. Xiao Dao took out a claw hammer, and Shirtu each took one, knocked down the zombies, and then broke the zombies' heads. After doing what he did, Shirtu apologized to everyone for getting the team into unnecessary trouble. After moving forward for about 100 meters, Lin Wu saw a zombie sleeping in the middle of the road about 10 meters away. He raised his hand to ask everyone to stop moving forward, and walked over quickly and silently. He cut the zombie's head with his knife, and killed it. Shirtu said to Xiao Dao, A sharp blade seems to be more useful than a blunt weapon. Xiao Dao disagreed. A sharp blade has no ability to repel or knock down. In a direct confrontation, he is at a disadvantage holding a short blade, and his hands are easily scratched and infected. Lin Wu looked at his interface, waiting for everyone to come and go together, and asked, "My agility has increased by 1 star. But why can't I feel the physical bonus?" Sure Tu is a well-educated person, and explained, "That is not a bonus, but proficiency. The system will unlock certain actions based on your behavior of increasing proficiency after reaching a certain star level. For example, in reality, most people cannot complete a double kick. If you can unlock the double kick action, you can perform a double kick in the game." Dayu didn't say much along the way, and suddenly pointed to the left and said, "There is a street lamp." Sure Tu looked at the street lamp. "We have arrived at Beishang Town." Chapter 6 Base. There are 10 super cities in the homeland. The future city in the northwest has 4 satellite cities, namely the southeast, northwest and north cities. Each city has 2 county towns, namely the left and right counties. Each county town has 2 towns, namely the upper and lower towns. The towns vary in size and layout. Unlike the wild, zombies can be seen everywhere in the town, and vehicles can be seen everywhere. In terms of layout and details, it is no different from an ordinary town in the real world. The only difference is that there are no ordinary residents in the game town. The vanguard Lin Wu quietly killed a zombie that blocked the road, and waved to greet him. The 3 people behind him were vigilantly observing the surrounding movements, while walking to Lin Wu and squatting down. This is a residential area. On both sides of the road are single-family houses, with front yards, backyards, and lawns. Some houses have open doors, some houses have clothes hanging in the front yards, and some houses are half burned and collapsed. Various vehicles that have been involved in traffic accidents are parked on the road. Sure Tu said softly, "Enter a building, clear the zombies in the building, and meet the occupation conditions, then you can build a survivor base. Zombies will not spawn in the base safety zone. In addition, the safety zone has the most powerful feature, unlimited ammunition and unlimited durability of weapons." Dayu pointed to a house across the road. "This one is good, I didn't see any zombies." Lin Wu looked at the house. "What's good about it? There is no geographical advantage at all." Xiao Dao disagreed, said, "Very ordinary." Sure Tu said, "Lin Wu, you follow the road and come back, others rest in place." "Okay." Sure Tu said, "Be careful of the blind spot, and be careful of zombies with special looks. The currently known mutant zombie is Scream, although it does not have the ability to attack, but no one wants to hear his howl." Lin Wu put down his backpack and went into battle lightly, and not far away, he found a group of zombies. More than a dozen zombies lined up, walking slowly in the middle of the road under the leadership of a fat zombie. Lin Wu could only leave the road and enter the house on the roadside, climb over the fence, and enter the front yard of another house. When climbing over the third fence, Lin Wu stepped on an unknown object. He responded by falling to the side and looked at the bottom of the fence. It was a sleeping Scream. Scream, whose sleep was disturbed, tried to stand up. Lin Wu drew his sword without hesitation and pounced on it. With a swipe of his hand, he killed Scream. After doing all this, Lin Wu did not move, listening to the surrounding sounds. After making sure that he did not alarm other zombies, he took a box of matches from Scream and continued to move forward. This time, Lin Wu learned to be smart. Before climbing over the fence every time, he had to make sure what was behind the fence. He was not afraid of zombies, but was afraid of zombies that suddenly appeared. The body could withstand the bite, but the heart could not withstand the shock. 10 minutes later, Lin Wu turned back and found the team. But the scene in front of him stunned Lin Wu. Sure Tu and the other 3 were seen holding down a fat zombie. Sure Tu and Dayu each held down one leg. Xiao Dao sat in front of the zombie's head, his legs were wrapped around the zombie's neck, and his hands were blocking the zombie's mouth. "Beast, let go of that zombie, come to me." Xiao Dao desperately winked at Lin Wu. After getting closer, Lin Wu realized that the zombie group he met 10 minutes ago was nearby, and the 2 sides were separated by a fence, less than 3 meters away. It turned out that before Lin Wu came back, the fat captain of the zombie team climbed over the fence and fell to the ground. Since the 3 of them only had blunt weapons and did not dare to attack, they could only go up together to subdue the fat zombie. Of course, Xiao Dao took action first, and Sure Tu and Dayu followed suit. After Lin Wu solved the fat zombie, the zombie group that lost its captain was a little confused. They looked back and forth for a long time, and then continued to move forward according to their route, and their route was to climb over the fence. The first zombie climbed over the fence and fell to the ground. Lin Wu quickly rushed over and executed it before the zombie got up. Then came the second one. At this time, 2 zombies were already on the fence. They saw Lin Wu, but they could not escape the laws of physics. They fell down one after another. The zombies waiting to climb over the fence had no idea what was happening in front of the fence. Lin Wu raised his knife and slashed. Each time he slashed, only a slight popping sound was heard. In less than half a minute, all 12 zombies were killed here. Xiao Dao and Shi Tu were responsible for searching the corpses. Every time Lin Wu killed one, they searched one and found a lot of odds and ends. There were flyers, wallets, coins, silk scarves, and small items such as well-packaged beef jerky. Daiyu was resistant to touching the zombies. When everyone was touching the corpses, Daiyu could not help but remind them many times, "Let's go. Time is running out." Shi Tu gave up the last few corpses and came over to ask, "How is it?" Lin Wu picked up a branch and drew on the ground. The best base nearby is a house at the end of the residential area. There is a 50-degree slope in the backyard and on the right, which is about 20 meters long. I think normal zombies don't like climbing mountains. The house is located in the middle of a T-shaped intersection. The road on the left side of the T leads to the central business district of the town. There are too many zombies on the right, so I didn't go over. I only saw a very high signal tower. Shi Tu said, using this as a base. We can plunder supplies from the residential and commercial areas. Lin Wu added, the front yard of the house is flush with the road, and there are 2 parking spaces at the door. The backyard is 1 floor underground, and it is not small. The main structure of the house is 2 floors, with a staircase in the middle and a room on each side. Shi Tu said, after we go in. Is it the 2nd floor? Lin Wu corrected. The 1.5 floors go down half a floor directly to the backyard, and there is a room on each side. Go up half a floor to the 2nd floor, and there is a room on each side. I observed for a while, and found no signs of zombie activity. Shi Tu thought for a while, and said, let's not go upstairs first, even if there are zombies in the 2 rooms upstairs. There will not be many. Daiyu, you guard the stairs, Xiao Dao, and I will cooperate with Lin Wu to clear the zombies on the 1st floor first. Daiyu said, my infection rate is very high if I am caught again. It will exceed 50%. Shi Tu seemed to think that what Daiyu said made sense. I will guard the stairs, Xiao Dao will cooperate with Lin Wu. This is only the first day, and it is not a very good base. It should not be difficult. The quasi-base has a concrete wall about 1.5 meters high, with an iron gate in the middle, and 2 parking spaces to the right of the iron gate, but there are no vehicles in the parking spaces. The 4 of them climbed over the wall carefully. Lin Wu pushed open the main door. There were stairs. Lin Wu entered the stairs, and waited quietly for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. Daiyu behind him didn't know the situation and reminded him. There's no time. Yeah. Lin Wu walked down the stairs slowly with his handrail. He only touched here. After going down the stairs, there was a large open space in front of him. Lin Wu pointed to the room on the right, pointed to his eyes, and signaled Xiao Dao to defend the room on the right. Xiao Dao nodded, took the nail hammer, and walked to the door of the right room, and stood against the wall. Lin Wu entered the room on the left alone. The room was very dark. There was no light at all, and he should have waited until daytime to launch the attack. But now it was 11:30 p.m., and there were still several hours before dawn. Lin Wu was very scared when he walked into a room that he couldn't see at all, and didn't know the structure. He didn't know if he would have a close contact with a zombie in the next second. Chapter 7. Lin Wu knelt on the ground and crawled on his knees, groping forward with his left hand, and holding the steak knife tightly with his right hand. He first touched the table, and felt along the table. Lin Wu judged that it was a large table placed in the middle of the room, and roughly guessed the layout of the room. Lin Wu moved along the edge of the table, and his fingers slowly felt forward on the ground, and the progress was very slow. Daiyu's voice came in a low voice, 35%. Shi Tu asked her to be silent. Shi Tu walked to the door of the left room on the 1st floor, and said, don't be impatient. His voice was smaller than Daiyu's, and since Daiyu's voice did not alarm the zombies, then his voice would not alarm the zombies. Shi Tu returned to the stairs. Daiyu whispered in Shi's ear, maybe there are no zombies. Shi Tu answered absent-mindedly, maybe. He was thinking about a question. Can beauty be eaten? At this time, Lin Wu in the left room touched the cloth with his fingers. He moved his fingers slowly, and could determine that it was a zombie. However, Lin Wu could not be sure whether the cloth he touched was the zombie's hand or leg. Nor could he determine the location of the zombie's head. Lin Wu was not affected by Dayu. He walked at his own pace, following the edge of the cloth, moving his fingers inch by inch, and finally touching nothing. From this, Lin Wu determined that it was a leg, and in his mind, the overall posture of the zombie lying on the ground was already presented. Lin Wu groped for the cloth on the zombie's arm, and successfully located the zombie's head. Unless the zombie was sleeping with its head tilted, Lin Wu was sure to kill it with one blow. Just when Lin Wu was about to take action, Dayu whispered from the door, "Are you done?" The zombie sat up after hearing the sound, and its head collided with Lin Wu's head. Lin Wu could not determine the position of the zombie's head, so he could only hug the zombie, and his left forearm was bitten hard by the zombie. "Pain," Lin Wu groaned, holding the zombie with his left hand, and piercing the zombie's head with his right hand. Infection rate 10%. Damn it. The noise in the left room caused great concern among the people outside. Dayu wanted to ask more questions, but Xiao Dao covered her mouth and dragged her away. Xiao Dao had mastered this skill tonight, and he was always accurate. After Lin Wu searched around, he confirmed that the left room was safe. Lin Wu left the left room. Xiao Dao whispered in Lin Wu's ear. Occasionally there is a low and faint sound. And Xiao Dao drew a room map on Lin Wu's chest and touched one of the positions. Lin Wu nodded, entered the right room, knelt down, and slowly crawled to the place where the sound came from. This time, Lin Wu touched the hair first, and touched upwards along the hair. Lin Wu was very scared, and the close contact with the zombies just ended still made him feel scared. But fear did not stop Lin Wu's actions. He determined the position of the female zombie's head, and he cut it with a very determined knife, and a perfect sound of poof was heard. System notification: Lin Wu gets a new entry. Courage, 1 pays. 1 gains. How to live in a villa without experiencing zombies. There is a toilet in the basement. Great. The lighting effect of the room on the second floor is good. It provides a certain visibility even at night. This makes Lin Wu's work a lot easier. Through close visual observation, he harvested the lives of 2 zombies and completed the first step of occupying the base. The team leader Shirtu called everyone to the second floor. There is only one condition: 1 or more people. We meet the condition. The first question: the name of the base. Xiao Dao blurted out, "Daozi base." Shirtu nodded, "Okay." Xiao Dao sneered at his own suggestion and said, "I'm kidding." Lin Wu. Lin Wu said, "I have never had any idea about names since I was born." Shirtu? Because he was bitten by Dayu because of his anger at her behavior, Lin Wu deliberately skipped Dayu. Shirtu responded, "The name of the base is mainly for outsiders to see, and even the name can intimidate outsiders. How about the shadow base? The sinister villains are the biggest threat to the doomsday, and no one will want to provoke them." "Agree." "Okay. I have no objection, please hurry up." "Very soon." Shirtu said, "The base is divided into 3 management systems, and you must choose one of them. They are the command system, the collective system, and the individual system. Since it cannot be changed after establishment, it is of great importance. We need to understand the relationship first. Commander system. Except for the commander, you can only keep 1 melee weapon after entering the base safety zone, and other items will be forcibly stored. The commander must agree to take any items. The commander can appoint a deputy commander, who is in charge of designated types of materials. The commander can decide to expel and accommodate base members. Collective system. The collective decides which materials must be forcibly stored. Members appointed to field positions can carry weapons. Members appointed to logistics can operate food and medical supplies. The majority rule is used to decide whether members stay or leave, and whether to accept new members. Individual system. There are no restrictions on materials. You can keep the weapons and equipment you have looted, and you can also keep the material packages you have obtained. The base cannot forcibly expel members. Members can introduce outsiders to join the base directly. In short, the commander has the greatest system power in the commander system. In a collective system, the system power is held by the majority. In an individual system, there is no system power to constrain individuals. Shirtu said, "What do you think?" Lin Wu said, "There are pros and cons. The question is which one is more beneficial or harmful." Xiao Dao, "Uncle, you should be more mature. Tell me your opinion." Shirtu said, If there are many people in our base, the leader system is the best management method, which is the most efficient, and can ensure that the leader is committed to the development of the base. The disadvantage is that the leader must strictly implement a fair reward and punishment system in order to make everyone obey the management. Sure too, if there are not too many or too few people in our base, about 10 people, the collective system is better than the leader system. Everyone has his own duties, each takes what he needs, and the minority obeys the majority. The disadvantage is that there is a lack of motivation, and it is easy to form factions. When everyone performs their voting functions, they will tend to favor the side that is beneficial to themselves, not the right side, which will cause the base to make wrong decisions. Sure too said, the individual system is a very sharp double-edged sword, suitable for small groups that trust each other, and requires everyone to have a certain degree of self-discipline. Once the members lose trust or have conflicts, it may have disastrous consequences for the base. For now, our team is most suitable for the individual system. This base was built by everyone. If you are not satisfied, it is best for everyone to destroy it. Lin Wu suggested, we can implement the individual system of rules, the collective system of conflicts, and the command system. Sure too will allocate resources and manage affairs, and the collective vote will be used to resolve conflicts. Xiao Dao punched Lin Wu's chest and praised, insightful. Lin Wu raised his thumb in response, worthy of being the main force. And his fists were not inferior to the teeth of zombies. You have no objection to the individual system? Sure too reminded, the individual system has high requirements for everyone. Are you sure? Lin Wu nodded, I am sure. Xiao Dao, sure. Dayu, sure. Chapter 8 Looting. The Shadow Survivor base was officially established. To celebrate the establishment of the base, the system gave 2 everlasting wall candles in each room, and a bonfire iron bucket in the backyard, to meet the basic lighting needs of the players. In addition, a radio station was added at the staircase on the 2nd floor. The stone guided everyone into the building mode of the base. This base is a micro-sized base, providing 4 building units, and there are as many as 100 contents that can be built, and the contents are even more varied. Stone said first, there must be a place to sleep. Everyone must have a bed. Otherwise fatigue will continue to increase. Sacrificing a building unit to build a bed can get 2 beds. Each bed can be upgraded once, becoming a bunk bed, adding 1 bed. Currently, we have 4 people, and need 9 units of building materials. Each building material package can generate 3 to 6 building materials after being stored. So we need at least 2 building material packages. Stone said, the second is the medical room. In addition to treating infections, it can also make bandages, antibiotics and other materials. But basic medical knowledge is required. Everyone put the basic package into the warehouse first. After Lin Wu's medical package is put into the warehouse, 4 units of medical supplies will be generated. The ammunition package carried by Xiao Dao will generate 4 units of ammunition. Dayu's food package will generate 4 units of food, and Shita's building material package will generate 4 units of building materials. There are 5 basic resources in the base, namely medical, food, ammunition, gasoline and building materials. The main source is the basic resource package. The resources of the Shadow base are now 4 medical, 4 food, 4 ammunition, 0 gasoline, for building materials. Shirtu said, it takes 5 building materials, 3 medical supplies, and 1 medical supply for daily maintenance. So we are now short of 3 building material packages. Dayu said, everyone is in good spirits now, there is no need to rest for the time being, and the construction of beds can be postponed. I see that Lin Wu has also been infected, so we should build a medical room first. Shirtu nodded, then we need a building material package. No, why do the 4 of us consume 5 food every day? Xiao Dao raised his hand. Big eater, at 30% strength value, consume 200% of the normal amount of food every day. Like Lin Wu marathon runners, Xiao Dao once participated in the finals of the Big Eater contest held by the region, and won the 7th place. Shirtu grinned, obviously having a headache about this matter, said, we need to get a food package before 8 o'clock tomorrow. Lin Wu, pay special attention to the basic packages we need at present. Building materials package and food package. Xiao Dao, you and Lin Wu, your task is to draw a map, record the locations of all the shops and houses in the town center, and also pay attention to the location of the cars in the town center. Shirtu said, Dayu's infection level is very high, don't go out for the time being, stay at home, and debug the radio. Set up our base channel, listen to and record other channels. We will need to deal with other people in the future. Yu asked. What about you? I want to thoroughly study the operation of the base. We still have more than an hour to set up the infirmary. There is plenty of time. Shirtu called Lin Wu, who was about to go out. Lin Wu, the food will be settled at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The most important thing is the building materials package. I understand. In fact, Lin Wu only understood half of it, and always felt that Shirtu had other plans for the food issue. Shirtu reminded, guns? Lots of guns. The more the better. We lack defensive forces. Shirtu believed that he should be the first group of people to reach Beixiong Town. And Beixiong Town had the most abundant supplies at this time. As a leader, he could not just think about 1 or 2 days of life. He had to think about the future. A voice came from the radio. Wanderer calling. Wanderer calling. Shirtu took the radio and responded, Wanderer. This is Shadow. There are living people. The other party was very surprised and continued, Hi. Brother. We are in Beixiong Town. Yu County. Taipei City? Shirtu responded, Hello. Brother. We are in Beixiong Town. Zhuo County. Please record our channel. He prayed in his heart, hoping that Beixiong Town would not have neighbors so soon. There are many more zombies in the commercial area of Beixiong Town than in the residential area. Fortunately, the commercial area is large, and the zombies are scattered in all directions. As long as you observe the behavior of the zombies carefully, and don't provoke them, you can shuttle freely in it. The commercial area of Beixiong Town is also a T-junction. In addition to shops, there are also some residences and warehouses. The first shop is a clinic. If you walk straight down the steep slope from the back door of the shadow base, the distance is only about 50 meters. Lin Wu looked up at the shadow base and saw that the boundary of the base was green. The area within the green was the base safety zone. I've got it. Xiao Dao put away the paper and pen. There was a truck next to the clinic. There was a gas station behind the truck. Xiao Dao asked, Does the gas station have building materials? Probably not. Lin Wu squatted in the middle of the road and pointed to a house 20 meters away from them opposite the clinic. It looks like a warehouse. The two walked in a line and soon arrived in front of the iron door of the warehouse. Xiao Dao pulled the door and found that it was locked. Kick it open. Don't. Lin Wu took the backpack and took out a lock pick after searching in the backpack. This is a disposable lock opener. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Wu took the hook in his left hand and the needle in his right hand and inserted it into the keyhole. Since Lin Wu's main attribute is agility, the difficulty of unlocking is reduced. In less than 5 seconds, with a click, Lin Wu opened the lock. There is a tool table next to the iron door. The light is very poor. Lin Wu slowly opened the drawer and fumbled inside. He took out a screwdriver, a set of small tools such as pliers, and finally a flashlight. This is not an ordinary flashlight. It is a flashlight with a charger that can be recharged and can be clip-on close. The item introduction also specifically reminds that the light of the flashlight will not attract any zombies. Turn on the flashlight, and the world lights up instantly. Well, it's not that bright, but it's enough. It's enough for Lin Wu to see 2 zombies lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Lin Wu pointed to a row of crates on the left, and pulled out a steak knife to touch the 2 zombies. It's not known whether the knife is smart or not, but it is very obedient. It crouched down and fumbled near the crates to see if it could find something useful. After Lin Wu dealt with the zombies in the warehouse, he used a claw hammer to pry open the crates. The 4 zombies in the warehouse were killed by Lin Wu in their sleep. Lin Wu shone his flashlight on Xiao Dao to indicate that it was safe. Xiao Dao waved to Lin Wu to go out and be on guard, since there was no threat in the warehouse. The threat could only come from outside the warehouse. Pulling out the first nail made a loud noise. Xiao Dao gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, and waited for a moment, but heard no movement. So he pulled out the second and third nails. He quickly dismantled the crate. To Xiao Dao's disappointment, there was a bundle of rope inside, weighing 5 kilograms, which could be exchanged for 0.5 units of building materials at the base. The warehouse had 3 metal doors. Xiao Dao pried the second crate at the south door. He had just opened it, and had not had time to see the spoils. There was a slapping sound outside the metal door of the south door. The sound was quite loud. Xiao Dao subconsciously thought it was Lin Wu. He stood up, pressed the door handle lock, and pushed it forward. Huh? I didn't see anyone. I stuck my head out and looked for a while, but I still didn't see anyone. Is it an illusion? Xiao Dao closed the door, and was about to take off the lid of the crate, but the knocking sound came again. Xiao Dao opened the door again, but still no one was seen. The nearest zombie he could see was an old lady wandering on the road 20 meters away. Is it a ghost? A ghost? Xiao Dao closed the door and waited quietly with his hand on the doorknob. As soon as the knocking sounded, Xiao Dao immediately opened the door. This opening of the door made Xiao Dao shudder, but there was still nothing. Lin Wu, where are you? Xiao Dao called out tremblingly, but received no response, so he could only close the door again. Chapter 9. When the fourth knock on the door sounded, Xiao Dao bravely pushed the door again. She had been ready to face nothing, but this time she saw someone in front of her, and she jumped up immediately. While jumping, she saw clearly that the person was Lin Wu, so she put her left hand into her mouth to stop herself from shouting. Why did you knock on the door to scare me? Xiao Dao asked. Lin Wu looked innocent. I didn't knock on the door. I heard the knock and came around. I didn't see anything. Xiao Dao was relieved. You heard it too? That's good, that's good. Then Xiao Dao saw a zombie appear next to Lin Wu. Lin Wu was about to walk in at this time, and the zombie was about to grab Lin Wu's shoulder and bite down. Xiao Dao instinctively kicked Lin Wu in the abdomen. Lin Wu took a step back and knocked down the broken zombie. At this time, Lin Wu came back to his senses, crouched down, and killed the zombie with a knife. Xiao Dao also figured out the situation. The zombies heard the sound of crates being dismantled. According to their logic, they would go to the place where the sound came from to check. This somewhat intelligent zombie knew that hitting the wall was useless, so he started hitting the door. As soon as Xiao Dao opened the door, he pushed it to the back door. Xiao Dao, who was holding the door handle, did not see it because his vision was blocked by the door. Back and forth. Back and forth. Finally Lin Wu heard the noise and came to check the situation. He did not see the zombie on the ground behind the door. Good kicking. Lin Wu raised his thumbs and was also scared. He had been very serious, careful and vigilant, but he did not expect that he would still be almost caught. The main reason is that there are many obstacles in human settlements, including low walls, bushes, green trees, abandoned trucks, etc., and corpses can be hidden everywhere. Xiao Dao opened the lid of the crate and found the first building material bag. Got it. After that, he put the building material bag in his backpack. Lin Wu continued to be on guard, and Xiao Dao continued to open the blind box. Cable. Take it. Plastic water pipe. Take it. Wow, car repair tools. Good stuff. Take it. The more I disassembled with the knife, the more excited I became. Gradually, I became less cautious than before. Not only did I not worry about the loud noise when pulling out nails, I even used my feet. Lin Wu was listening to the earth-shaking noises in the warehouse and felt uneasy. He went back to the warehouse and walked to Xiao Dao. Keep your voice down. Building material bag. Xiao Dao said excitedly. One person can only carry one backpack, and each backpack can only carry one material bag. Lin Wu put the building material bag in his backpack and said, let's send the goods back first. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of glass breaking 5 meters away, and a zombie broke through the glass and crawled in. Lin Wu secretly said in his heart that it was not good. As expected, the sound of glass breaking immediately attracted the sound of knocking on the door. And then more glass breaking, and zombies flipped into the warehouse from the outside. Run. The two ran to the main door, and 2 zombies had already entered the door and walked towards them. Xiao Dao took the lead, kicked down the zombie that pounced on him, picked up the claw hammer, and hit the second zombie on the head, knocking it to the ground. After rushing out the door, Xiao Dao grabbed the waist of the third zombie that suddenly appeared, flipped backwards, turned the zombie upside down, and smashed the zombie's cervical vertebrae. Zombies surrounded him from both sides. He didn't need a hammer anymore. He kicked a zombie on the knee and knocked it down. He hit the zombie's head that grabbed his shoulder with his elbow. 1 force can defeat 10 skills. When you have power, you can be so willful. Xiao Dao ignored the principle of silence and shouted, where are you? You go first. I'll cover you. Lin Wu had already climbed out of the broken glass window and dodged the attack by bending down. Hearing Xiao Dao's voice, he hurriedly shouted, you go first. Don't cover you. Xiao Dao, you go quickly. I'll cover you. How did it become a melodrama? Lin Wu jumped over the low wall to lure the zombies to climb over the wall, and then jumped back to successfully get rid of 2 zombies, shouting, I have skills. I can only survive if you leave. Xiao Dao hesitated and jogged, and turned back to ask, what skills? Hey, What skills? Lin Wu didn't have time to answer Xiao Dao. When Xiao Dao returned to the road, he saw Lin Wu running deep into the commercial area, and there were no less than 30 zombies following behind him. Just when Xiao Dao was hesitating whether to follow him to see if he could help, he suddenly found a screaming zombie in the group of zombies. Lin Wu can only be trusted. Xiao Dao immediately turned around and headed for the base. After seeing Shirtu, Xiao Dao said anxiously, Lin Wu has provoked a large group of zombies. Shirtu comforted Xiao Dao and said, he ran away from the sea of zombies in the city. It's okay. Dayu on the side asked anxiously, did you bring back the building materials? Lin Wu basically can't come back. Xiao Dao is her only hope. Yes, there is one. Xiao Dao put the building materials into the warehouse. Dayu immediately clicked to build the infirmary. After 3 minutes, the infirmary was completed. Dayu immediately arrived at the infirmary on the left side of the first floor and lay down on the only bed. The original red infection value turned green, which means that the treatment is effective and the infection value is decreasing. Shirtu said, Xiao Dao, since Lin Wu has led the zombies away, that area is a relatively safe area. You should hurry up and search again. Xiao Dao nodded, then I'll go. Shirtu sent Xiao Dao out, and after giving him a few instructions, he returned to the room, pulled out his baseball bat, and walked towards the infirmary. At this time, Lin Wu had shaken off the zombies and hid in a naval souvenir shop near the intersection. He watched from the window as the zombies gathered outside the store slowly dispersed. And then he began to look around the store. With the help of a flashlight, Lin Wu first eliminated the 2 sleeping zombies in the store. Since the zombies outside were only dispersing instead of disappearing, Lin Wu, who could not leave the store, could only grope around inside the store. Lin Wu found an ammunition bag in the cabinet under the cash register, but unfortunately, he couldn't take it away. There was also a chip. I don't know if it's useful, so I threw it into my backpack first. Finally, Lin Wu took off a sailor suit from the model and looked back to see that the store was empty. Lin Wu didn't give up and carefully searched every counter and really found 4 12.7mm bullets under a torn newspaper. With this experience, Lin Wu found some 9mm pistol bullets. When he turned around again and was ready to give up, Lin Wu keenly realized that there was something wrong with the display cabinet in front of him. The middle board of this display cabinet was particularly thick. Lin Wu used a flashlight to observe and found that it was just an ordinary board. He reached under the board and touched 2 boxes. He opened the box and found 2 P220 pistols, and the magazines were full. This discovery greatly boosted Lin Wu's morale. He touched every inch of the store in the spirit of grinding a piece of iron into a needle. Unfortunately, in addition to his hands full of dust, there was not even a bullet shell. Seeing that all the zombies outside had dispersed, Lin Wu also left the Navy souvenir shop. With his flexible movement, he avoided the zombies all the way and returned to the shadow base safely. Chapter 10 Game Manual. Lin Wu pushed open the door and saw Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao came up and gave her a tight hug. This made Lin Wu somewhat uncomfortable. Isn't it true that I'm back? The infection rate is only 20%. Lin Wu thought that Xiao Dao was a tough girl. How could she be so excited? How could she easily expose her ugly side? Xiao Dao shook her head, let go of Lin Wu, and said with some sadness, Dayu is dead. Ah? Lin Wu asked in surprise. How did she die? Huh? Today's food problem is solved. Why is Lin Wu not sad about Dayu's death? In fact, not getting angry before has shown that Lin Wu is very restrained. 100% pain. Being bitten is really painful. So for Dayu's death, Lin Wu is a little regretful, but not sad. Shirtu on the second floor greeted the two to go upstairs at the stairs, said, It's my fault. After Xiao Dao left, Dayu was very worried about your safety, Lin Wu, and asked me if you would be fine. I told her I was just comforting Xiao Dao. She wanted to go out and find Xiao Dao to save you. She was attacked as soon as she left the safe zone. She was already highly infected and was bitten and scratched a few times. When I arrived, she was already dead and disappeared in white light. Oh, Lin Wu didn't think Dayu would care about her life or death, but they didn't spend much time together, so Lin Wu couldn't draw a conclusion about Dayu's character. Lin Wu looked at the status of the shadow base. Dayu's name was moved to the cemetery. Lin Wu asked, Shirtu, what is the penalty for death? He didn't want Dayu to come back. Shirtu said, You go to the infirmary and lie down now, and take the game manual and read it yourself. Xiao Dao. I'm fine. Shirtu said, If you're fine, you have to work. Search along the safe zone of our base. Our safe zone covers parts of 3 houses. I think you can find some good things. Wait, Linwu said. I'll show you something good. Shiz's eyes sparkled. Gun? Yes, it's a gun. Not just a gun. Linwu raised his hands. 2 guns. Yeah. Xiao Dao and Shitu cheered and high-fived, and then he fist-bumped with Linwu. Well done. Infinite bullets in the base's safe zone. Infinite durability. The 2 guns represent that the shadow base has a certain degree of defensive capabilities. Shitu was not carried away by victory. Currently, you cannot take guns outside. If you fire a shot outside, half of the zombies in the town will come to eat. Xiao Dao asked, can the people left behind practice shooting at will? Shitu was speechless. Don't you read the game manual? Any noise generated in the base will be recorded. The total value of the noise is directly related to the intensity of the zombie siege of the base. Linwu asked in surprise. There are only 3 of us. Zombies still want to attack the city? Shitu nodded. Attack the city irregularly, 10 minutes in advance. Minute warning, lasting more than 3 minutes. During the siege, zombies outside the safe zone will be attracted by the sound and join the siege team. In addition, looting will damage our own things, and it will cost materials to repair. Linwu thought, during the zombie siege, we can escape from the base through the steep slope of the back door, and come back in 3 minutes. Shitu said, you underestimate Shuguang. We are here, and the zombies are targeting us. If no one is here, the zombies will tear down the entire base. In addition, the 3-minute siege time means that, after 3 minutes, the siege zombies will be refreshed outside the safe zone and attack us. It does not mean that all zombies will disappear after 3 minutes. Go. Go, Linwu. Go to the infirmary and lie down immediately, read the game manual carefully, and have a good sleep. You still have to work tomorrow morning. The character has a total of 4 status bars, namely life, endurance, fatigue and infection degree, and the normal value is 100. Fatigue is higher than 20%, increases endurance loss by 20%. Fatigue is higher than 40%. In addition to endurance loss, accidental injuries may occur, such as spraining your ankle while walking. Fatigue is higher than 60%. There is a higher probability of accidental injuries. Fatigue is higher than 80%. In addition to endurance loss, accidental injuries will also reduce the load-bearing capacity and walking and running speed. When fatigue reaches 100%, death occurs immediately. There are 2 factors that affect fatigue, whether the base food is sufficient, and whether the player has enough sleep. The base has only one value, which is morale. 50% morale is quite normal. Raising or lowering morale will affect the abilities of base members in all aspects. There are many ways to improve morale, in addition to ensuring food and sleep. Adding more entertainment facilities, reducing conflicts between members, etc. There are also events that temporarily reduce morale, such as the death of Dayu. The morale of the shadow base dropped by 20% within 12 hours. In addition, morale is increased or decreased due to personal reasons. For example, if someone's entry is lying in bed, if he has his own bed, his morale will be increased separately. Otherwise it will decrease. Linwu flipped to the injury part. There are many kinds of injuries and illnesses, including sprains, fractures, colds, bleeding, poisoning, etc. The safest way is to lie on the bed in the infirmary and recover slowly. For various situations, there are also various symptomatic drugs, including bandages, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, detoxification drugs, etc. Making medicines requires a primary doctor qualification. A doctor qualification requires a skill book. A normal person can only learn one skill. In addition, small things such as cloth strips and alcohol are needed to make bandages. The last part of the game manual is about death. After the character dies, the character will be formatted skills, and items will be cleared. After 24 hours, he will be randomly reborn in the suburbs of a city above the county level. No food or sleep is required within 24 hours after resurrection. After reading the game manual, because he had no negative entries, Linwu fell asleep quickly. When he woke up again, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Dao sitting on a chair, with his hands supporting his chin and looking straight at him. Linwu subconsciously pulled the blanket to cover his chest and dodged to the side. You, what are you going to do? Quick! Xiao Dao opened his innocent eyes and asked, Are you done? Linwu saw that the infection level had been cleared, and nodded. Come down when you're ready. Oh! Lin Wu got off the bed. Xiao Dao lay on it. Seeing Lin Wu looking at him, Xiao Dao showed his status bar, and everything was self-explanatory. 27 points of life left, infection rate 40%, for bleedings, 3 fractures, mild concussion. Lin Wu was shocked. You? Facing the fierce woman, there was nothing to say. Xiao Dao startled a zombie during the early morning search. After killing this zombie, the sound attracted the second zombie, and so on and so forth. And a series of screaming zombies appeared. Xiao Dao could only climb up the billboard on the roadside. Although zombies cannot climb straight ladders, there are always a few zombies in the billboard when several screaming zombies continue to howl. This billboard is about 5 meters high, with advertising screens in front and behind, and a passage in the middle for replacing and repairing the advertising screen. In this 30-centimeter wide and 5-meter long passage, Xiao Dao occupied one end and fought with the zombies that appeared from time to time. Because of the narrow terrain, she only had to face one zombie at a time. With the long battle, her claw hammer was damaged, and the water pipes she had searched were also scrapped. In the end, she could only use her fists and feet to throw down the zombies one by one. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Tu saw that Xiao Dao had not returned yet. So he went out to look for him. As soon as he went out, he saw a lively scene 200 meters away. Tu shouted, "Let Xiao Dao," who had a circuit in his brain, but was not very good at turning, climb to the top of the billboard. Xiao Dao followed Shitu's advice, jumped up and grabbed the top of the billboard with both hands, and reached the top of the billboard by pull-ups. The top was only 10 centimeters wide. Xiao Dao, like a sloth, held the billboard tightly with his limbs, and did not move. Since there was no sound for a long time, the zombies slowly dispersed, leaving only a few zombies waiting for Xiao Dao to come down in the billboard passage. Finally, Xiao Dao saw the right time, jumped down from the billboard, returned to the base with the help of Tu, and dealt with the zombies that followed. At present, the base is short of supplies, and cannot provide drug treatment. The best and only way is to get on the medical bed. Xiao Dao, who had nothing to do, sat in front of the medical bed waiting for Lin Wu to wake up. Chapter 11 Olive Manor. Tu had already gotten enough sleep after taking a few rests at night. When he saw Lin Wu coming up, he asked Lin Wu to sit down at the radio station. "Let's discuss it." Lin Wu sat down. Tu took an iron kettle from the side, and made a cup of tea for Lin Wu. The tea leaves were cheap black tea bags. The iron kettle was found garbage. There was a well in the base. Tu did not use the system. He made a stove by himself. Although this cup of tea has no added value to the human body, it can make people happy and comfortable. Lin Wu took the teacup and said, "I thought you were a pragmatist, but I didn't expect you could make tea. When you are in a good mood, you will be happy to do anything. When you are in a bad mood, you will be unhappy to do anything. A pleasant mood is the only way to improve work efficiency." Tu sat down and said, "The small base has 4 units. 1 built a medical room. 1 built a dormitory. And I am considering building a workbench and a warehouse for the remaining 2 units. The workbench can repair and manufacture weapons, and can also make various handmade items, including generators." Lin Wu asked, "Why build a warehouse?" Tu said, "You know that the base has 5 resources. Because we are a small base, the storage limit is 15 units. After the warehouse is built, the storage limit can reach 25. This is just a temporary base. We will definitely not stay for too long. We need to reserve some resources first." Lin Wu nodded. "I have no objection." Tu said, "Well, next, we need to do a few things. The first thing is that we need a car. Any car will do. There is no rush. The second thing is that we need a new base. A base suitable for development. The third thing is that we need a lot of basic packages. The fourth thing is that we need skill books. Agriculture, medicine, machinery and other skill books." Tu said, "An hour ago, 2 new bases were established in Beishang town. 1 for 3 people and 1 for 4 people. We are currently seriously short of manpower and need to increase personnel. There should also be a number of requirements for developing an excellent base. Therefore, the first thing you do today is to inspect the new base. After I get the information about the new base, I will negotiate with the people of the 2 bases to see if we can jointly establish a small or medium-sized base for long-term living." Tu took out a map. This was the detailed map of Beishang town that Xiao Dao had found on a zombie in the early morning. I looked at it for a while, and found that there were 2 small and medium-sized bases that were more suitable. The first quasi-base is a mountaintop church, 5 kilometers away, 10 kilometers away from Zwa County. Beicheng. Settling here will not only stabilize Beicheng town, but also slowly plot Zwa County. The disadvantage is that this area is densely built. There are houses, factories, and apartments, and the density of zombies should be very high. The second quasi-base is 7 kilometers away, and is a roadside repair shop. The advantage is that there are almost no other buildings around, and the density of zombies is very low. I think the repair shop can also provide help with cars. The disadvantage is that it is remote, 20 kilometers away from Zwa County, and 8 kilometers away from the commercial center of Beicheng town. Shirtu said, the church base is suitable for resource collection, expanding the scale, and the risk is higher. The repair shop is safer, but it is far from the resource point. It seems that the repair shop has no advantage, but I have an idea. Can I level up in a low-risk area? Your agility is 2 stars, and the power of the knife is also 2 stars now. Should we develop our combat skills at the same time? I am worried that the other 2 bases will form an alliance first and occupy the mountaintop church. Shirtu said, I want to hear your opinion now. Lingwu said, it must be the mountaintop church. There are many zombies, and you can level up quickly. What is 39 times 93? Linwu answered instantly. 21212. I don't know if it's right or not, but it's fast. Linwu's full decisiveness is not just talk. Shirtu hesitated and said, but the risk is also high. You already know the death penalty. Once you die, it's basically certain that we won't meet again in the short term. Linwu said, it's only the first day of 2 years. If I have to die, I would rather die now, rather than a month later, half a year later, or a year later. Shirtu thought Linwu's statement made sense, and took out a small bag from his package, and handed it to Linwu. This is the medical kit I got when distributing novice supplies. It can treat any disease or injury except infection. Xiaodao needs to recuperate, I have to guard the base, so you can only go alone. Linwu took the medical kit, and put it in his backpack. No problem, wait for my news. Don't forget to check the cemetery at any time, maybe I will move there. Shirtu gave Linwu a water pipe, asking him to use it as a secondary weapon, and then sent Linwu to the door and told him, don't be greedy for the knife, don't be greedy for things, be flexible, you can throw anything, your life is the most important. Yes. Linwu and Shirtu shook hands. Beicheng town is a mountain fog town, surrounded by mountains on all sides. There is only one highway 119 to Zwa County. If you don't follow the highway, you need to cross mountains and ridges. Homeland game does not have air walls, but crossing 2 mountains without the help of a compass is not something that ordinary people can do. The mountaintop church that Shirtu mentioned belongs to Beicheng town, strictly speaking. It is a suburb of Zwa County. To reach the mountaintop church from Beicheng town, cars must pass through a death zone on Highway 119. A large number of scrapped cars are piled up in a section of less than 1 kilometer. There is a sign with the words Death Zone erected at the entrance and exit. Linwu stood on a high place and looked for a long time. According to his understanding, cars can drive through the serpentine channel left by the system, but the speed will definitely not be able to increase. The road is separated into a maze by the accident car. The left side seems spacious, but after driving past it, it is found to be a dead end, and the living road is on the right side, which can barely pass a car. The traffic is complicated. Not only do you need to drive slowly, but you also need to reverse and change the route from time to time. There are a lot of zombies in the death zone. If players are not organized to clean up the death zone, neither Beicheng town nor Beixia town can drive to Zwa County. If you don't drive, you can take a detour. There is a cliff on the left side of the death zone, and a cliff more than 10 meters high on the right side. Above the cliff is a relatively flat area covered with weeds. Cars can't get up. Without transportation such as cars, it is very difficult to move. This flat area is a small gentle slope, which is shaped like a rugby ball. The death zone is built around one side of the rugby ball. From the map and roadside signs, this place is called Olive Manor. Looking up at the top of the gentle slope, you can vaguely see a building. The Olive Manor is overgrown with weeds and is full of dangers. The damn zombies like to sleep in hidden areas and wander in open areas. Linwu met 2 zombies less than 20 meters away. Every time they met, they were within 2 meters. If Linwu hadn't been careful and dodged flexibly, he would have been bitten several times. By then, forget about investigation. You can only go back to the base and wait in line for a hospital bed. A zombie that Lin Wu had killed was hiding in a ditch. The reeds on both sides of the ditch had grown as tall as a person, and the zombie hidden inside was completely invisible. If it were someone else, they would definitely stay away from the ditch after being attacked, but Lin Wu had a strong sense of self-action. He walked forward along the edge of the ditch, because zombies could be hidden anywhere. If everything went well, he could pass through the olive farm in 20 minutes and reach the other end of the death zone. There was a sudden noise in the ditch, and a zombie came out of the ditch. This situation was already expected by Lin Wu. Lin Wu took advantage of the situation and stepped on the zombie's face and stepped it back. After the zombie fell back, it made a sound of entering the water. After stepping on it, Lin Wu felt something was wrong. It seemed that the zombie he stepped on was not a broken zombie. Chapter 12. Lin Wu held a steak knife in his hand, knelt on one knee, and waited for a moment. A girl stood up from the ditch. Yes, it was a girl, a very beautiful black-haired beauty. She was wearing an emerald green suit, and her clothes were all wet. She pointed a dagger with both hands and shouted at Lin Wu, "Don't come over, go away." She even pretended to be a bit cold. Lin Wu definitely didn't stand on a high place to look at the girl because she was wearing a loca dress. Lin Wu found that this girl didn't seem to be a player. Lin Wu was not sure. Since the game started until now, Lin Wu wandered around half of Beixiong town and never saw an NPC. "Are you okay?" Lin Wu asked. "Are you human? A living person?" the girl asked in surprise. Lin Wu nodded, yes. Yes, it was an NPC. That's great. The weak girl finally saw a living person and fainted on the ground after being excited. What's going on? Lin Wu took out the game manual and looked through it. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find a way to deal with fainting. After waiting for 5 minutes, the girl lay in the ditch without moving. She had a heartbeat and a pulse, but she was not awake. Lin Wu looked around, took out a piece of rag that he had just taken out of the zombie from his backpack, wet it with water, and covered the girl's mouth and nose. After suffocating for a few seconds, the girl sat up and took off the rag. She didn't feel anything wrong. Seeing Lin Wu's joyful attitude, she said, "Great, great. I finally saw someone." The girl reached out, and Lin Wu remained vigilant and pulled her out of the ditch. The girl sat down and talked. It turned out that she was the only daughter of the owner of the Olive Manor. Her name was Amanda. After the zombie virus broke out a month ago, her father placed her in the underground secret passage of the manor. Her father planned to reach the quarantine area of Taipei City with others first, and then find a way to find a friend who was the deputy mayor of Taipei City, and drive his friend's helicopter to the Olive Manor to pick up his daughter. After living in the secret passage for several days, Amanda drank all the clean water and had to go out to find water. Unexpectedly, she encountered zombies. Faced with the threat of zombies, she could only lock the entrance to the secret passage. She walked to the end of the secret passage, removed the iron fence, and found that there was a ditch in front of the iron fence. The girl dismantled and installed the iron fence every day to get water, and waited for her father in the secret passage. Things did not go as planned. The secret passage collapsed last night. She tried her best to climb out of the secret passage. Now she has no food or water. I don't have any either. Can I take the NPC back to the base for rations? According to Lin Wu's understanding, the appearance of the NPC is required by the plot, or the task. To be honest, under normal circumstances, there will be no players on this road within 3 to 5 days. My appearance was completely accidental, so this task was also accidental. From this, it can be judged that this should be a task with very good rewards. And it also shows that the difficulty of this task is not low. Amanda told Lin Wu that only the middle and tail of the secret passage collapsed, and there was sufficient food in the first half of the secret passage. The entrance to the secret passage can be opened from the outside after reaching the manor. So Amanda wanted Lin Wu to escort her back to the Olive Manor. Lin Wu received a task prompt: escort Amanda back to the Olive Manor, and help Amanda lead the water source to the secret passage. The task reward is a question mark. Lin Wu reached out to accept the task. Isn't it just a gentle slope of 300 meters? But after walking about 10 meters, Lin Wu was scared, because there were not only zombies in the weeds, but also mines and traps. Pushing aside the reeds, a sign clearly read, "There are mines and traps inside. Please do not enter without permission." I think the father felt sorry for his daughter, and buried mines all over the gentle slope of the Olive Manor overnight, and set up traps. Lin Wu looked back at Amanda. "Amanda, I'm not familiar with the manor. Can you lead the way in front? I will protect you. Amanda immediately refused. I'm not familiar with the road either. Warrior. I will definitely reward you when I return to the manor. Since we can't reach an agreement, forget it. You go back to your ditch. And I go to my church. Lin Wu deleted the task. The girl knelt down and cried sadly. What should I do? Yes, such a weak woman, with only a dagger in her hand, how could she survive? Amanda? Warrior, have you changed your mind? Amanda asked in surprise. Lin Wu ignored the task prompt, sat down beside Amanda, and asked, Do you know an idiom? Idiom? What idiom? NPCs created by AI Dawn can talk about anything except what they cannot talk about. A common man is innocent, but carrying a dagger is guilty. After saying that, Lin Wu rushed forward, put his left hand on Amanda's back, and stabbed Amanda's chest with his right hand. Lin Wu often plays games, and never has mercy on NPCs. NPCs are tools of the game, which is the basic logic of the game. Amanda is no different from the zombies in Lin Wu's eyes. Both are NPCs. The difference is, there is no dagger in the zombies' pockets, but Amanda has a dagger in her hand. Amanda looked at Lin Wu in disbelief. You. Lin Wu pulled out a steak knife, stabbed her again, and when Amanda was dead, he reached out and took the dagger from Amanda's hand. Fine steel dagger. Steel is forged after 100 times of tempering. It takes thousands of years to become fine. It takes thousands of times of tempering to become fine steel. The weapon has no attack value, only durability and additional attributes. The additional attribute of fine steel dagger is sharpness. The explanation of sharpness in the game manual is that it is not hindered by resistance, and the force required to pierce the head of a zombie is the same as that required to pierce a piece of paper. Hanging the dagger on the backpack, Lin Wu felt Amanda's body without any evil thoughts in Lin Wu's eyes. Amanda is the existence of 1 and 0. A key to the secret passage of Olive Manor, a pair of earrings, 2 handkerchiefs, and then it was gone. No other things can be taken down, and no evil thoughts can be done. After searching her body, Lin Wu turned around and left. 1 minute after death, Amanda's body turned into white light and disappeared. Perhaps Amanda can realize the truth before she dies. In the end of the world, human beings will always be more terrifying than zombies. The mountaintop church is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides and a road, which is an excellent base that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. On the left side of the mountaintop church are 4 7-story residential apartments and a small commercial street, and on the right side are 2 large factories. You can easily guess that there are countless building material packages stored in the factories. The backyard of the mountaintop church is very large. You can grow vegetables and raise poultry, as long as it can be developed. The mountaintop church is indeed a good base. But Lin Wu intuitively believes that it is not easy to take down the mountaintop church. He sat quietly for 10 minutes at a high place and observed from a distance. He found that there was a faint red thing floating in the mountaintop church. Lin Wu carefully avoided the zombies. If he couldn't avoid them, he would assassinate them. He slowly moved to the vicinity of the factory and climbed up the communication tower that was 100 meters high. Although the angle was good, the distance was far away. Lin Wu could only see red in the church, or blood-colored creatures. Lin Wu couldn't draw a conclusion about what it was. Chapter 13 Bright People. Just when Lin Wu was about to evacuate, a convoy came from the direction of Zhui County, a bicycle team, 4 cars and 5 people, led by a girl with a headscarf. The 5 people rode to the foot of the mountaintop church, each drew out their weapons, and eliminated the zombies that were chasing the bicycles. The leader girl pointed and gestured at the side. 1 blunt weapon and 1 sharp blade formed a group, and the 4 people were divided into 2 groups. The blunt weapon was swung in front to hit the zombie's head, and there was a certain probability that the zombie would fall to the ground after being hit by the blunt weapon. When the zombie fell to the ground, the sharp blade would pounce on it, holding the zombie's chest with 1 hand, and executing the zombie with the other hand. Under the division of labor and cooperation between the 2 groups, the 6 zombies that were chasing the bicycle team were all killed by them in the blink of an eye. What made Lin Wu distressed was that this group of people only killed zombies, and did not touch the corpses. A screaming zombie appeared out of nowhere, staggering towards the players. They did not run away. A player holding a metal water pipe rushed towards the screaming zombie. Very fast. Scream will only scream when it reaches a certain distance from the player. When Scream lowered its head, and was about to raise its head, the water pipe player had already knocked the water pipe on its body. Scream's spellcasting was interrupted, and it lowered its head again, and ate another water pipe. In this way, the water pipe player easily eliminated the scream zombie that countless players avoided. Wow, what a master! Lin Wu didn't think that 5 masters would gather in the same area. He guessed that the female leader was the master. Through a brief training, she taught the players how to kill zombies efficiently. The 5 players squatted and discussed in a low voice at a stone tablet 20 meters away from the main entrance of the church. The leading lady even took out a monocular telescope to check. Lin Wu believed that they could see the church clearly from their position. They thought they already knew what was inside the church. After discussing for a while, a player squatted close to the door of the church, threw a small stone into it, waited for a while, and then retreated immediately. After a while, a zombie chased out. This zombie is no different from an ordinary zombie except for one feature. This feature is very obvious. The zombie's body seems to be covered by a layer of blood-colored mist. It would be more accurate to say that the zombies were covered in blood, because the blood mist did not float in the wind. The 4 players continued to stay put, and the player who led the enemy used the open space in front of the church to pull the zombies aside. The player who led the enemy did not attack the zombies with a water pipe, but stretched out his left arm to let the zombie grab it. After retreating repeatedly, he stretched out his arm again to let the zombie bite him, and then turned and ran. The big sister took out a crossbow, shot the zombie in the head with 1 arrow, and went forward with everyone to meet the injured player. After the 5 people discussed on the spot for a while, they rode their bicycles to leave the mountaintop church. Lin Wu watched them ride across the bridge all the way, and headed towards Zhou County. After about a kilometer, the convoy turned right and left the road, and it could no longer be seen. In all likelihood, their base was about a kilometer away from the mountaintop church. From the perspective of the opponent's command level and coordination and combat capabilities, it would be very difficult to compete with them for the mountaintop church. Lin Wu is a decisive person. Regardless of whether the decision is right or wrong, he can always make a decision quickly. Should I go back to the base to report the situation to Shi Tu? Or should I meet him directly? Lin Wu chose to meet him. The reason was that Lin Wu thought that the church on the top of the mountain was very large, and there might be room for cooperation between the 2 sides. Even if they could not cooperate, they could still get to know some masters, leave radio channels with each other, and consult each other if they had any questions. As for whether the other party would kill him, Lin Wu did not think deeply, because he felt that he was not worth it. In addition to the fine steel dagger and medical kit, he only brought 2 novice weapons for close combat. The road to Zhou County was very smooth, and there were no obstacles on the road. After crossing the bridge, it was found that there were very few zombies. Looking around, it was a plain, and there was a farm every few hundred meters. Lin Wu stood by the road and stopped to check, and found that each farm was only assigned a few zombies. At the same time, he also confirmed that the player base was in a small farm 200 meters away. Unlike the shadow base, this base has a sentry post, which is about 5 meters high and can overlook the surrounding situation. But no one is on duty there. Lin Wu walked along the road towards the player base, looking left and right from time to time. When approaching the player base, Lin Wu stopped to observe a farm on the left carefully. He hoped to learn more about the characteristics of the farm base. Farms are divided into several categories. One is a crop farm, one is a livestock farm, and one is a processing farm. Lin Wu believes that different farms contain different resource packages. Seeing that each farm is equipped with agricultural machinery, it can be inferred that there are gasoline reserves in the farm. This plain seems to be vast and sparsely populated, but it actually contains a lot of resources. When approaching the player base, a man came forward and said, "Hi, brother. I'm sorry. The base is full. Turn right and walk 1 kilometer. There is another base." Lin Wu replied, "No, I came to see your leader." He waved to the female leader, who walked out of the building. The female leader stepped forward, looked at Lin Wu, and asked, "How do you know I'm the leader?" "Ah," Lin Wu asked, "I guessed, do you believe it?" The female leader looked good, very energetic, about 26 or 27 years old. After hearing Lin Wu's answer, she shook her head. "I don't believe it." While speaking, another man came out of the building, walked to the side, forming a siege, showing obvious hostility. A man of insight is a wise man. Lin Wu knew that he could not laugh it off anymore, and explained, "I am a member of the Shadow Base, and I hope to communicate with you about the Mountaintop Church." The Mountaintop Church? The female leader was not concerned about the Shadow Base, but concerned about the Mountaintop Church, and asked, How to communicate? Lin Wu replied, I am not the person in charge. If possible, let the shadow person in charge communicate with you. The female leader thought for a while and gestured, please come in. The farm base is very simple, with only one floor. The floor is mud, a narrow corridor, and on one side of the corridor is a separate animal shed, where the building unit is located. There are no tables or chairs, and the radio station is placed in the middle of the corridor, making the corridor, which is not spacious, even more crowded. Although the conditions are difficult, but compared with the shadow base, the farm base comes with a sentry post, which can reduce the threat level, which is related to the intensity of the zombie siege. However, an additional ammunition resource is required every day as the maintenance cost of the sentry post. Lin Wu tuned the FM radio, calling Shadow, this is Bright Man, this is Bright Man, please reply if you get it. The female leader was confused. What is Bright Man? Lin Wu explained, codename, the antonym of dark is bright. The female leader asked, is the antonym of shadow a person? Lin Wu smiled and shook his head in response. He didn't understand why the female leader was so serious. It seemed that she couldn't hear that he was joking. Lin Wu couldn't explain it either. Continue to calling Shadow. Stone, it's time for dinner. Chapter 14 Wind Thorn. At the shadow base, Shirtu had received the call a long time ago. He recalled and thought about what the bright man was in his mind. Is it a person, a base, or a code name? It seemed to be Lin Wu's voice. But wasn't Lin Wu going to investigate the mountaintop church? Why was there a radio station? As the person in charge of the base, Shirtu was not in a hurry to respond, but gave himself time to sort out his thoughts. When Lin Wu said Shirtu, the female leader asked in great surprise, Shirtu, is your name Shirtu? Lin Wu nodded. It can't be such a coincidence. Right, first. 1.5 billion people of the right age on Blue Star drew 1 million, and then they drew the same city. The two acquaintances avoided the 90% death rate on the day of the game, and fled to the same town. The female leader took the intercom, Shirtu. I am Maya. Shirtu immediately replied in a surprised tone, Maya? Lin Wu was dissatisfied. You didn't answer the call of a person, but you answered the call of a female voice. What does it mean? Huh? Maya? Is Maya a good name? Compared with Lin Wu, Shirtu, and Xiao Dao. Of course, they are much better, according to Xu Wang's naming habits. Either it was a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, and it happened to form a beautiful name, or this Maya beauty was not one of the 95% of ordinary people, but one of the 5% of elites. In fact, Xu Wang's naming is also desirable, because there is only one Shirtu, and there is only one living person named Shirtu in the entire Blue Star. Therefore, when Maya heard the name Shirtu, she did not need to consider the possibility of having the same name. Shirtu said, Maya, let's meet. Maya took the intercom and pondered for a moment, and asked, do you have an empty bed? Shirtu said, yes. Maya, okay. I'll go find you. Lin Wu was stunned by this conversation. These two people seemed to be more than just acquaintances, but also seemed to be simpler than acquaintances. Maya revealed a piece of information. The farm base lacked beds. 5 people, 4 beds, and 1 was indeed missing. What Lin Wu didn't understand was that Maya meant that she wanted to temporarily join the shadow base. Wasn't Maya the leader? Was she so casual? Or did Maya completely despise this farm base? Was there any need for Shirtu and Maya to meet? Curious baby Lin Wu was full of questions. Maya called people to the infirmary and chatted with her people for a while. After leaving the infirmary, Maya said to Lin Wu, who was waiting outside, let's go. It seemed that meeting Shirtu was more important than developing the base. Okay. I'm not familiar with him, so it's hard to ask. Judging from Maya's attitude, she had no intention of explaining to herself. The rumor is true. 95% and 5% are hard to get along happily. There is no language barrier between the two, but there seems to be a barrier in the way of communication. Maya showed a perfunctory attitude towards Lin Wu's topic. Lin Wu, there are so many of you. Maya, yes. Lin Wu, why did you choose the farm? Maya, we needed a place to stay. Lin Wu, how did you escape from the future city? Maya, we adapted to the situation. Lin Wu, where did the bicycle come from? Maya, we found it. Although he is not a social expert, Lin Wu has good communication skills. Each of Lin Wu's questions is a topic, but Maya's answers not only answer the questions, but also lock the topic. Maya's question is not a topic. But a question, when did you arrive in Beishan town? Lin Wu, last night. Maya, are the resources rich? Lin Wu, not as good as Future City. Maya, have you found any mutant zombies? Lin Wu, no. Maya, what's the name of your companion? Shu, Lin Wu, begin to be silent. It's better for everyone not to talk. How to describe this atmosphere? Lin Wu is a college student who has just entered college. He is enthusiastic about everything he sees, curious about everything he sees, and very happy to communicate with others, even if it's just nonsense. He is satisfied. Maya is a college student who cares about the country, the people, and the school. Lin Wu exclaimed, the food is so delicious. Maya, the students waited in line for too long. Lin Wu exclaimed, the senior sister is so beautiful. Maya, the clothes are too revealing, which affects concentration. Lin Wu exclaimed, the university is so big. Maya, the university's basic supporting facilities are insufficient. Lin Wu exclaimed, there is an idiot around me. Maya, you have an idiot by your side. If you don't agree, you can't say anything. Lin Wu was in front. Maya was behind, and they set off towards the shadow base 3 meters apart. Lin Wu raised his hand. Maya stopped. Lin Wu killed the zombies, and continued to set off. During this period, the two did not talk or communicate. This atmosphere made Lin Wu very uncomfortable. Then he remembered what his internship senior said, the most fucked up thing after work is that you don't want to work with this person, but you still have to work with this person. On the other hand, Maya was very calm, as if she was used to this way of getting along with people in her daily life. However, Lin Wu still attracted Maya's attention, not because of Lin Wu's neat movements, but because when Lin Wu passed the Olive Manor, he walked along the ditch and stared at the ditch. Lin Wu did not explain, he stared at the ditch, and the purpose of his actions of startling others from time to time was to see if he could meet Amanda number 2. Although Amanda number 2 was not found, the result was not nothing. Facing the zombies that suddenly emerged from the reeds, Lin Wu's mentality became extremely stable. Zombies suddenly appeared, and they would definitely attack and bite. As soon as the zombies appeared, Lin Wu rushed to the side, and the zombies would definitely miss, and they would be stiff for a long time. Lin Wu quickly turned back and attacked and executed them. The most important thing is the evolution of actions. Before, when zombies attacked and bit, Lin Wu chose to dodge left and right. Now, when zombies attack and bite, Lin Wu chose to pass by the zombies. When walking through the last section of the Olive Manor, Lin Wu's actions were further sublimated under the guidance of the system. When passing by the zombies, Lin Wu stabbed the dagger into the back of the zombie's head. Lin Wu, who grasped the secret, did not leave the Olive Manor, but turned and walked along the ditch towards the church on the top of the mountain. Maya asked, why do we have to go back? Lin Wu explained, this is the Olive Maze, set up by Amanda, the daughter of the Olive Manor. There are traps and mines everywhere. Only by going back and forth twice can you successfully pass through the minefield and reach the other end of the death zone. The new move Lin Wu learned was to crouch forward and stab backward and upward at a 45-degree angle. It was not very smooth at the beginning. The probability of stabbing the back of the zombie's head was only 50%. After walking to the end and returning, the hit rate rose sharply. Before completely passing the Olive Manor, Lin Wu's agility was upgraded to 4 stars, and the first special action was unlocked, Whirlwind Backstab. Whirlwind Backstab consumed 20% of stamina to sprint forward and left and right for no more than 3 meters, and backstab the target at the same time. In actual operation, this is a slide, similar to the invincible roll in many games. Whirlwind Backstab is extremely fast. If there is a target within the range during the slide, it will directly backstab the target. Some people can do this action without system bonus. But after the system bonus, not only the movement speed is faster, but also the attack speed, power, accuracy, etc. are greatly improved. The most powerful thing is that the Whirlwind Backstab can be upgraded. At present, only 1 knife can be stabbed in the whole process. With the increase of proficiency, at least 2 knives can be stabbed. Whether there is a 3rd knife, you can only know after unlocking 2 knives. The biggest regret is that this system action consumes 20% of stamina. Although Lin Wu adds some physical strength, it still takes 10 seconds of standing still to restore 20% of the endurance. And it is impossible to perform a seamless and continuous Whirlwind Backstab. Maya completely does not understand the route of Lin Wu's group. Lin Wu's route is not a straight line, but a detour. The real reason is that Lin Wu is looking for zombies to practice. But the explanation given to Maya is, this area is a series of formations. And every step is thrilling. My real purpose is not to kill this zombie, but to avoid being linked when I kill the next zombie. For example, there are 3 zombies. 1, 2, and 3. I must kill zombie number 2 first. Cut off the connection between the 3 zombies, so that I will not be discovered by zombies number 2 and number 3 when I kill zombie number 1. So that I can open the road more smoothly and continue to move forward. Maya nodded. I see. TSK. 5% is just like that. Lin Wu said, we have to go slowly next, because we are about to enter a town with a high density of zombies. I have to pee urgently. Wait for me. Lin Wu saw a pizza shop a few dozen meters away, and without waiting for Maya's consent, he left Maya and went to the pizza shop. After a while, he brought back a basic food bag and said to Maya as if nothing had happened, let's go. He pulled up his pants, saying that he didn't even have time to put on his pants in order not to make Maya anxious. You perfunctory me. I perfunctory you. Maya was well-mannered, and was not angry, or even affected. She followed Lin Wu silently all the way to the shadow base. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Chapter 15 Cooperation. Shirtu went forward to shake hands with Maya. The two sides met formally. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shirtu added Maya as a member of the base. Maya's farm base was short of beds. She had not rested for a long time, so she laid down on the bed in the base. She could recover from fatigue just by lying down. Of course, the effect was not comparable to that of sleep. After Lin Wu put the food into the warehouse, he went to see Shirtu. Shirtu asked Lin Wu to have a cup of tea first. After Lin Wu asked about the location of Xiaodao, he went to find Xiaodao first. Lin Wu had doubts in his heart. Shirtu did not intend to introduce Maya, nor did he intend to let himself join his conversation with Maya. But Lin Wu felt relieved after leaving the base. Everyone has their own secrets and their own personality. Why worry and be confused about it? Cooperation? Maya said while lying on the bed. I came here with the sincerity of cooperation. What do you have? Shirtu replied, my interpretation and understanding of the game, and my ability to coordinate. You are an excellent business manager, I am an excellent president, I can't replace your work, and you can't do what I can do. Without my help, you can't win this game. Similarly, without your help, I can't be the best. Maya pondered for a moment, and asked, can I hear your understanding of the game first? Stone poured tea for Maya, and said, I triggered adrenaline last night while driving. I felt warm when I drank tea, and felt cold when I touched iron. The first rule of the home specifically mentions that wall tips are not allowed. Maya shook her head. I don't understand what you mean. Stone continued, there is also a cold status in the game manual. Maya asked, what do you want to express? Stone asked, what do you think is the core content of this game? Maya smiled, establish a base. Recruit members. Grow and develop. Form a legion. Control towns, counties, cities, and even the future city. To be honest, 2 years is a bit short. I really need help. Stone said, it's cooperation, not help. Maya, cooperation? Shirtu said, I believe many people are like you, and have misunderstood the core content of this game. Indeed, as you said, development and growth are indeed important, and I believe that some points can be obtained. But it is not the core content of the game. Maya asked, what is that? Stone said, survival. Look at the time, it is early autumn in September now, and winter will come in 2 or 3 months. The wind and sun today do not mean that it will always be wind and sun. Don't you understand yet? Catching a cold means that the simulation level of this game is very high. Cold, hunger, etc. are the biggest challenges faced by players. There is another detail, when I demolish any building, I will return 100% of the consumed materials. Stone said, this setting is very special, most games will return certain materials at a discount when demolishing buildings. From this, I judge that the basic package is a non-renewable resource. After looting, it's gone. Maya doesn't believe it. Then how to replenish the 5 major resources? Stone said, today, I visited the base next door. They have a skill book called fishing. After learning this skill, he will provide a fixed unit of food to the base every day. He can also fish in the river. Each fish can be converted into a unit of food. I believe there will be related professions such as hunters, In addition, I tried to cultivate and plant in the backyard, but the system prompts that agricultural skills are required. Doomsday farmers are more important than scientists. Sure2 said, medical supplies should require herbalism. Players without herbalism cannot see herbs. After collecting herbs, they can be stored in the warehouse to generate medical units. Building materials can be obtained through logging channels. Woodcutters are corresponding professions. As for ammunition and gasoline, which are not necessities for survival, I haven't figured it out yet. Sure2 said, the base must have a future for development. Each member needs to be carefully selected. There can't be too many people. Too many people will consume more. And too few people, there can't be too few resources. And too few resources will not be able to make up. Every member must play his role as much as possible. While surviving, accumulate offensive gasoline and ammunition, make more weapons, so that high-risk buildings can be cleared, and more materials can be looted. Slowly plan, so that we can move forward step by step. Maya took a breath. It requires a lot of things. And a lot of things need to be done. Sure2 nodded, establishing logistics bases in towns and counties, guaranteeing the supply of the army can support the war. So the first challenge we face is winter. To successfully survive the winter, we need a suitable base, and we should start preparing while the basic package is still sufficient. Maya asked, since you know so much, why do you need to cooperate with me? Sure2 replied, as I said just now, I am a far-sighted president, and you are an excellent business manager. Maya extended her hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. Sure2 shook hands with Maya. Me too. The shadow base is at a T-junction. The left side leads to the town center. The right side is densely populated with zombies. So, Linwu has never been there. He only saw a tall signal tower. According to the instructions of the stone, Linwu found Xiaodao in the area on the right. Xiaodao squatted behind a stone, looking at a brand new white pickup truck in the repair shop across the road. Linwu came from behind on tiptoe. Squatting beside Xiaodao, what are you looking at? Car. Xiaodao replied and was frightened again. You. Shoo. The zombies around were dense. And they moved all over. Linwu said, you don't seem to be a person who can only watch and not move. Xiaodao said, I don't understand what that thing is. That thing is called a car. With 4 wheels and a steering wheel. Blue star cars use dark particle energy. And Earth cars use gasoline. Oil and new energy as energy. Do all blue star people drive? Some have driver's licenses. And some don't. If you want to know why, it's a long story. Are blue star cars the same as Earth cars? Almost. Why? It's a long story. It's actually very simple to explain these 2 questions. As long as you understand the principle of dark particle harassment, you can understand it immediately. Since dark particle harassment is a 4-dimensional science, in order to avoid being used by ambitious people, Xiaomi will not do scientific popularization here. Xiaodao bared his teeth at Linwu. I'm not talking about it, I'm talking about the zombies. Wait a minute, the zombies are in the repair shop now. The repair shop is divided into 2 parts. One part is a car wash, where the white pickup truck is parked, and the other part is quite large, and you can't see what's inside. A zombie walked from behind the big rock to the side of the 2 people, turned around, and saw 2 people 2 meters away. Linwu activated the whirlwind assassination, slid behind the zombie like a shadow, and stabbed the zombie's head with a 45-degree backhand knife. Then he slowly put his hand down, laid the zombie flat before retracting the dagger, and touched the corpse. So handsome. Xiaodao lip-synced. There was no admiration in his eyes, only envy. Linwu smiled in response, searched out 2 candies, and gave one to Xiaodao. The 2 leaned against the rock and ate the candies, quietly waiting for the appearance of the unknown creature. Chapter 16 Fierce Battle. After a while, a zombie with dog-like movements jumped onto the roof of the pickup truck. Linwu was sure that this was the creature that Xiaodao was afraid of. So far, all the zombies we have seen walk upright, but this zombie walks on all 4s. In addition, this zombie has many differences from other zombies. Its eyes are yellow, instead of the white cloudy eyeballs of ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies will fall down after turning over a 1-meter guardrail, but it jumps around on the car with ease. Ordinary zombies have hands, but its hands have claws, and faintly flashing blood. In addition, the sound it makes is not hungry, but a muffled roar, which seems not loud, but can be heard far away. From the movements, this mutant zombie is more like a human with rabies. In addition to this mutant zombie, there are more than 20 zombies wandering around nearby. It is very difficult to take this car. Linwu said, You are the first person to discover it. Give it a name. Xiao Dao said modestly. That's not necessarily the case. Lin Wu said, call it Dideo. Xiao Dao thought seriously for a while. And asked, Agile? Lin Wu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not bad. Very creative. Xiao Dao also laughed. And said, when it walks, it directly knocks down its own kind without apologizing. And its own kind has to avoid it. It is very arrogant and presumptuous. Lin Wu asked, crazy? Crazy? When the two were naming the mutant zombies, Shirtu and Maya came over. This place is only 200 meters away from the base. Lin Wu stepped forward to help. And after taking the two to the big rock, Maya also saw the mutant zombie. Maya took out a monocular telescope from her backpack and observed, furious zombie. Xiao Dao was surprised. But not surprised who Maya was. She was surprised by the telescope and asked, can you lend it to me? Maya handed the telescope to Xiao Dao, who took a look and handed it to Lin Wu. This is not a telescope, but a display mirror. You can see the name of the zombie. Ordinary zombies are male zombie, female zombie, fat zombie, and thin zombie. The name of this mutant zombie is the furious zombie. Maya said, we need to know the basic data of each mutant zombie. Shirtu objected, it's very dangerous. Maya said, it's much safer to face it in a prepared state than to meet it suddenly. Only by understanding its characteristics can we face it calmly in the future. Lin Wu looked at Maya. Although I don't like you, what you said makes sense. Maya asked calmly, why do you hate me? I just don't like you, I don't hate you. Lin Wu explained, you are like the 5% I met. You think your thinking latitude is higher than 95%. While we were enjoying the basketball game, you were analyzing the gains and losses of the two teams and how to get more points. Maya replied, competition and thinking are a kind of happiness in themselves. Lin Wu said, even when kissing 5%, you can feel that she is not immersed in happiness. But thinking. What is she thinking about? Thinking about whether her kiss is good. Thinking about my feelings. Thinking about how to gracefully refuse to go further. I don't know if you understand it or not. This is a very hurtful emotion. The closer you get, the more hurt you will be. Maya said, please forgive me. We have received professional training since we were young. Except for sleep time. Our minds will not stop thinking. This is a habit. And it is also the potential of 5% that must be developed. Sir, remind you not to forget a fact. 5% of people do not hold the power of Blue Star. But 5% of people create 80% of social value. And make outstanding contributions in science, education, medical care, and other industries. Shirtu said, don't argue here about a topic that has been debated for hundreds of years without a conclusion. Xiao Dao looked at Lin Wu. How do you know she is 5%? Lin Wu replied, her name is Maya. Xiao Dao understood, looked at Lin Wu, prejudice. Lin Wu went crazy. Hey, you are from the same country as me. Childish. The same word flashed through the minds of the three people at the same time. Shirtu changed the subject. Maya, what do you think? Maya looked at the fierce zombie from a distance and said, it must be faster than other zombies. Lin Wu, I need you to take it to the safe area of the base. Lin Wu nodded, no problem. Shirtu said, we have 2 guns. Lin Wu reminded, but there is only 1 bed. Maya did not answer Lin Wu directly, looking back. The visual distance of daytime zombies is 8 meters, and their hearing is weaker than that of ordinary people. We need to open a 20-meter passage to ensure that Lin Wu can complete his work smoothly. Xiao Dao asked, shoot directly? Aren't you afraid of screams? Maya took out a crossbow. I will deal with the screams. I hate this woman's methodical speech. Not only does it make sense, but it is also very thoughtful. This reminds Lin Wu of his ex-girlfriend. She is the same, arranging everything properly. At the beginning Lin Wu liked his girlfriend's personality very much. He soon began to get bored. He was tired of being in a completely passive position in the relationship. No one understands why Lin Wu wants to break up with a girlfriend who loves him deeply and is very good. His girlfriend doesn't understand. She can't figure out what she did wrong. Lin Wu didn't understand at first. Until after the breakup. He figured it out and got himself back. Take the university course as an example. His girlfriend arranged the best solution schedule for him. This arrangement made Lin Wu less stressed and benefited a lot. But Lin Wu just didn't like it. And he couldn't tell the reason. Even if he passed the exam successfully every time, he didn't have any sense of accomplishment. After the breakup, although Lin Wu passed the exam of a course with great difficulty and reluctance, He gained great joy in his heart, because he truly felt that this victory belonged to him. The four-man team began to clean up the zombies. After Maya controlled the screaming zombies, it was not difficult to deal with these ordinary zombies. In the process, Xiao Dao's way of killing zombies moved Maya. Xiao Dao gave up the blunt weapon, grabbed the zombie's shoulder with his bare hands and threw it down, inserting the zombie's head into the floor. To complete this move, you must first have strength to catch the zombie and flip it over. Secondly, you must have skills to fall down while flipping it over, so that the zombie's head bears the greatest force. When the number of zombies increases, Xiao Dao grabs the zombies and throws them out as weapons, knocking down a group of them. Unfortunately, this move has no lethality. Even Lin Wu dared not go forward to finish off the fallen zombies during this period. The negative example is Shi Tu, who swings a baseball bat to hit, and hit a zombie a few more times when he has the chance, praying that he can kill it. Once the number of zombies increases to 3, Shi Tu can only hit and run at the same time. It is called kite flying, but in fact, it is the zombie that is killed first before his own endurance is exhausted. The crossbow in Maya's hand is a small artifact. It is silent and has a certain probability of being recovered after use. It is not only suitable for targeted elimination, but also has a miraculous effect of kite flying tactics. The disadvantages are also quite obvious. This single-shot crossbow takes nearly 2 seconds to reload each time. Secondly, the crossbow arrow flies slowly. It is difficult to lock the head of a fast-moving zombie. Chapter 17. Lin Wu slowly walked down the slope and approached Kwang Ming. There was a road between them. When Lin Wu moved to the edge of the road, Kwang Ming seemed not to have noticed him yet. He was jumping on the pickup truck and howling when he had nothing to do. When Lin Wu took 2 steps onto the road, Kwang Ming immediately turned around, jumped off the roof of the car, and ran towards Lin Wu without hesitation. Lin Wu turned around and ran. Kwang Ming's speed was beyond Lin Wu's expectation. It accelerated to 40 yards in 2 seconds. Lin Wu immediately accelerated to 40 kilometers. The endurance bar poured down at a speed of 5% per second. Because this speed has exceeded the human limit of sprinting speed, the penalty system punished him. Lin Wu saw that this was not good, and adjusted the speed to 35 yards, slightly lower than the speed of a 100-meter sprinter. The endurance bar then changed to a drop rate of 1.5% per second. There is a rule in nature that most two-legged mammals cannot outrun four-legged mammals. He ran on all fours very quickly. There was a 5-yard speed difference between the two sides. He soon caught up with Lin Wu. Kwang Ming leaped like an arrow and stabbed Lin Wu's back with one claw. Lin Wu activated the wind stab, whirlwind back stab, and forcibly moved to the side. Due to the change of direction, the inertia caused Lin Wu to roll forward continuously. Kwang Ming was not much better. After missing the first pounce, he also slid forward 7 or 8 meters. He used his claws to hook the ground to stabilize his body, and turned to attack Lin Wu again. Lin Wu threw a piece of chewing gum into his mouth to restore his endurance, and climbed over the fence, hoping to reproduce the fence tactics. But Kwang Ming jumped onto the fence and pounced on Lin Wu under the fence. Lin Wu activated the wind stab to avoid the fatal blow. In less than 20 seconds, Lin Wu's endurance had dropped to 50%. And this was when the chewing gum slowly restored his endurance. Lin Wu climbed over another fence, pulled out the water pipe, and turned around to split Huashan with force. Kwang Ming was about to jump onto the fence, and Lin Wu's water pipe hit Kwang Ming's forehead firmly. With a bang, Lin Wu felt like he was hitting steel, and the water pipe was almost knocked off. Kwang Ming was hit by the water pipe and was a little confused. As expected, he fell backwards, rolled on the ground for a few rounds, and then jumped onto the fence again. Seeing the filthy human running wildly, he continued to chase without hesitation. Lin Wu slid over the roof of the abandoned vehicle, and Kwang Ming pounced on him. His 2 claws pierced the roof of the car, less than 10 centimeters away from Lin Wu's body. Lin Wu took advantage of his body to pause for a moment, and rushed into the base's safety zone in one breath. Kwang Ming chased after him relentlessly. The 3 people in the safety zone immediately opened fire, but because Kwang Ming was too fast, no shot hit Kwang Ming's head. Perhaps because his self-esteem was hurt by the water pipe, Kwang Ming ignored the 3 people who fired the gun and bit Lin Wu tightly. Seeing Kwang Ming so fierce, Lin Wu was shocked and broke through the wooden door into the main building of the base, and Kwang Ming followed him in. Lin Wu ran up to the 2nd floor, and without hesitation, He flew and broke open the window in front of him and jumped down from the second floor. Kwang Ming followed suit and jumped down to chase him relentlessly. The ambushing trio did not expect Kwang Ming to be so fierce and agile, and they immediately became a mess, and each fought on his own. Maya and Shirtu went upstairs, and Xiao Dao went downstairs. He happened to bump into Lin Wu, who was running for his life. Lin Wu hugged Xiao Dao and fell down together. Kwang Ming, who was chasing him, clawed at Lin Wu's back. This claw took away 30 health points and infected him by 25%. After grabbing Lin Wu's back with his claws, Kwang Ming bit him relentlessly. At the critical moment, Xiao Dao, who was under Lin Wu, hugged Lin Wu's back with his left hand and held a pistol in his right hand. He pulled the trigger at Kwang Ming's forehead, which was only 10 centimeters away. He shot in the head, and Kwang Ming jumped back more than 10 meters away and ran around. After 2 painful howls, Kwang Ming rushed towards Lin Wu and the others without stopping. Lin Wu was shocked. Headshot doesn't kill you. Xiao Dao had no time to speak. She controlled Lin Wu with her left hand, aimed at Kwang Ming, who was running towards her with her right hand, and pulled the trigger continuously. Kwang Ming had a high IQ. Before Xiao Dao fired, he jumped to the side to avoid the bullet. At this time, the stone man had jumped from the second floor to the first floor. He raised his gun with both hands and fired continuously. Finally, one bullet hit Kwang Ming's head. Kwang Ming jumped out of the wall and howled in pain as usual outside the wall. As soon as Kwang Ming's wailing ended, Xiao Dao turned over and came face to face with him. The two sides were very close, and Kwang Ming grabbed Xiao Dao's left shoulder without hesitation and bit it. Xiao Dao was not afraid, and covered Kwang Ming's neck with his left hand, and put the pistol in his right hand against Kwang Ming's forehead and pulled the trigger. Kwang Ming twitched and finally stopped moving. With preparation, the four of them surrounded a Kwang Ming in the safe zone. Not only were there many thrilling moments, but they also paid the price of 2 people being seriously injured and infected before they killed Kwang Ming. Maya saw the whole process, and she knew very well that her farm base would definitely not be able to withstand the impact of a Kwang Ming. Her base did not have members like Lin Wu who could adapt to changes and had high decision-making ability. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wu could pull out a water pipe and hit Kwang Ming with a club. Lin Wu fled to the second floor and jumped as soon as he said, without any hesitation. Even if Lin Wu hesitated for half a second, the fierce claws had already pierced into Lin Wu's back. There was no murderer like Xiao Dao in Maya's base. Shirtu was still in shock, and waved, Xiao Dao, go to the infirmary and lie down first. Xiao Dao threw the body of Kwang Ming to Lin Wu. Maya on the second floor asked, what is the infection degree and injury? The purpose was not to kill a Kwang Ming, but to get Kwang Ming's data. Xiao Dao's body was scratched, and he was bleeding, losing 30 points of life, and the infection degree was 25%, which was consistent with the data of Lin Wu being caught. Xiao Dao's left shoulder was fractured after being bitten, and he lost another 30 points of life, and his upper limit of life was reduced by 30 points, and the total infection degree was 50%. Maya recorded all the data, and said to Shirtu beside her, the power of the small pistol is limited. The maximum firing interval is too long, and it is not very effective against the fierce ones. Shirtu nodded, just write it down. How is it? Is there still room for improvement for my 2 friends? Maya replied, they have strong personalities, and their fighting styles are very personal. I am better at training machines, rather than developing potential. It is a waste of resources for such people to become machines. However, players who can survive the first 24 hours, more or less, have certain strength. Who is Dayu? How did she die? After Maya joined the Shadow Base, she saw a grave of a player named Dayu in the Shadow Base cemetery. Shirtu replied, she asked for death herself? Maya, do you need to call your farm base members to a meeting? Maya shook her head, no. The 4 people in the farm base were brought out of the city by me, and they trust me. To be honest, as a leader, I don't like employees with strong personalities. Shirtu knew that Maya was talking about Xiao Dao and Lin Wu, and asked, because they will fight against authority. Maya said, give me an example. Because of Xiao Dao's mistake, 2 base members died, according to regulations. Xiao Dao must be expelled from the base. In this case, would Lin Wu object? How would he object? Lin Wu knew that Xiao Dao's behavior would be punished, but he did not accept it, because Xiao Dao was his friend, and the 2 base members were strangers to him. Even if he didn't object, After Xiao Dao left the base, he would most likely not let his friend leave the base alone to survive. Shirtu nodded, however. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu have very distinct characteristics and play an irreplaceable role. I agree with this very much. Maya said, personnel matters are naturally the responsibility of you, the president. You recruit people, and I employ people. Shirtu responded, one of the main reasons for our cooperation is to learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 18 Merger. The Shadow Base held its first meeting in the infirmary to discuss the matter of uniting with the farm base. The farm base has already grasped the situation of the zombies in the Hilltop Church and intends to unite with the Shadow Base to take over the Hilltop Base. This union will become a merger after successfully taking over the Hilltop Base. After the merger, the base will have a total of 8 members. Shirtu intends to implement a leadership system, with Shirtu as the chief leader and Maya as the deputy leader. Shirtu is in charge of internal affairs, including base construction, material management, resource coordination, personnel work, etc. Maya is responsible for field affairs, weapon distribution, going out to form teams, searching for targets, etc. Lin Wu believes in Shirtu. He has no complaints about Shirtu being the leader. What he is dissatisfied with is the rules of the leadership system. Whenever he enters the base, except for a melee weapon, all items will be automatically put into storage. This rule is good for the development of the base. You can go home to rest, while others can use their own flashlights and stake knives when they go out. It means that the members of the base have no private property. 8 people definitely cannot implement the individual system. What if one person is in a bad mood and runs away with the inventory? Or what if they use force when a conflict occurs? Or what if they drag all the cats and dogs into the base? Shirtu analyzed his views on the game, and everyone thought that Shitu's analysis was very reasonable. If you want to live long and live well, you must stick together. The Shadow Base has only 4 units. It is impossible to maintain a healthy survival of 3 people. Today, I also saw the strength of Kwang Ming. If such a Kwang Ming comes during the siege, 3 people may not be able to cope with it. How about the collective system? Shirtu is worried that someone will form a gang. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Shirtu said frankly, there are 5 people in the farm base, and only 3 people in the Shadow Base. After the mountaintop church is stable, if they unite to expel the members of the Shadow Base, the members of the Shadow Base cannot resist. Maya disagreed with the example given by Shirtu. She said, what should we do if 2 lazy people appear in the base? Expel them? But their 2 friends are unwilling to vote for expulsion. One reason may be because of their friendship, and the other may be that the 2 friends need the votes of the lazy people to protect their status and interests in the base. Shirtu said patiently, Lin Wu, this world needs you, but you can't ask the world to be centered on you. Occasionally you also need to sacrifice and cooperate with the world. Lin Wu agreed, I have no objection. Tell us about the mountaintop church. What do we need to do? To the right of the mountaintop church are 2 large factories, and to the left are 5 7-story apartment buildings. Opposite the apartment buildings are 5 supporting shops. Maya said, in this area, in addition to ordinary zombies, there is also a bloody zombie, which is basically the same as ordinary zombies. The only difference is that the infection rate is twice that of ordinary zombies. There are many zombies inside and outside the church, including a mutant zombie, the explosive zombie. Maya explained the characteristics of the explosive zombie. This is a zombie with a big belly. It will run, will chase, and when it falls, it will explode, producing poisonous gas with a radius of 5 meters. Life drops rapidly when in the range of the poisonous gas. After inhaling the poisonous gas, you will not only be poisoned, but also infected. The longer you stay, the higher the degree of poisoning and infection. Each poison gas can last for about 10 seconds after it is generated. This is the first characteristic of the explosion. The second characteristic is that the explosion will make a loud noise after the explosion, which will attract nearby zombies. Maya believes that to take down the mountaintop church, a frontal battle is essential. Maya draws a picture. We need for people to guard the only passage to prevent zombies attracted by the explosion from rushing into the church. The other 4 people need to clean up all the zombies in the church as soon as possible. Lin Wu said, the blood zombie infection rate is so high, and at least several people will die in this battle. Maya said, this possibility cannot be ruled out. If we are well prepared, I think the plan is very feasible. Because we will use a special weapon. Lin Wu asked, what is it? Molotov cocktail. Maya took out a homemade Molotov cocktail from her backpack, used the crafting table to make it. The materials are 1/3 of a barrel of gasoline. Cloth strips and bottles. The Molotov cocktail covers a 3-meter diameter range. When the burning zombie touches other zombies, there is a high probability that other zombies will catch fire. From the current point of view, ordinary zombies will definitely die once they catch fire. Pay special attention. If the explosive zombie touches the flame, it will produce a violent explosion, which can clear the zombies in a range, and will also cause great damage to the player. Linwu said, the more explosions there are, the more zombies will come. Maya said, the role of the Molotov cocktail is to relieve the pressure on the defenders, and to create more time for the people in the church, not to eliminate the zombies. Once the church is taken, immediately build a base to create a safe zone, and then work together to eliminate the remaining zombies in the safe zone. Shur2 said, 2 gasoline units can make a barrel of gasoline, and a barrel of gasoline can make 3 Molotov cocktails. We need a lot of gasoline bags, the more the better. In addition, a lot of bottles and cloth strips are also needed. Maya said, the first batch of resurrected players will return to the game soon. With the experience of the last death, I believe that many of them will survive tonight. The more people there are, the more variables there are. So I decided to launch an attack on the mountaintop church at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Personnel arrangements will be made at the farm base tomorrow morning. Maya said, we will set out for the mountaintop church at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone needs some rest time. Based on your injuries and infection levels, and each person's combat characteristics, I made a timetable to maximize every minute. Such a familiar feeling, Maya reminded Lin Wu of his ex-girlfriend again. She would even check the time of each air train in advance, calculate the time for kissing goodbye, try to make a seamless connection, not waste a minute, and allocate resources to the limit. Everything was settled, no problem. Almost every farm around the farm base has gasoline reserves, always ready to refuel farm tools. So the farm base is responsible for the gasoline package. The shadow base is responsible for looting the residential area, collecting bottles that can be used to make Molotov cocktails, cloth strips, and melee weapons. Starting at 4 p.m., Knife and Stone are in a group, searching the houses on the left side of the road. Maya rests, Lin Wu is treated. At 11 p.m., Knife and Stone come back to rest and treat. Maya and Lin Wu are in a group to search the houses on the right. The search ended at 4 a.m. The injured were treated, and the uninjured rested. At 6 a.m., the shadow base building was demolished. 4 units of food were left, and the rest were packed into basic packages, and each person carried a basic package. Since there were 4 units of food left in the shadow base, which was just enough for Xiaodao, Lin Wu and Shur2. Maya would leave the shadow base at 6 a.m. At around 7:20 a.m., everyone arrived at the mountaintop church. Maya took the bicycle that picked her up and returned to the farm base with the supplies. Joined the farm base to make Molotov cocktails, and prepared to eat the food distributed at 8 a.m. At around 7:50 a.m., everyone gathered outside the mountaintop church, and the battle started at 8 a.m. The above was Maya's plan. Although Lin Wu took Maya around today, Maya still accurately calculated the distance and roughly estimated the time it would take to get there. Chapter 19 Small PK. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xiaodao and Shur2 returned home, bringing back a pile of garbage and injuries. Maya and Lin Wu set out to search the residential area on the right as planned. Maya's weapon is a machete, which is not a novice weapon at first glance. Unlike blunt weapons, the sharp blade can also cause stiffness when facing the enemy head-on, but it is only a pause. Blunt weapons can change the movements of zombies, stun them, or even knock them down. The advantage of the sharp blade is that it makes less noise, and the stamina consumed by slashing is only half of that of blunt weapons, which is a very operational weapon. Maya's knife is very good, cutting left and right, and taking steady steps to retreat slowly and keep a distance from the zombies. Or chop off the zombie's hands first, or directly chop the neck and cut off the head. When it is used, the cold light shines everywhere, flowing like clouds and water, very beautiful. Lin Wu couldn't help asking, Maya, what are your main and secondary attributes? We are not very familiar with each other, and don't want to inquire about privacy, but curiosity prevails. Maya killed the last zombie. Answer, the main body and the secondary body. Lin Wu continued to be curious. Didn't you increase your intelligence? Maya replied, I don't need to increase my intelligence. What a smug girl. Lin Wu climbed into the room. Maya patrolled outside the room. The two of them were like fish in water in their first cooperation. After cleaning up the zombies in the house, Lin Wu opened the door. Maya entered the house and closed the door, and the two began to search quietly. The furniture, curtains, etc. in the house can be disassembled into various garbage fragments. However, the efficiency of disassembly with a sharp blade is very low, and the disassembly noise is loud. So the two only explored and did not dismantle the house. There are all kinds of things in the house. Potatoes, seeds, newspapers, mousetraps, etc., which can be seen in daily life, but can be regarded as strange things in the game. This house is relatively large, and it is also equipped with a garage. The garage has two doors. One is a rolling door, and the other is a small iron door. The rolling door has been completely locked. The two had touched a garage before, and there were mostly tools in the garage. Different types of tools have speed and quality bonuses for the crafting table, so the garage is more valuable than the house. Maya leaned against the door, and Lin Wu walked around the garage and came back to confirm that there were no zombies nearby. Maya nodded. Lin Wu pressed the door handle on the iron door, and the door lock opened with a click. Lin Wu and Maya looked at each other. It was a little unexpected that the garage was not locked. This meant that the garage had been invaded and there might be zombies inside. Lin Wu slowly pushed the door open. Maya suddenly put her hand on Lin Wu's wrist as he pushed the door open, signaling Lin Wu not to move. Maya took the flashlight from Lin Wu's chest and shone it into the crack of the door. A line appeared in front of the two of them. Lin Wu was shocked. Zombies would set traps. Would humans still have a chance to survive? Maya laid down, squirmed her upper body into the crack of the door, and tossed her hands on both sides of the line for a while. She took a grenade from behind the door, checked it, and put it in her backpack. She stood up after observing it with a flashlight for a while. This was a trap set by humans. The human who set the trap was sitting in the corner of the garage and was dead. He had a short-barreled shotgun in his arms. Lin Wu took the shotgun and fumbled for the weapon belt. There were 12 shotgun bullets on the weapon belt. Lin Wu handed the shotgun to Maya. Maya didn't take it and said, "You keep it." Maya has a strong sense of tactics, and from the characteristics of the shotgun, she immediately judged that Lin Wu should be the best owner of the shotgun. Among the 8 people in the farm and the shadow base, Lin Wu was the only one holding a shotgun, who could have killed Kwang Meng alone. Maya did not explain, and Lin Wu did not understand the meaning of her words. However, Lin Wu's opinion of Maya improved slightly. At least Maya showed her trust in herself in this matter. Faced with the best guns that have appeared so far, Maya was not tempted. After searching the garage and getting some tools, Lin Wu made a hushed gesture, and the two of them came to the iron gate and gently pushed the door open. They only heard the sound of humans talking and dismantling furniture from the house where the garage belonged. A man and a woman. The man wanted to make a handmade spear with metal sheets and mop sticks. The two squatted and left the garage and returned to the street. There were 2 players fighting a zombie on the street. Maya whispered in Lin Wu's ear, "Resurrect the players." She pointed forward, indicating that they should ignore them. Along the way, they found several resurrected players looking for useful things at the scene of the traffic accident. As they walked along, they also found the base built by the resurrected players. Lin Wu whispered in Maya's ear, "There are 30 houses on both sides of the road. If all 30 houses are built with bases, and the safety zones cover each other, wouldn't this area become a safe community?" Maya responded, 30 bases. About 100 people. And 100 people only have a few shops in the town center. Sooner or later, they will fight. The resources of the town cannot accommodate so many people. But your idea is very insightful. We can send a single person to build a secondary base to increase the area of the safety zone. Agility seems to increase hearing. Lin Wu made a hushed gesture. The two squatted in the corner and listened attentively. They only heard the roar of the fierce beast in the distance. They could not determine the specific location of the fierce beast, nor could they know the distance between them. Maya made a quick decision, go home. Give up the remaining 8 targets. Sister. A man at the gate of the base greeted Lin Wu and Maya who were passing by, and walked out of the base's safety zone and said, "Our base is short of people. Are you interested in joining?" Maya replied, "I already have a base. Good equipment." The man glanced at the backpacks of the 2 people. The machetes, daggers, shotguns, and crossbows hanging on the sides of their backpacks were all high-end products. The man wanted to rob at first sight, but after the second sight, he felt that he could not afford to offend, and said kindly, "Then I will not bother you anymore." After that, he walked back to his base. Lin Wu was not so cunning, and continued to walk about 100 meters with Maya. Maya whispered, "Don't look back. There are 3 people following us. I guess they are interested in our equipment." Lin Wu, "They can't beat us." Maya replied, "They can wait for the lone person." Lin Wu said, "Strike first to gain the upper hand." Maya explained, "I am just guessing." Lin Wu replied, "Stalking is a capital crime." This is Lin Wu's decision-making ability. Whether it is right or not, he can make a decision immediately, and will not wait for the situation to develop before making a decision. Whether it is a game or reality, if someone follows you, there is a high probability that they have malicious intentions. In reality, you cannot take action before the other party shows malicious intentions, but not in the game. Don't say that I guess you have malicious intentions. Even if you look at me more, I can kill you. Even if you don't look at me, I can still kill you. PK in the game doesn't need a reason at all. Lin Wu and Maya climbed over the wall of a roadside house, preparing to plunder the house. Seeing an opportunity, the 3 men quickly gathered at the wall. A climbed over the wall first, and what was waiting for him was Lin Wu's dagger, which pierced his heart. I hadn't reacted yet, and just turned to face Lin Wu on the left. Lin Wu stabbed him from behind, and stabbed his backhand dagger into the back of his head, killing A on the spot. B saw Lin Wu kill A while climbing the wall, and after landing, he pulled out his baseball bat and shot a crossbow arrow at his head. System protection mechanism. When the player is in full health, he will not be killed instantly by another player. However, B's life dropped to 1 point instantly, and Lin Wu took advantage of the 0.5 second stiffness after being hit in the head, and directly killed him. C naturally couldn't escape either, and Lin Wu's 2 wind stabs killed him before he could see the situation clearly. Chapter 21 Night. Maya stood aside on guard. Lin Wu dug out a lot of garbage from the dead players and said, "Hey, there's something weird." "Throw it at Maya." Maya grabbed it with one hand. The item is called Corpse Odor Masking Agent. After taking it, the body will emit the smell of zombies. During this period, it will not be attacked by zombies. It lasts for 1 minute. Side effects: moderate poisoning, 1 life point per second, lasts for 1 minute. No wonder they are so confident. They can use this potion to lure a large number of zombies to attack our base. What Maya thought in her heart was that a resurrected player can get this drug, which means that this drug is not rare. It can be seen that in addition to facing the irregular siege of zombies, the base also has to face the malicious destruction of other players. This means that the base needs a certain number of defenders at all times. As he was talking, the body of A disappeared. Lin Wu was very anxious. It hasn't been cleaned up yet. He immediately attacked C. But the 3 people died too close to each other. Lin Wu only had time to find a book in C's backpack. Plumbing? Lin Wu was both happy and suspicious. He was happy that this was a skill book, but he was suspicious because he didn't know what plumbing was. The book only said that it was a skill book, but didn't say what plumbing was. Maya didn't understand this either. Gun barrel? Homemade gun barrel? Make water pipes? Can it pass water? Lin Wu said, "That should be called gun barrel and water pipe." Maya asked, "Are you learning it?" Lin Wu shook his head. "Men are afraid of entering the wrong profession. You learn it. Under normal circumstances, everyone can only learn 1 life skill." Maya hesitated for a moment and said, "Keep it for now. Learn first and use first. The sooner you learn, the more value you can create with skills." It's a pity that the meaning of plumbing cannot be understood literally, and it is not ruled out that it is a useless skill. Women are also afraid of entering the wrong profession. Okay. Maya's first meaningless retort. Lin Wu asked curiously, "What is your occupation?" Maya answered irrelevantly, "Let's go back." "Butcher?" She is so good at using knives, but she is too embarrassed to tell her occupation. There is reason to suspect that Maya is a butcher. "No." The 2 walked for a while. Lin Wu asked, "Stand-in?" Maya looked at Lin Wu. "I won't tell you." "Athlete." Lin Wu pointed at Maya with both fingers, made fencing movements, and made swishing sounds. Maya slapped Lin Wu's hand away, and led the way without saying a word. When they were almost at the base, Lin Wu, who had been thinking all the way, caught up with Maya. "Cook. 1 knife is good, and 100 knives are good." Maya was speechless. "Please don't be so boring and childish. Besides, if you want to guess, you can guess some professions that require intelligence." Lin Wu suddenly realized, clapped his hands and said, "College student? College student studying cooking? No. No." Maya sighed. "At least you know that you deny yourself." Linwu said to himself. You are too old to be a college student. Faced with irrefutable facts, Maya restrained her urge to draw her sword. Linwu ran to Maya, turned around and walked back, saying, a cooking teacher at a technical school. The teacher met the age and intelligence requirements, and the cooking major met the knife skills requirements. Perfect. Maya was speechless. Why can't I be a university cooking teacher? Linwu suddenly realized. I see. Maya was speechless. No. I'm not a teacher. And I have nothing to do with cooking. Well, it seems to be somewhat related. Cooking? No. A teacher. Linwu, a butcher teacher. Get lost? This was the first time Maya had lost his temper since she could remember. She shouldn't have said nonsense to him. She just said one more sentence. Women are afraid of choosing the wrong career, but she got herself mad. Shirtu was processing garbage at the newly built workbench on the second floor. He was a little surprised to hear Maya's words. He knew Maya's background. In the 10 years he had known Maya, he had never seen Maya angry or happy. She had a poker face and never showed her emotions. Shirtu called out, take out the trash. Linwu muttered as he went to the warehouse and dumped all the trash in his bag. He went to the second floor and asked, Shirtu, what does Maya do? Shirtu replied, I know, but since she didn't tell you, I can't tell you. Come over and sort out the garbage. Linwu took over. And Shirtu said, integrate all the fragments into higher-level materials. Dismantle switches, circuit boards and other items. Sort the garbage obtained. And saw the wood into planks. Where are you going? I'm going to visit the sick. Linwu said, visit Xiao Dao. Fuck. Shirtu sat down helplessly and continued to start the tedious sorting work. 80% of the items in the warehouse are waste. Shirtu has no skills. And he doesn't know which things to make before making which things. He can only sort out all the waste without a goal. Maya went to the second floor, picked up the kettle and poured a glass of boiled water. A lot of people came. Shirtu replied, as expected. 1 million people in 10 cities. 100,000 people in one city. 4 counties have an average of 25,000 people. It is equivalent to 12,500 people in each town. Assuming that no players die. The number of players in Beixiong town is 12,500. If you count the buildings in Beixiong town, there are less than 100 buildings in remote areas. After the resource shortage problem broke out, players who could not settle in the countryside were forced to develop towards the county town, the city, and even the future city. Maya said, perhaps developing in the city is the core content of this game. Absolutely not. Stone said, if there are no guns, 2 wild zombies can flatten an 8-person base. Wild zombies appeared on the first day of the game. And there will definitely be more powerful zombies in the future. With the density of urban zombies and the current abilities of players, there is almost no possibility of development. Maya agreed with Stone and asked, is the mountaintop church still too small to be used as a semi-permanent base? Stone replied, one of our purposes for occupying the mountaintop church is to spend the winter. And the other is to collect bullets. Without powerful firearms as support, it is unrealistic to go further. Even if we settle in the county, we still need the logistical support of the mountaintop church. In my opinion, before we officially establish a foothold in the future city, the mountaintop church will be one of our most important bases. Shirtu said, the longer you live, the higher the points bonus will be. Like Yuzuri. According to Shuguang's nature, she does not want any player to live for 2 years. However, she is limited by the fair mechanism and cannot target certain players. In my opinion, the waves of attacks and tests in the future will torment the players. The essence of the home game is not for the happiness of the players, but for the competition between the players. The more brutal the competition, the more it can reflect the goal content of the points. If the questions in the postgraduate entrance examination are all single-digit addition and subtraction, it is impossible to tell who is real talent. Shirtu asked, what happened between you and Linwu? Nothing. Maya, I'm going to rest. Shirtu said, hey, you can ask me politely if you need help to pick up the garbage. I will think you are very kind. And I will also reject your kindness. Maya said, I won't ask. Why? Because that's how you trick Pashi into getting his hands on him. Shirtu slapped his forehead. I almost forgot that you're Pashi's best friend. Maya hesitated and said, I'm going to rest. Shirtu, are you going to ask why we're getting divorced? Maya replied, I do want to ask, but I won't, because I've already suffered for talking too much today. Good night. Good night. Maya walked to the stairs, turned around and asked, "Do I look old?" Maya's question stunned Sure, and after a while he answered, "I've never seen a girl younger and prettier than you." "Did you take the wrong medicine? You actually asked such a question." Maya nodded, and went downstairs to the right dormitory to rest. Chapter 21 Siege. At 6 in the morning, Sure dismantled all the buildings in the base. Each person could take as many items as they could in addition to a basic bag. The number of players in the residential area of Beishang Town began to increase. There was a base on the left and a base on the right. It was rare to see zombies walking on the street. Some players put up signs at the entrance of the base to seek transactions, and some players shuttled through the town to transport supplies. Maya estimated that Beishang Town could barely support these players, and no more. However, if there was no production capacity, when the town's supplies were plundered, these players would have to face the choice of where to go. The group passed by Olive Manor. Lin Wu asked everyone to wait for him for a while. He took the marker he had looted last night and added a sentence under the sign of Olive Villa. Olive Manor recruits new players, providing food and accommodation, for assault rifles to guard the house, implementing the individual system, and there are 2 quotas. Newcomers are welcome to report to the manor, to build a beautiful home together. Hee. It's not about whether you can deceive people, but about how little time and cost you spend. Lin Wu has always been thinking about the key he got after killing Amanda, but facing the mines and traps in front of the manor. Lin Wu has no good way. I hope that enough players will be fooled, and I can step out a path for myself step by step. For bicycles from the farm villa are waiting at the intersection. For people sit on the back seat of the bicycle, and the 8 people quickly arrive at the farm base. There is a production table at the farm base. After an uncle in his early 30s took the bottles and cloth strips sent by Lin Wu and others, he immediately started to make Molotov cocktails. Taking this opportunity, Maya introduced it to everyone. The uncle at the production table is called Su Sure, main and secondary intelligence, extreme points. He has the carpenter entry. Making items can not only save a small amount of materials, but also speed up the production time. The double intelligence attribute further saves materials and improves efficiency. As long as you get a corresponding skill book, you can take off on the spot. She went on. Male, slim and thin, 1.9 meters tall and weighing only 60 kilograms. Overall attributes, also extremely added points, good at heavy weapons. Mahan, handsome boy, strength and physical attributes, good at using blunt weapons. Tang, female, strength and agility attributes, good at short blades and long blades. Cotton, female, same agility and physical points as Lin Wu, good at short blades. Aren't there 8 people in the battle arrangement? Why 9 people? Maya explained. Su Sure fainted. He is a pure logistics staff, with no combat power. This is also the reason why Su Sure chose to add all the points. He planned to find a sunny and feng shui treasure land to live for 2 years from the beginning. After getting to know each other, Maya explained to the members of the farm base that the farm base would be merged with the shadow base. The new base would be called the shadow base. The farm members had no objection. These people were all brought out by Maya from the death nest, and they respected and trusted Maya very much. Next, Maya began to arrange the team and tactics. The troops were divided into 2 groups. She went on. Sure, Tang and Maya guarded the main road. Xiao Dao, Lin Wu, Mahan and Minhua dealt with the zombies in the church. Su Sure did not participate in the battle. He would stay at the farm to do waste recycling. After briefly explaining the plan, the 8 people rode bicycles to the intersection of the church on the top of the mountain. The 8 people first quickly cleared the zombies near the intersection. 4 defenders stayed behind, and the remaining 4 were divided into 2 groups to surround the front and back doors of the church. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu were in one group. Mahan and Minhua were in another group, and each group was equipped with blunt instruments and sharp blades. The sharp blades came first, and the blunt instruments came later. The 2 groups arrived at their destination smoothly. At exactly 8 o'clock, the 2 groups launched an attack together. The back door led to a 10 square meter room, which contained more than 10 zombies, including a screamer. Lin Wu responded quickly, opened the wind thorn twice in a row, flashed behind the screamer, and killed it with a knife. At the same time, a long scream came from the main entrance of the church. It was obvious that Minhua at the main entrance failed to deal with the screamer smoothly. With a scream and a roar, all the zombies within 100 meters ran towards the sound. Some zombies ran to the bottom of the cliff and wandered for a while before dispersing. Some zombies circled along the cliff and successfully found the intersection. The battle started at the intersection. Maya stood on the rock and used a crossbow to kill Scream. As more and more zombies appeared, Maya's arrows at Scream were repeatedly blocked by other zombies. The bravest of the defenders was Shuadon. He took a 15-kilogram hammer and swung it in a circle. All the zombies in front of him were knocked down. 2 of them were killed by headshots. Unfortunately, this move was too stamina-consuming. Even with all the points added, he could only step back and chew a piece of gum to stand on the spot and wait for his stamina to recover after swinging it twice. Lin Wu's room was too small, and there were too many zombies, so he couldn't spare any hands. This was the time for blunt weapons to show their power. Xiao Dao hit left and right, opening a path to join Lin Wu. Lin Wu pulled out the water pipe and temporarily became a blunt weapon fighter. He started fighting with the zombies around him. Xiao Dao punched, kicked, and hammered, repeatedly resolving the crises for himself and Lin Wu. Because of the knife's main power, and the big stomach's power bonus, her damage is quite high. Zombies' heads are blown up from time to time. However, Xiao Dao's endurance was also depleted, and her secondary attribute of will was reflected at this time. The lower the endurance, the slower the endurance decreases. In layman's terms, it is fighting with will. After the zombies in the room were disrupted by Xiao Dao, the killer Lin Wu exerted his ability, dodged flexibly, and each strike was fatal. With Xiao Dao's intentional protection, Lin Wu killed all around, and in less than a minute, the 2 of them eliminated 14 zombies. Walking forward from the back door, there is an aisle on this side, and there are 6 rooms next to the aisle. The aisle is full of zombies, including the explosive zombies that Maya specially reminded. The explosive zombies are very distinctive, with a height of 1.9 meters, a particularly large belly, and a particularly small head. Xiao Dao took the lead to block the zombies rushing up. Molotov cocktail. Lin Wu took out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack, lit the claw strip with a lighter, and threw it at the zombies. The Molotov cocktail broke and exploded with countless flames. The explosive Sorrow was ignited by the flames, standing on the spot with his whole body turning red, and his body began to expand rapidly. Lin Wu grabbed Xiao Dao with both hands and dragged him backwards. Xiao Dao waved his hands and kicked wildly. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the zombies in the entire corridor were cleared out. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao were blown into the small room by the huge shock wave and fell to the ground. "How is it?" Lin Wu asked. Xiao Dao replied, "My right hand was slightly injured, and the striking force and speed of my right hand decreased by 2%. 78 points of blood left, and the infection rate is 10%. What about you?" "No injuries and no infection. Although Xiao Dao is small, she is qualified as a shield." Although the zombies in the corridor were cleared out, there are still zombies in the room. Zombies from 6 rooms rushed out of the room and reoccupied the corridor. Unlike the previous zombies, 50% of this batch of zombies are blood zombies. The combat power of blood zombies is the same as that of ordinary zombies, but the infection rate is doubled, and the bite is 40%. There were screams coming from the intersection, and along with the roars, zombies within 100 meters quickly gathered. It is conceivable how much pressure the defenders at the intersection are under now. Molotov cocktail. Xiao Dao blocked the zombies and said, "Even if you die, you must use it up. Judging from the current situation, if we can't take down the church on the top of the mountain today, everyone will die, and no one can escape." Chapter 22. Lin Wu had just lit the Molotov cocktail. There was an explosion at the front door. Apparently the front door was also lit to explode. Seeing the church so lively, the intersection could no longer be spared, and the full-time pitcher Tang Tang began to throw Molotov cocktails. It must be said that hot weapons are the best. A bottle passed, the fire was transmitted, and instantly a big hole was burned in the zombies. However, there were too many zombies at the intersection, and the hole was filled up in a short while. The Molotov cocktail only provided a few defenders with time to breathe and recover their endurance, and everyone's injuries and infection were slowly increasing. The good news is that no fierceness was found. Even so, the intersection could not be defended for long. In the face of the zombie tide, the role of the sharp blade was greatly reduced, and the role of the blunt instrument was greatly improved. Maya had thought of this a long time ago, so all the Molotov cocktails were allocated to the sharp blade players. The front and back door main attack teams no longer considered the issue of saving supplies, and the Molotov cocktails were thrown at the zombies as if they were free. With the help of Molotov cocktails, the front and back doors of the church have gained an advantage. and the zombies have become sparse. At this point, it depends on whether the zombies break through the defense line at the intersection first, or whether the players clear the zombies in the church first. Once the zombies break through the defense line, the zombies in the range must be cleared before the base can be established, which is almost an impossible task. The 7 players were all bloodthirsty. But fortunately, there was the extremely calm Maya. She first confirmed the injuries of the defenders, and then ordered, Tang Tang, leave 3 Molotov cocktails. Tang Tang, only the last 3 are left. Maya, everyone retreat to the last line of defense. Light the Molotov cocktails to stop the zombies. The thugs turned around and ran away. Tang Tang threw a Molotov cocktail behind the thugs, raising a wall of fire that temporarily blocked the zombies' attack. A few unlucky zombies were squeezed against the wall of fire by their companions and soon died. When the first wall of fire was reduced in intensity, Maya ordered the second bottle to be thrown, then the third bottle. The 3 walls of fire allowed the thugs to regain some of their stamina. Snow Egg took the lead, and the wheel hammer flew, sweeping down a large area, temporarily curbing the momentum of the zombies. Maya knew that the infection degree of Stone, Snow Egg and the others had exceeded 70%, and their lives were at the bottom. Looking up at the endless zombie group, Maya couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Did she make a big mistake? System notification. The base can be occupied. Condition, more than 5 people. Maya shouted, Stone. Group people. She took the long knife to fill the gap in Stone. Stone ran towards the church. 2 groups of attack teams ran out of the church. After reaching a certain distance, Stone invited to join the team, for people agreed. Stone continued to operate, clicked on the leadership system, confirmed to establish the base. White light rushed up, the safe zone appeared, which meant that the base was officially established. Maya immediately called on the defenders to retreat to the church, and shouted, Get weapons. After the leadership system was established, everyone had only 1 melee weapon left. Shirtu and others rushed into the church and asked, Where is the warehouse? Lin Wu replied, This way. He ran fast, and had already reached the warehouse to claim the pistol. Shirtu of course agreed. Lin Wu, who had picked up a gun, met the retreating defenders at the church gate. He fired several shots in a row, and only knocked down 1 zombie. Maya took the pistol, but the system prompted that the items needed to be put into storage before they could be claimed. Otherwise they could not be used. Seeing that it was too late, Maya hugged Lin Wu from behind, grabbed Lin Wu's hands with both hands, and fired the gun. The zombies within 2 meters fell down one by one with the sound of gunfire. Soon Cotton arrived with the second gun, and soon Tang Tang joined the battlefield with a short-barreled shotgun. The zombie tide rushed in very fast and rushed very close, allowing the 3 guns to exert great power. Within 2 or 3 meters, every shot hit the head. The zombie corpses that were only wiped out 1 minute after death soon piled up like a mountain. Amid the continuous gunfire at the front door, Shirtu gave priority to building a medical room, which would take 3 minutes to build. Shirtu arranged for those who were seriously injured and those with an infection rate of more than 50% to line up to go to bed. And each person lay down for 1 minute first. Victory was at hand, and he didn't want anyone to die before dawn. When the infirmary was built, the gunfire at the front door finally stopped. For 3 minutes, 2 pistols and a shotgun did not stop. Maya looked at the zombie corpses in front of her like a small mountain, and said, Everyone report injuries and infections. Lin Wu opened the character interface. 34% infection. 60 health points. Huh? Agility increased to 6 stars. And gained the skill, Quick Shooter. Consume 15% stamina. And can lock onto the target and shoot within a distance of 10 meters. Currently, the skill is level 1. And the probability of hitting the head is 15%. If the player is experienced in shooting, he can just aim directly. Quick Shooter is a rubbish skill for them. This skill has a good auxiliary effect for shooting novices like Lin Wu, although the probability of headshot is low. At least he can hit the opponent, and he will not miss the target. Shirtu is worried about the first siege of the church on the top of the mountain. The noise made by the 3 guns is estimated to be off the charts. At that time, the siege strength of the zombies will be very high. If it were just ordinary zombies, 3 guns would still be enough to defend it, but if 1 or 2 fierce zombies were added, the mountaintop base would not be able to escape the fate of GG. Maya rearranged the beds. The 80% infected Snow Egg lay down for 5 minutes first, and then the Horse Soul was replaced. Let Stone expel Tang Tang and Cotton from the base, and they rushed back to the farm base to lie down in turn. After they recovered from their injuries, the farm base was revoked, and Su Shi was protected to go to the mountaintop church and complete the procedures for joining the base. Under Maya's arrangement and deployment, the 2 beds at the farm and the mountaintop base saved 8 wounded, including 5 seriously injured. 4 hours later, Su Shi abandoned the farm base and arrived at the mountaintop church under the protection of Tang Tang and Cotton. So far, the task of capturing the mountaintop church was completed without losing a single person. Through a battle between life and death, the integration of the farm base and the shadow base was perfect, and the members of the 2 bases accepted each other, and all the previous concerns disappeared. Everyone carried a basic package, and after the basic package was put into storage, small construction could be started. The mountaintop base is a small to medium-sized base, with a total of 9 building units, including 2 large open-air building units. Shi called everyone to a meeting in the infirmary and explained the situation of the base. Large units can build powerful facilities, such as field hospitals and barracks. Field hospitals can accommodate 2 beds, and barracks can accommodate 6 beds. At the same time, because they are open-air units, they can also build vegetable gardens and livestock farms. But the condition is that at least one member of the base has agricultural or livestock skills. Maya said, small units build dormitories, with a maximum of 4 beds. We have 9 people, so we need to sacrifice 3 small units. I suggest building a barracks, and then use a small unit to build a dormitory. There are 10 beds in total, and we can recruit another member. Shi said, residents of open-air dormitories will reduce morale by 15%. The problem lies here. Who lives in the open-air barracks? And who lives in the indoor rooms? Maya said, before that, I suggest that we assign duties first. Logistics personnel can bear some grievances and live in the barracks. We must try our best to protect the morale of field personnel. Currently, there are only Shi and Su Shi as pure logistics personnel, and the others are combat personnel. Shi said, you will assign the specific work. Chapter 23 Strolling. Maya was not polite, she said without hesitation. We must clean up the nearby factories, apartments and commercial streets as soon as possible. Pay special attention to the building material packages. It is better to let the building materials rot in the base than to leave them. In the absence of building materials, other players cannot gain a foothold near us. Lin Wu, Cotton, you are responsible for the night shift looting, no destruction or demolition. Snow Egg, Tang Tang and Ma Han are responsible for the day shift demolition work. I and Xiao Dao are responsible for the daytime looting, and assist the demolition team. I will draw up a detailed action table. Please strictly implement the items on the action table. Don't do whatever you want, go wherever you want. Otherwise, not only will you get half the result with twice the effort, but it will also be difficult to get support in the event of an accident. In addition, while others are working, the remaining personnel should be prepared for support. Maya said, pay special attention to apartment building number 2 here. This apartment building is full of blood zombies. I think the surrounding blood zombies all come from apartment building number 2. It is not clear what is in apartment building number 2 for the time being. But do not approach apartment building number 2 unless necessary. Next is the weapon equipment. Everyone knows that we implement the commander system. The application for various items requires the consent of the commander or 2 deputy commanders. Shi is the commander, I am the deputy commander. In order to avoid embarrassment and disrupt harmony, some things should not be done. Maya said, currently there is only 1 heavy weapon, and the exclusive personnel is Shuedon. Others should not apply for it. The fine steel dagger is Lin Wu's weapon, and everyone should not apply for it. The night shift can apply for my crossbow, but it is best not to apply for it during the day shift. At present, only Lin Wu is allowed to go out with a short-barreled shotgun and carry 4 bullets, because he is the only one who can kill Kwang Ming alone. Maya continued, during non-working hours, when you are energetic, some necessary training should be carried out. At present, the knife and horse soul still have a lot of room for improvement. I can provide some suggestions. Others can only explore on their own. Stone translation, play games, work when on duty, sleep when on break, kill monsters and level up when you have extra time. Whether it is a factory, an apartment or a commercial street, it is more than 700 meters away from our base. Therefore, I suggest getting a car first. Using a car to transport the basic package is definitely more efficient than transporting the basic package manually. Maya nodded, okay. It is now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I will make an action list before 2 o'clock. The day shift will work until 8 o'clock in the evening. The 2 night shift personnel should pay attention. You will act separately, mainly stealth, and try not to alarm the zombies. Your main job is not to collect basic packages, nor to collect garbage, but to collect high-value items: alcohol, antibiotics, weapons, seeds, skill books, etc. From the perspective of vision and hearing, the night is not conducive to the action of players. Often when they find danger, they are surrounded by zombies. The last time Lin Wu and Xiao Dao looted the warehouse, zombies poured into the warehouse from everywhere. If it were not for the large space in the warehouse, they would be in a very passive position at that time. They can't waste a night. Cotton and Lin Wu, who have the characteristics of sensitive bodies, have stronger survival ability than others. If you can't beat them, at least you can run away. Maya's arrangement is very detailed. She plans routes for each shift. She doesn't ask them to achieve work results, but only asks them not to disrupt the order. What if someone slacks off? Shirtu is not worried about this. He knows that there is a thing called collective honor. If someone brings back 10 units of materials, it's acceptable for you to bring back 8. And it's barely reasonable to bring back 5. If you only bring back 1 material, you must consider the collective's opinion of you. Currently, there is a lack of basic packages. Only barracks, dormitories, infirmaries, and production tables have been built. After the meeting, Lin Wu, who was on night shift, wandered around. When he came to the production table, he saw Susher scribbling on a piece of paper. He asked curiously, "Old Su, are you making a nuclear bomb?" Susher has a good temper and replied, "Generator. I don't like the dark." No one likes the dark. Lin Wu looked at the blueprint. What materials are missing? Players can assemble the generator by themselves, but the difficulty is very high. The best way is to unlock the skills needed to assemble the generator. Unlocking skills requires a skill book. Lin Wu played for a day, went to many places, touched countless corpses, only found a book on plumbing in last night's PK. I really want to summon the dead player to ask him where he got the skill book. Susher pointed to the blueprint. How many coils are needed? But I don't know the materials in the coils. And I can't make a complete coil no matter how I add them. Ordinary items can be combined, but complex machinery cannot be made without skills. Lin Wu, you came at the right time. I applied for your flashlight. Shirtu said that you need your consent. Lin Wu asked, do you have to work overtime at night? Susher said, no. I guess that if I dismantle the flashlight, I can get the system blueprint for making flashlights. Guess and dismantle it. Susher said, I think we can take a gamble. I dismantled the kitchen knife and got the kitchen knife blueprint. I dismantled the stove and got the stove blueprint. I can make kitchen knives and stoves now. Lin Wu shook his head. I think gambling is a very bad behavior. Stingy. Lin Wu thought about it and said, I touched a chip earlier. You can try to dismantle the chip to see if you can get the chip blueprint. If possible, you can dismantle the flashlight at will. Susher immediately went to the warehouse to find the chip, applied for the chip, and took the chip to the workbench and dismantled it without hesitation. After waiting for a long time, Susher said to Lin Wu, who was looking at him eagerly, It's okay. You can go and do your work. Lin Wu rolled his eyes. You should say thank you at this time. Thank you, Old Su. Lin Wu had a flash of inspiration. There is a transformer near the factory. Can we dismantle the transformer and use it as a generator? Susher frowned. I study carpentry, and I am not very familiar with electrical work. By the way, is there a necessary relationship between transformers and generators? Lin Wu asked back. How did you draw this picture? Susher replied, Concept. I am conceiving a piston driven by combustion, and the piston moves and drives the generator to generate current. Lin Wu said, therefore, we need to make a generator first, and then we can make a generator. It's over. The core craftsmen of the base don't seem to be very reliable. Susher was stumped by the question, and asked for a long time how to generate electricity. Lin Wu replied, could it be that energy pushes a turntable, and the friction between the turntable and some objects generates current? Xuedong returned from transporting the basic package, and saw the two people pondering in the production room, and asked, have you encountered a problem? Lin Wu turned around and asked, Xuedong, do you know how the generator works? Xuedong replied, energy pushes the magnet to move the coil, and the coil generates direct current. The generator is equipped with an excitation winding, and when direct current is applied, it will be excited, generating a magnetic field. And popular. In other words, it becomes an electromagnet. The generator consists of two parts, the stator and the rotor. The stator consists of three-phase winding and three-phase symmetrical winding. Su-Sher and Lin Wu were stunned. Shi Wudan added, I am an engineer. Lin Wu was mad. Why don't you do your job as an engineer? Shi Wudan replied, I studied mechanical engineering for 4 years in Blue Star, and then studied for 3 years as a graduate student, and then worked as an engineer for another 3 years. I finally got a chance to play a game, and I have to be an engineer? Aren't you tired of it? These words made the two speechless. Shi Wudan swung a 15-kilogram hammer and said excitedly, Let's go, and get to work. Su-Sher said helplessly, I'd better concentrate on recycling waste. Chapter 24 Treasures Hidden Deep. Lin Wu was not convinced, and called out to Shi-Tu who was passing by. Shi-Tu, you are so unremarkable. What did you do before? Shi-Tu was angry. You know that what you said is very hurtful? Lin Wu laughed apologetically. I'm just curious, what is your profession? Shi-Tu pulled his clothes, and proudly replied, Boss. Leave. Oh, Su-Sher and Lin Wu nodded together. This answer was expected. Su-Sher asked the person passing by the door, Tang Tang, what is your profession in Blue Star? Tang Tang was stunned for a long time before answering. Criminal. Fuck. This is awesome. What's wrong? Tang Tang asked. The food in prison is good, life is stable, no need to work, people in prison come from all corners of the world, there are many talented people, what's wrong with that? Lin Wu asked carefully. Did you commit a crime intentionally? Tang Ang shook her head, not intentionally. What is that? Tang Ang said, after graduating from college. I bought a house with a mortgage. I couldn't pay the mortgage and the house was auctioned off. And I still owed the bank a sum of money. The bank said, either pay back the money or go to jail. Su-Sher gave a thumbs up. You dare to buy a house with a mortgage. I admire you. What a ruthless person. Most people would not dare to tie their future 30 years to a house. Talking about this topic, Tang Tang called Cotton nearby and asked, Cotton, what do you do on Blue Star? Policeman. Cotton was the least talkative person in the base. He walked outside the production room and said, Su-Sher. Lock-picking tools. I made a batch. And there are some in the warehouse. Okay. Although it felt a bit awkward for the police to use lock-picking tools. Cotton was the most normal one among the people being asked. Su-Sher told Lin Wu that Ma Hun was a chef on Blue Star. So far. Except for Maya and Xiao Dao. Lin Wu already knew everyone's profession. Lin Wu was not interested in Xiao Dao's profession. But he was curious about Maya's profession. Su-Sher and Lin Wu asked several people in a row. But no one knew. Everyone felt that Maya was not easy to get close to. And they also agreed with Maya's organizational ability. As the two were gossiping, Maya drove a tattered red pickup truck back to the base. Everyone went to the parking lot outside the church to check out the first car in the base. The most concerned thing was the car's carrying capacity. The system showed that this red pickup truck had space for 6 basic bags. The trunk can transport whole furniture and home appliances, but cannot transport rags, wine bottles, and other small items that can be put into backpacks. The maximum number of passengers is 5. The overall integrity is 30%. It can be repaired with car repair tools. Having a car-related major can play 100% of the role of the repair tools. Otherwise, it can only play 50% of the role. It is comfortable to have a car. It not only frees your legs, but the most important thing is that the efficiency is greatly improved. There are 5 people on the day shift. It takes 10 minutes to run back and forth, and can only carry back 5 basic bags. It takes 5 minutes to go back and forth by car. 6 basic bags can be placed on the car, and each person can carry 1 basic bag. 11 basic bags can be carried back in 1 trip. Maya numbered all the buildings. Lin Wu's work order was Commercial Street number 1 to 5. He was required to search for any valuables as carefully as possible. There is a highway in front of the Commercial Street, with 4 lanes running in opposite directions, with a green belt in the middle and a dozen dim streetlights. There is a riverside park at the back of the Commercial Street, which extends all the way to the factory. Across the Commercial Street are 5 7-story apartment buildings, and behind the apartment buildings is an unfinished construction site. The most eye-catching of all the buildings is apartment building number 2. Apartment building number 2 is full of blood zombies, and the surface of the apartment building is covered with a thin layer of blood mist. Maya speculates that entering the blood mist area without a gas mask will lead to infection. So tonight Lin Wu has another side quest. When you are ready to go home to take out the garbage after a search, if you are in good condition, sneak into the blood mist covered area to be a guinea pig. The searched items are divided into 4 categories by Maya. The first category is valuables. The more valuable the items, the deeper they are hidden. The second category is basic packages. Basic packages are more obvious and easy to find. The third category is complete small items, such as screwdrivers, jelly and the like. The fourth category is waste, including plastic, metal, rags, electronic components, etc. obtained after demolition. Before departure, Maya specially found 2 night searchers to explain the search items, which made Lin Wu wonder if he had missed some good things in the Navy souvenir shop where he got 2 pistols. Shop number 1 is an office supply store, providing services such as copying and printing, and selling small office supplies. Lin Wu searched around and found that they were basically all odds and ends. 2 boxes of pins, 1 box of paper clips, 1 box of staplers, and 2 packs of A4 paper. Following Maya's reminder, Lin Wu moved the computer desk away and found a safe hidden underground. The safe requires a 6-digit password. There was a note next to the safe, "Boss, I changed the password. You can find the new password in the old place in the store." Still solving puzzles? Fuck, this isn't the end yet. While searching for the password, Lin Wu accidentally discovered a hollow wall. He used a steak knife to dig it open and found an embedded iron box. There was a button on it. Lin Wu pressed the button to pop up the interface. An 8x8 digital Huarong road appeared. Arrange the shuffled numbers in order to open the iron box. System description: intelligence affects the difficulty. Fuck. 2 hits, fuck. 3 hits, and then there is the ceiling. After removing each piece of the ceiling, Lin Wu found a skill book inside, electronics. The reason for the hack is that, as Maya said, good things are hidden very deeply. Lin Wu continued to suspect that he had missed something good in the Navy souvenir shop. Throwing the book into his backpack, Lin Wu left shop number 1. The safe and the Huarong road had to be solved by professional intelligence people. Shop number 2 was locked. Lin Wu took out the lockpick and poked it a few times and opened it. Just as he was about to push the door to enter, a creepy cooing sound came from near apartment number 2. Because there was only street lighting, Lin Wu could not see the situation of the apartment across the road. Considering the distance, Lin Wu ignored it and sneaked into shop number 2. The system is a cunning old thief. 4 zombies are hiding in convenience store number 2. 1 was under the shelf, waiting for the player to pass by and grab its leg to eat. 1 was behind the container, standing in a dead corner and sleeping. 1 was lying on the edge of the ceiling, and the player would fall down when passing by. The last one was lying in the cabinet under the cash register. There were only 2 zombies lying on the ground sleeping in store number 1, which successfully paralyzed Lin Wu. The unconventional method of hiding corpses in store number 2 caused Lin Wu, who was less vigilant, to be firmly grabbed by the shoulder. Fortunately, the wind thorn was activated in time, which made the zombie's subsequent bite miss. However, the wind thorn impact knocked down many items, making a loud noise. After Lin Wu dealt with the zombie in front of him, he immediately slipped out of store number 2, entered store number 1 and closed the door. After a while, he saw several zombies staggering past the window of store number 1 and entering store number 2. Damn! A screaming zombie stopped 7 meters away from the door of store number 1. Lin Wu thought that if he opened the door and rushed towards Scream, he could kill it before it made any sound. But he would definitely be discovered by the zombies nearby. Either he could kill this group of zombies, or he could take the zombies away from the commercial street. Both options were good, but Lin Wu was still frightened by the cooing sound, and his intuition told him that it was not a good thing to cause trouble now. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the zombies slowly dispersed. Lin Wu killed Scream and returned to the base. Chapter 25 Killed in Action. Hi! Lin Wu greeted Shirtu. Shirtu, why are you back? Lin Wu, where's Maya? Shirtu said, she is sleeping. Oh! Shirtu was dissatisfied. Hey, I'm the boss. You can talk to me if you have something to say. Lin Wu said, you need to adjust your work content. Shirtu pointed to the backyard and said, Maya is in the barracks. TSK? Childish. The 4 beds in the room were originally arranged for girls, but Maya refused because she likes camping. The men were embarrassed to take up the last bed in the room, so they all moved to the barracks. The 15% reduction in morale by the open-air bed has a relatively large impact to a certain extent. To remove the attribute of reducing morale by 15%, the barracks must be upgraded to luxury barracks. The luxury barracks not only increase morale by 15%, but also add 2 more beds. There are 2 conditions for upgrading the luxury barracks. The first condition is that a member of the base has the life skill of architect. It is clear at a glance that architect is definitely not a basic life skill. It is currently unclear what life skill architect is an upgraded version of, and how many times it needs to be upgraded. The second condition is a question mark. I think only after the architect appears can we see the second condition. Judging from the real scene of the building, the barracks are not bad. Although each unit is not large, they are all equipped with screen doors, which provide people with a certain degree of privacy. Each unit is a double-layer structure. The upper layer is a bed, the lower layer is a desk, and a small candle is given for free on the upper and lower layers. Lin Wu found the room with Maya's name on it, and knocked on the screen. If the owner is at home, the screen is closed, and outsiders cannot enter. Soon the screen was opened, and Maya invited Lin Wu to enter her room. Because the space was too small, Maya returned to the bed on the second floor, and Lin Wu sat on the chair on the first floor to communicate with Maya. Lin Wu first explained the situation that store number 1 needed intellectual support, and Maya said that she understood, and that someone would be arranged to escort Su Shi to unlock it during the day tomorrow. Then Lin Wu asked, "Did you hear the sound of cooing when you were in the commercial street and near the apartment during the day?" The sound sounded a little low, but it was very penetrating. Maya answered with certainty, "No." Lin Wu nodded, "Okay. Good night." Maya stopped Lin Wu. "Did you go back to the church specifically for this matter?" Lin Wu nodded. "Although your tone is questioning, my answer is direct affirmation." Maya pondered for a moment, and said, "Cancel the task of exploring apartment number 2 tonight." "Okay." Lin Wu pulled open the screen, and a number appeared in the upper left corner in front of him. 20% morale reduction. Lin Wu opened the base interface in surprise, and saw that the cemetery of the mountaintop church base had its first resident, Cotton. The base instantly became lively, and people at work and rest asked each other, "Is Cotton dead? How did he die?" Cotton's task tonight is to plunder apartment number 1. At 8 o'clock in the evening. After arriving near the commercial street with Cotton, Lin Wu and Cotton went their separate ways. Lin Wu also paid attention to the situation near apartment number 1 many times, and it was always quiet. Maya asked Cotton and Lin Wu to carry a Molotov cocktail each, and whoever needed help would light the Molotov cocktail. In case of an emergency, Shi Tu immediately held a meeting by the bonfire in the backyard, and the whole church was only a little brighter by the bonfire. Base morale is a system data. Shi Tu believes that real morale is more important. Today was supposed to be a good day. 9 people united to take down the mountaintop church. Morale was high. Unexpectedly, 1 person was killed at night, and the reason was unknown. Maya first explained her idea of dispatching the night shift. Both Mianhua and Lin Wu were agile and physical. The difference was that Mianhua's main force was secondary. Both of them had quite good escapability, so they were arranged to work at night. Finally, she added that she did not require Mianhua or Lin Wu to notify the other person when returning to the base. This sentence was to excuse Lin Wu. Maya's words contained the statement that she was responsible for the dispatch error, which led to Mianhua's death. Lin Wu explained the abnormal sound he heard. He believed that there were mutant zombies near the apartment building. Xiao Dao and other day shift staff disagreed with this. Ma Hun squatted near apartment number 2 throughout the day shift. Except for the screaming zombies and the exploding zombies, no other mutant zombies were found. Blood zombies cannot be considered mutant zombies. They can only be said to be enhanced zombies. Lin Wu insisted on his own opinion. He believed that there were unknown mutant zombies near building 2. Lin Wu said, "The first time we met Kwang Ming, we prepared in advance and took the initiative to lead it to the base. But in the end, we paid the price of 2 people being seriously injured. If it was the first time we encountered Kwang Ming, I don't think anyone would have survived. I didn't hear Kwang Ming's voice tonight. In the case of Cotton, it is almost impossible to escape from ordinary zombies. Therefore, I firmly believe that there is at least 1 mutant zombie near the apartment building that we have never seen," Lin Wu said, "to prove whether there is or not. Go and take a look." "I will go alone." Maya said, "Go during the day?" Lin Wu disagreed. "Maybe it's not accidental that you didn't find it during the day. Maybe this kind of zombie only appears at night." "Su Shi, can you make a skyrocket?" Su Shi replied, "No problem." Maya stopped persuading him. Lin Wu has the strongest survival ability in the base. If Lin Wu is killed by zombies despite being on guard, It means that no one in the base is safe. Lin Wu applied for equipment, bringing a flashlight, a dagger, a rocket, a lighter, a chewing gum, a short-barreled shotgun, and 4 shotgun bullets. Before leaving, Lin Wu told Shirtu that if he died, he hoped they could build a good base, and he would find a way to return to the base after he was resurrected. Shirtu promised that he would reserve a spot for Lin Wu and asked Lin Wu to keep his promise. Xiao Dao sent Lin Wu to the intersection of the base. Hey! Run faster! Yes! Lin Wu sneaked all the way, and killed any zombies he met after reaching the commercial street, and slowly approached and arrived near apartment building number 1. There are 3 in front and 2 in the back of the 5 apartment buildings, about 50 meters apart from each other. Lin Wu stopped and squatted beside the bushes near apartment building number 1. After a while, he heard a cooing sound coming from the direction of building number 2, but he couldn't determine the distance. Lin Wu looked in the direction where the sound came from, and did not see any mutant zombies. He waited quietly for a minute, and found that the cuckoo sound that sounded every 15 seconds seemed to be approaching his position. No, he still did not see any mutant zombies. Lin Wu's palms began to sweat, and he thought that the sound would not be more than 25 meters away from him. There were only street lights on the road in the commercial street, and it was pitch black on both sides. Lin Wu could only shine a flashlight in the direction where the sound came from, but he still did not find it. Suddenly, the sound changed from the original cuckoo to coo, and the frequency began to increase. Its momentum was like a submarine sonar, and it kept speeding up with the approach of the destroyer. In less than a while, the cuckoo sound had become once every 3 seconds. At this time, Lin Wu, who was tense, still did not see any mutant zombies, but his ears told him that something was less than 15 meters away from him. His intuition told him that this thing was searching for his exact location. Chapter 26 Blind Bat. Lin Wu made a quick decision and ran away. When he moved, the sound of grunts sounded rapidly, following Lin Wu at a frequency of 2 to 3 times per second. Lin Wu pulled out a double-barreled shotgun, ran onto the road, and turned and fell to the ground 3 seconds after the wind thorn rushed out. He saw a creature like a shadow rushing towards him from 5 meters away. This creature had a layer of black crystals on its body, like a whale inhabited by barnacles, and it was hard to tell whether these crystals were foreign objects or augmented creatures. It had no eyes, and a mouth that looked particularly huge on its face, and was extremely ugly. Lin Wu used the quick shooter skill to pull the trigger, and dozens of steel balls spewed out of the shotgun, and hit the creature's body all at once. The process was like steel colliding, and although the hard shell blocked most of the steel balls, a small number of steel balls still shot into the creature's body. After being hit hard by a bullet, the creature flew several meters away and rolled twice on the ground due to pain, then jumped to the dark area on the left and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Wu stood up, pointed his gun at the dark area on the left side of the road, listened to the rapid grunts, and tried to find the other party with his eyes. Due to the gunshots, the zombies nearby gathered towards the road. Lin Wu waited for a while in vain, and could only escape from the zombies. The commercial area was more than 700 meters away from the base, and there was no light. As soon as Lin Wu entered the darkness, he heard the grunts moving with him, chasing him closely behind him. After a while, Lin Wu threw the other party 15 meters away, and the other party's grunts weakened. The barracks reduced morale by 15%, and Cotton Death reduced morale by 20%, which reduced Lin Wu's attributes. The physical strength consumed at the same speed increased greatly. Windthorn and Quick Gunner consumed another 35% of his endurance. Lin Wu's endurance bar has reached the bottom. Eating a piece of gum is better than nothing. Slowing down to reduce physical strength consumption. As soon as he slowed down, the sound of the goo caught up with him. Lin Wu, thinking of fighting to the death, took the hunting rifle, stopped and turned around. The endurance bar began to recover. Lin Wu faced the darkness, listened to the rapid gurgling sound, and stared at the endurance bar. When the endurance bar rose to 15%, Lin Wu decisively used the quick shooter. A shotgun bullet was fired as if it hit a wall. Sparks flew everywhere, and a creature fell heavily to the ground. Damn the headshot rate. Lin Wu fired another shot following the sound. This shot was completely empty, and did not hit the opponent. Lin Wu's shotgun had one last bullet left, and was waiting quietly. The creature was probably scared, and did not rush forward immediately. It kept swimming on the left side of Lin Wu, looking for the best opportunity. Lin Wu looked at the endurance bar. He originally planned to shoot the opponent after his endurance returned to 15%. But he knew there was no chance after hearing the gurgling sound. Lin Wu, who was full of decisiveness, pulled the trigger. As expected, he missed again this time. However, the opponent was frightened and retreated 5 meters with the gurgling sound. But he immediately came to Lin Wu again. Lin Wu held the empty gun and listened quietly to the gurgling sound. When the gurgling sound became rapid, 3 to 4 times a second, Lin Wu ran away. In this confrontation, Lin Wu used the last bullet to buy time and recovered 20% of his stamina. He had already figured out the opponent's speed and tried to slow down as much as possible to reduce stamina loss. While running, Lin Wu took out a lighter from his backpack and lit the rocket. After the base personnel found the rocket, they immediately gathered near the intersection and soon saw the embarrassed Lin Wu. Lin Wu shouted, "Shoot behind me." Maya raised her gun and fired, firing 7 shots in a row, and found that one bullet hit a rock and produced sparks. Because there was no power supply, there was only a candle at the intersection, and no one saw what was behind Lin Wu. At this time, Lin Wu rushed into the safe zone, turned around and fell to the ground skillfully, pulled the bolt of the shotgun, and found that it was pulled in vain. "Where is my gun?" Command system, after the base members returned to the base. Except for a melee weapon, all their items are automatically stored. Maya and Ma Han each held a gun, standing beside Lin Wu, and pulled the trigger without hesitation into the darkness. At this time, Xiao Dao, who had taken the display mirror, did not see any creatures in the display mirror, but saw a name, Blind Bat Zombie. Xiao Dao immediately shouted, "Blind Bat Zombie." Xiao Dao pointed to the name and directed the shooter to shoot. It ran away. Xiao Dao was in disbelief. It actually ran away. The cooing sound it made should be the sound wave. Everyone heard the cooing sound from near to far and fled away. Maya put away her gun. It is speculated that blind bats only appear at night. In the future, if you hear the sound during the night shift, try to stay as far away as possible. Shirtu pulled Lin Wu up from the ground. "If you are not dead, go to the bed. No injury. No infection." Lin Wu was a little discouraged. No luck yet. Lin Wu used the quick shooter skill to hit the blind bat twice, but neither shot activated the 15% headshot chance, and only hit the body of the blind bat. Judging from the opponent's bullet situation, Lin Wu speculated that if the shotgun shot the head, one shot would kill the blind bat. "It's good that you're not hurt." Shirtu patted Lin Wu on the shoulder. "Take the supplies and go to the factory area to detect mines." "Shirtu is skinning me," Lin Wu said dissatisfiedly. I'm still scared, but I don't lose blood." Shirtu also said helplessly, "If you don't detect mines, others will definitely die if they encounter mines." Lin Wu said in surprise, "A new entry is obtained, mine detector." "Really?" Everyone asked in surprise. "There is such an entry." "Fake." Lin Wu went to get the supplies. TSK. The only one who was unmoved was Maya. She looked at the darkness and said, "Although Blind Bat and Crazy are both mutant zombies, Crazy should be a refresh zombie, and Blind Bat is a fixed-point zombie. That is to say, you may encounter Crazy anywhere, and you will only encounter Blind Bat in some places. Apartment building number 2 must have a big secret." Shirtu added, "Or a treasure." Mahan said, "We should get more guns. Everyone has an assault rifle tonight, and Blind Bat will definitely die." Tang Tang. Suggestion, we will destroy building 2 tomorrow during the day. Mai objected, "We are short of supplies, gasoline is used up, there are not many bullets in the shotgun, most people lack system attack skills. Maintain the action table unchanged, and move everything that can be moved nearby as soon as possible." Xiao Dao asked, "I will go to the night shift and work with Lin Wu." Maya disagreed, "If you meet mutant zombies, you will become a burden to Lin Wu." Xiao Dao was so angry that he put his hands on his waist, but what the other person said made sense, so he could only turn his head away with disdain. While they were chatting, Lin Wu took the supplies to the intersection and said solemnly, "Brothers, if I die, remember to burn incense for me every day." Shirtu said, "I will burn 2 incense sticks for you." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Go quickly." Shirtu said, "Leave one person to wander around the base according to the duty schedule, and everyone else go to rest. When the members are in the base, an electronic map will appear in the lower right corner, and the green dots represent the base members. If there are outsiders or zombies invading, they will appear on the map as red dots. To ensure the safety of the base, A night watchman or a day watchman must be left. At present, in addition to unlimited bullets, the mountaintop base has only one advantage of double endurance recovery. If you want to consolidate the defense and strengthen the advantages of the defender, you need to build various defensive buildings, such as sentries, mine defense arrays, automatic turrets, etc. At the current level of players, the only defensive building that can be built is the sentry, which greatly improves the hit rate of guns within the line of sight. The sentry also has the function of reducing the threat level of the base noise. As the boss of the base, Sure 2 is uneasy about the threat level. After building the base today, 3 guns kept making noise to deal with zombies. 2 guns fired continuously for 1 minute to deal with blind bats. The threat level of the base has reached 3 stars. No one knows what 3 stars means, and it is not clear when the zombie siege will break out. In addition, there is a small trouble. Snow Egg will snore. This is an ability that comes with the entry, and Snow Egg can't do anything about it. Snoring will affect other people's sleep, causing fatigue recovery to slow down. Fortunately, each player only needs to rest for 5 hours a day under normal circumstances. The night is long, and the impact is not big. It's just a small trouble. Chapter 27 Sickness. There is a new type of common zombie in the factory. The only difference from the common zombies is that they wear helmets, which is quite unfriendly to the Blade clan. Luckily, Linwu has a dagger with sharp attributes, but after stabbing 7 or 8 zombies, seeing that the durability has dropped by 10 points, Linwu felt very distressed. Thinking about going to the Olive Manor tomorrow to see if he can meet the lovely and charming Amanda again. From the helmet zombies, Linwu speculated that there might be a very troublesome common zombie in the game, that is, soldier-like zombies wearing helmets and plate armor bulletproof vests. Factory looting is not an area that Linwu is good at, so he took out a pen and paper to record the location of the building material packages. In addition to building material packages, there are still building material packages. In addition, there are heavy goods such as nails, and no valuables are seen. The factory is very large, a main factory building with 2 floors, and forklifts and other machinery, and a large number of crates are piled up in front of the factory building. Behind the factory is a row of small warehouses, which are also mainly filled with crates. Because of the large area, the density of zombies is much lower than that of the commercial area. Linwu strolled around leisurely, just like wandering around in his own backyard. On the second floor, there are 3 offices, namely the General Manager's office, the Personnel and Finance offices. The General Manager's office is not in line with the status. There are all kinds of garbage and sundries piled up in it. The desk is also pitifully small. The only thing that attracted Linwu's attention was a safe in the corner. Linwu tried to move it, but it didn't move at all. He checked the nameplate of the safe, which said the parameters, 300 kilograms. It was a mistake not to bring a knife. Linwu took a key from the desk drawer, and found that it was the key to the safe after inserting it. But where to enter the password or fingerprint? After searching for a long time, Linwu only saw a rotating knob on the front of the safe. Under the flashlight, he could see that the rotating knob was divided into 2 sets. One set of rings on the outside, and the rotating knob on the inside. There were marks on it like a watch. And there were also 0, 5, 10, 15, all the way to 60. Linwu, who had no intelligence, decided to ignore it. He searched again and found a fishing rod, a notepad, 2 pencils, a fountain pen, and a dozen silver coins, and 5,000 yuan bills. Linwu picked up the photo frame on the table. Inside was a photo of a family of 3. It was obvious that this was a happy family. The background of the photo was an island in the middle of a lake. The family of 3 sat on a picnic mat, which was filled with food and drinks. Linwu put down the photo frame, opened a folder, blew away the dust inside, and found a supply contract. When Linwu was about to put it back, a small book slipped out of the folder. Linwu picked it up and immediately became excited. This was a gun license. There was a photo of a gun in the gun license, and the parameters of the gun. This was an AK assault rifle with a magazine capacity of 30, and it used 7.62mm rifle bullets, compared with the pistol and shotgun he had gotten before. This was a real gun. Linwu began to rummage through the boxes and found an electricity bill. The bill showed that the general manager lived in room 01 on the 7th floor of apartment 5. Interesting, this game is interesting. Arrange clues in reasonable places, let the players find them by themselves. Lin Wu threw the electricity bill into his bag, searched carefully again without any results, so he went to the finance office. The whole factory was dark, and the flashlight was a direct light source. The overall feeling was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Wu, who often faced zombies at night, had already gotten used to this atmosphere. Looking up and suddenly seeing the zombies in front of him, he could also control his emotions to deal with the crisis. After dealing with Kwang Ming and Blind Bat, Lin Wu knew that no movement was not scary, and the most scary thing was to hear all kinds of weird sounds. Lin Wu really didn't want to be a guinea pig anymore, and to have close contact with other unknown creatures. This is work. Lin Wu is the most suitable person to be a guinea pig in the entire base. Especially after Cotton died, Lin Wu had the idea that if he didn't want to be a guinea pig, who would be qualified to be a guinea pig? Lin Wu and Cotton were not very familiar, and he felt that he was a good person. It had only been 2 hours since he died. Lin Wu found that he could no longer remember what Cotton looked like. After finishing the search of the finance office in his wild thoughts, he turned around and saw a zombie in front of him. Lin Wu was frightened. Subconsciously activated the wind thorn, bent down and slid behind the zombie, and killed it with one knife. He was bold and careful at the same time. With the bonus of experience, Lin Wu was now an old hand at night search. He shone the flashlight through the window to see the layout of the office first. After entering the office, he moved along the wall to avoid being attacked by zombies that suddenly appeared on the left and right sides. He wiped out the zombies sleeping and wandering in the office. After completing the cleaning work, he went out to check if there were any zombies in the corridor. After confirming that there were no zombies, he returned to the office and closed the door, and began to explore while thinking wildly. The most conspicuous thing in the personnel office was a stack of documents on the desk, which contained the information of all factory workers. Lin Wu flipped through a few of them, and found that the documents contained clues to important items. The data included photos of employees, one of which was of a crane operator. In the photo, he was wearing a helmet, a yellow work suit, and a small object pinned to his underwear. Suspected intercom equipment. If you can get a walkie-talkie, the person who goes out can establish contact with the radio station at home. Intercom equipment is an indispensable item in the game. Lin Wu took the photo, and the work of identifying the body was handed over to the day shift. After looking through a few more documents, Lin Wu saw a telescope photo. I think the person in the photo is the foreman or supervisor. Because the factory area is too large, using a telescope can better observe the workers' work situation. The background of the photo is a row of lockers. The foreman's locker is open. He took the telescope and prepared to put it in the locker. The number of the locker is 011. Where is the locker? Lin Wu made a quick decision. Instead of searching in the dark in the factory, it is better to go back and ask the day shift staff. Poor Maya was awakened by Lin Wu again. This time she woke up and her spirit was obviously a little decadent. Intermittent sleep can restore fatigue in the game, but it cannot repair the trauma of the player's heart. The damn Lin Wu had something important to do. As the deputy commander of the base and the field supervisor, Maya not only couldn't get angry, but also had to hide her unhappy emotions. Maya took the photo first, and used candles and flashlights to look at it for a long time. Maybe it's an intercom. I'll arrange for the day shift tomorrow to search for the target zombie first. Lin Wu said, isn't the day shift tomorrow going to store number 1 to open the safe first? Maya was drowsy, and raised her hand, not knowing what to say. After a long time, she said, let's do it together. Seeing Maya's attitude, Lin Wu subconsciously stretched out 2 fingers and touched Maya's forehead, and was shocked. Fuck. You have a fever. What the hell? Lin Wu was not shocked by Maya's fever, but by fever. There is actually a fever in this game? Maya didn't believe it either. When she opened the interface, she saw that she was in a fever state. The reason for the fever was that she was immersed in water for a long time, which led to a temporary decrease in immunity, and was infected by the cold virus and caused a fever. Maya remembered that she went to the river near the factory to investigate at 6 p.m. After landing, the wet clothes made her very uncomfortable, and her body showed dampness. Unlike the splashing blood, which will refresh, the water will not be wiped out by the system. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Maya dried her clothes by the campfire. The system is still very conscientious. It explains the fever in detail. During the fever, life, endurance, and infection value are halved. Players will have different reactions due to individual differences. The solution for the poor to solve the fever is to stay warm for more than 12 hours. The solution for the middle class is to lie in bed for 3 hours to recover. The solution for the rich, take antipyretics, which can immediately eliminate the fever state. System prompt: after having 2 certain medicines, you can synthesize antipyretics in the infirmary. Chapter 28 Night Tour of the Factory. Lin Wu shouting woke everyone up. It's not Lin Wu's fault. Several people couldn't believe that Maya had a fever. Tang Tang even broke her voice. Fever? Unbelievable, uncomprehending, unreasonable. Go to the infirmary and lie down. Shirtu said, we have a lot of medical supplies, but we can't make ready-made medicines. We have to find a way to get a doctor. There are cloth strips and alcohol. Bandages can be made by hand and tied to the wound to stop bleeding. But bandages cannot be preserved, and the alcohol evaporates quickly. Lin Wu said, come on. Shirtu asked, why do I have to cheer? Lin Wu spread his hands. You are the boss and the part-time HR manager. Who do you think should be blamed for the lack of a doctor in the base? Is it because I didn't find a doctor? Or Su Shi because he didn't synthesize a doctor? Su Shi nodded, feeling that what Lin Wu said made sense, and happily slapped Lin Wu. Shirtu said helplessly, okay. I'll do my best. For the boss Shirtu. The good news is that the factory has a lot of building materials. He can drive out on the day shift tomorrow and start a large-scale construction with a wave of fat. The bad news is that every time a facility is built or demolished, the threat level of the base will increase. Today, when we captured the mountaintop church, a few people withstood the onslaught of the zombies. But there was no fierce monster today. Even if there was a fierce monster joining the battle, all 9 people from the 2 bases would have to die in the mountaintop church. In addition, the current living environment in the church is very poor, with no water and no electricity. These 2 items have no effect on the survival of the players, but they have a great impact on the morale of the players, especially the power supply. The entire mountaintop church is gloomy and terrifying at night, like a haunted house. In addition, many facilities require water and electricity to build. Lin Wu returned to the factory at 1 o'clock in the morning and found the way to the underground locker room according to the guidance of the day shift. There was a staircase behind the door, and under the stairs were the workers' locker room and shower room. But as soon as he opened the door, Lin Wu heard the voice of a fierce monster. Lin Wu drew out his shotgun and leaned against the door. Should he do it or not? He didn't know the terrain, and he would suffer a lot if he fought head-on. As soon as the gunshot sounded, all the zombies in the factory would rush over. Give up. It's not worth taking such a big risk for a telescope. There were a few more zombies on the road Lin Wu came from. Lin Wu walked around and prepared to leave from the back door of the factory building. He killed a few zombies quietly along the way and successfully reached the back door. He heard the voice of Kwang Meng again. Not far from the back door was the Riverside Park. The sound seemed to come from there. Lin Wu sneaked out of the door, walked to the right to a high place, and shone a flashlight below. A dozen meters away was a picnic rest area composed of 5 small pavilions. There was a table under each pavilion. The outside of the table was made of rocks. There were benches fixed to the ground. No zombies were found in the 5 pavilions. The Kwang Meng in the locker room was too dangerous. It was completely possible to verbally tell Bai Ban not to take risks. The Kwang Meng in the park had no fixed place to stay. I didn't know where it would appear tomorrow. If it could be killed, it would be safer for Bai Ban. Lin Wu was cautious and alert, slid down the high slope slowly. The violent sound had disappeared for a while. Lin Wu was not careless. He walked around each pavilion, checking if there were any Kwang Meng hiding on the top of the pavilion or under the table, and cleared the scattered zombies near the pavilion. After doing this, there was still no sound of Kwang Meng, and Lin Wu was attracted by the 3rd pavilion. There was a black briefcase next to the bench, and there was also a baby stroller next to the briefcase. In the game, whether it is a player, an NPC or a zombie, there will be no old people or children. Lin Wu touched the bottom of the 3rd pavilion, and only heard a light sound from above his head. Lin Wu squatted down against the pillar. After a while, a sound came from above the pavilion, like a person breathing heavily, with a hoarse voice. This sound was exactly the same as Kwang Meng's roar, but the difference was that the sound was very small. Lin Wu listened to the sound on the pavilion and moved along. Suddenly, a Kwang Meng jumped down from the pavilion and landed more than 1 meter in front of Lin Wu. When Kwang Meng sees a human, he usually takes a second to roar to notify his fellow zombies. Since he was following Kwang Meng's voice, Lin Wu was prepared. Before Kwang Meng's voice came out, Lin Wu pulled the bolt and shot all the bullets at Kwang Ming's head. Kwang Ming was knocked several meters away. After twitching, he stopped moving. Lin Wu turned over the table and got the briefcase. The system prompted, "The volume is too large to fit into the backpack." Lin Wu carried the briefcase in his left hand, slid across the table, squatted down and touched Kwang Ming's body with his right hand, and unexpectedly got a skill book. After a while, the zombies around him had surrounded him. Lin Wu didn't have time to look at the skill book, threw it at the backpack, and broke out with the briefcase in his hand. The windthorn passed between the two zombies, and the screaming zombie blew the horn without hesitation. Lin Wu looked around and decisively returned to the factory from the back door, passing through the factory building full of machine tools. Considering his endurance, Lin Wu no longer used the wind stab skill, but instead performed a wind stab move to pass through the zombies blocking his way. In comparison, non-system actions are much slower, and there are not many opportunities for backhand stabs. Lin Wu rushed out of the factory by rolling and drilling. It was impossible to go through the main gate, so Lin Wu climbed up the crates piled outside, climbed to the top, and then jumped out of the crates and jumped out of the factory wall. After landing, he rolled, stood up, and continued to run. Once he left the obstacle, Lin Wu had a smooth journey, successfully got rid of all the zombies, and returned to the base with full health and full status. No one in the church slept, and all gathered at the edge of the safe zone looking at the factory. This night was very tiring. First, Cotton died. Then the blind bats chased him. Then Maya had a fever. And now there were gunshots. And screaming zombies gathered in large numbers. Soon everyone saw Lin Wu carrying a briefcase and jogging home. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that it was completely unfounded to worry about Lin Wu's life or death. Encountering the undead Kwang Ming. Encountering the undead blind bat. Screaming zombies are nothing to Lin Wu. Lin Wu has no time to care about why everyone is sleepwalking. After returning to the base, the things are automatically stored. Lin Wu said anxiously, "There are skill books. And a briefcase." Maya asked with a sick face, "What skill books?" "I don't know." Maya asked again, "What's in the briefcase?" "I don't know." Lin Wu explained, "I was running for my life." Shirtu walked towards the warehouse and asked, "Where did you get the skill books?" Lin Wu replied, "I found them on Kwang Ming." Maya asked in surprise, "Can you find skill books on zombies?" Speaking of this, it seems that he has missed a lot of things. Maybe it includes more than a dozen skill books. From then on, except for Su Shi who fainted, everyone in the base, including Maya, joined the corpse-finding camp. "Yeah." Lin Wu nodded. Chapter 29 Landscape Architecture. Shirtu took a book and walked out of the church. "Land architecture, you can grow fruits and flowers." Tang Tang said regretfully, "Rubbish. Fruits take too long to mature, and flowers cannot be eaten as food." Maya didn't quite understand, and asked, "It's obviously top quality, why is it rubbish? We can grow pumpkins, tomatoes, green peppers, olives, tomatoes and cucumbers, etc." Tang Tang asked back, "Aren't all these vegetables you said?" Maya asked back, "But who told you that these are not fruits?" Everyone standing, including Lin Wu, felt that Tang Tang was right, but Maya's tone showed that Maya was right, so everyone chose to remain silent, each with an expression of "I knew it long ago." But the expression was not biased, not toward Tang Tang, nor toward Maya. Maya said, "In botany, vegetables refer to the edible part of the plant, and fruits refer to the fruit of the plant. Pumpkins and other fruits are all fruits of the plant, not part of the root, stem or leaf of the plant. In addition, beans, cucumbers, etc. are both fruits and vegetables. Strictly speaking, fruits are all vegetables. But vegetables are not necessarily fruits. Gardening is narrower than vegetable science. But it is also a very powerful skill book." Shirtu asked, "Who wants to learn farming? You can grow vegetables immediately after learning." Lin Wu, "You brought it back. You have priority to learn." Lin Wu said, "I am not very interested in growing flowers and raising birds." Xiao Dao, Tang Tang and Mahan raised their hands, indicating that they were willing to learn this skill. People with gardening skills can actively provide food to the base, and they are core logistics personnel in any base. Maya said, "The key is advancement. People who have gardening or agricultural entries have a better chance of advancing skills." "Who of you has similar entries?" Tang Tang said, "I have a flower lover entry. This entry seems a bit marginal, and it seems useless." Maya saw that other people did not have the corresponding entry. So Tang Tang learned gardening. Tang Tang learned on the spot. Sure too built a garden in the backyard. Tang Tang applied for seeds and sowed them. The base could earn 1 food per day without any care. If there is water in the base, the food output will increase. If there is fertilizer, the output can also be increased. If there is electricity, the garden can be upgraded to a greenhouse garden, which will increase the food income again. If you want to increase the food output, you need to upgrade your skills. Lin Wu bumped into Xuedan beside him. Although I can't ask about your hesitant behavior, I can't help but be curious. Xuedan whispered in Lin Wu's ear. I am an agricultural and forestry mechanical engineer. Lin Wu said, but you don't want to be an engineer in the game. Xuedan nodded. I don't want to farm in the game either. Lin Wu fully understood this. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, Xuedan's study of landscape architecture is the best option for the base. However, Lin Wu and Xuedan are both laymen, and they don't have the dedication to take the initiative to do things they don't want to do. For them, try not to do unhappy things. If no one really studies landscape architecture, Xuedan will also take over landscape architecture. Lin Wu set out again. Sure Tu pulled Lin Wu's hand and said earnestly, Live well, don't make trouble, let everyone sleep peacefully. If it doesn't work, just find a safe place to watch the stars. Sleep and food are indispensable to humans, but there are additional performances in the game. How much food does the base need to consume every day? The base must ensure that there is a corresponding amount of food before 8 am, otherwise not only will the food be consumed, but everyone will be hungry. Fatigue will increase. The corresponding upper limit of life endurance infection value will decrease, endurance consumption will increase, and damage will increase. In addition, double the food must be guaranteed on the second day to eliminate the hunger state. If there is only 1 day's food on the second day, the player will remain hungry. If the food is still insufficient on the second day, the player will enter a very hungry state. If the food is still insufficient on the third day, the character will die. Players are also human beings. Because of the game system, there is no physiological need for food, that is, they will not be hungry. But humans who are not hungry also like food. Everyone will be very happy if they can eat delicious food, although this kind of happiness does not add to the system data. The same is true for sleeping. You must sleep for 5 hours a day. As long as there are no negative entries, you can usually fall asleep in about 1 minute. So you can make up for the full 5 hours through fragmented sleep. These 5 hours, like the food in the base, are all behaviors to cope with the system. For many people, sleeping itself is a very comfortable enjoyment, and they hope to be awakened by the birdsong in the morning, rather than by the sound of gunfire. In short, it is the difference between survival and life. Because there is plenty of food near the farm base, 40 ingredients are currently stockpiled, enough for 8 people to consume for 4 or 5 days, plus sugar planting, scavenging in the commercial street. There is no risk of food shortage in the short term. There are only 3 building materials left at present. I believe that after the day shift tomorrow, the building materials will be fully stocked. Necessary medical supplies are scarce. Because we use the infirmary, only 1 unit of medical supplies will be consumed every day. There will be basically no problem within a week. If a field hospital is built, 2 units of medical supplies will be consumed every day. Gasoline is a non-survival necessity for production. 10 units of gasoline are enough for now. Ammunition is the most lacking. The base has 0 ammunition. The sentry will consume 1 point of ammunition every day to reduce the noise threat. There is no sentry because there is no ammunition. In addition, even if we get ammunition resources, bullets cannot be made at present. Considering that the supplies will not expire, sure to discuss with Maya on the bed to stock up more ammunition resources, and find a way to make bullets, and store them in the warehouse. There are no police stations or military facilities nearby. It is difficult to find a gun, not to mention collecting ammunition packs. To find ammunition packs, you must know the location of military facilities. To know the location, you need a map. A detailed map. But where can you find a detailed map? Lin Wu is in the office of the general manager of factory number 2. Xu Guang was lazy. The layouts of the 2 factories were similar. Lin Wu took the photo frame on the table as usual. This was a photo of a family of 7. The background of the photo was 5 apartment buildings. The mountaintop base was on the high ground to the left of the apartment building. This photo was taken standing on the high ground to the right of the apartment building. That is to say, with the apartment building as the center, the mountaintop base, and the photo shooting location were at opposite corners. The reason for caring about the location was that 2 of the 7 people in the photo were wearing military uniforms. One was an old man, and the other should be the manager's wife. This villa is worth searching. Lin Wu planned to go back to the base and call 1 or 2 helpers to take a look, but then he remembered Shidu's instructions, so he had to give up for the time being. Walking along the factory, walking to the rooftop, there was a small half-story on the rooftop. Lin Wu climbed up the ladder. There were no zombies up there, but there were 3 tents, 2 bonfires, and barbecue grills and wood. It was speculated that the people from the factory had fled here and settled down here temporarily. It depends on the situation. Either they are gone or dead. There are no living people or bodies at the scene. Chapter 30 Past Events and History. Lin Wu wanted to have a few corpses, after all. He got this short-barreled shotgun from a corpse. Recalling this incident, he is still a little scared. What is scarier than zombies in the end of the world is humans. And what is scarier than humans is Shuguang. Lin Wu knew Shuguang when he was very young. The first time they met was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Because of the rain, the birthday card Lin Wu gave to the girl sitting next to her desk was soaked. It was a card that Lin Wu made carefully, which took a week, and was revised countless times. Because the card needs to include apologies, congratulations, we are still brothers, and other feelings. This rain was artificial rainfall arranged by Shuguang. Lin Wu complained to Shuguang about Shuguang. Shuguang took Lin Wu's complaint seriously. After all, she was just data, and could split herself to serve everyone. Shuguang believed that she had notified the rain 48 hours in advance, and she was not at fault. Lin Wu believed that the school and the dormitory did not notify the rain, which caused many children to get wet, and she should apologize. If Shuguang could apologize to Lin Wu, this matter would be over. But Shuguang insisted that he did not think he was wrong. A real person and a phantom debated for 2 hours. In the end, Lin Wu could not help but swear. The hateful Shuguang caught this little braid and notified the psychological counselor of the orphanage about it. The second quarrel was the preliminary exam. The score of the preliminary exam did not mean anything, but everyone hoped to get a good score. Lin Wu accidentally knew the topic of the exam essay in advance, so he pieced together an essay from the excellent essays on the internet. This essay received a high score and became an excellent essay in this elementary school. Good essays will be entered into the system for future generations to review. But when entering the system, the damned Shuguang determined that the essay was plagiarized. Although he still did not win the argument in the end, Lin Wu believed that he was at most cheating, and definitely not plagiarizing. So he was not convinced. This led to his future school career, and he often found fault with Shuguang. And of course, he was defeated without exception. But Lin Wu is a reasonable person. His opinion of Shuguang is just a personal grudge. Like most people, he believes in the fairness and justice of Shuguang. Sitting on the rooftop, thinking about the past and looking for stars in the sky, suddenly, my forehead felt cold, and I reached out and touched it. And it was a drop of water. Lin Wu looked up at the sky, which was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything. He raised his flashlight, and saw raindrops falling. Although Shirtu said it would rain and snow, Lin Wu was still surprised by the rain. Each of the 3 tents here was about 5 square meters. Lin Wu, in his work spirit, searched while hiding from the rain. Lin Wu thought of blind bats. How could blind bats locate themselves by sound on rainy days? Lin Wu believed that blind bats existed in fact, and they did not appear only at night. That is to say, blind bats would hide somewhere during the day and wait for the night. If you want to kill blind bats, it is best to do it during the day. He took a magazine and got out of tent number 1 and headed for tent number 2. The rain got heavier, and there was a thunderbolt in the sky, which illuminated the earth in an instant. Lin Wu felt something was wrong. There were no tall buildings or lightning rods here. If he stayed on the rooftop, he might become a human lightning rod. Lin Wu left the tent and prepared to go home in the rain, but then the flashlight ran out of power, and the world instantly turned black. He suddenly had an idea. Was it possible to fully charge the flashlight after being struck by lightning? What to do now? The dark clouds covered the moon, there was no light, and the rain kept falling. Lin Wu went to tent number 3, searched for a while, and found a piece of candle, lit the candle, and sat in the tent, listening to the sound of rain and thunder. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Lin Wu took out the magazine he had looted from tent number 1 and started reading it. This is a gun magazine, which contains introductions to various guns, and articles teaching enthusiasts how to modify guns. The author of this article showed his AK named Raider, the biggest highlight of which is that this AK has a super large magazine with 150 rounds of bullets. In order to avoid jamming, the author canceled the burst mode, and once the trigger is pulled, the bullets can pour out like a tide. At the end of the article, the author left his address, and welcomed gun enthusiasts to visit his home. Isn't this apartment building number 2? The author's address is room 405 on the 4th floor. As expected, there are clues everywhere, but apartment building number 2 is currently a dangerous place, and there is no way to know what is inside. Or whatever is inside will not surprise the players. Lin Wu has an immature idea. The blind bats are on guard at apartment building number 2 at night. Does it mean that if there are no blind bats on guard, I can sneak into apartment building number 2? Turning the page, it is a beautiful woman with a gun. The wild beauty makes Lin Wu look at her twice. Next is a serialized novel, The Memoirs of a Special Soldier, and the memoirs mention the Fortress Company. Blue Star is a planet with scarce minerals and energy. Fortress Company is the largest commercial group company on Blue Star. Many resources are mined and transported from outer space planets to Blue Star by Fortress Company. According to historical records, after the zombie virus broke out on Earth, the United Nations prepared for the worst and commissioned Fortress Company to build 10 space fortresses. Fortress Company exhausted all human resources to build only 2 transport ships, Noah and Ark. It is said that the main threat to mankind at that time was not zombies, but the virus that was hard to prevent. In the 2 years of the virus outbreak, Fortress Company spent a lot of money to send agents and hired professionals to go deep into various epidemic areas to find patient zero. It was because of the efforts of Fortress Company that humans finally developed a serum that can eliminate virus infection in one go. It is very difficult to obtain serum raw materials. It is necessary to go deep into the epidemic area to find the blood plague. Only after the blood plague is eliminated can 10 serum raw materials be obtained. Because the virus has a latent period of several months, the virus cannot be detected during the incubation period, and its transmission route is pervasive. Therefore, no place in the world is safe. After Fortress Company successfully produced serum, soldiers from all over the world, under the dispatch of the United Nations, went deep into epidemic areas in various places to eliminate the blood plague. Even if these warriors can come back alive, 9 out of 10 are infected with the virus. Even if they are not infected, they must live in designated places for 3 months before returning to the gathering area. It was dangerous to go out, and there was a shortage of supplies in the gathering area. After this situation lasted for several years, the United Nations launched a redemption plan. All the serums were gathered together, and 200,000 young and middle-aged people were sent to the immigration spacecraft. On the spacecraft, everyone was injected with serum at the same time to ensure that no one carried the virus. During the long years of space, humans have overcome many scientific problems, and the greatest feat was the birth of Dawn. As an AI with no emotions and autonomous consciousness, Dawn took over 2 spacecraft and became the steward of mankind. Because of its strong learning ability, Dawn quickly broke through the quantum level, reached particle technology, and finally developed to dark particle technology, achieved space jumps, and successfully brought humans to the blue planet. For thousands of years, the company that had the most objections to Dawn was the Fortress Company. They spread the AI threat theory through film and television works, and encouraged the public to vote in rounds, hoping to cancel Dawn's authority and let humans regain control of their own destiny. The only way to eliminate Dawn is for humans to vote against Dawn by more than 50%. Once it exceeds 50%, Dawn will self-destruct and end its mission. Unfortunately, the votes of the opposition party never exceed 10%. For most people, they don't care whether it is human rule or AI rule. They care about a fair and just society and a guaranteed life. Dawn does not directly control the people. She controls the government, urges and supervises the officials to act in accordance with the law. Because her ability is too strong, no official staff can escape her supervision. What if someone rebels and becomes a warlord? Dawn will not command the people to fight against the rebels. She will send the Dawn Guard to quell the rebellion. This is a fungus team with various black technology blessings, and the individual combat capability is off the charts. They have only one duty, which is to quell the rebellion. If the civilians in a large area hope to be ruled by warlords through voting, Dawn will not interfere. There is an advertisement in the magazine for the recruitment of mercenaries by the Fortress Company, and the treatment is very good. Even if they die, their wives, children and parents in the gathering area can get a considerable pension. What is the blood plague? According to the summary of later generations, Some say it is a very scary zombie, some say it is a nest that produces zombies, and some say it is patient zero in each epidemic area. Because there are many official statements, it is impossible for later generations to determine the nature of the blood plague. We only know that there is something called blood plague, and the raw materials for making serum can be extracted from blood plague. Perhaps NPCs hired by Fortress Company will appear in the game, which means they carry a lot of weapons. Write it down, so you will know how to greet them next time you meet. If you can beat them, fight them. If you can't beat them, just say hello. The Fortress agent suffered heavy casualties. Did the residents in the epidemic area have such ideological awareness? Chapter 31 Morning Tea Meeting. It rained all night, and it still rained in the early morning. Lin Wu had no choice but to go back to the base in the rain. He immediately went to the campfire in the backyard to dry his clothes. At this time, he really wanted to take a hot shower and change into a set of clean clothes. Although this did not add any bonus to the system values, it would make people feel very comfortable. It is true that the open-air barracks affect morale. The beds have awnings, but the road leading to the barracks is wet, mixed with mud, and it is very uncomfortable to step on. I wish I could take off my shoes and go to bed immediately. Xiao Dao, who was living in the room, sat by the campfire with sleepy eyes, stared at the fire and was in a daze for a while, and said, "It's so comfortable to sleep." Lin Wu always had a lot of questions. Is your dull look because you feel comfortable? This is called purity. Even the eye mucus is the freshest. Do you understand? Xiao Dao glanced at Lin Wu. I really want to drink a cup of coffee. Boiled water is okay. There are coffee beans, but no coffee machine, and there is a coffee machine, but no electricity. It is very hard to grind a cup of coffee manually. Xiao Dao sniffed. Add tea leaves, green tea. Lin Wu went to boil water, found 2 cups. Added tea leaves, and brewed 2 cups of tea. Maya passed by and took a cup. Thank you. This? Maya pointed. Your cup is that one. There were many cups on the table next to the radio station, all in different shapes, which were furniture items obtained by everyone during looting. These things have no effect on the game values, so there is no such thing as inventory. Lin Wu found the cup with his own label, which turned out to be a high-end thermos cup. Maya explained, it is cold at night, and it is not a bad thing to carry a pot of hot water with you. Thank you. Maya raised her glass to indicate that you are welcome. Slowly everyone got up and gathered around the campfire. As the leader, Shirtu took the opportunity to hold a meeting. Last night, Lin Wu brought back an electronics skill book. Who is interested? Tang Ang looked at the fire. There is no electricity. Who would learn it? Lin Wu interrupted. My flashlight is out of power. Shirtu said helplessly. I can build a generator room. But there is no generator. The generator room provides electricity for the base, and it consumes 2 gasoline reserves every day for maintenance. The advantage is that this thing can provide unlimited power with only 2 points of gasoline. Xuedan said, most factories should be equipped with independent generators, mostly in the basement. Speaking of the basement, Lin Wu told everyone that there was a madman in the basement locker room of factory number 1. This made everyone a little confused. To deal with the madman, you must bring a gun. A small pistol can only do limited damage to the madman. A shotgun is very effective against the madman, but there are only 7 bullets left, which must be saved for Lin Wu at night. Unlimited bullets in the base means that shooting in the base will not consume bullets, not that unlimited bullets can be replenished. Speaking of guns, Lin Wu explained all the information he had collected. After he finished speaking, everyone was still looking at Lin Wu. Can't this guy explain himself? Say whatever you think of. Maya asked, what other information have you collected? Lin Wu replied, information about the Fortress agent. The magazine is in the warehouse. The magazine mentioned that there was an arms expert holding an assault rifle, with a magazine capacity of 150 rounds. He lives in room 405. Apartment 2. Maya said, a little depressed. The game developed by Xu Wang is more detailed than I thought. We can't miss any text materials. Maybe it contains very valuable materials. Because Lin Wu is active at night, the day shift has a lot to do. First, we have to escort Su Shi, who has double intelligence and fainted, to shop 1 to solve the puzzle. The second is to continue to send people to squat in apartment 2. We also need to investigate a Highland villa away from the commercial street. The family photo shows that they have 2 fungi. Who knows if there will be weapons or important information in the villa. In addition, we need to go to the factory to search for building material bags, dismantle items, transport garbage, and look for generators. Maya wants to investigate apartment 1. Considering that the blind bed guards apartment 2, the day shift can only be responsible for the work of apartment 1. After Maya finished her plan, Lin Wu remembered the briefcase he took in the park. After claiming the briefcase, he returned to the bonfire and took out the things inside. Inside was something similar to a map, but it didn't seem to be a map. Maya took it and looked at it for a while. This is a map of 3 checkpoints in the nearby area. It is speculated that after the outbreak, the bacteria set up various safety points and checkpoints. High Mountain Observation Tower. Maya walked into the rain, walked to the edge of the cliff, pointed to the direction of the farm base. And a high mountain 3 kilometers away, there is an observation post on the top of the mountain, overlooking the suburban road of Zwa County. After looking at the map for a while, Maya pointed to the road to Zwa County, 7 kilometers. There are military checkpoints on the suburban road of Zwa County, and there are medical treatment camps on the roadside. This is a good place. There should be a lot of weapons and medical supplies inside. Maya said, the last one is a mobile train base, which is the command center for the epidemic response. The train line is 6 kilometers west of us, and runs through the left and right counties of Beicheng. The specific location of the command train cannot be determined. After Maya looked at Lin Wu looked at everyone inexplicably, and found that everyone was looking at him. What? Xiao Dao said, what else? Lin Wu said innocently, no more. Maya said, daytime work remains unchanged. Tonight, Lin Wu and I will drive to the highway checkpoint to see if we can get some supplies back. Susher, make 2 raincoats for everyone. No problem. Susher replied. Although he can't handle large items like generators, he can easily handle simple things like raincoats. After that, Susher asked, can I not go to the commercial street? Maya said, make a blindfold for yourself. As long as you don't look around, you won't see the zombies. Susher accepted the method of covering his ears and stealing the bell. Maya explained, Susher is a permanent logistics staff. During Lin Wu's rest period, Susher should not leave the base or rest. Someone must stay to guard the base. The personnel guarding the base carry rockets with them. If the base is attacked, they will ignite the rockets. Lin Wu looked at the sky sideways, in such heavy rain. Can you hear anything? It's better than nothing. Maya said, we lack intercom equipment. Lin Wu remembered, speaking of intercom equipment. Xiao Dao stepped on Lin Wu's instep without any hesitation. Isn't it gone? Lin Wu looked at Xiao Dao and said, I reported this news before. Maya had a fever at the time, so she didn't write it down. Maya remembered, there is a specific zombie with an intercom in the factory and a bulky safe. Xiao Dao smiled at Lin Wu, then took Lin Wu's foot and stepped on his instep. We are even. Lin Wu nodded, yeah. There is philosophy in childishness. Even if you live for decades, if someone hits you, you will subconsciously hit back, otherwise you will feel at a disadvantage. Perhaps this is the subconscious instinct of human beings to pursue fairness. Chapter 32 Hunter. After Maya assigned the morning shift, the brief meeting ended. Maya found a few people to communicate privately. Shirtu listened for a while with the mentality of a boss, and then left. In Shitu's opinion, tactical training is boring. Working the day shift, everyone put on raincoats and got in the car, escorting Su Shi to the commercial street to crack Huarong Road. At this time, Lin Wu couldn't rest yet. He and Shirtu were responsible for the protection of the base. After the meeting this morning, Shirtu asked everyone to bring back all the text materials that could be brought back. As a boss, you cannot work in reality, but not in the game. In addition to driving, Shirtu can't do anything else. For the job of being a guest intelligence analyst, Shirtu is quite satisfied. Lin Wu sat by the campfire and watched the pumpkin planted by Tang Tang. This thing grows very fast. It was planted last night, and it bore fruit this morning. But it doesn't matter whether it bears fruit or not. As long as it is planted, it will provide a food to the base at 8 a.m. every day. Shirtu boiled water to make tea. Seeing Lin Wu looking at the pumpkin, he said, the food situation is relatively optimistic. There are still 4 days of food reserves. There are abundant food and gasoline reserves in the direction of the Mayan farm base. Even so, the consumption of 9 grains a day makes me a little nervous. As maintenance costs, the medical room consumes 1 unit of medical resources every day, and several buildings together consume 1 unit of building materials every day. These are all trivial matters. A basic package can open 4 units of resources. The only thing that is unacceptable is the food consumption. Shirtu said, once we have plundered all the food resources nearby, It will be a big trouble if we cannot achieve self-sufficiency. Can we exchange resources? Lin Wu explained. There are many players near the former Shadow base now, and a small number of players have skill books. Do you think we can exchange for a few agricultural skill books? Shirtu asked. What should we exchange for? Lin Wu said. Guns. Shirtu shook his head repeatedly. There are only 3 guns now. We don't know the strength of the siege yet. If we change the guns now, what can we use to defend the house? Lin Wu said, maybe there is a more cost-effective deal. At most, we can exchange for a pistol. Shirtu looked at the pumpkin field and said, the garden must be upgraded. In addition to upgrading the player's skills, if you have water and electricity, you can also upgrade it. You can also use fertilizers to increase the harvest. If all can be achieved, this garden may be able to support half of the people in the base. Lin Wu said, after upgrading the skills, after mastering water and electricity, dismantle the open-air barracks and turn them into gardens, and take out 3 small units as dormitories. We can meet our survival needs. Shirtu said, there are a total of 7 small units. After deducting the medical room, the power room, the warehouse and 3 dormitories, there are only 2 small units left. This warehouse is not that warehouse. This warehouse increases the upper limit of basic material storage, not an item warehouse. Shirtu continued, in addition, I think that you shouldn't put all your money on one person. Tang Tang is a playful person. It's impossible to let her stay at home all day long. As long as you go out, there are risks. The base needs 2 players with agricultural skills. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the base? Lin Wu shook his head. No, I had a lot of fun. Yes, happiness is the most important thing. Life is short, especially for young people like you who have no worries. The most important thing is to be happy. Lin Wu said, there is a bag of rice in the warehouse, and some sweet potatoes. Do you think we can cook some sweet potato porridge to make everyone happier? Shirtu became interested. Yes. Lin Wu stood up. Although I'm not hungry, I always want to eat. Shirtu also stood up. There is a big basin in the utility room. We can boil a pot and wait for them to come back. The day shift sent Sushi's team back. Looking at the pot of thick sweet potato porridge, I couldn't help but salivate. Xiao Dao and Xuedong kept praising. Although there was no system bonus, but everyone's mood was boosted. The team went to store number 1. Maya found the safe code. When she opened the safe, there was a gun part inside, a quadruple scope. It can be installed on any gun. It is a small artifact that can be found in actual operation. After installing a quadruple scope on the pistol, you can snipe zombies wandering on the road below the cliff. The distance of the quadruple scope is 50 meters. You can clearly see the zombies, and the crosshairs within 50 meters. You don't need to calculate humidity and wind direction, nor do you need to consider the arc of the bullet. However, without the blessing of skills, the crosshairs will float slightly. Once it exceeds 50 meters, the system penalty will gradually increase. After exceeding 80 meters, the quadruple scope completely loses its own function. Awesome. Any gun novice has a chance to headshot. 5 meters away from the zombie, many people may not be able to headshot with one shot. After installing the quadruple scope, it becomes a small game. Sushi, who has the ultimate intelligence points, is facing the 3x3 Warongdeo game, which is easily cracked. Inside is a skill book. The title of the book is Hunter. This is another skill book that makes everyone unsure. At present, the base already has 2 skill books, plumbing and electronics. Compared to them, hunters are more intuitive and easier to understand. However, in the few days since entering the game, no one has seen a large wild animal. Maya said, we got 4 skill books, and only learned 1. Plumbing and electronics are not mentioned for now. I think hunters should make some contribution to the base food. Sushi and Tang Tang are excluded first. Sushi needs a corresponding skill book, and Tang Tang has already learned gardening. Ma Hun raised his hand and said, I have a chef entry, and I want to wait for a cooking skill book. Maya nodded and looked at Xuedong. Xuedong said, I might as well learn gardening. Frankly speaking, he was an agricultural machinery engineer in Blue Star, and also had a corresponding entry. Everyone discussed and believed that in addition to despising Xuedong, Xuedong should wait for engineering skill books. The remaining few people were Lin Wu, Xiao Dao and Maya. Maya said, I don't know if there is such a thing in the game. I hope to master tactical skills. If I am the captain of a team, the morale of all the members will rise, or the accuracy and other aspects of the team's combat capability will be enhanced. Lin Wu looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao stretched out his hand. The two played hammer paper scissors. Lin Wu won. Before he could comfort Xiao Dao congratulated him. Congratulations on becoming a hunter. There was no falsehood in his words. For a moment, Lin Wu could not tell whether this was Xiao Dao, who was treacherous to the point of being innocent, or Xiao Dao, who was innocent to the point of being treacherous. Lin Wu was open-minded. He went to the warehouse to apply for a skill book and learned it directly, since he had no intelligence. It took 3 minutes to learn. While everyone was chatting and waiting, Lin Wu obtained the hunter skill and read to everyone, primary hunter. Automatically add 1 food to the base every day, and the system shooting accuracy is improved by 10%. What does it mean? Maya understood the meaning as soon as she heard it, and said, your quick shooter system data is 15% chance of headshot. Because of the hunter bonus, the headshot probability when you use the quick shooter increases to 25%. It can be regarded as tailor-made for you. Everyone congratulated. Lin Wu accepted it with a smile, thanked the base, and thanked his friends for their support. This skill is good for Lin Wu, but it can only be said to be average for others. Although both can provide a food source for the base, hunting and gardening are fundamentally different. Gardening can increase food output through fertilizers, water, and electricity. Maya announced the next day's shift work, carrying the 300-kilogram safe that Lin Wu found back home. You are so arrogant if you have a car. Try if you don't have a car. But isn't the key to the safe unlocking? Can you open it after taking it back to the base? Before the curious baby Lin Wu had time to ask questions, Maya took everyone away, instructing Lin Wu to rest. Sure Tu and Su Sure were on duty. Soon after falling asleep, Lin Wu began to dream. As a lucid dream controller, Lin Wu does not reject any dream. Whether it is a horror or a nightmare, he can turn the world into various beautiful dreams with his will. Lin Wu was having a beautiful dream. Sure Tu knocked on the screen and shouted outside, Xiao Dao is crazy. Chapter 33 Duty. Lin Wu looked at the time, and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. He still lacked an hour and a half of system sleep time. Being interrupted in his sweet dream made him feel uncomfortable both mentally and physically. Fortunately, Lin Wu was curious enough. After getting up, he followed Sure Tu to the cliff in the backyard. Xiao Dao was fighting zombies on the road beside the cliff. Lin Wu asked, what? Sure Tu, look. A zombie rushed toward Xiao Dao with his arms raised. When he got close, Xiao Dao grabbed the zombie's forearm with one hand and pulled it back. He dodged to the left, and the zombie was pulled to the ground by the force. Xiao Dao raised his right foot and stepped on the zombie's neck. Fuck. The second zombie came, and Xiao Dao did the same. At this time, 3 zombies came. Xiao Dao pulled them down one by one slowly, and then kicked them, breaking one with one kick. The third zombie moved, and it was not the cervical vertebra that was broken, but the whole head was stepped on. The sound effects of the watermelon bursting gave the 2 people on the cliff goosebumps. Their scalps tingled, and they gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Auntie. Maya rode a bicycle over, talked with Xiao Dao for a while, and nodded at Xiao Dao's killing spree, seeming to be very satisfied with what Xiao Dao did. Lin Wu couldn't help but yelled, Xiao Dao, what are you doing? Xiao Dao saw Lin Wu and Sure Tu, waving happily, using his hands as a megaphone to answer. I have learned the power system skill, trampling execution. Trampling execution refers to the whole process. Pulling down the zombies is the first step, consuming 5% of the endurance. Execution is the second step, consuming 5% of the endurance. It's not crazy, it's a road of no return. Lin Wu didn't know what to think of Xiao Dao's skill. With the current equipment of the players in the base, most people can kill zombies one-on-one. Although the efficiency of killing zombies is not as good as Xiao Dao, it seems a bit redundant as a skill. Lin Wu didn't dare to draw a conclusion. After all, it was just a basic skill. Maybe when it reached an advanced level, Xiao Dao would stomp his feet, and all the zombies within 100 meters would be shot in the head. He didn't know whether it was the head-stomping action that inspired Xiao Dao or his animal nature. In the next practice, Xiao Dao stepped on the zombies' heads with every kick, which made Sure Tu and Lin Wu gasp. Lin Wu sighed, I know Xiao Dao, but after all, she is a girl. Can she be gentler? Sure Tu said, you can't say that. Otherwise someone will ask you. Is there a law or morality that stipulates that girls must be gentle? Lin Wu asked, what should I say? Sure Tu pulled his hand on his mouth and replied, with my nearly 40 years of experience, I can tell you responsibly that when you encounter similar situations, Don't say anything. Don't comment. Don't express your opinions. Just praise it. Lin Wu said, but I still want Xiao Dao. Young man. In the adult world, there is only the right to choose, not the right to change. In the afternoon, Lin Wu, who had enough sleep, felt a little bored, went to the warehouse to look through the garbage, and found a few novels. The novels were written very ordinary, barely readable, and it was a pity that the author named Xia had such a handsome face. What Lin Wu didn't expect was that Maya, who always only considered work efficiency, actually rode a bicycle to send back a deck of playing cards. This touched Shirtu and the other 3 people. The other day shift staff were all in the warehouse. They were really going to take the 300-kilogram safe home. An hour later, Maya drove back with a full bag of building materials and a safe. Shirtu was knowledgeable about antiques. He took a look and said, "This is a purely mechanical safe. And it is also the earliest mature commercial safe. The outer ring is for pre-confidentiality, and the inner ring is for post-password. There is only one pre-password, such as 20, for easy opening and closing. When the owner of the safe closes the safe, he only needs to scramble the outer ring password, and then open the safe and turn the outer ring password to the correct position to open it immediately. If you don't know the outer ring password, turning the outer ring password wrong will trigger the inner ring lock, and you must turn the inner ring lock password again." Shirtu concluded. "If you don't know the password, unless you use electric welding and cutting, you can't blow it open even with a bomb. Put it in the hall and use it as a table," Maya said. "There is also a walkie-talkie in the warehouse." Shirtu immediately became alert. "I'll go and have a look." He trotted to the warehouse. Lin Wu asked Maya, "The walkie-talkie I found last night?" "Yes," Maya added, "but it's out of power." Lin Wu exclaimed, "You are so vicious," giving Shirtu hope and then cruelly extinguishing it. Maya was startled. "I didn't think that much." While talking, Shirtu took the walkie-talkie back and said with regret, "It's out of power." If the field staff were equipped with walkie-talkie equipment, Shirtu would have something to do. He could sit in front of the radio and chat with other bases about business, or gossip with the field staff. Lin Wu said, "Maya and I will go to the checkpoint at the intersection tonight. The fungus side should have its own generator." Maya nodded, turned to Shirtu and said, "It rained non-stop today. I asked everyone to leave work early. Where are Xuedun and Xiao Dao?" Only Mahan and Tang Tang came back with Maya. Overtime. Xiao Dao was completely addicted to playing, trampling the zombies over and over again. Xuedun watched his physical strength star level rise. But he still hadn't comprehended the system's skills, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. So the two of them looked for scattered zombies near the base to level up one-on-one. Maya's focus is on the 5 apartment buildings. She put forward her own opinion. "Shirtu, can we assign a few people to set up a sub-base in apartment building number 1? Shirtu said, "Create a safe zone and provide unlimited firepower support?" Maya, "That's right. The radius of the base's safe zone is 50 meters. And the distance between the apartment buildings happens to be 50 meters. However, the workload is huge. Zombies have their own refresh mechanism. I doubt we can completely eliminate the zombies in a building." Shirtu said, "That's right. Dawn will not leave such loopholes. The apartment building may be occupied, but you will never be given a building. At most, you will be given 1 floor. 1 floor of safe zone. We shoot in the base, and the zombies around who hear the gunshots will run into the base. If there is only 1 floor as the base's safe zone, it is completely meaningless." Lin Wu expressed his opinion. "Blind bats guard apartment building number 2. Does it mean that the weakness of apartment building number 2 is sneaking in at night?" Maya was very interested in Lin Wu's idea. The enemy's strongest point is also its weakest point. Because of the existence of the blind bat, we will only consider how to attack apartment 2 during the day. I agree with Lin Wu's idea, but we have to kill the blind bat first. Lin Wu, there are 7 shotgun bullets left. All for you. Can you kill the blind bat? Lin Wu replied, desperate. One of me and it must die. Shirtu hurriedly said, no. I don't agree with taking risks. Our foundation is very stable now, and the relationship between the personnel is harmonious. Instead of taking risks and fighting each other, it is better to take every step and slowly grow ourselves. Lin Wu disagreed. Playing games requires a spirit of exploration and adventure. Shirtu asked, aren't you afraid of death? This is related to points. And points are related to your life on Earth in 2 years. Lin Wu replied, we want to live here for a long time. And we can't get around building 2. If we just stay here, we will either be like cotton and die if we are not careful, or we will be mediocre. And the points we get will be enough to exchange for ordinary people's lives on Earth. Shirtu looked at Maya. Maya said, everyone is in the game exploration stage. Death is common in the game. I care about points very much, but I am not afraid of danger. Shirtu said, I am different. Linwu said, of course it is different. The middle-aged fat uncle has a slow reaction, and he can't help when he goes out to work, and beating a zombie will only waste his stamina. It is irresponsible to let you go out and face this dangerous world alone. Shirtu was angry, and stood up to show his biceps. I can fight too, I added strength. Yes. Yes. Linwu said perfunctorily, if there is no car, Shirtu will definitely not live to Beishang Town. Shirtu snorted, and sat down. Maya is responsible for the field work, I don't object. But I still advise Maya to think more. No one can replace Linwu's role in the base. Touched, Linwu patted Shirtu on the shoulder. Next time I will bear not to squeeze you. Shirtu snorted, and didn't look at him. Maya said, well, I know what I am doing. Chapter 34, Changing Clothes. Because of the continuous rainfall, the day shift ended at 5 p.m. Even with the help of raincoats, some people caught a minor cold. The symptoms were mild, and they could recover by lying in bed for 10 to 30 minutes. Before the night shift, everyone drank tea by the campfire, and Xiao Dao asked if she could change clothes. Her clothes were still half wet. Linwu immediately replied, yes, I took a sailor suit from a mannequin, which should be in the warehouse. Shirtu said, yes. Yes, I want to say something about this first. Don't bring all the garbage to the base. Shiguang's brain is not good, and he threw all the garbage into the warehouse. For example, weeds, stones, cigarette boxes, bottle caps, etc. In addition to sorting the warehouse, Sushir also has to deal with waste. While Shirtu was talking, Xiao Dao had already applied for clothes, and a change interface appeared in her room, and she changed clothes successfully. Walking to the backyard, Xiao Dao in a sailor suit immediately attracted everyone's attention. The short-haired Xiao Dao looks very heroic in a sailor suit. In terms of material and feel, the overall suit of the system is much better than the clothes that everyone brings into the game. More importantly, after changing clothes, Xiao Dao's interface has an additional attribute. Sailor suit provides 5 points of warmth. It's over. Shirtu said speechlessly. Shiguang is going to torture the players to death. There is coldness corresponding to warmth, and the base also needs a tailor-like player. The players are like locusts, plundering the resources left by the system. If they cannot reproduce, the resources will be exhausted sooner or later. Originally thought that there was only a food problem, now there is a problem of keeping warm. This is forcing unprepared players to migrate to the county town. Linwu said, Shirtu. Don't think too much. You should think that Xiao Dao will look cool after changing clothes. And I also want to get a set of handsome clothes. Xuedong immediately said, I want one too. Linwu. I'll reserve it first. I want the gray one. Linwu asked, don't you consider the warmth? Xuedong replied, that's a matter for winter. Shirtu said patiently, if a man has no immediate worries, he will have long-term worries. Xiao Dao asked, isn't the trouble in building to a short-term worry? Shirtu explained, if a man has no long-term worries and immediate worries, he will have medium-term worries. Linwu patted Shirtu on the shoulder, boss. Medium-term and long-term worries are your business. What does it have to do with us? Everyone raised their teacups to applaud Linwu's words. Hey, didn't you just say you wouldn't bully me? Shirtu thought Linwu's words made sense. This was his job. His area of expertise. Why should he impose his worries on his employees, and make them worry, as much as he did? Thinking of this, Shirtu also raised his glass and joined in. The black one belongs to me. The car slowly stopped 100 meters away from the checkpoint. Linwu and Maya put on their raincoats, and got out of the car, and walked forward along the road guardrail. Linwu raised his hand, and the two squatted down. Linwu pointed to the wilderness outside the guardrail. A screaming zombie was wandering aimlessly, and there were 3 zombies around. Maya aimed with a crossbow, and shot Screaming with 1 arrow. After Screaming fell to the ground, the nearby zombies gathered around Screaming but to no avail, and soon dispersed. The two successfully arrived near the sentry post. There was a cliff on the left side of the sentry post. A luxury bus was parked on the highway, blocking most of the road. Sandbags were placed in front of the bus. To the right of the sentry post is a wilderness. A several-kilometer-long barbed wire fence is stretched across the wilderness, and 30 large tents are arranged in front of the wire fence. There is a very bright street lamp above the checkpoint. Lin Wu judged that the car could slowly pass the checkpoint intersection in an S shape. According to the situation on Earth in 2023, even if all humans disappear, electricity in some areas can still be supplied for many years. This street lamp should belong to the normal power supply, but it has been modified and turned into a very bright street lamp. A soldier zombie wearing a helmet and camouflage uniform can be seen walking back and forth behind the sandbag. His left arm is tied with a white cloth with a red cross. Maya waved forward. Lin Wu opened his eyes and looked at Maya. Maya helplessly said in Lin Wu's ear, "Touch a circle. I'll support outside." Su Shi made 120 crossbows. So Maya did not plan to let Lin Wu be the pioneer on this trip. But when she saw the steel helmet zombie, Maya knew that only Lin Wu could go up. Lin Wu sneaked to the sandbag and stared at the zombie. Seeing the zombie turned his head away, he flipped over the sandbag, killed the zombie with his dagger at the cost of losing 3 durability points. He helped the zombie land, while feeling around the zombie's body. Of course, you don't have to really search your pockets. As long as your hand touches the approximate range, the system will display the items. As long as your hand takes them, it means you have taken the items. 2 system bandages, one for treating external injuries, such as fractures, etc. The other for treating bleeding. Valid for 10 years. After spending 5 minutes carefully turning around, Lin Wu returned to the sandbag and waved. Maya stepped forward to meet Lin Wu. Lin Wu whispered in Maya's ear, "There are some vehicles behind, including a communication vehicle and a power supply vehicle." Walking forward for more than 10 meters, Maya saw the power supply vehicle and the communication vehicle parked on the side of the road. Maya asked Lin Wu to check the communication vehicle, and she observed the power vehicle for a while, reached out, and pulled the car door, but the door was not locked. Maya was secretly happy, opened the car door, unexpectedly. A zombie pounced on her from the driver's seat. Maya hurriedly supported the zombie's shoulders with both hands, to prevent the zombie from biting her. Maya's main body, logically speaking, should be able to push the zombie away, but the equipment on this zombie is heavy, and he lost the initiative, so he can only fight with the zombie. The zombies howled, and unknown liquid dripped from their mouths. Maya reluctantly turned her face away. Fortunately, the zombie's strength soon weakened. Maya took the opportunity to push the zombies away and drew out her machete to dance. Hearing the noise, Lin Wu rushed over from behind. Seeing Maya dancing with her machete, he was not in a hurry and sat aside to watch the excitement. He wanted to know if the sharp blade really couldn't break the helmet. Maya's machete made a metallic sound when it hit the helmet, and the noise was similar to that of a blunt weapon. The poor zombie was chopped stiff and couldn't fight back. After about 10 chops, the helmet broke into 2 halves and fell to the ground. And then it was no different from an ordinary zombie. After killing the zombies, Maya walked to Lin Wu and squatted down. The two did not communicate, but listened quietly to the movements around them. Perhaps the rainy night covered the sound, or perhaps it was for other reasons. But no other zombies were seen after waiting for a long time. Maya mustered up the courage to open the car door again and backed away. Without a flashlight, she couldn't see the situation inside the car clearly for a while. Lin Wu got in the car and searched around and got out. "No." Maya nodded, sat in the driver's seat, and fumbled around for the car keys. Lin Wu handed her a car key. Maya asked in surprise, "Where did it come from?" Lin Wu replied, "A corpse." Maya patted her forehead. She was scared just now. After getting out of the way, she squatted beside Lin Wu pretending to be tactical, and forgot to touch the corpse. How could Lin Wu miss a fresh corpse? When Maya mustered up the courage to open the car door, he touched a car key from the corpse. Maya started the car, and a huge noise sounded. Lin Wu wanted to cover his ears. "Sister, it's too loud." The noise disappeared, and Maya got out of the driveway. 80% completeness. "Lack of fuel," Lin Wu said. "There is in the car. I'll go get it." When driving outside, it is necessary to bring a spare barrel of gasoline. Chapter 35 Desert Eagle. Lin Wu felt uneasy when he went to get gasoline. Even on a road without houses, there would be a few zombies wandering on the road or on the road. Why were there only 2 zombies at the sentry post? As he approached the car, he heard the sound of the car starting, the lights came on, and a woman cheered. "Shit, robbery? Is there still justice? Is there still law?" Lin Wu immediately ran at full speed. The car thief saw Lin Wu and hurriedly closed the car door. The pickup truck accelerated slowly. Lin Wu sprinted at full speed at 40 yards. The car had only driven a few meters. Lin Wu flashed to the driver's side and aimed the short-barreled shotgun at the person inside. The car stopped. The other party was so sensible that Lin Wu became more alert. The person inside opened the car door, and a female player got out of the car. She said with a bit of a sly tone, "Handsome, is this your car?" "Yes." "I didn't know it was your car. Put away your weapons. There are a lot of zombies nearby." The female player introduced herself. "My name is Shauna." She held out her hand. Lin Wu put away his hunting rifle and shook hands with Shauna. "Liangren. That's a nice name." Shauna stepped forward. "Handsome guy, is the bay short of people?" There was a lot of charm in her eyes. "That's a nice name." Lin Wu, who was more alert, took a step back to look at her. Shauna turned around generously. Lin Wu saw a novice weapon. A baseball bat on her backpack weapon rack. Lin Wu put away his gun, hid the dagger in his sleeve, and asked, "What skills do you have?" Shauna said, "I'm a doctor, a full science doctor." Lin Wu nodded. "My boss is over there." After that, he walked around Shauna, opened the back door, and took out the spare gasoline. Shauna was generous and deliberately leaned forward to touch Lin Wu. Lin Wu was embarrassed. "Let's go." Lin Wu walked in front. Shauna followed behind and asked softly, "Brother, is your boss difficult to get along with?" "No." Lin Wu suddenly disappeared after saying that, and reappeared behind Shauna, stabbing Shauna's head with a dagger, and slashing it with a knife, taking away the last trace of blood, and stretched out his left hand to grab Shauna's body and put it on the ground. A set of movements flowing like water from Shauna's eyes. She didn't know how she died. Lin Wu first fumbled for a pistol, Desert Eagle. According to the introduction, this gun is extremely powerful. It actually uses a 12.7mm large caliber bullet, let alone accuracy and other data. From the perspective of power, a gun is just a trigger, which has no direct relationship with power. What is related is the bullet. 12.7mm is what people usually call .50 bullets, which are usually used in heavy machine guns and anti-material sniper rifles. A newcomer with only a baseball bat has learned all the science skill books. Either lie, or lie again. Of course, it is not ruled out that Shauna is extremely lucky. However, if a lucky person dies in his hands, it means that he is luckier. So from any perspective, killing Shauna is the right thing to do. However, Lin Wu felt that he might have killed the wrong person as he continued to touch. He took painkillers, scalpels, medical gauze from Shauna's backpack. This girl seemed to have robbed a clinic or hospital. Lin Wu looked at the 30 big tents on the side. Could it be that the girl had looted supplies from the medical tent and learned the skill book? If so, the girl really died unjustly. What a pity. But since she was killed, let's be at peace. As long as he doesn't tell Sure too that he killed a doctor who wanted to join the base, I believe there will be no problem. As for the future, how could there be a chance to meet again? Even if they meet, my name is Lin Wu, not Liangren. I picked up gasoline and met Maya at the sentry post. Maya was looking through the lost documents. She told Lin Wu that she found a soldier's diary. The diary recorded that at the beginning of the outbreak, they were ordered to set up a checkpoint here, conduct antigen tests on everyone, and transfer those they thought were not carrying the virus to the quarantine area of Zwa County. At the same time, Zwa County was also screening the population and transferring negative citizens to the quarantine area. 4 days later, in the early morning, the outpost was attacked by zombies. Although the zombies were eliminated by strong force, several civilians and 2 soldiers staying in the tents were bitten. The officers investigated and believed that the zombies started attacking from the tents, making roars to attract their kind to besiege the sentry posts. On the 3rd day after the report was submitted, residents and soldiers continued to mutate into zombies. The whole process was very fast, and it took less than a minute from the onset of fever to becoming zombies. The superiors informed them that the virus had a latent period of at least 2 weeks, and everyone thought they were likely infected with the virus. The superiors informed them that the screening mission was over and asked them to report back to the base. The major in charge of the sentry called a meeting of officers and transported 7 empty containers overnight, 1 container for every 12 people, welded iron doors, and self-isolated. The author of the diary was a military doctor, and he and another soldier named Homer were responsible for providing food and drink to the containers every day. At the end of the diary, He said that he was bitten by Homer. And although he tried his best to lock him in the car, he knew that he didn't have much time left, and said a lot of sad words. According to the diary, there were 7 containers in the tent area, and there were a large number of zombies in the containers. The first sentry zombie that Lin Wu and Maya killed was most likely the soldier who wrote the diary. After adding gasoline to the power supply car, Maya turned the car key. The car made a clicking sound, but it just wouldn't start. Maya looked at the car information in the driver's seat and said, "The battery is dead, it won't start." Lin Wu, who was standing outside the car, asked, "Didn't it start last time?" "Last time it stalled because of lack of oil." Maya was silent for a while. If I guess correctly, Shiguang only left one chance to start the car. Lin Wu suddenly realized, yes, this is Shiguang's nature. While she was doing wicked things, she was also in the right. Players, I'll give you a chance. As long as you add gasoline first, and then start the car is yours. This pit is so disgusting that basically all players will fall for it. The car didn't drive away, but a barrel of gasoline was given. No wonder there are no zombies. This is because they are afraid that they won't be able to get the gasoline for the players. A barrel of gasoline is 8 liters, which can be exchanged for 2 gasoline points at the base. Maya said, "I'll drive the car over to charge the battery." No. Lin Wu said, "It's enough to be cheated once. Believe me, Shiguang will not give such a good thing to others easily. After you drive the car over and charge it, maybe other places are broken again. We should go down and take a look. This wilderness is separated by barbed wire, and 30 large tents are enclosed as a unit by steel wire fences. There is no flashlight, and it's raining." Crouching in front of the barbed wire door, Lin Wu looked at the dark interior, and an idiom flashed in his mind: lead someone into a trap. The small iron door was not locked. Lin Wu asked Maya to wait for a while. He went in and searched for a while before coming out to report. It is mainly composed of containers and tents. The road is only 40 centimeters wide. The overall feeling is like a small maze. In addition, some containers have straight ladders that can reach the top of the container. Maya said, "Go to the top of the container first to observe the situation." Lin Wu nodded and led the way. After walking a few meters, he arrived near a container and climbed the ladder to the top of the container. Maya followed and asked, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" "No." Lin Wu asked nervously, "Did you hear it?" "No." Just confirming. This area is very close to the sentry streetlights, which provide some light. Standing on the top and looking around, it is impossible to determine whether there are zombies on the road below. And it is even more impossible to see the movement of the surrounding tents. Chapter 36 Night Demon. Maya took out a flare and pulled the fuse. She walked around the edge of the container, but found no zombies. Maya held up the flare and called Lin Wu over. She pointed to a tent 4 meters away with her peripheral vision and said, "Medical tent." There was a red cross on the top. She was ready to jump down. Lin Wu hurriedly stopped him. "We just suffered a loss. Military checkpoints and military isolation zones are naturally rich in supplies. There are no zombies in such places." After taking inventory, it was easy to deal with the first zombie. Under the light, its movements were clumsy. Even a novice with a blunt weapon could take it down. The second one was very insidious. The player would definitely be attracted by the power supply vehicle and would definitely open the door. The next step is the pitfall of the car running out of oil and electricity. The overall feeling is that this sentry post is a trap. Maya said, "I'll go down and take a look. If there is any problem, I'll jump up and you grab my hands and pull me back." Lin Wu said helplessly, "I'll go if I have to. You weigh at least 65 kilograms. I can't pull you without any extra strength." Maya was speechless for a long time and raised her thumb. "You are so thoughtful." Inner thoughts, what a straight man. Objective thoughts, Lin Wu has no extravagant thoughts about him. So he should deal with things objectively, and not consider his feelings at all. Lin Wu was about to get off the car when he heard the sound of a motorcycle. The two of them immediately lay on the container, and saw 2 motorcycles coming from the direction of Zhou County, with 4 people. Riding to the street light, 3 people were on guard and observed. A woman went to the power supply truck to start the engine, and soon she came back and reported, "Brother Chung, there is no electricity." The man called Brother Chung said, "The system will not let us get electricity so easily. Little Ghost will lead the way." The 4 people walked downhill from the street light to the tent area. The 4-person team was well equipped. Each person was equipped with a relatively high-end melee weapon. The woman brought a pistol, and Brother Chung had a very old rifle on his backpack. From their conversation, I learned that they were players from a nearby base. There are many zombies at the sentry post during the day, and half of them wear bulletproof vests and helmets, which makes it very troublesome to deal with them. Xiao Gui and Lin Wu are of the same type, and they are agile players who appear at night. He discovered that there were only 1 or 2 zombies at the sentry post during night reconnaissance. There was a disagreement between the day shift and the night shift. They set out to reconnaissance together yesterday evening and found a very strange phenomenon. After sunset, the sentry broadcast sounded a military bugle. The zombies heard the military bugle and slowly walked back to the tent area. Xiao Gui followed the last zombie and found that the zombie walked back to the tent area, walked into a container, and closed the door of the container. Why didn't they do it yesterday? The answer is that they need to prepare night lighting equipment, torches. One person took out a torch and lit it. Even in the rain, the flame was still dazzling, giving people an intuitive sense of security. Lin Wu thought to himself, why didn't I think of torches? Maya did think of torches, but unlike flashlights, torches allow players to see zombies, and also allow zombies to see players. The container where Lin Wu and Maya were located was at the T-junction. The 4 of them had already identified the important material tents, and followed the little ghost straight ahead. Lin Wu, who was at a high place, vaguely saw movement at the other side of the intersection, with the help of the firelight. Lin Wu gently poked Maya's arm, pointed to the right, and moved very slowly to Maya's ear. Mutation. As soon as he said the word, Lin Wu and Maya heard the sound of someone stepping on a puddle 5 meters away. That position was a blind spot for vision. Maya and Lin Wu did not move, holding their breath. The sound of stepping on the puddle and sand and stones slowly reached the edge of the container. Hearing the sound passing from below, Maya gently took out the display mirror, showed her head to look at the location where the sound came from in the dark, then slowly put away the display mirror and lay down. Lin Wu looked at Maya. Maya made a gesture to keep silent. Lin Wu could only temporarily put away his curiosity. The monster didn't seem to intend to cover up the sound of its footsteps. It ran forward at the T-junction. From the sound, its speed should be not much slower than that of a wild beast. Soon the footsteps disappeared. After about 10 seconds, a girl shouted, "Zombies, save me!" After only 3 or 5 seconds, the girl's voice could no longer be heard. At this time, Maya said to Lin Wu, "Night demon." 20 meters away, gunshots and Cheng Ji's curses were heard. "Where did you run to?" "Xiao Gui, I don't know." "Where is brother Jian?" Cheng Gu shouted, "A Jian? Where is he?" A male voice came from 7 meters away, "Brother Cheng." "I'm here." Cheng Gu, "How do I get there?" Male voice, "Go further and there is an intersection. Turn right along the container." "Shit. What is that?" Cheng Gu, "Hold on. We'll be there soon." Lin Wu stood up, walked to the edge of the container, and saw the fire. A man was seen waving a torch in both hands, and a night demon quietly appeared behind him. The bald night demon's body was like a human without skin, and the muscles of the whole body were clearly visible. Compared to other zombies, the night demon has a slightly larger mouth, but its face is more similar to that of a human. The night demon pounced on the man from behind, opened his mouth, and it was a big mouth, almost covering his entire face. He bit the man's shoulder, and a piece of flesh was visibly torn off the man's shoulder. The man wailed in pain, and the night demon grabbed the man with both hands and threw him at the container with great strength, and smashed the container into a human shape. The night demon did not fight, and ran into the darkness. The next second, Brother Cheng and Little Ghost arrived. Brother Cheng glanced at his brother on the ground, and looked around with a gun, XXX. "Come out." The man attacked by the night demon said anxiously, 20 health points. Severe bleeding. And 3 health points dropped per second. Brother Cheng hurriedly said, "Little Ghost. Bandage. Bandage." Little Ghost said, "The bandage is with Sister Hua." "Fuck." Amid Brother Cheng's helpless scolding, the man bled to death. Cheng Gu was very angry, but also very careful, holding his gun and standing guard. "Little devil. Lick the loot." Maya stood beside Lin Wu and whispered, "Very fast, but not as fast as fierce. Incredible power. Players will bleed heavily after being bitten." Lin Wu took the double-barreled shotgun and said, "It doesn't sound very strong." Maya said, "Night demon, just from the name, you can tell that it is the same as the blind bat. It is a zombie that roams at night. It is good at attacking players without lighting, making players defenseless. The two thought that the night demon was dealing with Changge and his friends, and the night demon was indeed dealing with Changge and his friends. The two thought there was only one night demon. Lin Wu tiptoed to watch the excitement of others, but he didn't know that he had become the prey. On the top of the container 8 meters away, a night demon was slowly approaching Lin Wu. It walked to the edge of the container, and was still several meters away from Lin Wu. The night demon squatted and jumped to attack Lin Wu, and the container made a loud noise under the force. Lin Wu heard a strange sound behind him, and decisively activated the wind thorn to jump over. A small path reached the top of the container opposite. Looking back, I saw a night demon with its mouth wide open standing next to Maya. Before Maya and the night demon could react, Lin Wu had already rushed back, and the barrel of the gun was against the head of the night demon. Before Lin Wu pulled the trigger, the night demon had already jumped off the container, and its body merged into the darkness. It was not that the night demon reacted quickly, nor was it that Lin Wu reacted slowly. When Lin Wu rushed back, he needed to see clearly who he was aiming at before he could pull the trigger. What if he killed Maya? Retreat. Maya finally digested everything that happened in 2 seconds, and took the lead in jumping off the container and running towards the street light. Chapter 37 Fortress Agent. Lin Wu followed Maya and jumped off the container. He turned around and pointed his shotgun at his back. Quick shooter. With a bang, blood splattered. The 15% headshot chance finally started. A night demon, due to inertia, fell from the darkness a few meters away and fell to Lin Wu's feet. Maya looked back and saw Lin Wu holding a gun in one hand and touching the corpse with the other. She didn't have time to debate with Lin Wu about which was more important, life or property. She took a crossbow and shot blindly at Lin Wu's back. Quick! Quick! Lin Wu raised the gun with one hand and fired a shot at the darkness. No matter if there was any, I'll scare you first. And then say, motorcycle. Okay. Maya shot another arrow and turned around and left. Lin Wu got a bottle of alcohol, shot another shot at the darkness, and then ran for his life at full speed. After the morale penalty of cotton death disappeared, Lin Wu judged that Night Demon was slightly slower than himself. Even so, Lin Wu still rushed out of the small iron gate at a speed of 40 yards, and arrived under the street light in 2 steps. Maya successfully stole the car. Lin Wu happened to arrive when she drove over. He grabbed Maya's shoulder with one hand and threw her into the car. Lin Wu thought this action was so cool. He drove the motorcycle to the pickup truck. The two of them worked together to lift the motorcycle onto the pickup truck and immediately got in the car and ran away. It was not because he was running away, but because he was guilty. Just a while ago, Lin Wu punished the car thief with justice. He didn't expect that he would be stealing cars in the blink of an eye. His face was a little hot. After the car started, Lin Wu comforted himself. 2 of them have died. This motorcycle should not be used. Maya glanced at Lin Wu. She didn't expect Lin Wu to feel ashamed of stealing a car. Lin Wu took out a Desert Eagle from his bag. I happened to see someone stealing our car when I went to get gasoline. Maya glanced at the gun and said, well done. I didn't hear you mention it before. Lin Wu answered honestly. She said she wanted to join our base. She said she was a doctor. Maya looked ahead quietly and finally suppressed her smile, asked, after you killed her, you found that she might be telling the truth. Lin Wu nodded. When I was looting, I thought her words were still somewhat credible. You can't blame me. The player who took the baseball bat said that he had the skill of a doctor. If it were you, would you believe it? Maya asked, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lin Wu said, a lie. Maya replied, I don't believe it. Lin Wu, thank you. The car was silent for a while. Maya couldn't help asking, what if you don't ask the truth? Lin Wu replied, no. Facing Lin Wu's answer, Maya was completely defeated. Strangely, she stopped laughing very forcefully in less than 3 seconds and talked about business. There are more and more players. We have to take anti-theft measures. There are many cars in Beixiong town, but the car keys cannot be found, and currently players do not have the ability to break the locks. When Maya met this pickup truck yesterday, the car locks had been broken, and it can be driven without keys. The same is true for motorcycles. Lin Wu suddenly had an idea. Do you think the electronics in our warehouse are used to steal cars? No keys are needed, and the vehicle can be driven by breaking the car locks. Maya thought for a while. It is best to let others be the guinea pigs. Tomorrow I will arrange for Shirtu to contact the player base to exchange game experience. Skill books are scarce. But they are just scarce. In the past few days, The people in the base have obtained a few skill books. Maya is very satisfied with the current personnel situation in the base. She hopes that everyone can learn valuable skills. Maya drove the car off the road. Since we are here, take a few basic packs back. The road from the mountaintop church to the Zwa County checkpoint has endless mountain cliffs on the left, and a large open plain on the right. The Zwa County plain is mainly farms, and the farms are hundreds of meters apart. The land is vast and sparsely populated. Going to the right, there are still mountains. At the foot of the mountain, there is a railway running through the left and right counties. There are restaurants, gas stations, and agricultural machinery spare parts stores in the center of the Zwa County plain. Maya's target tonight is these 3 stores. If you say that the Zwa County plain can be regarded as a paradise for novices, the number of zombies here is very sparse, and the farms are rich in resources. Maya told Lin Wu that after gaining a foothold in the farm base, they looted 7 small farms, and there was a serious surplus of gasoline and food. But they could not find a medical kit or medical supplies. When the car drove to the vicinity of the store, the rain that had been falling for a day finally stopped. The dark clouds dispersed. The moon hung high in the sky, and the visibility was greatly improved. Maya handed the specific looting work to Lin Wu, and she lowered herself to a subordinate position to cooperate with Lin Wu's work. Lin Wu picked up a stone and threw it at the restaurant. The restaurant glass shattered, and the surrounding zombies rushed to the restaurant. Lin Wu observed and listened for a while, but did not hear any abnormal sounds. He turned and entered the gas station 15 meters away from the restaurant, leaving Maya on guard outside. Gasoline. Gasoline bag. Gasoline. Gasoline. What the hell? A gas station only has gasoline? Shouldn't there be guns? Only guns can protect gas stations. There shouldn't be. What else should there be? Lin Wu absent-mindedly opened the cabinet, and a zombie was there. Lin Wu closed the cabinet door without hesitation. Damn dawn. Although Lin Wu's movements were cool and his expression was calm, his heart was actually beating fast for a while. He was frightened. Lin Wu heard a conversation coming from outside the door. Lin Wu was surprised. Could it be that Maya split up? He looked at the window and saw Maya whispering to 2 men in bulletproof vests. The men in bulletproof vests were carrying backpacks with a clearly visible Fortress logo on them. Their melee weapons were a metal baseball bat and a short-handled machete. Their long-range weapons were a shotgun and an assault rifle. They also carried tactical belts filled with magazines and bullets. When Lin Wu went out, Maya whispered, "The mission is to escort and protect Fortress agents to a farm to complete the search." Lin Wu took another look at their equipment and said, "Accept it." The NPC didn't say anything. After accepting the mission, he followed the 2 people and got on the pickup truck. Lin Wu filled up the car with gas first, wondering whether to let Maya drive the car back to the base and summon everyone to kill the 2 NPCs. He was also afraid of their weapons. He felt that even if he could kill them, it would cost a lot. The target farm was not far away. He arrived nearby in 5 minutes. After parking, several zombies from the surrounding area followed, and Maya drew her knife. 2 NPCs came forward to help. The NPC with the machete grabbed a zombie's hair with one hand, chopped off the zombie's head and threw it aside. During this time, the zombie scratched the NPC, but did not scratch the anti-bite equipment on the NPC's arm. The NPC with the metal baseball bat kicked the zombie's knee, knocked it down, stepped forward, held the bat with both hands, and smashed the zombie's head like a golf ball. After killing the zombies, the 2 NPCs said nothing and followed Maya to the vicinity of the farm. Maya told Lin Wu that the mission would last for 5 minutes, and they had to protect the 2 agents as much as possible. She could click to start when she was ready. Lin Wu pulled Maya aside and whispered. Maya glanced at the 2 NPCs and whispered, "Is it bad? You decide your mission." Maya thought for a moment and nodded. Lin Wu walked over and said to the 2 NPCs, "I'm going to pee. See you later." Chapter 38 Night Battle with Blind Bats. The mission begins. 2 NPCs enter the farm building. After a while, a zombie appears near the farm and runs towards the farm. Maya intercepts and easily kills it. Another zombie appears, and Maya kills it with a crossbow. On the other side, Lin Wu, who went to pee, finally found the screaming zombie. He ran over and slapped it. The stunned screaming zombie roared angrily, and the surrounding zombies immediately gathered. Lin Wu circled around the farm. When he saw the screaming zombie, he ran in front of it and swung around. After a while, screams came one after another. In the vast plain with few corpses, Lin Wu pulled out 2 rows of corpses. Lin Wu approached the farm at a moderate speed and heard a strange sound. He turned around and found that a fierce zombie was actually mixed in the zombie team. Lin Wu did not dare to neglect it. He accelerated and ran into the farm. At this time, Maya had climbed up the barn next to the farm. Lin Wu passed by 2 NPCs. Hi! He ran 10 meters without stopping before looking back. Kwang Ming took the lead. Facing the assault rifle, the NPC pulled the trigger, bullets splashed out. Kwang Ming was not hit in the head, hit by bullets continuously. He fell to the side and started howling. The NPC used up a magazine at Kwang Ming. Kwang Ming was beaten into a pulp in an instant. At this time, the zombies also came in front of the 2 NPCs. The assault rifle retreated to reload the magazine. The shotgun that had been on guard stood in front of him. Pulled a bolt and shot. Headshot. Pulled a bolt. Headshot. Shooting and slowly retreating. After 7 bullets were fired, he switched positions with the assault rifle NPC. He started to reload bullets. The assault rifle started burst shooting. 3 bullets in a group. 1 group must be headshot. Shoot the screaming zombies first. 1 shot is accurate. The 2 NPCs retreated. While shooting, when they retreated to the edge of the farm, there were no zombies standing inside. This fighting power is really amazing, Lin Wu shouted. Touch the corpse. In the face of powerful force, the zombies are as fragile as paper. Even the extremely ferocious Kwang Fong can only be defeated in 1 blow. The gunshots attracted the scattered zombies. And together with the zombies that would have been spawned by the original mission, more than a dozen of them rushed to the farm. Lin Wu and Maya ignored them and concentrated on touching the corpses around the NPC. When the zombies approached the NPC a certain distance, the NPC would attack. If there were few zombies, use melee weapons. And if there were many zombies, use guns. The NPC with an assault rifle kicked open a crate, took the signal transmitter inside, and put it in the backpack. And the mission was successful. Maya went forward to talk to the other party. And the other party gave 2 choices: base reward and personal reward. Maya chose the base reward without much thought. The NPC gave Maya radio frequency and code name. Through this frequency and code name, the mountaintop church can seek help from the fortress. When the radio station is not upgraded, it only has 2 functions: material search and emergency airdrop. At the same time, the mountaintop church received 20 honor points. In short, you can get honor points by helping the fortress complete the mission. And you can use special radio commands such as material search by spending honor points. 100 points of honor can be exchanged for a material search, only for basic packages. Indicate the type of basic package you want. For example, building material package. The fortress radio will tell you where the nearest building material package is. The system specifically states that this is a building material package refreshed specifically for the base, and only base members can see it. There are many items in the emergency airdrop. For example, if a car is damaged in the wild, you can contact the mountaintop base through the intercom, and the base contacts the fortress for airdrop. The airdrop content is a set of car repair tools, which can repair a car with a completeness of 0% to 30%. In addition, there are gasoline airdrops, bandage airdrops, etc. If you want to get more instructions, you must upgrade the base radio. How to upgrade the radio? The NPC said he didn't know. After thanking Maya, the 2 NPCs ran away from the farm. Seeing Lin Wu's reluctant eyes, Maya asked, "Can you kill them in 1 second?" Lin Wu replied, "It's difficult. They react very quickly. I think there should be a system skill bonus. Assault rifle bullets have penetrating power. 1 bullet can do double headshot." Maya nodded. "No chance now. There will be a chance later." Lin Wu and Maya got in the car, asked, "Did you find anything good?" Maya replied, "Some crop seeds. What about you?" Lin Wu replied, "Some crop seeds." Maya wanted to laugh, but she held it back. The 2 returned to the base smoothly. The day shift personnel in the base had not rested yet. They were in a meeting to discuss the sudden appearance of the base honor value. Some said it was a game update. Some said it was a hidden achievement. Some said it was surviving for 3 days. Lin Wu wanted to keep silent when listening to their discussion, but Maya was a real person, and explained the honor value to everyone, and the tasks she and Lin Wu were doing. Maya's patient explanation made Lin Wu quite bored. With Lin Wu's personality, this kind of insignificant, curiosity-seeking thing, he would tell everyone the truth before he suffocated himself. Sure enough, everyone was bored after knowing the answer. Some played cards, and some slept. Lin Wu applied for a short-barreled shotgun in the warehouse. the last 4 shotgun bullets, the Desert Eagle, the 6 bullets that come with the Desert Eagle, and the 12.7mm bullets that were looted before and are suitable for the Desert Eagle. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Wu applied for half of the base's arsenal. The reason for applying for so many weapons, naturally, was the fight with the blind bat that he talked about during the day. After Shirtu approved it, Lin Wu checked the weapons and felt that he seemed to be bullying the dead. Except for Shirtu and Maya, others did not know that Lin Wu was going to fight a life-and-death duel with the blind bat. Today, the sky was clear after the rain, the moon was high, and the visibility was excellent. It was the time to bully the blind bat. Walking to the commercial street in the dark, Lin Wu touched the door of apartment number 1, where he first met the blind bat, and soon heard the voice of the blind bat. From the sound, the blind bat was circling around apartment number 2, and when the blind bat walked to the place closest to Lin Wu according to the established route, it stopped. Lin Wu moved his body at the right time, and the blind bat changed from suspicion to certainty, and immediately approached quickly. Lin Wu ran away. There were too many zombies around the commercial street, and the terrain was not favorable. Lin Wu knew the speed of the blind bat, and he dragged the blind bat all the way out of the commercial street for 300 meters, and got rid of the small fish zombies. Lin Wu stopped and turned around, and the chewing gum continued to slowly restore his endurance, with the Desert Eagle in his left hand, and the shotgun in his right hand, and he closed his eyes facing the direction of the sound, and listened quietly to the sound coming from the pavement. The sound changed quickly, and it was in front of Lin Wu in just a few seconds. Lin Wu decisively used the shotgun, and all the bullets hit the body of the blind bat. After being shot, the blind bat immediately dodged to the left. Its reaction was already within Lin Wu's expectations. Considering that the distance between the blind bat and himself after dodging might be more than 5 meters, or even 10 meters, Lin Wu abandoned the shotgun, moved the Desert Eagle to the estimated landing point, and started the shotgun again. After pulling the trigger, the Desert Eagle made a huge gunshot, like a thunderclap in the plane. Unlike ordinary pistols, the Desert Eagle has a recoil buffer bar after firing, and it can only fire again after 1.2 seconds. Although this bullet still did not hit the head, Lin Wu heard the sound of rolling not far away. Lin Wu took out the last flare in the base and threw it out. Only a blind bat with a black crystal protective color was twisting its body on the ground. It turned out that the Desert Eagle shot broke its leg. It had never learned to hop on one leg, so it could only move its body by instinct. Lin Wu walked to 4 meters with the gun, activated the quick shooter again, and the other leg of the blind bat was broken. What a lousy probability! Lin Wu was furious. He took a few steps forward and pulled the trigger at the blind bat's head, but it missed. Lin Wu was completely furious. He changed to a shotgun and took another step forward and pulled the trigger at the blind bat's head. Well, not bad, finally a headshot. Cool. Lin Wu touched the corpse with his left hand and took the shotgun in his right hand to be on guard. Just as he was about to finish touching, a zombie ran up close. The wealthy Lin Wu fired a shotgun at the zombie. Although it didn't hit the head, the zombie was also shot dead. Finally, Lin Wu found something very heavy. Lin Wu looked at the item description, bullet mold, which consumes 1 ammunition to make 5 or 10.22 LR bullets. .22 bullets are about 5.6 millimeters after conversion, but .22 LR and 5.56 standard bullets are not the same. The specific differences will not be detailed here. In short, .22 bullets are the younger brother of standard bullets, and the firearms they belong to are mostly long guns. The characteristics are low power, low sound, low recoil, and high accuracy at medium and short distances. Why does 1 unit of bullet make 5 or 10.22 bullets? Manual lamination takes time and wastes materials, so only 5 bullets can be obtained. Electric lamination can obtain 10 bullets. Pistols, shotguns, and Desert Eagles have guns but no bullets. .22 is the opposite. There are bullets but no guns. Chapter 39 Blood Epidemic. No one can sleep during Lin Wu's night shift. Less than 10 minutes after falling asleep, everyone was awakened by a loud gunshot. The gunshot was only 100 meters away from the base. Everyone had never heard such loud gunshots before, and they all got up to watch the excitement. Hearing the continuous gunshots, several people were puzzled. Which rich man encountered what kind of zombie? Being able to shoot continuously, it means that he has bullets. The gunshots are so loud, it means they are powerful. It took so long, it means the zombies are also very strong. Maya revealed the truth again. It was Lin Wu. Oh, everyone suddenly realized. Maya said, The loud gunshots were from a pistol called Desert Eagle that he just got, using .50 caliber bullets. His target was the blind bat. Oh! Everyone walked to the intersection to greet Lin Wu, which was a kind of respect for Lin Wu's single fight with the blind bat. Stone said to Maya, "You don't have to tell me." Maya asked, "They want to know." Stone said, "It's very interesting, but it becomes boring after you tell it." Or why do you think I was surprised with him? Guess with him, because it's fun. Your subordinates in Blue Star are all paid, unlike them. I can understand. Your job is to explain everything in detail. But I suggest not to spoil things that are not related to safety in the future. Maya was thoughtful. At this time, there was a sparse applause from the intersection. Lin Wu's voice came. "Guess, what is this? If you guess it right, I will let Sure-Tu reward you with a Desert Eagle bullet to play with. Watch it, I'm coming in." "Wait!" Sure-Tu shouted. "I want to join in too." Sure-Tu looked at Maya. "This is fun. I'm not acting, I like fun too. Let's go and join in the fun." Everyone looked at Lin Wu holding something like a microscope in his hand, and was a little confused. Lin Wu reminded, "It is the worst series of very powerful things." After saying that, Lin Wu wanted to come in, but was pushed out by Xiao Dao. "Wait, let me take a look." The desire to win came up. Xu Hedan, an engineer, was secretly competing. This thing was obviously a machine. How could he lose? Su Shi had the same idea as him. Su Shi felt that the thing in Lin Wu's hand must have been made by a lathe. "Give me another hint." Lin Wu said, "It can use electricity." "Or not." Xiao Dao said excitedly, I know. Coffee bean grinder." "No." Chef Ma Han asked, "Meat grinder? Garlic masher?" Lin Wu didn't care. After entering the base, the things went to the warehouse immediately. Lin Wu said, "Hint. It's related to hot weapons." Sure-Tu answered quickly, "Seamless barrel cutting machine." "No." Maya asked, "Is it a part of an anti-material rifle?" "No." Lin Wu said, "Su Shi, help me make 2 torches. There are a few 5-minute torches in the warehouse." "Okay." Lin Wu went to the warehouse to apply for. After collecting the supplies, she came out and saw that everyone hadn't guessed yet. She said, "The one who peeked was a puppy, I'm leaving." TSK. Maya called Lin Wu. "Wait a minute, I'll go with you." Xiao Dao asked, "Where are you going?" Maya replied, "Building 2. Everyone was a little worried after hearing this. Tang Tang said, "Maya, have you thought it through?" Maya nodded. "We will attack Building 2 sooner or later. Why not take advantage of the death of the blind bat to conduct a targeted investigation now?" Ma Han said, "I think Tang Tang means that. You and Lin Wu go to Building 2. If one person must die, that person should be you." Maya said, "After I die, I will try my best to return to the base on the top of the mountain." Lin Wu stretched out 3 fingers. "If I die, I want 3 incense sticks every day." Maya explained the farewell calmly, making everyone feel sad and moved. As soon as Lin Wu opened his mouth, his sadness and emotions disappeared, leaving only laughter and scolding. Sure-Tu, who knew Maya, knew that this was not the case. Maya wanted to go with Lin Wu because she was worried that Lin Wu would die in vain. Even if Lin Wu died, he could explain more about Apartment 2 before he died, which would give him more confidence in attacking Apartment 2 in the future. It was not what everyone thought. Maya was worried that Lin Wu would carry out such a dangerous mission. So she followed him, because she was worried. Apartment 2 was wrapped in a layer of blood mist. And the closer to Apartment 2, the thicker the blood mist. When you look at the street lamp in the blood mist, you can see the blood floating in the air with your naked eyes. But blood mist is not fog. It will not stain your body. You can't touch it with your hands. And there is nothing wrong with checking the system interface. Maya pointed to the green shrubs in front of Building 2. Lin Wu nodded and touched Building 2 alone. The first floor of Building 2 is a hall, with transparent front and back doors. And you can see that it is full of bloody zombies, and it is definitely not possible to fight head-on. Lin Wu went around to the side, looked up at the sewer pipe, took a deep breath and began to climb. Lin Wu had never climbed a water pipe, nor had he climbed too high, so he was at a disadvantage in terms of skills. Fortunately, the game added sensitivity and endurance, allowing Lin Wu to reach the 4th floor smoothly. The unit was a square structure, with the left and right vertical lines being the elevator locations, and the upper and lower horizontal lines being the apartment rooms. Each unit had 6 apartments. There were not many zombies in the corridor, and Lin Wu easily used a steak knife to kill them one by one. After Lin Wu turned around, he found that the bloody fog in room 405 was the thickest. There was a clue about the weapon in room 405 before. There was a modified, super powerful assault rifle in room 405. Room 405 was not locked, and Lin Wu gently pushed open the door. It was dark inside. Fortunately, the building was full of bloody zombies, and Lin Wu saw 2 bloody zombies standing in the living room at a glance. The pair of blood-red eyes of the blood zombie looked particularly clear in the middle of the night. Lin Wu squatted and walked into the room, gently closed the door, and stood aside waiting for his eyes to completely adapt to the darkness. Not sure how many rooms there are in the house, the doors are all closed. Lin Wu first dealt with the 3 zombies in the living room and kitchen. Then he took a deep breath, pressed the door handle to open a room door. This is a study room, only a few square meters in size. There is no zombie to hide. Lin Wu searched a little and leapt. Then came the second door, the third door, the fourth door. There are more or less blood zombies inside. Finally he reached the last door, if he guessed correctly. This room should be the master bedroom. The master bedroom has a balcony and a bathroom. Lin Wu pressed the door handle and found it was locked. Guessing the situation inside the door, Lin Wu squatted against the wall and took a few deep breaths and took out the lock-picking tool. This time the lock-picking was very difficult. Lin Wu broke 3 lock picks before opening the door lock. Lin Wu entered the bedroom and did not find any zombies, but was stunned by the wall. In order to see more clearly, Lin Wu lit a torch. A blood-colored monster grew on a wall. It was not quite right to call it a monster. It looked like a heart, or like a tree growing in the wall. The naked eye can see its throbbing movement like a beating heart. Intuitively, the tree is rooted at the bottom of the wall, and its tentacles like branches and leaves spread across the entire wall. The tree is beating like a big heart, and with the beating, streams of blood are transported to each tentacles. The upward tentacles penetrate the ceiling and extend upward, while the downward tentacles extend downward, and the tentacles on the left and right sides penetrate the wall, and they don't know where to go. Lin Wu felt that the entire apartment number 2 had been wrapped by tentacles. The building is it is the building and it are one, and they are invincible. Lin Wu took out the display mirror from his backpack and aimed it at the monster, and then saw the name of the monster, Blood Plague. Chapter 40 Night Battle. Lin Wu had been in the bedroom for more than a minute, and had not encountered any attack from beginning to end. Looking at the 2 square meter heart that kept beating, Lin Wu, who was holding a shotgun, couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Besides the blind bat, why didn't the Blood Plague have other means of attack and defense? Lin Wu first searched the bathroom and balcony, but found nothing unusual, nor did he find the Raider rifle. He circled the Blood Plague a few more times, and opened the system interface, still found nothing unusual. Lin Wu raised the golf club in the corner, and prepared to start. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a rope from his backpack, tied one end to the balcony, and threw the other end down, and made a few gestures to Maya, who was squatting in the bushes. Maya saw Lin Wu holding a torch in his left hand, and making gestures with his right hand, and she couldn't understand the meaning at all. Maya responded with sign language, which Lin Wu could not understand either. The two communicated for half a minute without any result. Lin Wu returned to the bedroom, put the torch on the vase, raised the golf club with both hands, and hit the Blood Plague hard. The expected explosion did not occur. A smear of blood was visible to the naked eye. Lin Wu waited for a moment, and then played the second shot. He felt that the blood mist in the house was thicker, and he could smell blood. There was no abnormality on the system panel. Lin Wu instinctively thought that he should not swing the third shot. But as a guinea pig, he still swung the third shot. It was still a smear of blood. But the difference was that the blood mist in the house became extremely thick, and even the vision was affected. The house began to shake, and Lin Wu heard the sound of breaking the door. He looked at the bedroom door, and saw a bloody monster breaking in fiercely, and raised its claws to sweep towards Lin Wu. After Lin Wu dodged the wind thorn, he found that if he was not hit, but was just blown by the palm wind, the infection degree would increase by 10%. If he was caught by a claw, or bitten, the consequences could be imagined. After rolling over by inertia, Shui Guangming got up. The roar of screaming zombies rang out at the door, and a large number of blood zombies swarmed in. Lin Wu pointed his gun at the rushing Guangming and pulled the trigger. Headshot. What Lin Wu never expected was that Guangming, who was shot in the head, was not dead, but just ran to the side and roared. The headshot from a shotgun is about as lethal to Shui Guangming as the headshot from a pistol is to Bai Guangming. At least 3 shots are needed. Lin Wu didn't dare to stop. He ran to the balcony, grabbed the rope and jumped down. He jumped out of the air, and Shui Kuangming followed him out, and grabbed Lin Wu with one claw and tore off a large piece of flesh. Lin Wu was in pain and let go of the rope with both hands and fell to the ground. Maya pounced, hugged Lin Wu and pushed him forward, saving Lin Wu's life. Run! Lin Wu didn't have time to check his injuries. He raised his gun and shot Kuangming, who was running towards him. Shui Kuangming was extremely cunning. He jumped to the side on all fours to avoid the shot. At this time, countless blood zombies squeezed onto the balcony and fell down like rain. Building 2 was shaking constantly. Screams came from all directions in the west, and waves of zombies surrounded Lin Wu. What surprised Maya was that the zombies that ran past her did not attack her, but ran towards Lin Wu. Even so, Maya did not stay. From the current point of view, it was impossible for her to rescue Lin Wu, and she would only become a burden if she stayed. After a while, Lin Wu had used up all his shotgun bullets. He quickly switched to Desert Eagle, seeing the fallen zombies about to stand up, and seeing the zombies coming from a distance about to surround him. Lin Wu pulled the trigger, and the 25% chance of the quick shooter was activated. No matter how Shui Kuangming dodged, the bullet seemed to be able to turn. The .50 bullet hit the soul, and blew up Shui Kuangming's head in the air. The system prompted that the loot was obtained. This was the first time that Lin Wu killed a zombie, and got an item directly. However, he had no time to look at the loot now. Lin Wu rushed out of the first layer of encirclement, and ran towards the base. 2 white Kuangming jumped down from the top of the store, and led the zombies to chase Lin Wu. Lin Wu opened his own interface, and found that the infection rate was as high as 50%. Due to trauma, fractures, bleeding, the upper limit of life and endurance was reduced by 50%, and only 20 points of life were left. Endurance reached the bottom. After running out of stamina, Lin Wu chewed gum, turned around, raised his gun and fired. And the bullet hit a fierce beast, which jumped to the side and roared as if it had been hit hard. The other Kuangming rushed towards Lin Wu without stopping. Lin Wu knew that it was either him or he would die, holding the gun with one hand, quietly looking at the recoil buffer bar. Kuangming was also a stubborn person, only able to move in a straight line. When it pounced on Lin Wu, when the distance was only 2 meters, without using the quick shooter, Lin Wu shot it in the head. Lin Wu turned the muzzle of the gun to another Kuangming, at which time the zombies had already caught up with Kuangming. Kuangming rushed towards Lin Wu one step ahead of the zombies. With the experience from last time, Lin Wu was very calm and relaxed. Kuangming's leaping movements seemed to him like slow motion, and he shot Kuangming to death with an accurate shot. At this time, he also recovered some endurance, and he certainly didn't dare to touch the corpse, and escaping was the most important thing. Just as Lin Wu was about to start, a zombie, like a football player, flew and hugged Lin Wu, and threw Lin Wu to the ground. Seeing that Lin Wu was about to be drowned, Maya, who was supporting him from 20 meters away, opened fire with her small pistol, shooting 3 zombies in the head in succession, giving Lin Wu a chance to stand up. A zombie followed suit and hugged Lin Wu, but was shot in the head by Maya in midair. After resolving the crisis, Maya did not wait for Lin Wu, as she knew his speed. When Lin Wu ran out of stamina to rest, she would stop immediately and stand on guard 20 meters away. Under Maya's cover, Lin Wu finally returned to the base alive. With such a big commotion, the people in the base started another wave of eating melons on the cliff. This time was different from the past. After Lin Wu returned to the base, he did not even have time to smile, and went straight to the infirmary to lie down. At this time, he was still bleeding slightly, with only 4 points of health left. There will be good fortune after surviving a disaster. System prompt. Enable the hunter profession marking skill. Marking level 1. Marks the target without consuming stamina. Lasts for 10 seconds. And has a cooling time of 1 minute. Hitting the marked target with a long-range weapon will cause 200% damage. Everyone rushed into the infirmary. Lin Wu introduced the blood plague and blood frenzy to everyone on the hospital bed. Just as Lin Wu finished speaking, before he had time to accept everyone's concern, the alarm sounded at the base. Everyone received a system reminder. The zombie siege countdown is 10 minutes. The siege strength is 4 stars. And it lasts for 5 minutes. Lin Wu has 3 states: infection, fracture, and trauma. He needs to stay in bed for 3 hours to recover. Because the infection rate exceeds 50%, the infection can only be reduced by 15% every 10 minutes. Fractures and trauma need to be completely cleared before they can be recovered. In addition, in the infected state, the effect of medical bandages and other drugs is halved. Maya began to arrange everyone's positions and weapons. She brought Lin Wu a precious first aid kit. The first aid kit can restore some of Lin Wu's injuries and restore 20 points of life limit. Maya then gave Lin Wu a small pistol, asking Lin Wu to protect himself and Su Shi. Shi too has shooting experience, so he took the Desert Eagle. Tang Tang is highly agile, so he took the shotgun. There is also a small pistol left for Xuedan. Xuedan's sledgehammer is extremely powerful, but it consumes stamina. Equipped with a small pistol, he can still attack when his stamina is restored. Unlike the last siege defense, there is not much gasoline base at home, and it is difficult to make a few Molotov cocktails. But everyone is still relatively relaxed, after all. 3 guns defended the church gate last time. Maya thinks the situation is more difficult than siege. During the siege, there are steps below the church gate, which is high above, and has a geographical advantage. And the narrow steps are good for the defenders. If the zombies in this siege are still stupidly going through the gate, unless a few fierce ones are added, they will definitely not be able to break through the gate. But the problem is that there is no if. This time it is a system siege. The siege is not to attack the players. The zombies' targets are not only players, but also buildings, and they can even destroy the item warehouse, and cause damage to the items. So the zombies will pour into the church from all directions. They will go through the back door, and they will break the glass, and get into the church. Maya focused her defense on the aisle in the back half of the church. The aisle is narrow, which is good for defense. The disadvantage is that she must give up the open-air garden, open-air barracks and system warehouse. Once the system warehouse is destroyed, the upper limit of material storage will be reduced, and the current 60 full warehouses of building materials will become 40. Even though Shi Tu raised doubts about this, Maya still decided to build the main defense focus on the corridor. Chapter 41 Defending the City. Time passed by minute, watching the countdown except Maya. Everyone was quite nervous. The church gate was built with safes and benches as the first line of defense. The back door was built with some furniture that the church originally had. Although there was no medical effect, Su Shi still squeezed into the hospital bed with Lin Wu, covered his head with the hospital quilt, and sat on the head of the bed. Lin Wu sat on the head of the bed, took a small pistol and looked at the door of the infirmary, asked, "Su Shi, tell me." "What?" "Fainted." Su Shi couldn't explain it clearly. He never watched any zombie movies or novels, nor played zombie games. As long as he knew that the other party was a zombie, Su Shi felt nauseous for no reason. Just like motion sickness, everyone believed that motion sickness was caused by motor nerve disorder when riding in a car. In fact, many people who suffer from motion sickness do not get motion sickness when they get on the bus. They get motion sickness when they arrive at the bus station, smell gasoline or diesel, or when they know they will be riding in a car soon. Then you stay still, don't talk, especially don't scream. "I'll try." As the two chatted, the countdown finally ended, and the siege countdown began. Maya stood alone in the open space outside the church, waited for a while before seeing a zombie appear at the intersection. It tried to run towards the church. Maya raised her crossbow and aimed to kill it. There are some differences between siege zombies and ordinary zombies. Siege zombies can run non-stop, although they don't run very fast. Ordinary zombies can only run fast, sprint, and hug. The process takes about 3 seconds. Siege zombies can barely be considered slightly strengthened ordinary zombies. 25 seconds, another zombie came. Maya killed it, and wondered in her heart, is this a 4-star siege? Soon another zombie came. Maya began to feel uneasy. The first zombie appears in 15 seconds, the second in 25 seconds, and the third in 30 seconds. This means that the frequency of zombie appearances will become more and more frequent as time goes by. 60 seconds passed. Screams began to appear along with a small wave of zombies. 90 seconds later, a group of zombies appeared. Screams began to grow. Maya retreated to the church, and the battle to defend the city officially began. 120 seconds later, a large number of zombies poured into the church. Some of them attacked the main gate. Others walked around the church and broke the glass and went in when they saw the windows. For a while, there were constant gunshots in the church hall, and it was relatively easy to stabilize the situation at present. "Quang Ming," Xuedan shouted, and swung the hammer to sweep. This action was not fast, but Quang Ming was too fast, and was swept into it. Shuodon sweep is a system skill, and during the implementation of the sweep, it is invincible. A hammer hit Kwang Ming, and Kwang Ming flew to the side with his 4 legs in the air. Shuodon shouted, it fainted. The sweep has a low chance of killing, and Kwang Ming did not check the almanac before going out, and directly hit the low chance. Unfortunately, the blood was too thick. The ultimate move turned into fainting. Xiao Dao was the closest, so he ran over immediately. Kwang Ming tried to stand up slowly. Xiao Dao stepped on Kwang Ming's head. Kwang Ming immediately fell on his back and fainted again. Xiao Dao raised his foot and stomped again. This time he stomped Kwang Ming's head directly. Many zombies had entered the church hall. Xiao Dao was enjoying stomping, and didn't notice a zombie running and hugging him from the side, which knocked Xiao Dao to the ground and rolled twice. Xiao Dao hurriedly stood up, pulled him down, and stomped him to death. Maya's crossbow arrow flew over, shooting the zombie that attacked Xiao Dao. There is a prerequisite for 3 guns to guard the church door, that is, the zombies rush in a straight line. It's different today. Today the zombies are coming from all directions. Stone used the gun well, but Maya made a big mistake. She assigned the Desert Eagle to Stone. Every time he fired, Stone had to wait for 1.2 seconds for the recoil buffer, and couldn't do the burst of the pistol. What's more terrible is that the Desert Eagle bullets are too powerful. A zombie can't stop it at all. If you're lucky, you can get a double headshot, but if you're unlucky, the bullet will penetrate the zombie and hit the companion at the same time, so Stone's shooting range is repeatedly limited. Tong Tong's hunting rifle is the most ferocious. She shoots after pulling the bolt, with a special sense of rhythm. If you can headshot, headshot. If you can't headshot, you can still knock the zombies away, or even kill them directly. According to Maya's original plan, cold weapons provide protection for hot weapons, and hot weapons give priority to shooting zombies fighting with cold weapons. The tactics are correct, but there are many problems in actual operation. First, there is a problem with coordination. Second, there is a problem with the penetration of the Desert Eagle. In addition, Xiao Dao doesn't know any tactics after killing Red Eyes. She just stepped on it when she pulled it over. She pulled Shirtu twice. If she hadn't pulled him down, Shita's head would have been crushed by her. 2.5 minutes have passed, and everyone has been slightly injured. Seeing that there are more and more zombies, Maya is cutting the team, and ordered, retreat to the corridor. Lin Wu's voice came from the medical room in the corridor. Zombies broke through the back door. Quick shooter, quick shooter. Lin Wu was surprised to find that using the quick shooter on the hospital bed does not consume endurance. It's not that it doesn't consume endurance, but the speed of recovering endurance is very fast. Even after firing 10 shots, his stamina still dropped by half. Lin Wu stood at the end of the bed, looking down from above, and using a small pistol to block the zombies entering the infirmary. There were not many zombies, and they were quickly cleared. The others all entered the corridor, blocking the zombies rushing from the hall, while clearing the few zombies in the corridor, and quickly stabilized their position. There were 6 rooms beside the corridor, each with windows. Hearing the sound of glass breaking, Maya immediately stood up. Be careful that zombies will appear in the room. The knife, Ma Hun said in unison. I'll take care of it. They didn't have a gun, which was best suited to clearing a small number of zombies. Shirtu stood at the door of the infirmary. This gun doesn't work. Lin Wu, let's change it. Go to the warehouse to get it. Quick. Lin Wu had no choice but to get up from the bed and walk to a position near the hall with Shirtu. This is where the radio station and item warehouse of the base are located. Shirtu took the small pistol, and he immediately felt refreshed. The explosive zombie is the mutant zombie that Maya is most worried about. Once it rushes close to her and she kills it, the poison gas will explode, and everyone involved will have to fight with Lin Wu for the bed. The shortcomings of the explosive Sang are also obvious. It is over 1.9 meters tall, has a big belly, and a small head. It is impossible not to find it in the crowd. Shirtu defended in front of the aisle and said, there is Kwang Ming. Kwang Ming is the opposite of explosive Sang. It is on all fours and disappears in the crowd. Maya couldn't find Kwang Ming. Lin Wu took the Desert Eagle out of the warehouse. Hearing Shirtu calling Kwang Ming, he walked to Shirtu and looked for him with a gun. Shirtu said, he is hiding in the group of corpses. Lin Wu said, you step back 1 meter. Shuedon will come up later. Double guns block. Shuedon and Shirtu stepped back 1 meter away from the obstacle. The 2 small pistols fired at the same time. The zombies fell to the ground one by one to form a new corpse obstacle. The poor zombies would fall if they passed the obstacle. Lin Wu held the Desert Eagle and waited quietly. The place was small, and he attacked in a straight line. Kwang Meng appeared. He gave Lin Wu face very much. He jumped up and jumped over the obstacle to grab Lin Wu. Lin Wu had a lot of experience fighting against Kwang Meng. He calmly pulled the trigger, and Kwang Meng shot him in the head. Maya shouted, "Lin Wu, Xuedan, sure to guard the front door. Xiao Dao, Ma Heng clean up the zombies in the room. Tang Tang and I guard the back door." Tang Tang shouted, "Oh, they tore down my garden." Sure to glanced at the base. It's gone. The barracks are gone. After the barracks with 6 beds were destroyed, 5 members of the base were not assigned beds, and their morale dropped by 20%. This status can only be eliminated after they are assigned beds. Chapter 42 Reduced Personnel. 2 loud bangs, a burst of fire rushed out from the church entrance. Everyone was lost in thought for a moment. What exploded? The next second, everyone woke up. The motorcycle and the car exploded. After the car was 100% damaged, a 5-second countdown was started. After 5 seconds, if there was gasoline in the car, it would explode. Poor car was thrown alone into the parking space outside the church gate, and was grabbed and exploded by zombies. The car explosion caused everyone to lose focus. The back door bunker was higher, there was no light, and even no candles. An exploding zombie was tripped by an obstacle silently, and after falling to the ground, it exploded, and the poisonous gas swept through. Maya immediately retreated. Tang Tang, who could have escaped the poisonous fog, was blown down by a zombie. After finally breaking free from the poisonous fog, he found that his life was at the bottom, and he was still losing blood because of the poisoning. Maya said, "Go to the bed and lie down quickly. As long as you are not dead, you can be saved. You will no longer lose blood when you are bleeding or poisoned." Tang Tang immediately ran into the infirmary and threw herself on the bed. A zombie happened to break in through the window. Tang Tang stood on the bed and shot the zombie to death with a shotgun. After the shooting, Tang Tang looked at her own condition and was shocked. "Maya, I'm still losing blood. I still have 5 points of blood." "What? Impossible." Maya hurried to the door of the infirmary. "How could it be? I don't know. I'm going to die." Tang Tang was not vague at all, and fell on the bed immediately. Maya saw a mass of things at the head of the bed inexplicably. She walked over and opened it. It turned out to be Su Shi wrapped in a quilt. Now Maya understood the cause of Tong Tong's death. Originally, Lin Wu was using the bed. After Lin Wu left, the system determined that Su Shi on the bed was using the bed. Tang Tang was anxious and nervous, and did not notice this situation, which eventually led to Tong Tong's death. Shi Tu said sadly, "My Tang Tang, my horticulture, the only agricultural skill in the base. I hope to vigorously develop agriculture after water and electricity are connected in the future." Even if Tang Tang found her way home after her death, her skills would be formatted, missing her to this point. Shi Tu was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Of course, Shi Tu was also sad about the reduction in the number of people in the base, sad about Tong Tong's death, and sad about the loss of landscape architecture. Triple sadness. His heart was bleeding. It was time to siege the city. After cleaning up the remaining zombies, Maya arranged for people to go to the hospital beds. Shi Tu cleaned up the ruins and rebuilt the barracks. Everyone else sat at the campfire and watched the campfire quietly. Not far from the campfire were the barracks and gardens destroyed by zombies. Unlike Cotton, Tang Tang had been with everyone for a long time. Although she had no bright spots, she had no black spots either. Such a sudden death made everyone feel depressed. Shi Tu took a pot of potatoes to the backyard, put the pot on the fire and cooked the potatoes. This was the only way he could think of to boost morale without making empty promises. Maya then came to the campfire, sat on a handmade bench, looked at everyone and said, "I made a serious mistake in defending the city today. I shouldn't have let Shi Tu use the Desert Eagle. Although I didn't know that the Desert Eagle had a recoil buffer time, I have the responsibility to know all our weapons in advance. Tong Tong's death is a blow to the base and everyone. This world is full of dangers." Su Shi stood up and interrupted Maya's words. Su Shi said, "My fault. I'm sorry everyone. I'm sorry Tang Tang." "Hold a confession meeting?" Shi Tu said, "From my personal point of view, this defense of the city was very successful. Tong Tong's death was an accident. We can stop zombies, but we can't avoid accidents. Especially in the game, no one knows which will come first, the accident or tomorrow." Everyone nodded. agreeing with Shitu's opinion. Maya said, starting tomorrow, we will start to clean up apartment buildings 1, 3, 4, 5. From the current point of view, the blood plague in building 2 is not something we can deal with now. Lin Wu, I won't assign you tasks for the night shift. I can't assign Lin Wu any more suicidal tasks. If Lin Wu dies in the near future because of the tasks he assigned, it will greatly impact the morale of the base. Lin Wu nodded, yes. Shirtu asked, Su Shir, are you short of supplies for production? Su Shir knew that Shirtu was deliberately giving him a topic: plastic, wires, metal, wooden boards and other basic garbage. In addition, rags are needed. Pine oil is used to make torches. If I can get an empty big oil drum, I can make a few bonfires outside the system, so that the whole base can be brighter at night. The snacks in the warehouse have been used up. Although the endurance added is not much, the life restored is not much, but it is better than nothing. If you encounter it, you can take it home. Shirtu nodded, I'll remember it. Starting tomorrow, I will publish trading information through the radio. On the one hand, you can replenish supplies, and on the other hand, look for new members of the base. Maya just mentioned Lin Wu. I think Lin Wu should be paired with a night companion. Maya shook her head. At present, there is no suitable partner for Lin Wu in the base. The most basic requirement is to run fast and not be a drag. So this person must be sensitive, and the secondary attribute can be will or physical strength. The current obvious effect of will is that the lower the endurance consumption, but there is an upper threshold. Because the main and secondary intentions are different, the maximum reduction of endurance consumption is 30 to 50%. Lin Wu said, I don't need a partner. Shirtu replied, a partner can at least tell us how you died. TSK. Lin Wu looked up disdainfully. I'm not bragging, as far as the mutant zombies known so far. Night demons are more troublesome. Lin Wu originally wanted to say that he could deal with all known zombies. But night demons are an exception. Although night demons' attack power and speed are not as good as crazy, and they don't have the super stealth ability of blind bats, night demons combine the strengths of both, with a certain stealth ability and a certain speed and attack power. At the same time, night demons have their own characteristics, that is, quantity. When encountering night demons at night, you have no idea how many night demons there are in this area. When they meet players, they don't rush it all at once, but disperse to attack. Shirtu saw Lin Wu being defeated, and couldn't help laughing. You're done. Right? Mahan, can you eat this potato? Lin Wu moved the battlefield. Mahan looked at it with disdain, and stood up and took away the whole pot of potatoes. Shirtu was dissatisfied. What do you mean? Can't eat it? I tell you, you can eat even cooked feces. Cut! Mahan gave him a meaningful look, went to the warehouse to get a kitchen knife, and used the safe as a table to cut the potatoes into pieces. He poured mineral water and salt into a basin and handed it to the backyard. Put the potatoes in after the water boiled. He went back to the warehouse to apply for seasonings, and made a large basin of sauce. When he finished and went to the backyard, the potatoes were almost cooked. Eating the potato pieces with sauce, everyone praised Mahan's cooking skills. Shirtu knew that everyone's morale was still relatively low, and they had not yet gotten over the impact of Tongtong's death. But Shirtu also knew that everyone was trying to adjust to a more positive mentality, in order not to affect other people's moods. Shirtu thought that the members of the base had good personalities, and he wanted to discuss with Maya that it would be better to live in fear than to take risks, but he knew that this was impossible. He believed that Maya did not want anyone to die. Since Mahan's cooking skills were appreciated by everyone, the base decided that 8 o'clock every night would be the base dinner time. In addition to collecting survival supplies, field staff also need to search for condiments, various meats, eggs, vegetables and other foods. In this respect, Shuguang is still relatively humane. There is no expiration date set for items outside the system. Everyone chatted and ate potatoes. Lin Wu went to the warehouse. After a while, Shirtu, who was holding a potato in his mouth, asked, Lin Wu applied for a treasure chest? What treasure chest? Where did the treasure chest come from? Chapter 43 Outpost. Before the siege, Lin Wu fought around with the blood plague, and was chased by zombies like a stray dog. However, during this period, Lin Wu killed the crazy monsters continuously, including a blood-crazy monster, who was killed by 3 powerful headshots. After killing the blood-crazy monster, the system prompted that the loot was obtained. Lin Wu had no time to check. Just after returning and lying on the bed, the zombies broke out and attacked the city. Until eating potatoes and chatting, Xiao Dao asked Lin Wu about building 2. Lin Wu thought of the loot. The loot is a treasure chest, a small box, with the words card treasure chest written on it. The system explained that, after opening the treasure chest, you will get a random card. The treasure chest is divided into 4 grades: gold, purple, blue and green, and the corresponding cards are also 4 colors. The loot treasure chest that Lin Wu obtained is a blue treasure chest. The treasure chest is placed in the middle. Everyone sits around to look at the treasure chest. Lin Wu rolled up his sleeves and stretched his hands to the treasure chest. Xiao Dao called a halt. Wait. Lin Wu asked, what's wrong? Xiao Dao covered Lin Wu's right hand with both hands and rubbed it back and forth, closing his eyes and muttering something. It was over. Xiao Dao let go of Lin Wu and said, I have passed my 3 days of luck to your right hand. Lin Wu was stunned with everyone after hearing this, after a long time. He asked, can it be opened? Open it. Everyone was impatient. It was the first time for them to see a trophy box. Wait. Xuedan said, Xiao Dao didn't get the treasure chest. Lin Wu got the treasure chest. Which means Lin Wu has better luck. Does Xiaodao's luck transmission reduce Lin Wu's luck? Sure too. Are you too crazy? I'm so anxious. Lin Wu asked, can I use my left hand? Yes. Yes. Maya? Sure too, and Ma Han said in unison. Seeing that Xiao Dao was about to say something, Lin Wu quickly opened the lid with his left hand, and a blue card lay quietly in the box. Lin Wu picked up the card and read, Outpost card. You can occupy a facility as an outpost. An outpost is similar to a base, with a certain safety zone, but the area is very small. An outpost is equipped with a system warehouse, which is shared by the base and the outpost. An outpost cannot be built or destroyed. The biggest feature is that, because of the different types of outposts, the rewards are different. Occupy a military outpost, and the base will increase 1 unit of ammunition every day. Occupy a restaurant, and the base will increase 1 unit of food every day. Occupy gas stations and so on. This is not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that you can occupy the substation and provide free electricity for the base. Occupy the pump room and provide free water for the base. Occupy the residence, and the base will have 2 more ordinary beds. When Lin Wu read the word electricity, everyone was excited. Xiao Dao was even happier. He grabbed Lin Wu and jumped around, and finally there was electricity. Shirtu hurriedly said, calm down, listen to Lin Wu's reading, maybe there will be cannons. Ma Han shouted, what cannons do you want? We want electricity, we want electricity. We want electricity, we want electricity. Everyone echoed the shouting. Maya, a practical man, has already taken out the hand-drawn map and the system map. The hand-drawn map is the map where the day shift marks the buildings. There are 2 substations near the church on the top of the mountain, 3 kilometers away from the farm base. There are 7 wind turbines near the railway, and there is a substation there. The advantage is that it is close, but the disadvantage is that there are no supplies to be looted around. And as an outpost, it lacks the function of a warehouse. To get to Zhua County, you either have to take the railway, or you have to cross a bridge to enter the outskirts of Zhua County. There is a small hydroelectric power station near the bridgehead, and there is a substation in the hydroelectric power station. There is a supermarket and parking lot near the hydroelectric power station, and there is also a camping park around it. There are shops, toilets, wooden houses, and tents placed by tourists everywhere in the camping park. Disadvantage 1. The substation here is 7 kilometers away from the mountaintop base. Disadvantage 2. It is speculated that the density of zombies in this area is relatively high. The advantage is that the function of the outpost can be effectively utilized to establish a looting point. Seeing that everyone was excited, Maya did not say anything, because she knew that everyone would definitely choose the nearest farm base at this time. Maya said, everyone have a good rest. I will find the address of the substation. Tomorrow morning we will have a morning tea to determine the target. Yeah. Everyone got up and went to sleep. Shirtu held Lin Wu's shoulders and said, well done. The outpost dispersed the haze in everyone's hearts and greatly boosted morale. Lin Wu grinned, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. Seeing everyone happy, Lin Wu was also happy. Perhaps this was the sense of accomplishment gained from sharing happiness. After Lin Wu left, Shirtu approached Maya and whispered, don't you think keeping the card will be more beneficial to future development? After all, the mountaintop church is a transitional base. It will spend the winter for 3 months. and will definitely develop towards the county town in 6 months at most. What you said makes sense. I believe they also understand your reasoning. But I don't think anyone will be reasonable. Maya added. I don't want to be reasonable in this matter either. Shirtu sighed. Me too. Maya said. I have a suggestion. At present, there are 10 beds and 7 members in the base. We can consider merging a small base. Shirtu glanced around and saw that there was no one around him. He whispered, I'm poaching. Shirtu has his own understanding of the game. This game must take the route of elite soldiers and strong generals. At least in the early and middle stages. Shirtu thinks that 7 people are not too few. And he can even accept 5 people. The reason is that Shirtu thinks that the 7 people in the base have distinct personalities. And adding people randomly will destroy the harmonious and friendly atmosphere of the base. But the possibility of war damage must also be considered. How to recruit people? What kind of people to recruit? Shirtu knows it in his heart. And he does not accept Maya's suggestion. The next day, after a morning tea meeting, everyone unanimously decided to go to the hydropower station to set up an outpost, leaving Shirtu and Su Shur to guard the house. The rest of the people set off for Zwa County in a repaired pickup truck with 30% durability, and were stopped at the checkpoint. During the day, the density of zombies at the checkpoint and tent location is very high, and half of them are helmeted and plate-armored zombies, like a wall blocking the only road. Maya, Lin Wu leads the enemy. Xiao Dao on. Lin Wu approached a zombie. The zombie flipped over the sandbag and fell, trotting towards Lin Wu. And Lin Wu retreated. Xiao Dao stepped forward and grabbed the zombie's arm and pulled it down at his feet, and raised his foot to step on the zombie's head. But it didn't break, and the zombie fell into a short coma. I stepped on it with a knife again, and it still didn't break. Xiao Dao shouted angrily and stomped down. The helmet was crushed and bounced off. He then kicked the zombie again and killed it. Maya, Lin Wu leads the enemy, Snow Egg. Snow Egg knocked down the zombie with a sledgehammer, and kept hitting the zombie's head. The zombie stood up, and was knocked down again, and stood up again, and was knocked down again. It took 12 seconds, and Snow Egg finally smashed the zombie's helmet and killed it. The third test subject was Maya. The sharp blade. The knife chopped on the helmet and bulletproof vest, making a sound of grinding iron and stone. After 15 seconds of chopping, the zombie was still alive and kicking. Ma Hun came forward to help, and it took 10 seconds to kill it with a blunt instrument. The result came out. Maya had a headache looking at the zombies piled up at the checkpoint. This was impossible. Maya looked at Lin Wu. We can only pull them away. She didn't want to do this. Lin Wu would definitely fall behind after pulling so many zombies away. Without Lin Wu, Maya was a little nervous. The remaining Snow Eggs, Horse Souls, Knives and herself would not be able to deal with the fierce attack without any injuries. Chapter 44 Goodbye Night Devil. Lin Wu readily agreed, slipped past the zombies, opened the iron gate, climbed onto the top of the container in the tent area. They were familiar with this place. Randomly, Lin Wu took out a rocket and lit it. The rocket made a loud noise. The zombies at the sentry squeezed each other into the iron gate. Lin Wu held a short-barreled shotgun in his hand and looked at the zombies under the container, always ready to deal with the sudden fierceness. There were only the last 2 bullets in the gun. The zombies could not climb the straight ladder and kept hitting the container to make disturbing noises. The noise attracted nearby zombies, and naturally there were screaming zombies. Seeing that there was no corpse at the sentry, Maya ordered to drive. Snow Egg drove slowly, circling the sandbags and obstacles on the small road, and almost scratched several times during the process, but fortunately, it finally drove out of the sentry area. Lin Wu saw the car passing the sentry post and heading towards Zwa County. So he jumped from the top of the container to another container, passing through layers of obstacles and getting rid of the zombies. Lin Wu sat on the container waiting for the zombies to return to their positions, and suddenly found that there was movement in the container opposite to where he was sitting. So Lin Wu wrapped his legs around the container and hung down, and suddenly found a night demon hiding in the innermost part of the container. The night demon also saw Lin Wu, and rushed towards Lin Wu from the container. Lin Wu was frightened and immediately returned to the top to run away. At this time, the night demon rushed to the edge of the container, and a ray of sunlight shone on his body, and a puff of green smoke instantly rose. The night demon seemed to be in unbearable pain, and wailed and hid back in the container. Wow! Brother, I heard that you chased me. Lin Wu opened his backpack, rummaged for a while, and took out the dead flashlight. He had planned to take the flashlight to the hydropower station to charge it today. Lin Wu lay on the edge of the container, raised the flashlight to the sun, and shone the reflected light on the night demon in the opposite container. Wherever the reflected light passed, the night demon seemed to be burned by high temperature, and his body smoked, and he jumped up and down. Lin Wu held up the flashlight and continued to deal damage. The poor night demon had no escape, no way to avoid it. The night demon's painful howl was not a zombie monster's roar, and it did not attract its kind. In the continuous torture, the night demon finally fell to the ground and died. Lin Wu jumped out, grabbed the top of the container opposite with both hands, and swung into the container to touch the corpse. 2 painkillers. Strange. Was it a coincidence? Or did the night demon only produce medical supplies? Last night, Lin Wu felt alcohol on the night demon. Lin Wu searched for a while, and found another unlucky night demon. He burned it to death and continued to touch a bottle of iodine. The third one, a bottle of antipyretic medicine. The fourth one, a bottle of antibiotics. The fifth one finally produced something good, a bottle of serum. The serum can be processed into vaccine serum in the base laboratory. The vaccine serum can clear all infection values and will not be infected by the zombie virus within 24 hours. The serum can be used directly, reducing the infection value by 50%. Lin Wu searched around for a long time and confirmed that the group of night demons in the tent had been killed by him. I don't know if it will be refreshed. If it is, I can visit the sentry post every day. There is no doctor in the base at present. The night demon who can provide medical supplies is the best doctor. Even if there is a sharp dagger to perform assassination, Lin Wu does not want to entangle with the plate armor zombies. He found an opportunity to leave the tent area. Standing on the road and looking around, Lin Wu decided to take a walk in the wilderness. According to Maya's prediction, with Lin Wu in the team will need at least 1.5 hours to complete the work of occupying the outpost. Lin Wu plans to come back in an hour and a half to help the team lead away the zombies again. This is the first time Lin Wu has encountered a wild animal. The other party is a black bear. The strange thing is that the black bear and the zombies seem to have reached some kind of agreement. They did not attack each other. There are not many bullets. Lin Wu does not want to provoke the black bear, so he bypasses the black bear. It is rare to have time and mood to wander in the field. Lin Wu's pace has also slowed down. There were many haystacks rolled into a circle in the wheat field. When passing by a haystack, Lin Wu couldn't help but kick it to see if he could kick the haystack. But the haystack didn't give any face and didn't move at all. Lin Wu climbed up the haystack and lay on it to bask in the sun, comfortable and cozy. During this period, Lin Wu met 2 players, and they waved their hands to each other from a distance and said hello, but they did not deliberately approach each other. This shows that both sides are good people. In addition to the players, Lin Wu found 3 player bases, which looked very shabby from a distance, not only incomparable to the mountaintop base, but even inferior to the original shadow base. The farm buildings were sparse, but fortunately there was no shortage of food for the time being, but there was basically no possibility of development. This made Lin Wu admire Shirtu a little. Shita's goal at the beginning was to plunder the town, contact nearby bases to discuss mergers, and let Lin Wu scout medium-sized bases. Even if he hadn't met Maya, Shirtu would still pull people to capture the mountaintop church. There are only 2 small and medium-sized bases in the entire Beishang town, and the mountaintop church has the best location. The ability to capture the mountaintop church is the result of everyone's efforts, and it is also Shitu's strategic success. As for the death of Cotton and Tang Tang, in Lin Wu's view, it is a normal loss. Lin Wu thought he was also consumable. Including Shirtu, everyone in the base was consumable. No one knew when they would die. Even Su Shi, who never went out, had to face the test of the zombies attacking the city. When he was free, Lin Wu would have wild thoughts. Getting up and continuing to wander around, Lin Wu accidentally discovered a farm with blood mist. Apparently there was also a blood plague here. He didn't know what unit to use to describe the blood plague. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Lin Wu approached the farm, wanting to see if he could see the cute blind bats during the day. As soon as he approached 50 meters, Lin Wu heard a huge roar. This roar was not a fierce and low sound, not the cooing sound of a blind bat, nor the sharp sound of a scream, but a roar representing a huge and infinite power. Not harsh, but like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. Not low, but it made people shudder. Lin Wu walked a few meters further and stopped beside the abandoned harvester to look at the farm, only to see the blood zombies walking in the farm. The roar came again, and a small number of the blood zombies in the farm fell to the ground with the roar. They were not frightened, but were shocked. Can't go any further. Lin Wu's instinct told him that this creature was definitely not one he could contend with. If it targeted him, there would be no chance of escape. Lin Wu took out a pen and paper, and drew the location of the blood plague farm, and drew a skull on it and marked it as Super Zombie. Next time he met a fortress agent, he should bring them to this farm as a guest. Lin Wu liked adventure because there was a challenge. If he took an adventure without a challenge, it would be courting death. He could tell the difference between the two. What could 2 shotgun bullets do? Lin Wu had just fought with a blood plague last night, and he was killed, so he would definitely not go to the farm to seek death today. Another roar came, accompanied by the vibration. The zombies were knocked to the ground one after another, and Lin Wu quietly slipped away. Chapter 45 Conflict. Lin Wu returned to the vicinity of the sentry post, looking at the road in the direction of Zhui County, like a stone waiting for his wife. This wait lasted from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Since Lin Wu started to attract the monster at 9 a.m., it had been 6 hours, which greatly exceeded the estimated time of the operation, which made Lin Wu quite worried. He kept looking at the Bay's cemetery, fearing that there would be a few more people at any time. In front of him was a group of sentry corpses, and zombies could be seen everywhere behind him, and in the wilderness. Lin Wu, sitting on the street lamp, was like a lone wolf, watching the world quietly in the doomsday environment. At 3:30, no newcomers were found in the cemetery, and the base's pickup truck appeared on the road, but for some reason, Maya and Ma Han stood in the back of the pickup truck, instead of sitting in the car. Lin Wu stood on the street lamp, waving a flag made of sticks and cloth strips. Maya leaned over and patted the door of the cab, and the pickup truck slowly stopped. Lin Wu pulled the zombies away, clearing a path for the pickup truck, which slowly drove past the sentry post. Lin Wu got rid of the zombies, ran 500 meters, and got on the pickup truck. Xuedong was driving. Xiao Dao was sitting in the back seat, and Lin Wu got on the passenger seat. I've been waiting for you for so long. Xuedong glanced at Lin Wu. Sorry. My fault. The atmosphere was a little wrong. Lin Wu looked back at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao had an indescribable expression. Lin Wu asked, the mission failed? Xiao Dao shook his head. We successfully occupied the substation. Since we occupied the substation, why are you all unhappy? Lin Wu, who was confused all the way, saw that the atmosphere was wrong and temporarily suppressed his curiosity. Everyone returned to the base smoothly. Shi Tu and Su Shi greeted everyone at the door. Lin Wu could see the lights on in the church. But the strange thing was that Shi Tu and Su Shi were very calm. Shi Tu said thank you for your hard work to everyone and said he had prepared some steamed buns. Maya arranged for Xuedong to go to the ward and had a secret meeting with Shi Tu. Lin Wu suddenly felt like an outsider. But fortunately, he didn't treat Xiao Dao as an outsider, and took Xiao Dao to level up nearby. After Lin Wu asked, he learned that Xuedong and Ma Han had a fierce conflict. When the group was about to reach the hydropower station, a female player stopped a car for help. She and another girl set up a base in the park administrator's dormitory on the second night of the game. The two were limited by their understanding of the game and courage. They had not developed in the past few days. They just looted the administrator's dormitory and found some food and building materials. Because of the lack of medical supplies, they did not even set up a medical room. Female A was quite shy and seemed to have never asked for help. After stopping the car, she hurriedly said that she was a good person and had no intention of offending anyone and wasting everyone's time. The driver Xuedong asked and learned that they had entered the 2-star countdown for defending the city. They saw a vehicle in the distance outside the base. So Female A left the base for help. Female A said that she was willing to use a melee weapon steel bar to ask everyone to help them defend the city. Steel bars are already their best weapons. At this time, Ma Han said, we still have important things to do. That's all he said. Xuedong looked at him with dissatisfaction, and asked how many minutes it would take to attack the city. Female A answered 3 minutes. Xuedong asked Maya and Xiao Dao, and seeing that Xuedong was inclined to defend the city, they said they had no objection to helping defend the city. Ma Han was very concerned about Xuedong's contemptuous look, and said in dissatisfaction, "One person had died defending the city at his base last night." Xuedong retorted that we were 4-star, and they were 2-star. Ma Han said, "Do you really want to gamble your companions' lives to make you a good person?" Xiao Dao thought that Ma Han said this in anger, but Xuedong was speechless at the time, and his face flushed, and he immediately told Maya that he could stay. While they were arguing, the siege of Female A's base had already begun. Maya asked Ma Han to watch the car, and the three of them walked 100 meters to Female A's base. Since Maya and the other three are not members of the base, they do not enjoy unlimited bullets and doubled stamina recovery, and can only use melee weapons to fight zombies. Female B was injured during the defense of the city, and the infection rate was 20%. After the defense of the city was over, Xuedong consulted with Maya to see if he could help the two girls find a package of medical supplies. Lin Wu heard this and said, "It's difficult to deal with. They are not because of the issue of whether to help the girls or not, but they are in a vindictive attitude. Even if Ma Han wants to help the girls, he needs a step. The best step is Xuedong to apologize, and the two of them will make peace and laugh it off. The second best step is for Maya to consult with Ma Han, and Ma Han will at most give a non-objection. However, with Xuedong's personality, he thinks he is in the right, and it is impossible for him to apologize to Ma Han." Xiao Dao patted Lin Wu's head. Angrily, "You say. You say." Lin Wu said repeatedly, "You say. You say." Xiao Dao continued to talk. Maya thought that she could spend some time to help the girls, or she could not help the girls, and it would be justified to do anything. Xuedong said that he would help the girls even if he was the only one left. Since Ma Han did not say that he would not help the girls, Maya went back to discuss with Ma Han and decided to temporarily stay at the girls' base and spend some time to help them find a bag of building materials and a bag of medical kits. Ma Han did not object. He just said it was up to him. Unexpectedly, the search would take 2.5 hours. In the huge suburban park, supermarket and parking lot, they did not find a medical kit, and Female B died. Even so, Female A thanked everyone for their help, saying that she had caused trouble for everyone. Xuedong felt a little sorry for the sincerity of Female A's attitude, since Ma Han also actively participated in the search. The relationship between the two also eased a lot. After saying goodbye to Female B, everyone spent some time cleaning up the substation and successfully occupied the substation. On the way back, Xuedong suggested taking Female A to the base. Maya said that Shirtu would be the one to recruit members. So the group went to the base of Female A and contacted Shirtu with the radio. Shirtu listened to 20% and guessed 80%, saying that there was no problem. Just as Maya and Shirtu were communicating, Xuedong and Ma Han started fighting. Xiao Dao came to find Maya. Maya followed Xiao Dao to the girls' base 100 meters away and found the two people fighting. The two abandoned their weapons and piked with fists. Before the couple punches were thrown a few times, it turned into wrestling. Maya separated the two to ask the reason. Xuedong dropped a medical kit on the ground. While Maya was communicating with Shirtu, Xuedong and Xiao Dao were wandering around. Xuedong was in a good mood at the time. She bet with Xiao Dao what was in the toilet. She never expected to find a medical kit. According to the Division of Labor at the time, the toilet was searched by Ma Han, and the medical kit was in a very obvious place in the toilet cleaning room. So Xuedong asked Ma Han. Ma Han said he didn't see it. Xuedong didn't believe it. Ma Han insisted, "Don't say I didn't see it, even if I don't save her." "So what, anyway? You are the good guy." "Xuedong, if you have the guts, say it again." "Ma Han, you are that stupid saint. I wasted a whole day to make you happy." Chapter 46 Soul Egg Incident. Because of this sentence, Ma Han and Xuedong fought. Xiao Dao had never dealt with a fight before. After all, her special move was to cover her mouth and step on her head, so she could only seek help from Maya. After Maya intervened, she thought that Ma Han really didn't notice it, because the entrance to the men's and women's toilets was in the front, and the cleaning room was behind a small iron door. Xuedong was dissatisfied with Maya's support for Ma Han. He saw Ma Han go around the back of the toilet. It was impossible that he didn't see the small iron door. He just didn't take it on purpose. Ma Han was furious. "Ask, what if you don't take it, if you want to protect the girl, go find it yourself. Why do you drag us to help you pick up girls? Lin Wu was still blowing the wind in the wilderness. It's hard to say who is right or wrong in this matter. Maya couldn't clearly support either side. Xiao Dao was not good at mediating, and could only worry on the side. While the four were discussing, arguing, and persuading, Xiao Dao discovered that female A was besieged by several zombies 30 meters away and had fallen to the ground. And she immediately shouted. The four people heard the sound and rushed over to rescue her. But it was too late. Female A died on the spot. Xuedan was very upset that he had not protected the female A well. He looked at Ma Han and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Ma Han was so angry that he cursed wildly. Maya asked them to get in the car. It was getting late. She was also worried that Lin Wu would wait alone in the wilderness. She would go back to the base to talk about it. There would be conflicts when there were more than two people. The difference was whether they could tolerate each other. To maintain a happy and stable marriage, tolerance was more important than love. It was normal to have conflicts and disputes in collective life. As for the result, it was hard to say. Maybe they would go their separate ways. Or maybe they would understand and tolerate each other. Curious baby Lin Wu's question was, can the stone be handled well? If it is not handled well, will the two people break up? In the end, will two people with conflicts live together? Or will someone leave? This incident is similar to the death of Tang Tang. Susher was right. And Tang Tang was also right. If someone must be held responsible for Tong Tong's death, Susher was wrong. And Maya, who arranged the personnel, was also wrong. If the horse soul and the snow egg remain in opposition and conflict, it will easily cause others to take sides. Xiao Dao has a closer relationship with Ma Han. So when Xiao Dao objectively describes the incident, she believes that Ma Han did not deliberately see the medical kit and did not take it. Xuedan and Su Shi have a better relationship. What will they say? Lin Wu is always on night shift. It is rare for him to work day shift and enjoy the natural wind in the wilderness for a day. He has a neutral attitude towards Xuedan and Ma Han. And he does not know who to comfort. He believes that Tu and Maya are also neutral. For Lin Wu, he is just curious about the development of the next incident. And he does not worry about the development of the base. These are things that Tu should worry about. And he does not need to think so much. Tu knows more about Xuedan and Ma Han. He knows that Xuedan and Ma Han have never had a good relationship. No one will take the initiative to talk to each other when they have nothing to do. This is related to something that happened on the first night of the game. Maya will not mediate personal conflicts. She believes that personal conflicts are personal matters, as long as they do not violate the rules and do not damage the collective interests. She allows such personal conflicts to exist. Just like a department manager, it is impossible to mediate conflicts in employees' private lives. Nor is it possible to require employees not to have conflicts. That is equivalent to imposing one's will on subordinates and interfering in their private affairs. Xiao Dao asked, "Hey, who do you support?" "Ah?" Lin Wu was stunned. "Do I need to support anyone?" Xiao Dao thought for a while. "I don't know. When I was in college, there were occasional conflicts in the dormitory. Those who had good relationships would get together and deliberately isolate others." Lin Wu asked, "You are that person, right?" Xiao Dao was shocked. "How do you know?" Lin Wu said, "Because getting together does not isolate others. Only others will think of the other party to win over others and isolate themselves. I have also encountered similar situations. Unless they are best friends, we all maintain a neutral attitude." "What was the result?" Lin Wu said. "As a result, a second conflict broke out. After the school intervened, one of them was transferred to another dormitory before it was settled. The relationship between the two was bad until graduation. There were exceptions. I also had conflicts with others, and the next day we still had conflicts." Xiao Dao asked, "What conflict?" Lin Wu said, "During the World Cup live broadcast, we wore the uniforms of our mortal enemies." "So childish." "It's childish if it's childish." It was the era of youth and passion. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the two walked out of the dormitory, each shouted the name of the team they supported, and the whole building followed and responded, and the war spread throughout the boys' dormitory. Everyone slapped their faces, set off fireworks, and no one gave in to anyone else. Lin Wu said, "I still don't hang out with the day shift. I don't like awkward atmospheres. I don't like awkward atmospheres. I don't have the ability and plan to change this atmosphere." The sky gradually darkened. Xiao Dao looked at the base. The base was brightly lit. If it were before, she would have happily returned to the base, But today she didn't want to go back. She would rather bully lone zombies with Lin Wu in the dark. Fortunately, Xiaodao can always find something to be happy about. Look! That zombie was refreshed. Faced with the excited Xiaodao, Lin Wu was confused. Of course, it was refreshed. This is a game, otherwise how long would it take you to build a medical room? The medical room would not provide various functions. No! This is the first time I have seen a refreshed zombie. That's right, there are two principles for refreshing zombies in the game. The first principle, unless there are special circumstances, the normal refresh will appear 15 meters away from the player. The special case is the Blood Plague Guard. The second principle, there will be no refreshed zombies in the safe zone, but it is not ruled out that lost zombies will walk into the safe zone. Let me tell you, I found another blood plague today, and this time it's not the blind bats that are guarding it. Xiaodao asked curiously, what is that? Lin Wu said, I don't know, but I think it's the most perverted mutant zombie I've encountered so far. A voice from the cliff came from Shirtu. Two down there, it's getting dark, go home and make your nest. There's a lot of rest time, which leads to long contact time between people, and it's impossible not to see anyone. Lin Wu didn't want to go to the backyard. But the main life of the base was in the backyard. Even sleeping in the backyard. When he went to the backyard, he found that Maya was the only one by the campfire. It turned out that at Ma Hun's request, he was moved to the indoor dormitory. Now there were only Xiaodao and Ma Hun in the indoor dormitory. It was estimated that the two of them were chatting with their best friends. Xu Huidong had gone to rest. Su Shi sorted out the garbage that he could never finish sorting. He repeatedly disassembled the objects, classified them, and then merged them. It was really different with electricity. The whole backyard was bright, which made people feel very comfortable. Shirtu moved a table that Su Shi had just made and found a place to put it. He said, I plan to turn the empty space in the backyard into the base entertainment room. Chapter 47 Night. Lin Wu said, stingy, the system has an entertainment room. The entertainment room I put together is nothing compared to others. Doesn't that take up space? The system also has a movie theater, which can be built with a large indoor or outdoor unit. Shirtu sat by the campfire. I'm going to build a wood pile. When you go out, I'll pick up some wood nearby, process it into wood and store it in the lobby. By the way, do you remember when our shadow base was first established? We're in contact with a wanderer from New County? Lin Wu said, we've always been in contact. Right? It's just that the distance is a bit far. Shirtu said, the wanderer also took over a small or medium-sized base, and expanded the number of personnel to 10. But there were some problems internally. Jealousy. A member with medical skills contacted me through the radio, expressing his willingness to transfer to the shadow base. I looked at the map, and it would take more than an hour for the day shift to meet at the exit of the train tunnel. The only normal transportation in Zuio County is the railway line, and the connection is a tunnel of about 3 kilometers. Lin Wu said, I'm on night shift. Maya said, do you want to continue working night shift? With electricity, nighttime activities will naturally increase gradually. We work together during the day, and rest together at night. Shirtu nodded. That's right. If you are left alone on night shift, the whole base will be restless. Lin Wu said, night shift is simpler, you can play as you want. In addition, I want to go to the mountaintop observation post, to see if I can get some supplies back. Lin Wu once brought back a briefcase, which contained 3 military facilities, including the sentry post with the night demon, the mountaintop observation post, and the train command post. The straight line distance between the mountaintop observation post and the mountaintop church is 3 kilometers, and the altitude is estimated to be about 1,000 meters. Lin Wu added, as a hunter, it's time to go up the mountain to look for animal traces. Maya rejected, too dangerous. If you want to go to the mountaintop checkpoint alone, you must carry a certain amount of guns and ammunition. There are currently 4 guns in the base, 2 shotgun bullets, and 3 Desert Eagle bullets. I'm not sure if there are any wild animals. If there are, they can't be dealt with by a dagger. Since it's a mountaintop outpost, there must be a large number of plate-armored zombies. And there may be new mutant zombies, such as mandrills. I don't oppose taking risks. But I oppose taking risks that have more risks than benefits. Maya said, how much can you carry by yourself? For the size of an assault rifle, it can't be stuffed into a backpack. In addition to the weapon rack provided by the backpack, you can only carry it yourself. What about bullets? The die press you brought back last time weighed 5 kilograms. Shirtu said, Maya, you are very good at rationally analyzing gains and losses. I think Lin Wu just doesn't want to stay in the base for a long time. Lin Wu explained, No. I just want to go to the mountaintop outpost to take a look. But Maya's words make sense. I need to sleep tonight. And I will go to the Highland Villa opposite during the day tomorrow. Lin Wu found a photo of a villa in the factory. 2 of the 7 people in the photo were wearing military uniforms. I believe we should be able to get some weapons in the villa. He can do whatever he wants. Anywhere. The reason why Tang Tang died is ultimately because of one reason, not enough guns. At least everyone should have a gun. If everyone has an assault rifle, they can kill anyone who comes. And 100-star siege is no problem. Lin Wu said, in addition, I have an idea. The blood plague in Building 2 seems to be connected to the entire building. Can we blow up Building 2? Sure 2 became interested when he heard about blowing up a building. Few men can resist the joy of demolishing a building. Su Sure can make a simple pipe bomb, but it requires ammunition packs. If you want to blow down Building 2, I think you need a lot of ammunition packs. Ammunition packs can be said to be the most scarce basic supplies in the base, but fortunately they are not essential supplies. Maya said, according to Lin Wu's description. Blood plague has a characteristic. It will not summon zombies as long as it is not hurt. We don't need to blow up the whole building. We just need to get enough pipe bombs and detonate them at once. Lin Wu asked, how many are enough? Maya thought for a long time, enough. The 3 began to discuss this. Lin Wu just wanted to kill blood plague. Sure 2 thought that killing blood plague must have a high reward. And Maya paid more attention to experimental play. After all, it was only the first blood plague. During the discussion, a red dot appeared on the base system map. When members are at the base, an electronic map will appear on the interface, with base members as green dots, zombies and outsiders as red dots. Seeing the red dot staying at the edge of the base motionless, it can be basically determined that it is a player. The 3 of them took their guns to the door to check, and it turned out to be a player. After asking, they learned that the other party was looking for the base. Sure 2 chatted with the other party for a few words, saying that his base was full, and pointed out a way to the nearest base. When he came back, Sure 2 heard the radio calling, so he went to do his own thing. Although Lin Wu and Maya had been on duty together, the content of their communication was almost all related to work, and there was no topic for small talk. Without Sure 2, the 2 sat at the bonfire in the backyard for a while, and Lin Wu felt very uncomfortable. So he went to the warehouse to get a book and went to sleep in the barracks. Go to the barracks dormitory and turn on the upper and lower lights of your unit, which is better than the daytime light. Pull up the screen again to form a closed space. Although the space is not large, it is very comfortable to be in it. It also brings Lin Wu a sense of security that he has never had before. It is also the first time that Lin Wu feels at home in the game. Previously, the base gave Lin Wu the impression that it was just a dormitory, and its existence was entirely necessary for work. Now, Lin Wu felt that work was for the sake of having a comfortable dormitory. It was only 7 o'clock in the evening. There should have been a celebration today. But unfortunately, because of the matter of Xuedan and Ma Hun, everyone had to return to their dormitories early and return to their own space. Lin Wu hoped that they could handle their own affairs tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Wu put himself into thinking. How would he deal with a conflict between himself and others? Suppose he witnessed the process of Ma Hun deliberately not taking the medical kit. Afterwards, Ma Hun not only did not admit it, but also said that he had wronged him. Since there was no evidence, others did not know whose statement to believe. Suppose Xuedan deliberately framed him for not taking the medical kit and did not believe his explanation. Everyone could not express their opinions on this matter. Leave by yourself? No. Why? Lin Wu thought that if necessary, he could leave the base and be expelled. But he could not take the initiative to leave the base when he was framed, facing the false accusation of others. Escape was the most negative way to deal with it. Pull others to exclude the other party. Lin Wu thought he couldn't do it. The innocent are innocent. He would not deliberately pull others to prove his innocence, and use the majority to exclude the minority. After thinking about it, Lin Wu came to a conclusion, which he thought was the most appropriate way to deal with it, that is, voting. If everyone chooses to believe in him, then he will expel the other party from the base. On the contrary, this base has no meaning to him. For other people in the base, this is also a good solution. Anyway, as a neutral party, Lin Wu doesn't like the awkward atmosphere in the base at present. It seems that he has to deliberately lower his voice even when chatting. Seeing that Lin Wu also went to sleep, Shirtu finally started his work. First, he asked Shuadon to go out for a walk and drink a glass of milk, and then asked Mahan to come out and drink a glass of the remaining milk. Finally, he asked Shuadon to come out and drink the remaining milk, and the three of them dealt with this matter together. You two, I'll be frank. There are only 7 of us now. We will see each other many times a day. Tonight should have been a night of celebration. But because of the 2 of you, it was deserted. Your conflict has directly affected the healthy development of the base. Shirtu said, I understand Shuadon's views and practices. And I also believe in Mahan's character. I don't think there is a completely right side in this matter. Shirtu said, as the manager of the base. If you have any opinions about me, I can explain it patiently. If you are dissatisfied with the explanation, you can discuss this matter publicly. If everyone thinks I am wrong, but I don't think I am wrong, I can give up the position of manager. Since your conflict has seriously affected the atmosphere of the base, it must be resolved and must be resolved as soon as possible. As a manager, I propose a solution. Give you time. And give me a conclusion. The lowest bottom line, restrain yourself and don't cause a second conflict. Of course, I hope you can become friends. And it all depends on you. Sure too, if you think there is nothing to say after your communication, and you still don't like each other, we must move on to the next topic. One of the 2 must leave. The fact that you can move to the next topic already shows that the topic is correct. If none of you leave on your own initiative, we will publicly explain this matter during the morning tea time tomorrow, and the other members will vote by secret ballot to decide whether you 2 will stay or go. Shirtu said, finally, I hope that no matter what the result is, you can realize that your behavior has caused great trouble to everyone. Shirtu nodded to the 2 of them, and left the campfire to tinker with the radio. Chapter 48, Corpse Resurrection. Lin Wu was awakened by the fragrance the next morning. And like everyone else, he subconsciously walked to the campfire. There was a pot of food on the table, and the aroma was overflowing. A few people looked over and found that it was a pot of clay pot porridge with meat and seafood. Mahan, wearing a chef's apron, walked out of the church with a big spoon in his hand. Seeing everyone looking at him, he said, get your own bowl. Bowls and chopsticks were a problem. And even everyone's drinking cups were a problem. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao went to the warehouse to search for a long time, and brought back some bottles and jars. These included, but were not limited to empty cans, plastic bags, wooden boards and other utensils. Shirtu went outside the church and broke off some branches to use as chopsticks. Lin Wu's utensil was a small speaker that had not been dismantled. He poured the porridge on it, and ate it with 2 small curved wooden sticks. Why not just use your hands? It would be hot. There were a lot of dishes and chopsticks in the old shadow base, because there were many houses nearby. Maya didn't waste time. Seeing everyone was there, she said, today our goal is apartment number 1. Snow Egg said, the salt has been used up. There is no meat, no eggs, and all the basic ingredients are in this pot. After saying that, she glanced at Mahan. Mahan knocked the basin with a spoon to attract everyone's attention, and said, hello everyone. Here, I solemnly apologize to everyone for what happened between Shuadon and me yesterday. I'm sorry, and I promise that similar things will not happen again in the future. Shuadon followed up and said, I'm sorry, because we ruined everyone's good mood. I hope everyone can forgive us. Lin Wu raised the speaker, no problem. I don't know how it was solved. Curious baby Lin Wu didn't care about the process of solving it. He was very satisfied with the result. Xiao Dao, Shirtu and Su Shi also agreed, no problem. Maya just nodded, not thinking it was a big deal. She began to assign daytime work. Lin Wu scouts the mountaintop villa, equipped with Desert Eagle, and some medical supplies. Maya, Shuadon, Xiao Dao is responsible for shops 3 to 5 on the commercial street. Mahan and I are responsible for the 2nd floor of apartment 1. After completing the work, we will meet up with other teams to make work arrangements. Shirtu will go to the cliff to guard when he has time, and provide a certain amount of security for the commercial area. Walking to the edge of the cliff. The straight line distance to the commercial area is only about 120 meters. After electricity, the intercom will come in handy. Maya said. Su Shi continues to dismantle the garbage. We need a lot of basic materials. To make a kitchen knife, you first need to collect a certain amount of wood chips, sticks or similar items. Make a wooden board, and then process the board into a kitchen knife handle. You also need to collect metal fragments to make an iron plate. And then use the whetstone to turn the iron plate into a kitchen knife. The whetstone also needs garbage to be synthesized. The kitchen knife made through these processes is a system item. The kitchen knife assembled by yourself with a blade and a stick does not have any system bonus. A call came from the radio, and Shirtu stood up to respond. After a while, Shirtu came out of the church and said, "A player contacted me using the radio of a base in Beishang town. He claimed to have chemical skills and wanted to join our base. I asked him to wait near the Olive Road sign. Lin Wu, go and pick him up." Lin Wu had no objection, and stood up while holding the speaker. While eating, he asked, "What's her name?" Shirtu said, "Shauna." Lin Wu was petrified instantly. After a while, Lin Wu spoke and asked, "Is she reliable?" Shirtu understood Lin Wu's concerns and said, "I talked to her for a few words. From my perspective, this girl is cheerful and straightforward. Besides, we are a command system. I will control her weapons application. There should be no problem." Lin Wu nodded, and nodded slowly. "Chemistry?" Shirtu asked, "Is there a problem?" Lin Wu asked in a suspicious tone, "What can chemistry do?" Maya explained, "Many drugs are directly related to chemistry. Pharmaceuticals, industrial production, and many other fields rely on the ability of chemists to build molecules. Strictly speaking, chemists combine the strengths of both drugs and explosives. Weren't you still discussing blowing up the building last night?" Lin Wu hesitated. "Is that so?" Shirtu understood Lin Wu's personality and asked doubtfully, "Is there anything I don't know?" "No. I'll go get the equipment." Shirtu was puzzled. After a while, Shirtu asked, "Lin Wu, why did you apply for the Desert Eagle? There were some zombies on that road, but the density was very low." Lin Wu and Maya went through it many times. And Shirtu and Xiaodao also went through it. Lin Wu stood at the back door of the church, leaning against the door, looking at the Desert Eagle in his hand, and said, "Shi Wang told me in a dream last night, saying that our Desert Eagle was cursed by the devil. As long as I bury it today, there will be no deaths in our base in the next month." Shirtu looked at Lin Wu for a long time, turned his head to look at everyone, and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Everyone didn't know, and shook their heads together. Shirtu turned around and said, "If you want to take it, take it. Don't make such a joke. Go ahead." Maya watched Lin Wu leave and said, "It seems familiar." "What?" Maya said. "The last time he stole a motorcycle." Lin Wu showed some discomfort and felt ashamed. Shirtu asked, "He has killed players before, but I have never seen him feel ashamed." Maya explained, "No. When Lin Wu and I went to the sentry post, a girl stole our pickup truck and was killed by him, and then we stole the motorcycle." Shirtu understood. "He is a college graduate. I haven't heard you talk about this." Maya thought for a while. "Really? Didn't I tell you?" She promised not to tell Shirtu that Lin Wu killed a doctor who wanted to join the base. Lin Wu admired this woman named Shauna a little. She not only played Desert Eagle alone, but also learned the doctor's skill book. She was resurrected less than 12 hours later, and got a chemistry skill book. As a college student, he certainly knew the relationship between chemistry and medicine. If someone can make medicine systematically, patients don't have to stay in bed. If you take a few bottles of medicine with you when you go out, the chance of survival can be greatly improved. It's not that Lin Wu didn't want to make things clear to Shirtu, but he always felt that doing so was a mean person. Now he is lucky, after all. His name is Lin Wu, not Liangren. It was dark that night, so people might not be able to see his face clearly. The root of this mentality is that after Lin Wu killed someone and looted the bag, he found that he might have really killed the wrong person, so he felt a little guilty about his behavior. The decisiveness is full. "I don't know right or wrong. Just tell me whether the killing is fast or not." Mianhua and Tang Tang didn't come back. Why could this woman return to Beishang town? Why did Shauna contact Shirtu directly? Lin Wu believed that she was not here for revenge. Judging from Shauna's skill and equipment level, her idea of directly looking for the largest local base is correct. And she is also very confident. Refuse to admit it? How to deal with Desert Eagle? Damn physical evidence. Face it bravely. If you can deny it, then deny it. If you can't deny it, then admit it. As a person, you must be responsible for everything you do. Lin Wu, who had a lot of psychological activities along the way, slowly arrived at the Olive Manor. Shauna stood under the Olive Manor sign. Lin Wu walked over and asked Shauna, "By the way, Take a look at the sign. The words on it that induce players to go to the Olive Manor are still there. Shauna looked at Lin Wu for a while, asked, Lin Wu? It seems that she didn't recognize him. Lin Wu stepped forward to shake hands. Yes. Shauna smiled and said, Nice to meet you. Me too. Chapter 49 Shauna. Lin Wu led the way, chatting with Shauna casually for a few words, asked, Why do you want to join our base? The Desert Eagle was in the bag, not on the weapon rack, nothing else, just a guilty conscience. Shauna replied, If possible, of course I would choose the best base. Lin Wu said, You came to the right place, we just got the electricity yesterday. Shauna was a little surprised, and a little disappointed. That's great. Lin Wu didn't understand. Looking back at Shauna and Lin Wu walked side by side, explaining, Electricity is a very important resource for the base. You have already obtained electricity, and it will be difficult for me to surpass you in the short term. On the contrary, I feel like I am clinging to a big tree, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Wu wanted to ask Shauna if it was 5%, but after Maya's 5% last time, Lin Wu knew that such a question was very offensive to others, and would also make others misunderstand his inferiority. Lin Wu asked Shauna how she got the chemistry skill book. In response to this question, Shauna smiled and said, Tell me how to get the electricity, and I will tell you how to get the skill book. Shauna's words left a lot of room for discussion, leaving Lin Wu room to talk and giving him the opportunity to develop the topic. He could jokingly ask her to speak first, explain how he got the electricity, and judge that her personality was interesting, complimenting her for being a cheerful person. Shauna didn't have Xiaodao's stupidity, nor Maya's calmness, but had her own outgoing charm. In terms of appearance, Shauna was slightly better than the other two. Her gestures, her laughter and conversation made people feel comfortable, and they couldn't help wanting to get closer to her. However, Lin Wu was guilty, and was not impressed by Shauna's personality, appearance and other first impressions. Lin Wu asked in confusion, Wouldn't you know the source of electricity after you join the base? What kind of exchange is this? Sana puffed up her cheeks and looked at Lin Wu for a while. You rarely chat up with girls. Curious, Lin Wu asked, How do you know? Sana shrugged, I just know. But there is nothing to be proud of. It's just what people call emotional intelligence. Haha, you are too modest. Saying that someone has high emotional intelligence is an insult in Blue Star, which means that this person is a fence-sitter, who is not willing to listen to others and only says what others like to hear. In order to please others and get along with everyone, you have to say a lot of things against your will every day. In order to make others happy, you add unnecessary pressure to your life. It's not that having high emotional intelligence is bad. People with high emotional intelligence are more humorous and interesting, and easier to get close to. Sana's words are self-deprecating. The high emotional intelligence that the public hates refers to those who can read people's eyes, are good at guessing the mentality of their superiors, like to study thick black studies, be smooth in dealing with people, and have no basic principles and bottom line. Half-a-minute radio call can convince Sure too, which shows Shauna's extraordinary qualities. Even if Lin Wu has ulterior motives, he still thinks Shauna is a very easygoing person, so he introduced Shauna to the situation of the base. Sana is more concerned about the situation of the base members. Lin Wu doesn't like to talk about people behind their backs, and refuses to comment on members. Shauna didn't get angry after hearing this, and pointed at Lin Wu and said, I like friends like you. Lin Wu saw that the time and opportunity were about right, and said, Shauna, you look familiar. Which district of Blue Star do you live in? District 7. Shauna looked at Lin Wu and said with a smile, I also think we have met before. Lin Wu sneered. If we are destined to meet, we will meet after thousands of miles. So why do we have to know each other before we meet? The day's shift has started. Sure too greeted Shauna at the door, and the two stood and talked for a few words. And Shauna officially joined the shadow base. Sure too used the radio to call Maya, and Maya brought a walkie-talkie to communicate with Shauna. Welcome. Please explain the points, specialization, and skills. No nonsense. Facing the no-nonsense field supervisor, Sana answered neatly, Ideal deputy, no specialization, only mastered chemical life skills. Maya asked, Ideal deputy, can you explain it? This is a very novel way to add points. Strength, agility and body are common, and intelligence is rare. People with a mind like Xiaodao will add willpower. But this is the first time Maya has heard of someone who has a dominant willpower. I wonder if there are any players who have added points to both willpowers to the extreme. Shauna replied, My life experience tells me that willpower is the most powerful weapon of mankind. Even the strongest people need willpower to support their belief in becoming stronger. Maya, I understand philosophy. What kind of advantages does adding points like this have in the game? Shauna replied, in the case of dominant willpower. The lower the endurance consumption, which can reach up to 50%. Before I died for the first time, I once conducted an experiment with the main player. In the case of full speed running, the main player's secondary agility can run the same distance by consuming 1 endurance. The difference is that the former arrives faster and has more time to recover endurance. Maya said, this is a disadvantage. Shauna replied, yes, a disadvantage. Faced with a formulaic inquiry, Shauna also gave a formulaic answer. Maya thought more and said, the idea player has an advantage in using skills, which I had not thought of before. When there is 15% stamina left, the idea player's stamina consumption is reduced to the minimum 50%. Lin Wu's quick grabber consumes 15% stamina and can only fire 1 shot. The idea player consumes 15% stamina and can fire 2 shots. Maya asked, is Lin Wu still there? Shauna replied, he said that after you arrange the work, he will escort me to the work site. Maya said, you are in a group with him, and you are currently barely keeping up with his partner. Shauna replied, okay. Anything else? Maya, no. Hang up. Hang up. Shauna went out the back door and said to Lin Wu, who was playing with the fire stick, Lin Wu, Maya asked me to hang out with you. Lin Wu has a toothache. Maya, isn't it 5%? No. Smart? How could he not guess that he didn't want to hang out with Shauna, seeing that Lin Wu was in a dilemma? Shauna said, I won't hold him back. And I'm very obedient. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Lin Wu could only say, okay. I'll go apply for the equipment. What an attitude, Shauna said. I'll go make some ready-made medicines. The ready-made medicines are antipyretics, fracture bandages, bleeding bandages, etc. Except for infections, all injuries can be treated directly with medicines. After the finished medicine was made, Shirtu was ecstatic. Shauna did not accept the praise, but thought that Sushir's contribution was greater, because making finished medicine requires a lot of fragmented things. For example, bandages. 10 pieces of rags are processed into 1 piece of cloth. 2 pieces of cloth and cotton are processed into cotton cloth. And finally, the cotton cloth and medicine can be synthesized into bandages. Shauna thinks that she is just relying on her skills to simply synthesize 2 things. And Sushir is worthy of admiration for spending a lot of time and energy to deal with waste. If Shirtu praises her for her good luck and obtaining the chemistry skill book, then she can accept it. She thinks that she has not made much contribution. Shirtu has a good evaluation of Shauna. He thinks Shauna is a person with strong self-worth. Between material and ideal, Shauna will definitely choose ideal. This is also a kind of pressure for the boss. Once Shauna thinks that the fish in the pond are big, she will leave the base without hesitation to find her new value. Shauna and Maya are 2 extremes. Shauna is a strong-hearted individualist with a romantic personality. Maya is a pragmatist, a serious collectivist. The reason why it is good rather than great is because Shirtu judged that Shauna would be very popular with everyone based on her personality. Pure welcome is a good thing. But there are 5 bachelors in the base, and there might be jealousy. Shauna's individualistic style means that she will regard the favor of boys as an honor, and will not take the initiative to provoke, but will not take the initiative to avoid such things. Silly Xiaodao. Calm Maya and cheerful Shauna. If you were asked to choose, who would you choose? Alas, they are all individual members, and there are still many things to worry about in the future. Chapter 50 Highland Villa. Lin Wu and Shauna were walking to the Highland Villa. Shauna glanced at the Desert Eagle on Lin Wu's weapon rack and said, I used to have a gun like this. Lin Wu asked with a guilty conscience. Before? As guilty as a thief. Shauna sighed. He was killed. So the gun is gone. Lin Wu asked carefully. Who did it? Shauna didn't look at Lin Wu, but smiled and looked forward, saying, a man named Liangren. Lin Wu said with regret. It's a pity. When people die, everything is gone. Otherwise, the Desert Eagle is really useful. Who says it's not? Shauna changed the subject and asked, is there anything missing in the base now? That's a long story. Lin Wu explained Shita's views on wintering. Food and warm clothes are all in short supply in the base. These 2 supplies are not quite the same. One set of warm clothes is enough for each person. If it's too cold, you don't have to go out. Food. To be more precise, the base lacks sustainable food supply. This reminded Lin Wu of Tang Tang. If the garden science was still there, after electricity was connected, and chemical Shauna made fertilizer, the daily food output could reach 4 or even more. Plus his own hunters brought one food every day, which solved more than half of the base's daily food consumption. Thinking of this, Lin Wu also talked about cotton and Tang Tang. Shauna asked with a smile, "You don't comment on Xiao Dao, Sure Tu and others, but you can discuss cotton and Tang Tang." Lin Wu replied, "They have made great contributions to the base." Shauna nodded. "Lin Wu, you are a good person." Lin Wu looked at Shauna. "Do you know that this sentence is the second biggest insult to a man?" Shauna asked curiously, "What is the first one?" Lin Wu replied, "Waste. A man would rather be a bad guy than a waste. Especially after marriage, the most unpleasant and hurtful word a wife can say to her husband is waste. The denial of a person's value will seriously hurt the other's self-esteem." Before Shauna could say anything, Lin Wu raised his hand, knelt on one knee, and took out his Desert Eagle to be on guard. They were on the middle section of the commercial street. To their right, there was a two-man team looting the store. And to their left, there was a two-man team looting apartment number 1. The distance between the left and right was quite far, so no one said hello. They just waved when they saw each other. And it didn't matter if the other party didn't see it. Maya saw Lin Wu's raised fist and immediately took out the crossbow. Ma Hun, who was with him, took out the small pistol. The two of them squatted out of apartment number 1 and hid 10 meters to the side of Lin Wu. Shauna squatted beside Lin Wu and saw Lin Wu looking around. She whispered, "What's that sound?" "Fierce." 2. Lin Wu looked back at Maya and pointed to the left in the direction of building number 5 and the front of the road. Maya responded, "I understand." Lin Wu waited for a while, looked back at Maya, and motioned to go around from the right. Maya nodded to show that she understood, and she would follow up and deal with any accidents that might happen. Lin Wu moved towards the commercial street, walked 20 meters away, raised his hand to signal Shauna to follow. And Shauna followed and whispered, "I know some fighting skills. I can fight too." Shoo. There are 3 wild zombies blocked away. The nearest one was about 20 meters away. At this time, a screaming zombie staggered out from behind a van on the roadside. "Wait for me." Lin Wu touched over. Feng Xiai took down the screaming zombie. And then he saw the nearest wild zombie. Half of the road ahead was blocked by concrete block barriers, and the wild zombie was hiding under this row of concrete blocks. Lin Wu walked 10 meters to the left, gathered some small sticks and paper scraps to light a fire, stepped back and took out a firecracker and threw it into the fire, and quickly ran back to Shauna. With the sound of the firecracker, the nearest wild zombie number 3 and 7 or 8 zombies around gathered around the fire. Lin Wu saw that the time was right and said, "Let's go." He took Shauna through the gap between the wild zombies and past the dangerous area. Maya went back to the store area and explained the situation to Xuedan and Xiao Dao. "Tell them that there are 3 frenzy nearby. She will monitor the frenzy on the billboard and tell them to be careful when looting and try not to make too much noise." Maya felt bad. She found the first crazy about 24 hours after the game started, and she found more and more crazy one after another. Today, 3 crazy appeared in one area, which means that mutant zombies such as crazy are likely to become normalized slowly. However, the player's skills and equipment have obviously not kept up. Taking the shadow base as an example, Lin Wu needs a gun to fight crazy alone, and the bullets are 1 less each time he shoots. In the last defense of the city, Xiaodao's trampling execution is currently the best way to eliminate crazy without consumables. However, crazy was unlucky that time, and he hit Xuedan's hammer and became dizzy. In the state without dizziness, can Xiaodao fight crazy alone? From this, Maya thought of the dizzy state of zombies. Ordinary zombies will not be dizzy. Mutated zombies will only be dizzy when fatal damage is caused. Conversely, Xiaodao can trample crazy to death only when fatal damage is caused to crazy. Maya first thought of the Molotov cocktail. The Molotov cocktail is an item that does not require much skill to use. The zombies will definitely die if they burn. Will the fierce burning make them dizzy? Try it at night. In addition, Snow Egg Sledgehammer can stun the fierce zombies, and it can also develop a way to kill the fierce zombies. According to the current development trend, teams that are not equipped to deal with the fierce enemy must be prepared to die before going out. The Highland Villa is very lonely, there is no neighbor around. The villa is not small, in addition to the 3-story building, there is also a garage and a swimming pool. The backyard is a large beautiful lawn, which stretches all the way to the edge of the cliff. There are many children's toys on the lawn, and a big tree, on which there is a tree house of 7 or 8 square meters. There are many zombies inside and outside the villa, more than 20 scattered, including several screaming zombies, and one exploding zombie. This thing is not easy to deal with. Lin Wu is referring to the exploding zombie. To prevent the exploding zombie from exploding, the only way is to shoot it in the head with a long-range shot. The exploding zombie that is shot in the head deflates like a balloon, and finally turns into a skin bag and falls to the ground and dies. One of the characteristics of the exploding zombie is that its head is small. Lin Wu did not bring a small pistol, and the Desert Eagle fired a shot, and the surrounding zombies would swarm in. "I'll take care of it," Sana said as she crept forward slowly. She observed the direction the zombies were facing, slowly passed through the zombie group, and approached the exploding zombie. The zombie found Shauna and immediately ran towards Shauna. Shauna turned around and ran away. Because he was chasing too fast, he fell down after a few seconds. The zombie exploded. Shauna, who was a deputy zombie, had already run out of the danger zone. Only 3 zombies followed her. The other zombies were attracted by the explosion of the zombie and went to check. Shauna kicked up. This kick was very beautiful. Just like a high kick in Taekwondo to step on the zombie's face. However, it was different from the high kick. The high kick had a strong lethality. Shauna's step was relatively gentle. And the purpose was to step on the zombie. It was obviously a system skill to be able to do it so beautifully. Lin Wu guessed that it should be an agility skill. I really can't guess how Shuguang designed this skill system. Cotton and Tang Tang both chose agility. But no matter how they trained and tried, they just couldn't practice wind thorns. The zombie fell to the ground. Shauna held the bat with both hands and smashed the zombie's head like playing golf. This scene seemed familiar. Lin Wu thought of the Bastion agents. They had used the same execution action, but the difference was that they used metal bats, while Shauna used an ordinary baseball bat. This girl is really good at playing. Almost better than herself. Then wouldn't I be super good at playing? Not good. I praised myself. Although I didn't say it. But I felt shy. Chapter 51. Help me. It takes time to kick and execute zombies. The remaining 2 zombies came over. Sana didn't even have time to lift her legs. She could only swing the bat with her signature move. Oh! Lin Wu ran over. The zombie was still facing Shauna. Lin Wu used a steak knife to execute it from behind, and a wind stab to the left to deal with another zombie. Sana praised, "So cool." Lin Wu modestly, "Just SOSO. It feels good to be praised." Shauna asked curiously, "Is this trick useful for killing players?" Why did she ask this question? Lin Wu felt guilty and stuttered, "No. I haven't used it." "No. I don't know." After saying that, he felt that it was not very impressive, and added, "I am a pacifist." Shauna couldn't help laughing, and continued to praise, "Being a pacifist in the Doomsday is a success." "Thank you." Lin Wu changed the subject, "I will lead the way, and we will sneak in. It's too troublesome to kill." Lin Wu has a clear advantage in single combat, or single combat against a small number. He is not good at dealing with zombies head-on. If he is blocked by zombies in a building, without the help of others, it will be difficult for him to escape. Shauna nodded, followed Lin Wu in a serpentine manner. Lin Wu cleared a passage, opened the main building door, and after Shauna entered, Lin Wu closed the main building door. The stairs are in the middle, the large room on the left is the kitchen, and the right is the dining room. In view of the sound of Shauna fighting, Lin Wu wiped out the zombies on the first floor. Let Shauna wait on the first floor, and he went to the second floor. There are 3 rooms on the second floor, and it is easy to eliminate zombies, and soon the zombies on the 3rd floor are also cleared. The next step is looting. Backpack. Lin Wu called Shauna over, took the dishes from the dishwasher, and put them into Shauna's backpack, and stuffed Shauna's bag with meat, milk, Ovaltine, salt, etc. Lin Wu, who was concentrating on his work, didn't notice Shauna, who turned her head, and deliberately showed a resentful expression. Arriving on the 2nd floor, Lin Wu went to the master bedroom to take down the TV, and let Shauna hold it. Shauna finally couldn't help asking, "Take it back to the base?" "Yes." Lin Wu nodded. "There will be TV to watch in the evening." Shauna asked, "What channel to watch?" Lin Wu said, Sports Channel. I like football. What about you? Shauna, I like baseball. No. No. How can I watch it? Linwoo replied, we have electricity in our base. Shauna said, I know. But I need a channel. Linwoo, Sports Channel. Shauna patiently said, humans have become extinct. How can there be a sports channel? It makes sense. Linwoo suddenly realized. Shauna shook her head slightly. Little idiot. Linwoo took out the PS5 from under the TV cabinet, disassembled it, and hung it around Shauna's neck. You can play games. This? Shauna was unable to refute for a moment. It seemed that it was really possible, angrily asked, do you also want to dismantle the air conditioner? Linwoo looked at the air conditioner. Shauna hurriedly said, no, I'm kidding. I can't bear the weight. Take out the bowls and other items. Linwoo calculated that the air conditioner host plus the air conditioner plus the TV plus the game console is about 65 kilograms. This load is definitely over the limit. But Shauna is determined. And can carry more things than ordinary people. And can walk farther. I am responsible for opening the way. And Shauna slowly follows. Which is perfect. How to get it? I'll find a rope. Shauna looked at the air conditioner tied to her body, holding the TV. She was almost crying with the game console hanging on her. First, I am a beauty. And it is very rude to treat a beauty like this. Second, what is the second? It is not excessive to let a newcomer carry some things. The damn thing is that these electrical appliances may really be useful. After thinking about it, I can't find any reason to oppose Linwoo. Linwoo said with concern, you go to the first floor and wait for me. Be careful when you go downstairs. Don't bump into the electrical appliances. And don't make any noise. Shauna laughed inside and out, asked, excuse me. Can I squat and wait? Linwoo asked, why don't you sit and wait? It's over. This is a straight man, a role model among men, the natural enemy of green tea and bitches, a creature that can make a girlfriend's blood pressure soar to 200 in an instant. Their thinking is difficult for ordinary girls to understand. For example, girls think that boys like to watch girls dancing, but in fact, the videos that can make most boys stay are repairing donkey hooves, washing blankets, removing barnacles, sniping mice, hunting wild boars. Shauna said helplessly, okay, I'll wait for you below. The wait is not enough, don't take other appliances. Linwoo is a little regretful. You should have brought a knife. Snow eggs are also good, horse souls are not bad, or even stones. Mind acuity has the least bonus for moving things, even worse than my own agility. You are still not satisfied. Right? After sending Shauna away with the air conditioner and TV, Linwoo was finally able to search slowly. This is a habit developed from working at night. When you see a table, don't rush to pull the drawer, but look at the things on the table. Photo frames, pens, text files, etc. Then sit down, just like the owner, open the drawer, pick up the top book and read half a page, throw the backpack if interested, put it aside if not interested. After changing to another room, a diary of the daughter at home was placed on the table. Linwoo looked from the back to the front, and found a clue as expected. The daughter is the owner of the store number 5 on the commercial street. After the zombie virus broke out, she rushed back home, but did not see her father. She only saw the address left by her father, and she would go to find her father. She also explained the reason for putting the diary here, to tell the relatives who came to her home to find her where she and her father were. Normally, it would end here. But Linwoo was not in a hurry, and continued to look through the diary. The daughter recorded the appearance of the zombies, and mentioned some information. For example, her father was once an airborne soldier, and a survival master. For example, the father liked a Jeep very much. The father told his daughter that the Jeep he modified would be one of the best means of transportation in the doomsday world. When the rumor of zombies appeared, the daughter and her father mentioned zombies at dinner together. The father said that he would modify a gun suitable for dealing with zombies tomorrow. An hour had passed, and Shauna was still sitting on the chair on the first floor. She had the awareness of being a newcomer. And in theory, it was not bullying her. She wanted to put the electrical appliances aside. But she was worried that moving the appliances alone would make noises and attract zombies. It would be difficult to explain if she smashed the appliances. She also wanted to ask Linwoo how long it would take. But the annoying thing was that Linwoo didn't come down at all. And she couldn't shout. Linwoo was flipping through a book called Professional Hunter on the bookshelf on the 3rd floor. This book was quite interesting. It described how to wait for prey. chase prey, set traps, skin, and cut meat. The system prompts, because your intelligence is too low. You can't comprehend new skills. Damn it! Lin Wu was immediately furious. He was just interested in reading a book, and didn't want to comprehend the skills at all. But he didn't expect to comprehend the skills. But in the end, not only did he not comprehend the skills, but he was also ridiculed by the system. Shuguang, come out and fight! Chapter 52 Clues. Lin Wu, who was irritated by the dawn, lost his leisure and elegance. He searched the bookshelf, but gave up after not finding any skilled books. After searching the whole house, he found many things, such as clothes, blankets. However, these were not system items. To obtain system bonuses, they had to be disassembled and then synthesized into system items through the system. Thinking of this, Lin Wu began to doubt whether his behavior of moving the TV and air conditioner was right or wrong. According to the nature of the system, Lin Wu believed that these appliances would either be used as decorations or disassembled when they were moved back. It didn't matter. I wasn't carrying them myself anyway. What if, right, people should be full of hope for the future. After searching the second and third floors for 2.5 hours, Lin Wu still hadn't found the address clue left by his father recorded in the diary. Going down to the first floor, Lin Wu greeted, "Hi." Shauna forced a sweet smile. "Hi, can we go now?" Lin Wu shook his head. "There is an important clue that has not been found yet." Shauna kept smiling. "Since we haven't found it after 2.5 hours of searching, it means that we may not be able to find it even if we search for another 2.5 hours. Found it. Lin Wu reached out and took a photo from the refrigerator. It was a photo of the riverside under the bridge. The bridge is an overhead bridge, with a large space in the middle. Tents can be set up here, so zombies cannot attack the overhead layer. In addition, the shelter is right by the river, where you can get water, collect driftwood, and fish. It is a more suitable temporary shelter, and if you are lucky, you can survive for a long time. Lin Wu knows this bridge. Yesterday, when Maya and others went to occupy the power outpost, Lin Wu wandered around and saw this bridge in the wilderness. There is a river near the mountaintop base, and the river meanders towards Zhui County, and this bridge is built near the railway line. Sana stretched her neck and looked for a while. Where is this bridge? Lin Wu took the photo in his hand, recalling the specific location of the bridge. Let's go. Sana stood up, asked, "Can you help get something?" Lin Wu looked back. "No, I'm responsible for clearing the way." Not as good as others, unable to refute. Shauna followed Lin Wu out and reminded him, "The garage has not been searched yet. Let's talk about it later. We have other things to do." Lin Wu forgot about the garage. But as a veteran, how could he admit that he had forgotten about it? He was stubborn and ordered the newcomers, "Work hard. Don't worry too much." Shauna was still trying. "Usually the things in the garage are good." "Yes." Lin Wu was very entangled. He couldn't ride a motorcycle. Shauna said, "Don't you ask where my chemistry skill book came from?" Lin Wu was thinking about transportation. While paying attention to the position of the zombies, he was annoyed by Shauna's constant chatter, turned back and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take your things." Shauna immediately shouted in her heart, clenched her fists. It was the first time in her life that she met such a weirdo. "Newcomer, be patient with you. Remember, if you don't take revenge, you are not a lady." For people from the day shift of the commercial street are gathering to rob the store, there is too much garbage. But too much garbage is not enough to support the needs of the base. There is electricity at home. It takes 5 electronic components and 10 small wires to make a charger. If you want to pull an extra wire, not only do you need a wire, you also need a connector. This connector is a special connector. You need to make it yourself. Fortunately, Shuguang still has some basic conscience, and the light bulb can be used directly. But the church is high. Doesn't it take a ladder to change a light bulb? It's hard to find a 4-meter high ladder on the market, so you could only make it yourself. As long as you have the materials, a 50-meter ladder can be made. When humans are not satisfied with food and clothing, various needs emerge. The base has not yet satisfied food and clothing, and the current food storage is only enough for 8 people to consume for 4 days. If it is a normal online game, there is strength in numbers. You can have as many people as you want. Online games are not like that. The more people there are, the more food you consume. The only outcome of not controlling the population of the base is that everyone will starve to death. For 8 people in the shadow base, 9 food needs to be consumed every day, which is equivalent to more than 2 food packs. The most important goal of demolishing the shops in the commercial street today is to get an agricultural skill book, but unfortunately, when 5 shops were basically demolished, no skill book was found. Sure 2 also started broadcasting transactions on the radio, looking for an agricultural skill book. Maya walked to the middle of the road and met up with Lin Wu. She glanced at Shauna, who was carrying an appliance on her back. "How is it?" Lin Wu praised, except for being talkative. "Everything else is good," Maya said. "I asked if there was any gain?" Lin Wu said, "There is a clue." The two chatted for a while. Maya walked in front of Shauna, took the air conditioner outdoor unit. "Let's go back to the base first. Women still care about women." Maya took the intercom. "Call Sure 2. "Sure 2, yes." "Go ahead," Maya said. "I need to use the motorcycle." "Sure 2, the last set of car repair tools. Do you want to use it on the motorcycle?" Maya, "Lin Wu has a clue about the gun, but he can't ride a bike." "Sure 2, what if you leave the commercial street?" Maya, "For safety. We'll call it a day." Sanaa immediately said, "I can ride a bike." Maya looked at Sanaa and said on the intercom, "Base, Sanaa can ride a bike." Sure 2 hesitated. Should he give the motorcycle to the newcomer who just joined today? Susher on the side heard it clearly and said, "It was stolen anyway. Stealing is also a skill." "Okay." Sure 2 responded, "Okay. Send the electrical appliances to the base." Garbage Master Susher looked at Sanaa as if she were mentally retarded, considering that she was a newcomer, so he patiently explained the basic principles of how to use system electrical appliances. Shauna and Maya rode to the commercial street. Shauna was very angry and handed the walkie-talkie to Lin Wu. "What's wrong?" Lin Wu was puzzled. "Base, do you want to talk to me?" Susher, "Lin Wu, the electrical appliances you brought back can only be used as furniture at most, and do not have system functions. The electrical appliances must be made through the system to have electrical functions." Lin Wu, "But there are game consoles." Susher, "Game consoles are the same." Lin Wu, "What if that's a game console?" Susher pondered for a long time. "That makes sense, I'll try it." About 5 minutes later, Susher responded, "No." Shauna covered her forehead with one hand, unable to bear to look directly. "Knowing that it won't work, you still have to take a gamble. I really don't know why the shadow base can operate so well." "No." "Then no." Lin Wu ended the call, returned the intercom to Maya, and said to Shauna, "What you brought back is all garbage. Let's go." "Do you blame me?" Shauna asked in disbelief. Lin Wu looked even more incredulous. "You carry garbage for the base. I said that to recognize your labor. Why do you think I was blaming you?" She went on past by carrying a table. "We are all carrying garbage." He put the table in the back of a pickup truck on the roadside. Shauna nodded and said to Lin Wu, "Thank you. This is just recognition of your labor. Not a compliment." "No need to thank me." Lin Wu wondered. "Is this girl not very smart?" Lin Wu glanced at the motorcycle and asked worriedly, "Can you really ride a bike?" Shauna nodded. "I can." Lin Wu, "Motorcycle." Shauna, "Antique motorcycle racer amateur level driver." Lin Wu got on the car half-believingly. Shauna's self-esteem was torn apart, and she decided to let Lin Wu see what a racer is. She shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and launched in one go. Lin Wu flew immediately. He flew back half a circle, and his face hit the ground hard. Broken bones, pain and dizziness. Shauna hurriedly braked, turned the car around, said repeatedly, Sorry. It's okay." Lin Wu bandaged the broken bones, said, "I now believe you are a racer." Not to mention the healing effect, the pain and dizziness disappeared instantly after the bandage was applied. Lin Wu suddenly thought of painkillers. This thing is a good thing. If painkillers can be mass-produced, players will definitely be happy to exchange anything for them. Why? Because racers never carry people. Chapter 53 Silent 1. The writer Shauna was full of dissatisfaction with Lin Wu, and was secretly doing something bad. She kept braking and turning to avoid the zombies, forcing Lin Wu to hold Shauna's backpack tightly. When they arrived near the destination, the motorcycle braked to a sudden stop. After getting off the motorcycle, Lin Wu felt dizzy and wretched while holding the motorcycle, and finally lay on the grass and pretended to be dead. This state is not a system injury, and it recovers quickly, and there will be no sequelae. Shauna wanted to watch the joke, but several zombies attracted by the noise had already come up. Shauna could only adopt the general tactics of fighting and retreating. Lin Wu leaned on the side to watch the fun. He didn't want to move at all now. Not to mention Shauna's death, He didn't care if he died. This feeling of motion sickness was too uncomfortable. When Lin Wu was able to stand up, Shauna finally finished the game with the 4 zombies. Lin Wu didn't want to talk. He used gestures to stop Shauna from talking, ran to the side to attract 4 zombies, pulled a water pipe from the weapon rack. Lin Wu ran more than 10 meters, led the zombies to the farm fence, and waited behind the fence. The zombie turned over and fell. Lin Wu hit its head with a water pipe, and waited for an opportunity to turn back. After a while, all 4 zombies were smashed. Lin Wu touched the corpse and looked at Shauna. Do you understand? Shauna had to admit that she had never thought of the fence tactics, and nodded helplessly. The two walked to the bridge, and saw a tent on the mezzanine floor at a glance, and a pile of campfire debris. But no one was seen. On the river bank below the mezzanine, 2 screams led a dozen zombies wandering nearby. Shauna was about to ask why she had been observing for so long. Lin Wu made a silent gesture and listened attentively. The damn sound of running water made Lin Wu unable to determine whether there were fierce zombies nearby. Lin Wu listened for a while. 2 plans. One plan is that I pull the zombies away, and you go to loot the tents, but how tall are you? Shauna puffed out her chest. 1.73 meters. Lin Wu observed the overhead layer for a while. Okay, you can jump up from the 1.73 meter stepping stone, and grab the overhead layer. Shauna asked weakly, what about 1.68 meters? It's hard to say. Lin Wu said, it depends on your jumping ability. Shauna asked, what about the other plan? Lin Wu said, you go around the left side, I'll go around the right side, and we'll kill the 2 screaming zombies together, and then defeat the other zombies separately. What worries me is that I seem to hear the voice of Kwang Ming. Shauna asked, is it the zombies walking around the commercial street on all 4s? Lin Wu nodded, yes. Go to the left first. If you see Kwang Ming, or Kwang Ming chases you, turn back and run to the other side immediately. I will deal with Kwang Ming. Strange, where is the jeep? The clue also mentioned a jeep. Shauna said, we passed by several player bases. If there were jeeps on the road, they should have been taken away by them. Lin Wu thought it made sense. Let's get started. The 2 of them went down the gentle slope of the river separately, waded through the water, and slowly approached the 2 screaming zombies in an arc. The water was not deep, only about half a meter. The 2 were 20 meters apart and looked at each other. Lin Wu had no chance to attack directly, so he crouched down with a stealth action. This crouching was chilling, and his entire, but was soaked in water. Shauna on the other side was infected by the idiot's spirit, and she squatted down like Lin Wu, and immediately stood up, looking back at Lin Wu. Lin Wu wanted to save face, so he endured the cold and soaked in the water. After about 15 seconds, Lin Wu moved 1 meter and raised his hand to look at Shauna. Shauna only moved half a meter and waved her hand, indicating that she was not sure about taking down Scream. She needed a better opportunity to kill with 1 strike. Lin Wu kept his hand raised, and he was the type who could take the head of an enemy general in a host of thousands of troops. While observing the zombies, he also paid attention to Shauna. After waiting for about a minute, Shauna finally raised her hand, and the 2 of them pounced on the screaming zombie at the same time. Lin Wu had no problem, and it only took half a second to kill Scream. Shauna was more troublesome, as she had to kick Scream down before she could execute him, and the whole process took 4 seconds. Fortunately, Shauna knew her own strength, and successfully took down Scream, and retreated before the zombies surrounded her. At this moment, a fierce zombie stood on the edge of the bridge above her head, howled, and jumped down from the 5-meter-high bridge toward Shauna. This was Shauna's first encounter with a fierce enemy. Before that, she had been somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Wu and the others' cautiousness. After 1 move, Shauna finally realized how powerful Kwang Ming was. According to Shauna's understanding, mutant zombies are either strong, or highly agile, or have various special abilities. In fact, this is not the case. Strong and highly agile are the basic attributes of most mutant zombies that Lin Wu has encountered. This claw came and directly dug a piece of Shauna's flesh. She didn't have time to feel the pain. Kwang Ming's second attack came. 1 grab and 2 bites. After grabbing firmly, a mouthful of sharp teeth bit down. After Kwang Ming appeared, Lin Wu jumped into the water, and swam a few times with the current until he was only 13 meters away from Shauna. Lin Wu took out the Desert Eagle, turned on the quick shooter with a 25% chance of activation, and blew up Kwang Ming's head with 1 shot. After Kwang Ming died, Nearby zombies had already arrived. Shauna was moved when she saw Lin Wu desperately running towards her. She didn't bother to bandage herself. She endured the great pain and used the bat to block the zombies to buy more time for Lin Wu, who was supporting her. Lin Wu ran to Shauna, and the wind pierced past several zombies. He jumped out and firmly grabbed the fierce corpse that was about to float away. Lin Wu drifted along the water, playing with Kwang Ming all over, turning his head and shouting, "Run! Idiot!" Lin Wu also had no ability to confront 6 zombies head-on. "Can't you help? You won't die in a minute, but the body will be gone in a minute." What does Kwang Ming's body represent? It represents the skill book. Well, although this Kwang Ming has no skill book, you have to try it to know. A few minutes later, Lin Wu cooperated with Shauna to eliminate all the zombies. Shauna, who was panting, looked at Lin Wu. "Do you want to say something?" Lin Wu smiled and replied, "You're welcome. You heal first, I'll go and see." Shauna was speechless on the spot, but her arm really hurt. She took out a bandage and put it on. Not only did the pain disappear immediately, while recovering blood, the dropped health limit slowly recovered. Lin Wu was 8 meters tall, jumped up and grabbed the hollow layer and flipped up. There were no corpses in the hollow layer. There was a long box placed in a very obvious place in the tent. Lin Wu opened the box and found a rifle inside, called Silent S2. Note: a classic modified gun from the hands of a doomsday survival master. Guns have a total of 8 data. Damage represents lethality, which is proportional to the caliber. Accuracy refers specifically to guns equipped with scopes. Control represents the impact of recoil and the accuracy of continuous shooting. Rate of fire is the rate of fire. The higher the value, the more bullets are fired at the same time. Range represents the effective killing distance. For example, the killing distance of a small pistol is 40 meters, and the damage will be reduced beyond 40 meters, up to 90% of the damage reduction. The bullet disappears after 80 meters, which is twice the killing distance. Durability: most guns have durability, and can be repaired on a workbench. The lower the durability, the higher the chance of jamming. When jamming occurs, it takes 15 seconds to process without skill blessing. When the durability of a gun reaches 0, the gun will break or shatter, and it can no longer be repaired. Capacity refers to the capacity of a magazine. Without skill support, the normal time to change magazines is 4 seconds. The higher the silence value, the quieter the sound. And vice versa. The silencer is a bolt-action rifle. Every time you fire a bullet, you need to pull the bolt once to load the gun. The system does not specify the loading time. The silencer uses the smallest caliber .22 bullet, and its lethality is surprisingly low. Like a small pistol, it may not kill a zombie if you use up a magazine without a headshot. Accuracy 95 points, equipped with a 6-fold scope. Control 90 points, almost no recoil. There is no rate of fire for bolt-action rifles. The maximum magazine capacity is 30 rounds. The biggest feature of this gun is silence. Without using a silencer, the score is 76 points, which is quieter than a small pistol. With a suppressor, it can reach 95 points, and only affects the 2.5 meter diameter range of the shooter. Suppressors can be made on the crafting table, and their durability varies according to the level of the suppressor. Even without a suppressor, the 76-point silence is already excellent, and it only affects a range of 12 meters in diameter. This gun has obvious advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are silence, accuracy, and the use of .22 bullets. The disadvantages are the lack of lethality and firepower. In the case of defending the city, its role is far less than that of a small pistol. This is the first long gun in the Shadow base. Although the power is poor, it has distinct characteristics. Shauna was amazed when she saw it. Chapter 54 Lycan. Lin Wu was eager to go home with his new toy. Sana was so angry that she almost crashed into the mountain and died with him. After returning to the base, Lin Wu could not wait to apply for the Silent One. Walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the commercial street with his gun. The normal field of view of the 6x scope is 100 meters. There will be a system penalty if it exceeds 100 meters. It will be invalid if it exceeds 160 meters. The cliff is 100 to 120 meters away from the commercial street. Lin Wu sat against the stone, aimed the red dot of the scope at a zombie, and pulled the trigger. The zombie fell to the ground after being shot in the head. Aimed at the next one, and the next one. It's fun. Unlimited ammunition is fun. Lin Wu likes this gun. What are you doing? The stone ran over angrily. Provide support to teammates. Lin Wu laughed. You feel honored to have such a hard-working member like me? Sure rolled his eyes and asked, how much noise will be added? In the noise calculation, building system rooms, such as building barracks, will increase a huge amount of noise. In addition to the defense time, firing in the base's safe zone will accumulate noise according to the gun silencer performance. Taking the Desert Eagle with 10 points of silencer as an example, the noise will increase by about 4% for each shot, and the threat level will increase by 1 star for every 25 shots. After learning that the threat level of the silent only increases by 1% for every 6 bullets, Sure said, you can only play for a maximum of 3 minutes a day. Shauna returned to the base and went to the bed to treat the infection first. Sure threw Lin Wu away and called Su Sure to the infirmary for a logistics meeting. Sure planned to let the field staff collect garbage in a targeted manner and stockpile a batch of medical supplies at the base. They can be used for personal use or for trading. Learning from the painful lesson of Tongtong's death, Sure knew the principle of making the best use of everything. He should exploit skill players as much as possible under conditions. Why can't we change our thinking and protect skill players? Except Su Sure. No one wants to stay in the base for a long time. Even Sure would walk around the base a few times under the pretext of picking up wood and kill a few zombies. Poor newcomer Shauna was busy all day, doing all the dirty and tiring work. She couldn't rest even when she was lying on the hospital bed. Fortunately, there were not many materials, and the medical supplies were made quickly. Soon, the basic materials of the base were used up. Thinking that he could finally rest for a while, Lin Wu took the silent to the infirmary. Can you drive? Yes. Lin Wu can drive, but his driving experience is limited, and the driving mileage does not exceed 1,000 kilometers. Lin Wu said, let's leave at 7 in the evening, and we will go to a place. Sure asked on the side, where are we going? Lin Wu looked at Sure, a place. He found that he had made a mistake, and he didn't know whether this mistake was a mistake or not. So he decided not to tell Sure for the time being. Just like he killed Shauna. As long as he didn't tell Sure that he killed a doctor, Sure wouldn't know that he killed a doctor. Sure asked absent-mindedly, because where Lin Wu went was Maya's concern, and he only needed an answer. Facing Lin Wu's perfunctory answer, Sure responded perfunctorily, oh. It seemed that he knew which place it was. Seeing Lin Wu leave, Shauna asked Sure curiously, so casual? His answer was so perfunctory. Sure I asked perfunctorily too. Purely out of politeness and courtesy. Have you eaten? I have. Is it delicious? Not bad. The weather is so hot. Yes. Are you tired? A little. Was the exam difficult? Not bad. This kind of conversation itself does not have much nutrition, and its purpose is to make human communication smoother in daily life and avoid awkward silence. Shauna said, Maya seems to not consider Lin Wu in the overall allocation of work. Sure replied, it's a long story. It's hard to say in one sentence. Maya's attitude towards Lin Wu is laissez-faire, but it's not derogatory. But Maya feels that she is unable to assign work to Lin Wu. You should be very tired. Take a rest first. My trading time is almost up. Sure went to the warehouse to get a bunch of things. Called Lin Wu, who was playing with a gun, and the two waited for a while at the entrance of the base. The two players drove to the shadow base. For people form a normal team, browse the items in each other's backpacks, and start bargaining after browsing the goods. Sure took a fancy to the other party's skill book, Lycanology. But the other party seemed to have no idea what lichen meant, and treated it as garbage. Sure chatted with him calmly, and sorted out the materials that the other party was interested in. The other party was from the Invincible base. The Invincible base occupied another small and medium-sized base in Beishang Town, a car repair shop. Their main goods were low-cost car repair tools. Sure mainly promoted the finished medicines that Shauna had just made. The Invincible members were drooling over the short-barreled shotgun, and showed a very strong desire to trade. The advantages of the short-barreled shotgun are, it has great lethality at close range, it is simple to operate, and it does not require aiming accuracy. The disadvantages are also obvious. The farther the distance, the lower the lethality and the lower the accuracy. In addition, there are also defects such as high noise and the inability to add a scope. Because the chat was good, Sure invited the two to the backyard for tea. The two visited the shadow base. The power system made them envious. However, the accommodation system of the mountaintop church is far inferior to their car repair shop. In addition, the repair shop base also has a base function. using scrap metal to directly repair vehicles. The Invincible base integrated the resources of the 3 bases, set off at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, and took over the repair shop base. But unfortunately, 5 of the 10 members died in the siege. After the infrastructure was completed, the threat value of their base exceeded 3 stars. On the one hand, the Invincible boss went to Beishang Town to recruit people. On the other hand, he contacted the Shadow base and sent the deputy commander and a member to the Shadow base for trading. The key target of recruiting people is doctors, and the key target of trading is guns. After hearing this, Shirtu gave the Wanderer base radio frequency to the other party, informing the other party that a doctor in the base wanted to leave. For the sake of base harmony, the Wanderer base also agreed to let the doctor leave. However, the doctor's combat power was too low, and the Invincible base needed to go through the tunnel to pick him up. The other party expressed gratitude, which showed that they were in great need of firearms at this time, and they were interested in the pistols of the Shadow base, especially the short-barreled shotgun. In the end, Shirtu sold a short-barreled shotgun and a small pistol, and the other party sold lichens, 2 sets of car repair tools, and 2 gasoline bags. However, the other party did not bring the gasoline bags, but promised to deliver the gasoline bags to the Shadow base tomorrow. After seeing off the guests, Lin Wu asked curiously, Shirtu, why do you need gasoline bags, instead of just changing to 3 more sets of car repair tools? Shirtu replied, because they brought car repair tools, but not gasoline bags. Lin Wu didn't understand. Shirtu explained, develop potential allies. If they can deliver the gasoline packs tomorrow, it means that the people in the Invincible base have a certain degree of credibility, and we don't need to worry too much about gains and losses in the future. If they break their promise, then every account in the future must be settled clearly. Lin Wu asked, aren't you worried that you don't have enough guns in your base? Shirtu looked at Lin Wu, because of bullets. Except for small pistols, other guns can basically only be used to defend the city. The current threat to the base is less than 2 stars. I believe we can get guns in the near future. But if we miss lichenology, we will miss it. Lin Wu asked, lichenology? Lichen is a plant science. Many drugs, including antibiotics, are extracted from lichen plants. If I am not mistaken, lichenology is a herbal medicine. Shirtu said, our infirmary consumes 1 medical unit every day. If lichenology can provide 1 medical unit, we don't need to worry about the problem of running out of medical supplies. Chapter 55 Night Exploration. At 6 p.m., under the setting sun, the day shift finished work and went home. Shirtu solemnly introduced the new member Shauna to everyone in the backyard. All members welcomed Shauna. They had seen Shauna being abused by Lin Wu during the day, and unconsciously shaped Shauna into an image of a poor and delicate girl who was exploited and oppressed. Shauna has strong communication skills, which added points to her introduction and small talk, making everyone more fond of her and easily accepting this newcomer. After introducing Shauna, Shirtu took out lichenology and explained his views. After excluding Su Shi, who has craftsman skills, Hunter Lin Wu Maya, who is waiting for the team command skill book, and chemistry Shauna, the remaining ones are snow egg, horse soul, knife and stone. From Shitu's description, lichenology is a pure collective skill, which is slightly inferior to the hunter skill that has both collective and individual benefits. Even so, Xuedong and the other 3 said they could learn. After confirming everyone's willingness to learn, Maya will decide who will learn. Maya said, this is a long-term pure base enhancement skill. In my personal opinion, learners cannot engage in high-risk work on a daily basis. Lichenology at least includes the ability to collect herbs and even food, which means that to maximize the benefits of lichenology, learners need to go out frequently. I should have been the most suitable candidate. Crossbow Maya has a strong sense of tactics and is calm in the face of things. Her calm personality and understanding of combat data are her greatest safety guarantee. Maya said, in terms of collective interests, I need a team command skill book. Based on the above opinions, the next most suitable learners are Xiao Dao and Shirtu. I recommend Xiao Dao. Ma Hun turned his head and asked Xuedong, what does this mean? Xuedong translated, Xiao Dao's risk factor is lower than ours, and it is a relatively suitable person among the not very suitable people. Ma Hun nodded and asked, what do you want to learn? Xuedong, skills with combat enhancement. What about you? Ma Hun said, cooking. Xuedong, aren't you tired of it? Ma Hun's profession in Blue Star is a chef. Ma Hun, unlike you, I learned cooking because I like cooking. Shwedan, humph. Mahan, humph. Shwedan, bounce. Everyone paid attention to the two childish ghosts, which stopped their operations such as rebounding. Linwu didn't know why the two people went from being incompatible to friends, and the curious baby had no curiosity about such things. Xiao Dao learned lycanology on the spot under everyone's attention, and the situation was probably similar to what Shirtu and Maya speculated. Lycanology. Add 1 unit of medical supplies to the base every day. Herbs can be found in the wild, and the herbs can be made into finished medicines at the base, and can also be converted into several units of medical supplies. To the surprise of Shirtu and Maya, lycanology also has a personal skill, primary anti-poison. The anti-poison ability is increased by 20%. This skill is relatively useless, but is a bonus personal ability. It is better than nothing. After the meeting, Linwu applied for supplies, but Shirtu agreed without even looking at him. Maya did not ask Linwu and Shauna where they were going, but just told them to be careful. With Shauna around, Maya felt more at ease, because if someone had to die, it would be Shauna. Shauna had already used up all the materials in the base, and had been squeezed to their maximum value. In addition, she was not familiar with everyone, so her death would not leave too many regrets for the base. Maya certainly did not want Shauna to die, but if she had to choose, Maya hoped that Linwu could live. If she had to choose a time for Shauna to die, Maya hoped that it would be before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, so that the base could save one food. Linwu was going to the checkpoint when the shadow base went to occupy the transformer yesterday morning. Linwu pulled the zombies at the checkpoint away to clear the road. Bored Linwu found 5 night demons while wandering around the tent area. He killed the 5 night demons hiding in the container by using the sun's reflection. When playing with a gun in the afternoon, Linwu suddenly thought of this. The zombies at the checkpoint will return to the container after sunset. At this time, there are only 5 night demons active in the tent area. If someone accidentally entered the tent area last night, then he might have emptied the supplies in the tent area. Linwu did not report this to Maya and Shirtu. If it was really wrong, Linwu would rather they didn't know about it. It's not that he was afraid of them blaming him, but he was afraid that they would not blame him and keep the words in their hearts. The good news is that the team called Brother Chung should be wiped out without suspense. Since it is not certain whether the night demon will refresh, Linwu asked Shauna to park 20 meters away from the checkpoint. The lonely soldier zombie under the street light was refreshed again. Linwu solved it and pried open the iron door to enter the tent area. Linwu shuttled on the container with a desert eagle in one hand to find the night demon. Because he had a flashlight, he was not too worried about being attacked. After waiting for a few minutes, Linwu ran a circle on the road again, still found nothing unusual. If there was something unusual, it was that the zombies were like sardines in a can of sardines stuffed into the container, staggering here and there, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Linwu slipped out of the small iron gate and saw Shauna sitting on the hood of the car with her hands on her chest. Seeing Linwu coming out, she looked at Linwu and stroked the hood of the car with one hand. Linwu should have felt guilty for a few seconds. After all, Shauna knew this car. However, Linwu felt that after a day of getting along, Shauna would no longer doubt him. Linwu raised his hand and gestured. Shauna walked to the iron gate, squatted beside Linwu, and followed Linwu into the tent area. The game manual explained that sneaking is walking while squatting, which can reduce the chance of being discovered by zombies. According to Maya's actual operation, it only reduces the chance by 10%, which is a relatively useless system action. Linwu felt that it was not important whether it was useless or not. The key was that walking sneakily at night was quite interesting. Walking openly would be scared by the zombies that suddenly appeared, and walking sneakily might scare the zombies that suddenly appeared. Speak human language. It can effectively prevent you from being frightened to the point of weakness by the sudden appearance of zombies. Although it was a sunny day, the light in the tent area was very poor. The only light was Linwu's flashlight. Shauna pulled Linwu's clothes and walked for a long time before she got used to the darkness. The two entered a tent. Linwu used the flashlight to illuminate the entire tent. This was a tent with an autonomous generator. Linwu checked the generator with a skeptical attitude, and found that the generator was damaged. Hee. Dawn! Although the generator was damaged, this tent was a world of gasoline. 2 gasoline bags were found, and there were 5 barrels of gasoline. They were all in the open, so there was no need for a deep search. The two put the supplies in the car first. Shauna pulled Linwu and asked him to wait. She took out a glass bottle with a rope tied to the bottle mouth from her backpack. One end of the rope was hung on the back of the car. The bottle was placed near the iron gate, and a stone was pressed on it. As long as the car started, the glass would shatter, and they could hear the sound in the tent area. After Shauna finished, she looked at Lin Wu seriously and said, "To prevent people from stealing the car. Under normal circumstances, the sound of glass breaking is similar to the sound of the engine starting. Shauna specially set a trap to prevent others from pushing the car away and then stealing it. Very smart, it can prevent others from pushing the car." Lin Wu waved. "Let's go." Shauna was sure that Lin Wu was not stupid, so why did he act a little stupid today? There is only one explanation. Most of Lin Wu's brain cells only consider what he wants to consider and likes to consider. For example, in the Soul Egg incident, Lin Wu had no curiosity about the reasons and process of the two people's reconciliation. To put it in human terms, Shauna is no different from a passerby in Lin Wu's eyes, and he doesn't care about Shauna's thoughts. A negative example, he pays attention to Xiao Dao, and will make the unhappy Xiao Dao happy. But it's just ordinary attention. Lin Wu treats Xiao Dao as an ordinary friend. Lin Wu has a very strong trait. He will filter out people and things that he doesn't care about, is not curious about, and doesn't care about. Chapter 56 Transportation. Most of the tents were mainly filled with medical supplies and daily necessities. The biggest gain was finding 2 sets of brand new winter combat uniforms, with a warmth rating of 80 points. The 2 searched and transported at the same time. Soon the basic bag of the pickup truck was filled, and at this time, less than 1/3 of it had been looted. Lin Wu said to Shauna, "You drive back, and ask them to come together, and we will empty this place tonight. Demolition is impossible, there is no time, and it may alarm the sleeping zombies. We can only sweep away the visible supplies." Shauna asked, "Are you sure to let a newcomer like me bring a truck of supplies back to the base?" Lin Wu asked, "Where might you take a truck of supplies to?" This question stumped Shauna. Yes, she is a newcomer, and cannot control 2 valuable items. But if she really wants to embezzle, where can she go? Okay, Shauna patted Lin Wu's shoulder and drove away. Lin Wu did not continue to loot supplies. There will be plenty of people to do the rough work. Lin Wu was observing a container that he had found last time. This container was different from the other containers. Its door was closed. There was also a fenced iron door outside, and it was locked. This made Lin Wu suspect that there were good things in the container. Of course, there might also be very ferocious zombies. Lin Wu was not worried about the zombies. As far as he knew about the zombies, he could easily run out of the small iron door in the tent area, and even close the door latch. Unless he was extremely unlucky, several ferocious mutant zombies appeared here, and the damn night demon happened to refresh again. Since he was so unlucky, it would be too sorry for Shuguang if he didn't die. Unlocking was not a big problem, but opening the door was still a little scary. Holding the door of one container, Lin Wu took a deep breath, and just as he slowly opened a gap, the head of the night demon came out. Lin Wu hurriedly used his body to hold the 2 doors. The night demon's head was clamped, and he kept roaring. A huge force came from behind the door. Lin Wu used all his strength to resist it. The endurance bar poured down like a waterfall. The night demon pulled his head down, biting Lin Wu's shoulder. At this time, Lin Wu's Desert Eagle also pressed against the night demon's head, and blew it up with one shot. Infection is secondary. Only 15%. But the severe bleeding of 3 points per second, which lasts for 1 minute, will be fatal. After 1 minute, it does not mean that the wound will heal, but it will turn into moderate bleeding, and then into mild bleeding. Lin Wu did not lose his mind when he screamed in pain. Before the zombies were awakened and got up to eat supper, he climbed to the top of the container, and then took out a bleeding bandage from his backpack and used it. The duration of severe bleeding became 15 seconds, and he only brought 1 bleeding bandage. Lin Wu was desperate and tried all kinds of treatment. He took out a bottle of painkillers and swallowed 2 tablets. All the pain was completely eliminated. The bad news is that he is still bleeding, and Lin Wu's life is about to bottom out. The good news is that the painkillers restore blood, and the blood bar is trying to rise. The bad news is that painkillers are not effective against moderate bleeding, let alone severe bleeding. Lin Wu immediately swallowed 5 more painkillers, and finally survived the severe bleeding, and entered the 1-minute moderate bleeding state. Under the effect of the drug, the life is kept at full value for the first 30 seconds. After the effect of the drug for the last 30 seconds, the life starts to drop. Because of the fracture caused by the bite, infection and trauma, Lin Wu's upper limit of life is only 60 points. Lin Wu could only take the last painkiller, and finally survive the moderate bleeding for 1 minute. Mild bleeding is not so terrible. Under the effect of the drug, Lin Wu's final blood volume remains at 30 points. Lin Wu, who survived the disaster, feels a bit like a reborn person. All this is thanks to Shauna. If it weren't for the finished medicine made by Shauna, I wouldn't bring the medicine with me, and I would definitely die tonight. The bad news is that I have eaten all the painkillers in the base, and used up a precious bleeding bandage. Bandages are counted by strips, although painkillers are counted by pills, but they are all in a small bottle. Lin Wu of course took the bottle together. Lin Wu sat like this for 10 minutes. The zombies awakened by the gunfire returned to their containers, because they did not find Lin Wu. After waiting for a while, the reinforcements from the base arrived at the checkpoint. Either Lin Wu was on night duty, or no one wanted to rest. The members of the base were just about to enjoy their private space, or read a book, or chat, or play a game of poker. The quiet night, the bright lights, and the rare quiet after a tiring day were gone. After receiving Lin Wu's message, Maya immediately called everyone to work, and arranged for Xuedong to ride a motorcycle to follow the pickup truck. Lin Wu met up with everyone outside the small iron gate, and drew a tent maze map with paper and pen. Maya began to arrange tasks. You, start from this side. You, start from that side. Keep quiet throughout the process, and don't talk unless necessary. Maya's tactics are a two-person team. First determine the location of the nearby zombie container, and then light a torch to search. One person transports, and one person searches, and first delivers valuable items to the outside of the iron gate, and then considers transportation issues. At the end of the tent, Lin Wu held the Desert Eagle with only one bullet left, and Shauna slowly opened the container door and carefully hid herself outside the door. After Lin Wu used the flashlight to see clearly, he stepped forward and patted Shauna on the shoulder to indicate safety. The two entered the container together. This was a temporary command post, which was equipped with radios, screens and other electronic equipment, and some supplies. Lin Wu opened the first box and found an ammunition pack, which he put in his backpack. He opened the second box and found another ammunition pack, which he put in Shauna's backpack. 6 boxes opened 6 ammunition packs. Maya arranged for Xuedong, Mahan, Shauna, and Xiao Dao to drive the motorcycle back to the base to unload the goods. Maya stayed with Lin Wu to guard the tent area. First, to prevent outsiders from making plans. Second, to prevent the night demon from refreshing. Third, Maya wanted to interview Lin Wu to understand the situation of Shauna, who had been Lin Wu's partner for a day, so as to arrange work in the future. Lin Wu skipped his views on personality and moral character, and only talked about Shauna's work situation. Lin Wu believed that Shauna had a serious work attitude, was hardworking, and could drive and ride a motorcycle. The combat capability is average. Maya asked, "Are you willing to partner with Shauna for a long time?" Lin Wu shook his head. "I still like to be alone, so I don't have to worry about other people's life and death." Maya said, "Shauna helped a lot tonight." Lin Wu replied, "After I confirm the situation of the tent, I can contact the base with the intercom. Besides, I can drive." Maya thinks that Lin Wu positions himself as a scout, and the best partner for a scout should be Maya herself. When encountering zombies, she can support Lin Wu. When encountering danger, Lin Wu does not need to worry about his own existence. However, there are more people in the day shift, more work, and more complicated dangers and situations. She cannot team up with Lin Wu alone. After talking about business, the two had no topic to talk about. Maya sat on the edge of the container and looked up at the moon, while Lin Wu lay on the container and looked for stars. Perhaps because he was used to Maya's personality, Lin Wu did not feel any embarrassment today, and it was good not to talk. Chapter 57, Fortress Ring. Everyone came back and continued to search. Lin Wu found good stuff in 2 boxes in the container. The 2 boxes were placed in the cabinet in the middle of the headquarters. They were full of pipe bombs. After careful counting, each box had as many as 10. Maya looked at the bombs and said, "It seems that we can start preparing to deal with the blood plague in Building 2. After the container door was closed, whispering conversations would not wake up the zombies. Lin Wu looked around the container headquarters and searched everywhere he could. "Why is there not even a gun?" Shauna said, "There are guns." "Where are they?" "Not here." Shauna said, "On the zombies?" After the supplies were basically emptied, Maya asked everyone to light torches on the containers, and Lin Wu was responsible for waking up the sleeping zombies. The zombies in the 7 containers rushed out and lined up in a long line in the narrow passage. Xiaodao was sharp-eyed and said, "There's one over here." Lin Wu followed Xiaodao's finger and carefully observed the female soldier zombie, but did not see any so-called guns. After waiting for a while, the target zombie raised his hands and grabbed the people who were watching it on the top of the container. Because of this action, his clothes were pulled, revealing the holster on his belt. Maya said, "Xuedan, Mahan, separate it. Lin Wu, deal with it." Xuedan jumped down. The space was limited, and he couldn't sweep horizontally. He could only swing the hammer to block the zombie. Mahan's light blunt weapon was relatively simple to operate. He just raised it and hit it down. When the target zombie attacked Xuedan, Lin Wu jumped behind it and executed the zombie. Lin Wu touched the zombie's holster, and a revolver appeared. Lin Wu took the pistol and said, "Let's go." The 3 jumped up and climbed onto the edge of the container. The female demon revolver uses .357 Magnum bullets. The advantages are great power and never jamming or breaking. The disadvantages are slightly large recoil, slightly loud sound, and only 6 rounds of magazine capacity. Without skill buffs, reloading takes 5 seconds, and the reloading speed is only higher than that of a shotgun. Generally speaking, this is a pistol with average performance. Maya said. Lin Wu pulls the zombies, and the others gather outside the iron gate. After a while, Lin Wu came out of the small iron gate, and Maya began to arrange the work. "Shauna and I stay, and the others will transport this batch of supplies back to the base first. Lin Wu will stay in the base to heal his wounds and deal with the infection, and you will drive back to pick us up. There is also a pile of supplies on the road next to the small iron gate, mainly monitors, computer hosts and other electrical appliances that can be disassembled into a large number of electronic components." Watching the car leave, Maya motioned to Shauna to sit at the road guardrail, and she sat next to Shauna and asked, "Shauna, what do you think of partnering with Lin Wu for a day?" Shauna looked at Maya and said, "No idea about him. No idea about others. But I have some ideas about you." "What do you mean?" Maya asked. "The base construction is good. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who occupied the substation." Maya asked again, "What?" Shauna said, "Your point should be very high. What I don't understand is, why is Stone the leader, and not you?" Maya understood, and said, "You are competing for the fortress ring. Don't you want to get the fortress ring?" Shauna asked back. In the first phase of the home plan, Fortress Company signed a business contract with the Blue Star official, sent transport ships and robots, and built a large city on Earth. Interstellar transport ships and robots are the property of Fortress Company, and only those who hold the Fortress Ring can control the Earth Fortress system. It can be said that those who hold the Fortress Ring will have the main say on Earth. Even if Dawn restricts the behavior of Fortress Company, it is difficult to prevent Earth Fortress Company from becoming a giant enterprise in the solar system. In short, the holder of the Fortress Ring will become the most powerful person on Earth. Blue Star Fortress Company handed over the task of selecting the owner of the Fortress Ring to Dawn. There are only 2 rules. The first rule, the candidate is the 5% elite. The second rule, the candidate who gets the highest score in the home game will become the owner of the Fortress Ring. The rules of the Fortress Ring were published on the Elite Club website the day before immigration. However, the members of the Elite Club are not limited to 5%, after all. There are many successful people among the 95%. For most of the 95%, they don't care about this matter, because it is an internal affair of the Fortress Company. After all, whether it is a robot or a fleet, they are all the property of the Fortress Company. They are willing to give their property to whomever they want. That is their power. As long as the Dawn is still there, even the rich Fortress Company cannot do evil. The social system of Blue Star is similar to the driver's license system. The rich can drive luxury cars with a driver's license, while the poor can only drive cheap cars with a driver's license. This is the inevitable gap between the rich and the poor in society. Both luxury cars and cars are protected by the Dawn. But whether rich or poor, their driver's licenses only have 12 points, and these 12 points will not change because of your money and status. You can spend money like a drunkard, but you can't do evil. This is also one of the basic principles of the operation of the Dawn system, relative fairness. Maya extended her hand. "Welcome to compete." After a slight hesitation, Shauna shook hands with Maya. "Your current points must be higher than mine. Are you worried that I will kill you? Maya replied, no worries. Because no one knows how dawn points are calculated. 2 years, now it's just the beginning. Besides, I don't think you are a despicable person. Shauna asked back, what kind of person am I? Maya replied, a proud person. Shauna did not comment and said, TSK. I tell you, if that little idiot hadn't killed me, my points would not be lower than yours. Maya asked, who? Shauna spoke with sadness. Who else besides Lin Wu? When I first met him that night, I saw the murderous intent in his eyes. I was very obedient. When he pointed the shotgun at me, I immediately turned off the engine and stopped the car. After getting off the car, I immediately stated that I had medical skills, and humiliatingly used physical contact to express my affection for him. But this idiot still did it without hesitation. Lin Wu, just tell me whether it's fast or not. Maya remembered, and suddenly realized, the girl who stole the car? You are the owner of the Desert Eagle? Sanaa stroked her forehead with one hand. The past was too painful to look back on. Maya asked cautiously, you want revenge? Sanaa said TSK again, revenge? I don't mind killing people for revenge, but I won't kill my companions. Maya nodded, you can't beat him either. Killing people is heartbreaking. Sanaa changed the subject. If I'm not mistaken, the outpost is a paradise for novices. If you have time, you can organize everyone to brush pistols here. Maya said, no, one person is enough. Oh, who? Knife. Chapter 58 Gun Brush. Xiao Dao reached out and pulled out a sleeping zombie from the container and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it with 1 foot, stepped on it with 2 feet, stepped on it with 3 feet. Because no weapons were used, there was almost no sound during the process. Even if there was, it was only the low muffled sound of the head being stepped on and exploded. Xuedong dragged the corpse away and began to explore. After searching for a while, a new corpse appeared. Mahan dragged the second corpse away to explore. Sanaa dragged the third corpse away. Maya stood on the top of the container on guard. She had to pay attention to the night demons that might refresh. Xiao Dao chewed gum and kept pulling out zombies from the container. With the endurance recovery time, the battle was carried out at a speed of 1 zombie every 15 seconds. In less than 5 minutes, a small pistol, a pair of handcuffs, and a small top-grade blunt weapon, a telescopic baton were brushed. After stepping on one container, then switched to another container. Snow Egg, Mahan and Shauna mechanically repeated the work of the assembly line in the dark, and the constant harvest refreshed their exhausted spirits. The more Xiao Dao stepped on the zombies, the more excited he became. Later, everyone felt sorry for the zombies, and hoped that at least one zombie would resist a little and scare Xiao Dao, who was beaming with joy. When she reached the 4th container, Xiao Dao's trampling execution skill had actually advanced. She could directly crack the helmet with her first kick. In this way, her work efficiency was greatly improved. Facing Xiao Dao, who was addicted to stepping on the zombies, Maya had to withdraw from the top of the container and join the team of corpse finding. They didn't know that a night demon was quietly approaching the 5 people who were focused on the work. The night demon saw the right time and jumped down from the container. Its sharp claws immediately pierced Xuedong's shoulder. Xuedong screamed in pain and looked back to see the bloody mouth of the night demon. At this critical moment, Xiao Dao, who was beside Xuedong, stretched out his hands to grab the head of the night demon, threw it to the ground, and kicked it without hesitation. After crushing night demon's head, Xiao Dao finally reacted and screamed, "What is that?" Mahan reacted quickly, and was the closest. He picked up a blunt weapon and waved it around to block the container, preventing the awakened zombies from rushing out. "Go to the roof," Maya corrected. "Go to the container." Shauna quickly possessed him, and climbed onto the container as quickly as possible. She reached out and grabbed the injured Snow Egg's hand, and with the help of Maya, she pulled Snow Egg to the top of the container. With the joint efforts of all, the 5 people successfully transferred without any danger. Maya ordered, "Retreat." The refresh of a night demon meant that the second night demon was about to appear. Xiao Dao's killing of the night demon was purely a misunderstanding. It was an instinctive reaction caused by mechanized work. I believe that the second night demon will not give Xiao Dao such a coincidence again. Shauna knelt in front of Xuedong, took out a bandage, and tied it on Xuedong's left shoulder. Xuedong's pain was immediately relieved. Looking at the goddess who bandaged himself in the moonlight, Xuedong felt that the time around him seemed to stop. At this moment, he fell in love with her. The hateful whore soul interrupted everything and pulled up Xuedong, Let's go. Without Lin Wu to attract monsters. Everyone had some close contact with zombies while escaping from the Iron Gate. Except for Xiao Dao. Everyone was injured to some extent. And finally all 5 people escaped unscathed. Counting the spoils, after working for 2 hours, I got a total of 7 small pistols, all of which were of average performance. A fishing net-shaped stab-proof vest, because it is made of metal. This piece of clothing weighs 10 kilograms. After putting it on, the part covered by the stab-proof vest can completely resist the scratching of ordinary zombies, but cannot resist biting. In addition, there were 3 telescopic batons, 3 cans of spray gas, 3 handcuffs, 1 walkie-talkie, more than 30 rounds of .357 Magnum and 9mm pistol bullets. In the base, Shitz's eyes sparkled as he looked at the 7 small pistols. He immediately said to Maya, "You make some arrangements. Tomorrow, take all the pistols to Beishang Town to trade for skill books." Maya looked at Shauna, who nodded. Maya said. Then Shauna and Xuedong raised her hand. "I can go with Shauna," Maya said. "Okay. Thank you Shauna and Xuedong," Shirtu explained. For many people, pistols are still scarce. You can't take out all the goods at the beginning. Skill books. If they are skill books, just exchange them. Small pistols are garbage to us. Tomorrow, Lin Wu will deal with the night demons during the day. Tomorrow night, we will continue to trade pistols, collect supplies, become rich, and dominate the entire server. Everyone was silent. Lin Wu applauded. "Okay, boss. You are right. Leave now," Shirtu smiled and said. "It also shows that the future belongs to firearms," Maya said. "I don't agree with this view. Guns have characteristics that cold weapons cannot surpass. But in the doomsday of scarce resources, the role of cold weapons is no less than that of guns. Everyone has worked hard today, and many people have not yet made up for 5 hours of sleep. Let's all go to rest." Sana raised her hand. "I rested enough in the hospital bed in the afternoon." Lin Wu stood up. "Then Shauna will keep watch, and others will go to sleep." Shauna saw that everyone stood up, and asked, "Am I the only one who has made up for the sleep?" Everyone nodded. Xuedong said, "I will come to accompany you after 2 hours of sleep." "Wow!" Everyone cheered. Xuedong blushed. "Let's go to sleep." "Let's go! Let's go!" Shirtu walked past Shauna, gave Shauna a meaningful look, and walked towards the barracks without saying anything. Shauna slapped her forehead. Of course she knew what Shirtu meant. Shirtu was dissatisfied with the fact that he had only joined the base for less than 24 hours, and had been involved in a matter between men and women. She, who boasted of her high emotional intelligence, was now confused, and had no idea where she had provoked Xuedong. "I have been with Lin Wu all day, even if I want to provoke him. I should provoke Lin Wu." Lin Wu suddenly discovered his beauty, his inner self, his temperament, his elegance. In the next few days, Lin Wu went to the checkpoint with Shauna every morning after getting up, to check and eliminate the night demon. Returned to the base to apply for the silent, and provide fire support to the commercial street. Lin Wu found that playing with guns is addictive. He likes it most not when he kills zombies, but when he pulls the bolt and loads the bullet, and the mechanical sound of the gun. The mechanical rhythm stimulates Lin Wu's nerves, making it easier for him to concentrate when shooting. Lin Wu is not unreasonable. For the safety of the base, he shoots mostly in vain. Maya saw that Lin Wu was so interested in shooting, and taught Lin Wu to master several standard shooting postures. After nightfall, Lin Wu, Xiao Dao and Maya went to the checkpoint to brush the pistol. As the days passed, the explosion rate of the small pistol became lower and lower. After several days of trading, many players in Beishang Town had their favorite pistols. In this context, when he learned that the night shift only brought back 3 pistols, Shirtu called everyone to a campfire meeting. Chapter 59 The Road to Pistols. Shirtu reported, at present, in addition to food, the base has sufficient for basic materials, and the warehouse is close to full. After 3 days of work, with everyone's efforts, the medicine reserves are now relatively sufficient. There are 120.22 bullets in total, and the other bullets are hard to describe. Many ammunition packs were found in the tent base, and the storage exceeded the base inventory. In order to avoid waste, Sushir made .22 bullets and some pipe bombs in batches. We have established a certain trust with the invincible base, and verbally agreed to help each other. In addition, it is basically confirmed that there are no agricultural skill books that can be traded in Beishang Town. Some players learn the skill books directly after getting them. And these players do not have the conditions for poaching. Shirtu said, the rate of shooting at the checkpoint is getting lower and lower. At present, the base has a small pistol inventory of 19. My idea is to reserve 5 small pistols in the base. Tomorrow, the railway tunnel will be opened, and we will go to Baixia Town, Yu County for trading. I have communicated with the Wanderer base in Baixia Town. They will provide us with a guide and wait for us at the other end of the tunnel. Shirtu said, when the Invincible base sent people through the tunnel to pick up the doctor, they found a large number of zombies in the tunnel, forcing them to abandon the plan. According to the description of the Invincible base, not only can you not drive in the tunnel, but even motorcycles can hardly pass through. In addition, they also provided a piece of information. About half a kilometer from the tunnel entrance, there is a passenger train with 15 carriages. You can imagine the crowded situation in the tunnel and the train, as well as the density of zombies. The only good news is that there is a faint red light every 100 meters in the tunnel. Shirtu asked Maya, is my idea feasible? Maya asked, is there a big benefit? Shirtu nodded. According to the description of the Wanderer base, the number of players in Baixia Town, Yu County is much larger than that in Baixiong Town, Zhuo County, and guns are in short supply, so there is a lot of market space. Yu County is closer to Future City. Unlike Zhuo County, which has a mountainous terrain, Yu County is almost entirely plain, with only a few small hills less than 100 meters above sea level. The rural areas of Yu County not only have many farms, but also many small towns. The town centers of Shangxia Town and Shangxia Town are much larger than those of Zhuo County. And Yu County is close to the sea and has abundant food resources. In addition, the rural areas of Yu County are full of large-scale buildings such as grain processing plants, wineries, wine estates, and sports fields. Players in Yu County basically have no shortage of food, but medical supplies are relatively scarce, and the most lacking is guns. Due to the lack of guns, except for the Wanderers, the 5 unified construction teams in Yu County all failed to attack small and medium-sized bases. The Wanderers are now facing huge pressure to defend the city. They are willing to exchange 20 kilograms of chewing gum, coffee, beef jerky, functional drinks, and a cooking skill book for 3 small pistols. And they will send guides to guide the Shadow trading team to trade with the outside world at the Wanderer base. Maya called the generals. Divide the team into 2 teams. Snow Egg Horsoul Shana will be in charge of the rear. Lin Wu will be in charge of reconnaissance. Xiao Dao will be in charge of assisting Lin Wu. I will be in charge of the rear support. The front and rear teams will cooperate through the intercom. If the front team thinks that they cannot move forward, the rear team will evacuate immediately. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu will take turns to retreat. Shauna raised her hand. I am good at using a crossbow, and I can join the front team to clear out the zombies. In recent days of trading, the Shadow base obtained a compound crossbow. Unlike Maya's light crossbow, the compound crossbow has much higher attack power and range than the light crossbow, but its disadvantage is that it cannot recycle arrows, and it takes 2 seconds to load the crossbow. And Lin Wu's favorite silent one takes less than 1 second to pull the bolt. Crossbows are different from guns. In addition to the short range, the crossbows fly in the air for a long time, and there are obvious ups and downs in the flight trajectory. To use the crossbow well, you must accurately estimate the distance between yourself and the zombies, and then adjust the height of the crosshairs according to the distance, in order to achieve the purpose of headshot. Compared with guns, the cost of arrows is very low, and the crossbow has no durability, and the mute value is 99, and it almost makes no sound during shooting. Maya thought about it and said, okay, Lin Wu does not carry trading goods, carries .22 bullets. Su Shirduo makes a few silencers and short blades. The durability of the simple silencer is 6, and the silencer is scrapped after 6 shots, and it cannot be repaired. The materials used are a piece of cotton cloth, a mineral water bottle, and 1/10 of a roll of tape. Maya said, everyone in the rear team should be equipped with a small pistol, and can shoot when necessary. Pay special attention to the screaming zombies that are refreshed. Maya believes that the rear team lacks a lookout, and cannot find the refreshed zombies or screams in the first place. However, Shauna's suggestion makes sense. If Shauna is transferred to the front team, it can reduce Lin Wu's work pressure. Once someone is infected, this person must quit the mission and return to the base to treat the infection. It is also possible that one person is infected and the whole team is forced to retreat. Therefore, Maya let the 3 people in the rear team be equipped with small pistols to deal with the refreshed screams and zombies. The front team is responsible for cleaning up the zombies, and the rear team will not explode when shooting. But the screams and zombies may cause the team to be wiped out. Therefore, even if you need to shoot, you can't let the scream shout out, and you can't let the zombies fall. In recent days at work, Shauna's daytime job is to ride a bike to take Lin Wu to the checkpoint. After sending Lin Wu back to the base, Shauna will join the day shift's apartment search. Sure too, who has rich life experience, found that Xuedong and Mahan both have a good impression of Shauna during the night campfire life. Lin Wu does not work during the day, and no one will say anything. Although his working hours are not long, his work is much more important than others. But Shauna, as a newcomer, does not work, which is a bit unreasonable. Sure too discussed with Maya, and Maya said that it is difficult to adjust Shauna out of the shift of Xuedong and Mahan. Sure too does not think it is necessarily a bad thing. During the teaming with Shauna, Xuedong and Mahan were full of work motivation and fighting desire. Each of them comprehended an exclusive weapon execution skill. Exclusive weapon execution skills refer to execution skills that can only be used when wearing a certain type of weapon. The trampling execution of the bare-handed knife, the wind-piercing execution of Lin Wu's short blade, and the strike execution of Shauna's light blunt weapon are all exclusive weapon execution skills. Among the field agents, only Maya has not yet mastered the exclusive weapon execution skill because she has used the crossbow much longer than the knife. After Maya finished talking about the deployment of troops tomorrow, she glanced at everyone and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Wu and Xiaodong naturally had no opinion. They would do whatever they wanted. Even if they were not allowed to join the trading team, they would not have any objection. Xuedong and Mahan obeyed the arrangement and had no objection. The matter of the trading team was settled. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the trading team began to apply for supplies. In addition to the trading items, everyone applied for medicine and weapons according to their needs and preferences. Lin Wu took 2 short blades according to his own preferences, a dagger, 120 rounds of .22 bullets, a silencer rifle, a bandage for fractures and bleeding, and 4 painkillers. Finally, he did not forget to put 5 simple silencers into the backpack. It is no exaggeration to say that the trading team took away 90% of the property of the base. So it was a gamble for the shadow base. If the bet is successful, they will get scarce resources. If they lose, Sure Tu and Su Sure can only start annexing other small bases to make up for the shortage. It will be very difficult to make the shadow base stronger. Sure Tu reluctantly saw everyone off to the door, and watched the cars and motorcycles disappear from view for a long time without being able to calm down. Seeing this, Su Sure came over and asked, "Boss, when will you become so emotional? The system overload is unreasonable. As long as there is more than one person on the car will not move." He had no choice but to requisition the motorcycle as well. "I am worried. Worried about the safety of the trade team. And also worried about the safety of the base." Sure Tu said, "If the system dares to attack the city today, I will be at odds with Shuguang for the rest of my life. Even if it was only a 2-star difficulty. Sure Tu could not handle it alone. So he could only abandon the base and leave with Su Sure." Chapter 60 Blood Plague Train. The trading team successfully arrived at the tunnel entrance. Maya told Xuedong to drive the car aside, put the motorcycle in the back, drain the gasoline into the spare gasoline barrel, and then hide the 2 gasoline barrels. Then the few people worked together to find branches and other cover. After hiding the means of transportation, Lin Wu entered the tunnel first, Sana followed, Maya was in the middle. The rear team followed 10 meters behind. After walking only 10 meters, 6 zombies more than 10 meters away were seen blocking the way. Lin Wu knelt on one knee with the silent one, and killed 6 zombies with 6 bullets. With Lin Wu leading the way, the team moved faster. It took only 10 minutes to walk 500 meters. A train with 15 carriages stopped on the track. Maya gathered Lin Wu and Shauna and said, "There is only 70 centimeters of space on both sides of the train, which is barely enough for people to pass through. I am worried that the zombies in the carriage will find us when we move forward and jump out of the window to attack us." Shauna said, "It is best not to go to the sides. If you go to the sides, you have to be careful of the car holes every 100 meters. The car holes are 10 meters deep and 2 meters wide, which can accommodate many zombies." The rear team arrived, and Mahan expressed his opinion. "Go over the roof?" Maya said, "It's only 50 centimeters high. Shiwadon said. You can climb over. Maya explained. There is a 60 centimeters gap between each train, and crossing the gap may make a sound. Once the screaming zombies in the carriage are alarmed, it will easily cause a zombie tide, and the result is that we are likely to be trapped on the top of the carriage and be in a dilemma. Xiaodao said. Then kill from the coach. Maya said. It's more dangerous. Under the seat in the coach, it can hide corpses. There is a luggage compartment above the head. The visibility inside the car is very poor. If you are not careful, you will be caught in a tough fight and unable to escape. The safest way is to go to both sides, with crossbowmen leading the way, keeping absolute silence all the way. Try not to alarm the zombies. If the zombies are alarmed, immediately retreat into the hiding hole, use the advantages of crossbows and silencers, and shoot the zombies chasing us into the hiding hole at the entrance of the hole. Linwu added. I can scout the situation inside the hiding hole. Okay, Linwu number 1, Shauna number 2, I am number 3. The rear team followed. Linwu took the lead and moved forward stealthily. When he saw the zombies, he crouched and stood still, and used a flashlight to shine on the zombies' heads. Sana and Maya, who followed behind him, used crossbows to deal with the zombies. Linwu used the wind to pierce the car hole, and then reported the situation to the crossbowmen through sign language. Once zombies were found in the car hole, 2 crossbowmen crouched at the entrance of the hole. Linwu provided the light source, and the crossbowmen sniped them. Even if there were a large number of zombies in the car hole, as long as the zombies facing the player were sniped at the first time, there would be no commotion. It is completely feasible in theory, but there are several details in practice. The first requirement is that the crossbowman must have high accuracy. The crossbow is a weapon that requires a lot of operation. If used well, it is a magical weapon. If used poorly, it will make people angry, and the system cannot give corrections. The second requirement is to be quiet. The third requirement is to pray that no ferocious zombies appear. The members of the Shadow Base are of high quality. They obey orders, are extra careful, and move forward quietly. After 4 carriages, blood mist appeared in the air. Linwu immediately gestured for everyone to follow him into the car shelter. The previous problems could be remedied. According to Maya, after being discovered by the zombies, escape to the car shelter and kill the zombies that are chasing you. But it is another matter in the blood plague area. Are there blind bats? Are there night demons? Even if they don't appear during the day, will alarming the zombies trigger a blood plague reaction? According to Lin Wu's experience, the first reaction of the blood plague is to rush blood. Maya hesitated in her heart. It would be risky to go there, and it would be risky to go back. Is it worth it? So she publicly asked everyone's opinions. She would not use her companions as a price to complete this task. Shauna spoke first. I don't like to give up halfway. We have already thought about the danger before we came here. Since we have come this far, if we give up now, when will we be able to muster up the courage to go again? Besides, the degree of danger we face is controlled by us, not by the system. I have confidence in myself and everyone else. Shiwadon and Mahan nodded together. Agree. They looked at each other, and fist bumped, and had a tacit understanding. Xiaodao naturally had no objection. Everyone looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu replied, I won't be a drag, and I won't die. I definitely have no objection. Xiaodao asked, will you not die? You only have 1 Desert Eagle bullet. How do you deal with Bloody Maniac? Lin Wu asked back, I run faster than you. Why do you think Bloody Maniac will chase me? There was silence at the scene. It makes sense. When Bloody Dog kills the other 5 people, Lin Wu might have already run out of the tunnel. What? Lin Wu stayed? It takes 3 shots from Desert Eagle to kill Bloody Maniac. Why should Lin Wu, who can't kill Bloody Dog, fight to the death? The blood mist is getting thicker and thicker. With the help of the flashlight, Lin Wu can see the bloody zombies wandering in the carriage. The 2 crossbowmen are very powerful. 1 shot is accurate. Every arrow hits the head, opening up a safe passage on the left side of the train. Arriving at carriage number 7 smoothly, Lin Wu tiptoed to look inside, and found that there were no zombies in carriage number 7. In the middle of the car, on the top of the car was the huge heart of the blood plague, and its tentacles covered the entire car from all sides. At this time, a low roar of a fierce beast came from the right side of the train. This sound meant that the fierce beast had not yet discovered the player, and that the fierce beast was less than 10 meters away from the player. Lin Wu moved forward slowly, picking up the small stones and dead branches on the ground and throwing them all into his backpack. The front team dared not breathe, holding the crossbow and slowly moving forward with Lin Wu. Because of the light, the rear team used both hands to crawl on the ground to reduce noise as much as possible. Lin Wu turned back and stretched out 2 fingers, pointing to the top of the side 10 meters outside the train, indicating that there was another fierce beast on it. If this fierce beast stretched its head to the left to check when the team passed by, a big battle would be inevitable, and there would be no surprises in the end, and the trade team would be completely destroyed. To pass or not? Maya passed Shauna, walked to Lin Wu, pointed to her crossbow, Shauna's crossbow and Lin Wu's silencer with a simple silencer, and stretched out 3 fingers, meaning 3 headshots, which could directly take away the fierce beast. Although it is difficult, it is the only effective way to fight back and move forward. Lin Wu nodded, and the 3 stood up. They could only see part of the top of the side. They aimed their weapons at the side and slowly moved forward. Suddenly, a Kwangming jumped to the left side of the top of the train and saw 3 players about 3 meters away at a glance. The 3 pulled the trigger instinctively. 2 crossbow arrows and a bullet hit Kwangming's head almost at the same time. Kwangming immediately kicked his legs upside down and then stood still. Lin Wu tried to reach the corpse of Kwangming on the roof. Maya pinched Lin Wu's little arm and pulled him away, pointing to the front, indicating to continue moving forward. The group finally reached the number 11 carriage. According to the agreement, Maya and Shauna squatted down, and Lin Wu turned back to use a flashlight to illuminate the rear team to provide light. At this time, Ma Hun waved his hands repeatedly to show that he couldn't stand it. So everyone chose a car hole to rest temporarily. Sitting in the deepest part of the car hole, everyone dared to breathe a sigh of relief. The battle was not fierce, but everyone was extremely nervous, fearing that if they made a sound by mistake, the whole team would be killed. Shi Weidong said, I suggest coming back and crossing the mountain range. Isn't it only 400 meters above sea level? Maya said, it will take at least 10 hours to go through the forest and the mountain range back to the base. Xiao Dao, I agree to go through the mountain range. At least we can breathe. Most people decided to go through the mountain range. Lin Wu said that it was okay. Shauna, who expressed her opinion last, said, known dangers are easier to control than unknown dangers. I don't agree to give up the familiar terrain and environment and spend 10 hours entering the primeval forest. But I respect everyone's opinions and keep my own opinions. Lin Wu said, that's okay. Maya said, raise your hands if you want to go through the mountain range. Only Xiao Dao raised his hand. He looked around, bumped Lin Wu with his shoulder, and glared at him. Lin Wu immediately raised his hand, and Xiao Dao smiled with satisfaction. Maya said, raise your hands if you want to go through the tunnel. Shauna, Shi Weidong and Ma Hun raised their hands together. Maya said, we have decided to go through the tunnel. We will set off after resting for 5 minutes. Chapter 61 Wright County. The trade team passed through the train zone smoothly, and the road ahead was much wider. Lin Wu and 2 crossbowmen were responsible for clearing the way. Although the speed was slow, it was safe. After 2 hours, the shadow-based trade team finally walked out of the tunnel and arrived in Wright County. At the entrance of the tunnel, they met the guide sent by the Wanderer. Standing on a high place, overlooking the endless plain, it was refreshing. In addition to the scenery and landforms, the number of players in Wright County is also unmatched by that in Left County. On the road to Wright County, we often meet teams of 2 or 3 people. These player teams seem to have formed a tacit understanding, keeping a distance of about 10 meters between each other. The guide introduced the situation of the Wanderer to everyone. The Wanderer, who has taken over small and medium-sized bases, is worried about defending the city. The 5-star threat makes them scared. The most terrible thing is that if the siege does not start again, they will usher in 6 stars tomorrow evening. The guide's role in the Wanderer base is similar to Maya's. Maya asked and answered questions, and told the other party about her experience in defending the city. While looking at the scenery, they soon arrived at the Wanderer base while chatting. The Wanderer boss personally received the trade team. According to the radio agreement, everyone first exchanged a wave of supplies. 3 small pistols were successfully traded for chewing gum and a cooking book. Next was the time to set up the stall. The stall was placed on the edge of the Wanderer base. Shauna was in charge of the trading work. Because the Wanderers notified and prepared in advance, there were countless players who came to the Wanderer base to trade. In Zhou County, there was no scene of hundreds of players gathering, which made the trade team feel the lively atmosphere brought by the crowd gathering. The Wanderer backbones drank tea with Lin Wu and others and exchanged experiences with each other. Because Lin Wu had many close contacts with mutant zombies, Lin Wu explained the blind bats, night demons, madness and blood plague he met. According to the Wanderers, the Yusian wild beast appears frequently, and the night demon is occasionally encountered. This is the first time they have heard of the blind bat and the blood wild beast. The Shadow Base learned about a new type of mutant zombie from the Wanderer. The new type of mutant zombie is a semi-flying zombie named Six Wings. This zombie has wings on its back. It cannot fly by itself. The reason why it is called a semi-flying zombie is that it is good at climbing trees and likes to hide itself in the tree canopy, and it is also the only zombie species that can climb straight ladders. When the six-winged zombie finds its prey, it will jump out and spread its wings and glide to attack the ground players. Because its weight is equivalent to that of a human body, coupled with inertial impact, it can cause great damage to the player. After being knocked down by the zombie, the role of the strength attribute is reflected, and the player with the strength can push the zombie aside immediately. Players who do not have the strength attribute can only rely on the rapid consumption of endurance to push the zombie away. The six-winged creatures make no sound before attacking, and have no day or night schedule. The most effective way to deal with them is to stay away from high places, such as water towers, signal towers, and buildings with more than 4 floors. According to statistics from the Wanderer base, currently, Kwang Meng is the #1 killer of players. Lin Wu talked about his experience in fighting Kwang Meng, and practiced with the members of the Wanderer on the spot. Finally, Lin Wu solemnly introduced Kwang Meng's #1 killer, Xiao Dao. Hold Kwang Meng, and shoot him in the head continuously. Xiao Dao nodded. One grab and one bite can only cause 60% infection. Use your injured arm to clamp its neck. It's enough time for you to shoot 3 shots in the head with a pistol. A girl asked, "Isn't it disgusting?" Xiao Dao replied, "No." The Joki deputy commander fell to the ground. "Queen, please accept my knees." Although there are many players, the trading scene is in order. Some bases also took the opportunity to set up stalls nearby, seeking trading opportunities. This orderliness is mainly because the current combat effectiveness of players is relatively low. No one has the ability to leave the scene alive after robbing and killing in broad daylight. However, the deputy commander told Lin Wu and others that although there had been no murders or robberies in Yu County, there had been frequent attacks. For example, bring a group of zombies to hang out at the enemy player's base at night. For example, deliberately run past the enemy player with a fierce look. For example, deliberately make a loud noise to disrupt other players' looting. During this period, a player named Heighten approached Maya, hoping to join the Shadow Base. Maya said that recruiting people was the job of the leader, and borrowed the Wanderer radio to let Heighten and Shirtu contact directly. After a brief chat, Shirtu disagreed to recruit people. Heighten did not give up, saying that there were too many players in Yuxian, and he wanted to follow the Shadow Trade team to develop in Zuixian. Because they had to pass through the dangerous blood plague area, Maya rejected his request. There were also a pair of sisters, and 2 men who made similar requests. They were members of a base called Burning Base. They were willing to give up a farming skill book, and asked the Shadow Trade team to take them to Zuixian. Maya also rejected them. Finally, the Shadow Trade team had another job, escorting a female doctor to Zuixian. The female doctor is named Chui Yu, and she is the loser in the love triangle. When Shirtu was looking for a doctor a few days ago, he contacted the Wanderer base and had communicated about this matter. Due to the joining of the half-baked Dr. Shana, Shirtu did not mention this matter again. A few days ago, the Woody base in Zhui County lacked a doctor, and Shirtu introduced Chui Yu to Woody. This is a joint operation of the 3 largest bases in Taipei City. According to Shirtu, this matter was done, which created a lot of space for future cooperation among the 3 bases. From a certain perspective, this matter has some political flavor. Shirtu finally persuaded Maya to bring Chui Yu to Zhui County safely. Chui Yu is a very beautiful girl. She left a good impression on everyone when they first met and talked. The trade team did not expect Chui Yu to be the loser in the love triangle. After understanding her rival, everyone chatted privately and thought that in terms of appearance, conversation, temperament and knowledge, none of the rivals were as good as Chui Yu. Curious baby Lin Wu was not easy to find out, and encouraged Xiao Dao, the idiot, to be the first to take action. Facing everyone's curiosity, Chui Yu said frankly that this was love. Maya traded Chui Yu a small pistol, and shook hands with the members of the Wanderer base. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, The group embarked on a journey back to the city, and did not seem to notice that there were 5 players quietly following them. Brother, don't make trouble. They have more people, and you 4 will suffer if you fight. Even if you succeed, you won't have time to loot. I'm familiar with killing and robbing. Count me in. Why should I count you in? I have night vision goggles and firecrackers, so I can follow them from a distance. If you send 2 firecrackers at the critical moment, we can lie down and loot. Okay. Whose bag do you want? I'll only give you one. The backpack of the man named Lin Wu. The tall man. The one with the spear? That's right. The 5 people watched the trade team enter the tunnel, and after waiting for a while, they also entered the tunnel. Haydn used a crude night vision device and a flashlight to determine that the trade team was 20 meters away. 5 people followed quietly, keeping a certain distance. After walking for a while, they found that the flashlight stopped moving forward. And what was worse was that the flashlight began to move backward. Haydn hurriedly asked everyone to retreat. At this time, torches were lit on both sides of the tunnel. 2 people were standing at the entrance of the car shelter on both sides, and each of them had a weapon in his hand. The flashlight also came closer. It was Lin Wu, Chui Yu and Xiao Dao, and they all had guns in their hands. Haydn hurriedly said, "Hello, heroes. We really can't survive in Yu County. Please take us with you." Chui Yu knew Haydn, and said, "Haydn, it's not that I won't take you with me. It's just that the more people there are on this road, the more dangerous it is." Lin Wu asked, "Chui Yu, why do you need to explain?" Chui Yu was stunned, and replied, "First be polite, then use force." Lin Wu asked, "Why first be polite, then use force?" Then he pulled the trigger. Chewingly, "I can't beat him. I hope the other party has a conscience or no brains. First courtesy, then force. You can win, but you won't feel good. First force, then courtesy. After fighting for a while, it seems that you can't win. Pure force, overwhelming in strength. I don't want to waste words." Chapter 62 Going Home. The trade team just set a trap to find out who is following them, and had not discussed whether to expel the other party or to kill them. In Lin Wu's opinion, there is no need to discuss expulsion or killing. They must be killed. The reason is simple. Kill them. After they are resurrected, they can only hate you one by one. Expel them, they will unite to hate you. What's more, the 2 sides have communicated before. They have a book on farming. It's unreasonable not to kill them. As soon as Lin Wu fired, everyone fired together. Compared to zombies, it's more difficult for players to get headshots. After a round of shooting, only Lin Wu's first shot was a sneak attack headshot. Fortunately, the trade team had strong firepower, and took 2 lives in 1 round. At this time, the remaining 3 people made a mistake in judgment. One of them fled to the outside of the tunnel, and the other 2 fought desperately with the trade team. They were ambushed first, and lacked practical experience, and did not cause any substantial damage to the trade team at all. Lin Wu targeted the fleeing Haydn. It was obvious that Haydn had increased his agility, and ran very fast. However, today was not a race between people, but a race between people and bullets. Lin Wu easily hit Haydn, who was running in a straight line, pulled the bolt, and shot Haydn to the ground. Lin Wu ran closer, and shot the corpse again. Unexpectedly, the corpse turned over and stood up and cursed, "Fuck." Haydn had 2 ideas for faking his death. If Lin Wu looted the loot, he would sneak attack Lin Wu. If Lin Wu did not loot the loot, he would escape. Unexpectedly, this guy had a hole in his brain. He was motionless, and he still shot again. Lin Wu shot again, but still missed the head. Haydn saw that the others were more than 10 meters away, so he took out a machete and rushed towards Lin Wu. Lin Wu hung up the gun, took off the dagger, and stabbed through, killing Haydn in seconds. Players are completely different from zombies. It is very difficult to get a headshot without sneak attacks. "Got it," Xiao Dao shouted. "Learn farming." Han Dan and the other 2 advocated driving away rather than destroying. At this time, Xiao Dao's shout was mixed with excitement, which made them feel that this was a premeditated robbery, not self-defense, which made the 2 of them a little uncomfortable. Of course, they didn't say it out loud. After all, there was nothing wrong with killing people, and they couldn't blame anyone. The people who advocated killing also had differences. Shauna thought that they had clearly rejected them, and they still followed them, which was to seek death. Lin Wu's idea was the simplest and crudest. They had farming knowledge, and we had reasons to kill them. In this case, Would it be worthy of ourselves not to kill them? Maya believed that it was the wisest choice to solve the problem at the entrance of the tunnel, where there were zombies. Xiao Dao had no idea at all. If others shot, she would shoot. It was okay not to kill people. And it was okay not to kill people. It was okay not to rob backpacks. And it was okay to rob backpacks. It would not be unhappy if there were no spoils. And it would be happy if there were spoils. The first time I walked in the tunnel, I didn't know there was a blood plague, which caused everyone to wander on the edge of life and death. On the way back, the trade team had made some preparations for the blood heart area of the train. To put it simply, they went to the Wanderer base to ask for a few firecrackers. Lit the firecrackers to attract the zombies to the right channel of the train. And the trade team took the opportunity to pass through the left channel. During this period, Maya also discovered that although the sound alarmed the blood plague, it did not spawn strong zombies. And did not even spawn bleeding zombies. This means that as long as the blood plague is not attacked, it will not attack the player. This exposes a weakness of the blood plague. At present, there are 20 pipe bombs in the shadow base. Xuedong suggested that C4 be made and pipe bombs be used as pipe mines, which can greatly enhance the power. Sushir can make C4 by consuming ammunition packs on the crafting table, but because he does not have the corresponding skills, there are not only certain risks in the production process, but also more materials will be consumed. Shauna's chemical skills do not add any bonus to production, and she does not have any intelligence, so she will waste more materials if she makes it. Maya believes that if Shauna focuses on making medical supplies, assuming that life can be advanced, then Shauna will be advanced to pharmaceutical skills. On the contrary, if Shauna focuses on making bullets and earning experience points, it is possible that Shauna's advanced skills will become gunpowder-specific skills. There are advantages to the mountainous and small population of Zhou County. No one comes to such a remote place as the tunnel entrance to stroll around. The cars and motorcycles are well preserved. After leaving the tunnel, everyone worked together to remove the cover, refilled the gas, and got on the car to return to the base. After arriving at the base, everyone took a rest. Xiao Dao went to the road beside the base to find trouble with the zombie head. Ma Hun and Xuedong walked to the edge of the cliff to talk secretly. Maya looked through the magazines and newspapers she collected, hoping to get game information from them. Shauna took paint pens and stepladders and painted on the outer wall of the church. Graffiti. Painting is Shauna's hobby. Lin Wu applied for the silent one as soon as possible. He sat on the edge of the cliff facing the commercial street, aiming and trying to figure out how to hit the moving target's head. As for Cui Yu, she had been picked up by the people from the Invincible base. Shirtu warmly welcomed everyone at the gate of the base, and went to the warehouse alone to count the goods. After finishing the work, I had a conversation with Maya. Maya talked about Shauna's expertise in chemistry. She thought Shirtu was good at judging people. After introducing the background, she asked Shirtu, "Do you think Shauna will stay in Shadow Base for a long time? If she stays for a long time, I support her to go the gunpowder route. If she can't stay for a long time, I support her to go the medicine route. Medicines are precious in the early stage of the game. In the middle and late stages of the game, gunpowder will be a direct reflection of strength." Fortress Ring. Shirtu sighed and said, "Every one of you 5% wants to get the Fortress Ring. Right? I admire Shauna for being honest about what she thinks. If she wants it, she wants it. She doesn't hide it. I like her personality. So of course, I hope she can stay in the Shadow Base for a long time. But there is only one winner of the Fortress Ring. If you don't die, with her current strength, it will be difficult for her to surpass you in points if she stays in the Shadow Base." Maya said, 5% of the 1 million immigrants, there are 50,000 people competing for the Fortress Ring. I just do my best, and I don't have too much extravagant expectations. I like your serious personality in everything you do. Maya said speechlessly, "You are really good at talking." "I'm not kidding." Shirtu said, "I also like Xiaodao's innocence and simplicity. Her personality will infect others, make others full of energy, and survive with a more positive attitude. I also like Lin Wu's personality. You said Shauna might leave the Shadow Base. I tell you, Lin Wu is more likely to leave the base. After getting the silent toy, he was obsessed with playing with guns. People who like to play are unlikely to stay in one place for a long time. Either he can always find fun, or he really has nowhere to go. Damn. His hunter skills make it possible for him to fly solo and be a lone wolf. Hunters provide one food a day, and 100% of the materials are recycled when the base buildings are demolished. Without skill and item bonuses and debuffs, a building material package can open 4 units of building materials, and 4 units of building materials happen to make a bed. As long as Lin Wu has a building material package, he can survive as a lone wolf. Of course, in the absence of a medical room, Lin Wu cannot be injured. Objectively speaking, Lin Wu will basically not be injured if he does not provoke mutant zombies. Shirtu said, "Don't worry too much. Lin Wu will not throw down the knife." Have you ever wondered, why is Lin Wu the only one playing with guns in the entire base? Maya, that's a bit weird. Shirtu said, because I rejected other people's applications. Fortunately, Lin Wu's contribution is great enough. And everyone has no objection to Lin Wu's special treatment. Recently, I am more worried about Shuedan and Mahan. Maya didn't understand. Based on my understanding of their personalities, I think they have become good friends after the Soul Egg incident. A pair of good friends both like a girl. And I am worried that there will be a bloody incident in the Shadow Base. Shirtu said this, and sighed softly. People are the easiest to manage. And people are also the most difficult to manage. Maya nodded. I prefer rigid dogma, rather than the ever-changing human nature. Have you sorted out your things? Yes. Shirtu shouted. Brothers and sisters, it's time for a meeting. Chapter 63 Life Skills. The first topic of the meeting, life skills. Shirtu reported, the base currently has 9 skill books. Namely, plumbing, electronics, farming, fishing, auto repair, engineering, trade, command and cooking. According to exchanges with the outside world, especially the experience gained by the trade team during this visit, it is known that plumbing can build bathrooms, which will increase the morale of the base after completion. Electronics. The base radio can be upgraded. The coverage radius of the upgraded base radio is increased. The most important thing is that the random tasks issued by the fortress can be received through the radio. Agriculture. Unknown. Fishing. Provide 1 point of food to the base every day. You can make fishing gear. The fish obtained by fishing gear can be converted into system food. 20 kilograms of fish can be exchanged for 1 point of food. Auto repair. Can make car repair tools. The efficiency of car repair tools is increased by 50%, reducing fuel consumption by 20% when serving as a driver. Learning conditions. Master mechanics. Engineering. Upgradable crafting table. Upgraded secondary crafting table can dismantle guns and manufacture gun accessories. Making items reduces material loss by 30%. Dismantling items increases income by 30%. Trade. Commercial trade stations can be built. NPC merchants will stay at the trade station for an hour from time to time. Players with trade skills can trade with them. Note, NPC merchants will refresh at a place 150 meters away from the trade station in a straight line. NPC merchants will not drop any items, and their bodies will disappear immediately after death. Yusin players explained that. NPC merchants will refresh 150 meters away from the trade station. NPC merchants will run towards the trade station. Whether he can run to the trade station depends on his luck, and how much help the personnel at the base where the trade station is located can provide. Building a trade station requires a large outdoor grid, no maintenance fee, but the construction process generates a star of noise. Command, when you exist as a captain, increase the morale of the team by 20%, and come with a simple electronic map with a radius of 15 meters. Culinary arts, unknown. Lin Wu, Xiao Dao, Shauna have all acquired life skills. Command was naturally given to Maya. Engineering was slightly controversial. Shuedan thought that he could not stick to the production table in the base, so Sushir got engineering. Mahan has a chef entry, loves cooking and wants to learn cooking. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu support it. They think that it is a very happy thing to enjoy a delicious meal once a day. Culinary arts. You can build a kitchen to make food. The kitchen is similar to a workbench. As long as you have the materials needed for cooking, you can make food. Because of the different foods, players can get different buffs. Each player can only have 1 food buff. To make food, you need a recipe. Recipes can be found in magazines, newspapers, and in restaurants. No one expected that the culinary arts, which was originally useless, would have so many tricks. What makes everyone drop their jaws is that cooking has a super powerful personal attribute. For every recipe unlocked and made, the player will increase the upper limit of life by 1 point. The standard life of a player is 100 points. If you can unlock and make 100 recipes, you will have 200 points of life. It can be said that cooking is a strong gained skill for making and collecting. After listening to Ma Hun's introduction, Shirtu had already cried and fainted on the spot. This means that he must sacrifice a building unit to build a kitchen. The mountaintop base is a 7+2 base, with 7 small indoor building units and 2 large outdoor building units. The small building units are currently dormitories, infirmaries and production tables, and the others are built into warehouses by Shirtu. Reason: there are too many materials. The mountaintop base system has a basic storage limit of 30 units. Once the 5 large material units exceed 30, they will be destroyed. There are 2 types of warehouses to build. One is to increase the storage limit of a single material by 15 points. And the other is to increase the storage limit of 5 large materials by 5 points. Shirtu chose the latter. The current storage limit of the shadow base is 50 points. If a building unit is sacrificed, the storage limit will become 45 points. And some materials will overflow. But since Ma Hun has learned cooking, Shirtu had to create conditions for Ma Hun. After Sushir tossed away the extra materials, he demolished a warehouse and built a kitchen. There were only 2 people left who had no life skills, Shirtu and Xuedong. Shirtu faced the choice of electronics and farming. The reason for learning electronics was that he was at the base every day and could listen to the tasks issued by the fortress from time to time, earn honors, and earn task rewards. The reason for learning farming was that he was one of the people with the lowest risk of death, and food was the basis for the survival of the base. Xuedong liked to play games and go out, and the benefits of learning electronics and farming were relatively low. After weighing the pros and cons, Shirtu still learned farming. What did Xuedong learn? Auto repair was quite suitable. He had good driving skills, but it required engineering skills. Plumbing? Shirtu firmly disagreed with demolishing the warehouse to build a bathroom. Trade was not an option either, because there were 2 large open-air grids, one for farming and the other for barracks. When food is scarce, maybe both plots of land will be used for farming. The only thing left is fishing. Xuedong likes playing games, but doesn't like playing fishing games. Finally, Xuedong decided not to learn life skills for the time being. Agriculture: you can grow crops such as wheat without seeds, and provide one food to the base every day. Hydroponic system: if the base has a water source, it can provide 2 food to the base every day. If there is no water source, just fill the 4 water tanks beside the wheat field with water. You can also harvest 2 food. Where does the water come from? You can go to the river 1 kilometer away to fetch water. In addition, spreading fertilizer every day can increase 1 food. If the base has electricity, you can use greenhouse technology to double the output. In summary, if all conditions are met, a wheat field can produce 6 food for the base every day, plus 1 food from the forest fog hunter, basically solve the food consumption problem of the base. Electricity is no problem. Since Shauna has chemical skills, fertilizer is no problem. The only problem is water. If there is no water, only 4 food can be harvested in the end. Carrying water may seem like a trivial matter, but the story of the 3 monks tells us that it is not about whether it is tiring to carry water, but about who carries water and who does not. According to the size of the buckets produced by the system, it takes 40 buckets of water to fill 4 water tanks. One person needs to carry water 20 times, and must deal with scattered zombies during the trip. He must also pay attention to and discover screaming zombies and ferocious zombies in advance. Otherwise, people and water may not be able to return home. There are many problems involved here. How many people are responsible for carrying water? If Sushir doesn't go, will Shirtu go? Even if they are excluded, the remaining 6 people will not be able to share the water evenly. Assuming Maya has a spirit of sacrifice, 5 players carry water 6 times, and Maya has to carry water alone 10 times. 6 players carry water 7 times a day, and must pour out 2 buckets. Isn't this embarrassing? It is better to take turns to rest. Players with increased strength and stamina can carry water faster. After they finish carrying water, do they sit aside to rest and watch other players finish carrying water? The problem is that carrying water is a purely collective act of dedication, and there is no benefit to individuals. After all, daily work is still playing games. Whether it is looting, fighting zombies, or demolition, people can find some fun in it. Now it depends on how Shirshir handles it. Will he give up 2 foods a day? Or can he come up with a method that satisfies everyone? Chapter 64 Marriage System. Shirtu easily came up with a simple and crude plan. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao on Monday and Thursday, Dan and Ma Hun on Tuesday and Friday, Maya and Shauna on Wednesday and Saturday, Sunday off. These three groups of people have a characteristic. They not only don't care about each other, they may help each other to complete the work. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao need not be mentioned. Dan and Ma Hun are close friends. Masha and Shauna don't like to owe each other favors. The first phase of the meeting is over, and the second phase of the meeting begins. The second phase of the meeting includes work and team arrangements. At present, the Shadow Base has completed the search of apartment building number 1. The materials obtained are mainly electrical appliances and other demolition items. There are no guns and ammunition, and no skill books. Another harvest is a large amount of text materials. Books, magazines, newspapers, diaries, etc. According to speculation, there may not be anything too valuable in the other apartment buildings, but the work still needs to be done. Maya decided to divide the team into 2 parts. The first part is the day shift, Class A, which will continue to loot apartment buildings and factories. These 2 areas have large construction areas, and it is estimated that it will take about 2 weeks to complete the looting. The second part is Class B, which can be either the day shift or the night shift, riding motorcycles through the checkpoints, crossing the bridge, entering the northern suburbs of Zhou County to start reconnaissance work, and looting valuables, laying the foundation for entering Zhou County after the winter. Lin Wu is an indispensable person in Class B, and Maya has many considerations for pairing him with Lin Wu. One is that Maya forms a team with Lin Wu, but this will make Maya's command skills useless, and it will not be of much help to Lin Wu. The second candidate partner is Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao is obedient, and can deal with armored zombies. The above 2 options are both night shifts. The third candidate partner is Shauna. The 2 of them can work together, and pass the checkpoints during the day. The danger level during the day is much lower than at night. Shauna spoke first. I suggest Maya and Lin Wu be a team. After all, their main job is reconnaissance. You may encounter Sudoku puzzles when searching for valuables. Xuedan raised her hand and suggested, if it's just reconnaissance, I suggest Ma Hun and Shauna team up. They are careful, have a big picture, and have their own opinions. Lin Wu, I am very opinionated. Okay. Ma Hun was not to be outdone. I think Xuedan and Shauna are more suitable for a team. They are good at communication, and are good for the team. Lin Wu, Shauna, and I communicate very well. Shurtu and Maya looked at each other. Before they could speak, Lin Wu said, I suggest, Xiao Dao and I will be responsible for the nearby search, and the day shift will go to the outskirts of Zhou County. Can fight, can transport, more people will make things easier. Shurtu saw through Lin Wu's intention at a glance. Xiao Dao will be responsible for the search, and you will be responsible for shooting and covering. Right? Lin Wu smiled. Fire support. Lin Wu was completely unaware of the story between Soul Egg and Shauna. He just wanted to play with guns. Shurtu said, play. 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 Should I build a simulated training ground for you? Lin Wu was stunned. Ask, is there a simulated training ground? Shurtu said hurriedly, no. Lin Wu, yes. Shurtu said, just kidding. Just kidding, the simulated training ground needs 3 rounds of ammunition every day. I can't afford it, and there are no construction units. Lin Wu said disdainfully, stingy. Maya said, Lin Wu and Shauna are in a group. You decide whether to take the day shift or the night shift. Equipped with motorcycles. After arriving at the outskirts of the city, you will lead the work, and Shauna will be responsible for drawing the map. Lin Wu agreed. Shauna is very obedient. I have no problem. Shauna held her forehead. She didn't want to hear this compliment the most, so she decided to resist. Lin Wu looked at Shauna sideways. Shauna, I have no objection. Now, whether in terms of qualifications or contributions, Shauna knew that she was not as good as Lin Wu. And the leader, who wanted to resist Lin Wu, could not find a reason for a while. Lin Wu went further and said, I suggest you don't use blunt instruments anymore. Short blades or long knives are fine. At least they can help when you encounter zombies. Sharp instruments make small sounds. Blunt instruments make loud sounds. Shauna said angrily, I don't accept your suggestion. She had considered this problem originally, but because Lin Wu made a suggestion, she decided to go all the way. Maya asked, are you on night shift or day shift? Lin Wu replied, night shift. Night shift can easily pass the checkpoint. The checkpoints are full of zombies during the day. Lin Wu must first pull away the zombies to let Shauna pass. Shauna needs to assist Lin Wu in pulling away the zombies in the opposite direction. The operation is complicated. In Maya's opinion, these 2 people are the most suitable team. Both can run. And both have endurance support. Shauna has a strong overall view and careful thinking. Linwoo has strong decision-making ability. Maya said, the priority of night shift work, Zwishian system map. Regional zombie distribution map. Store distribution map. The first place to obtain the most high-value items is the store, followed by the villa, then the warehouse, the factory, and finally the apartment building. Shirtu waited for a moment, and saw that no one added, and said, the second phase of the meeting is over. I have a few words here. I personally encourage and support the relationship between base members, and I believe that Shiguang will also provide systematic support. However, with the emergence of love, there will definitely be some problems and things. If there are couples in the base, I hope you can report to me, and I can find a way with Maya to adjust the couple together, so that the couple can get to know each other better through long-term contact. After the couple breaks up, the shift can be readjusted as required. Linwoo disagreed, sure too. We are not that stupid. It is impossible for a normal person to fall in love with someone in the game. You said Shiguang supports it? Shiguang reminds the majority of players of the dangers of online dating in every online game. Because online dating is everywhere. Because online dating leads to crimes everywhere. Online dating? It is impossible for us to have online dating in Shadow Base. You underestimate the IQ of brothers and sisters. Do you think so? Right. Right. All right. Linwoo felt that Su Sure, Xuedon and Ma Han were not firm in their will, and said earnestly, online dating is very harmful. Shauna interrupted, I disagree. The harm of online dating you mentioned mainly comes from disguise. In daily online dating, you don't know what kind of person the other person is. Have you ever thought about why Shiguang wants to reproduce real people in this home game? Why add reality entries? The reason lies in this. Linwoo disagreed. Although Shiguang is not kind, it still has a bottom line. System broadcast. Because the player Nightmare completed the Road of Love mission, the marriage system is open in the home. The marriage system has real relevance and partial legal effect. For specific details, please refer to the newly added game manual. Linwoo was stunned on the spot. Sana patted Linwoo's shoulder proudly. Young man, you still have a lot to learn. Linwoo was angry and slapped Shauna's hand away. His face flushed red, and he said bitterly, one of Nightmare and Dawn must die. Sure too coughed. Okay, the situation is clear. The marriage system is open. Is there a third phase meeting? Everyone looked at each other. No one said anything. Sure too said, everyone has worked hard for a day. Have a good rest. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 65 Rest Time. After the marriage system is opened, the couple can determine the wedding date, wedding location, and wedding details after forming a team. Before the wedding begins, the couple can send invitations to anyone separately. 1 hour before the wedding time, the system will open a copy of the wedding location, which will last for 3 hours, during which the couple's base will be protected by the system. Players with invitations can enter the wedding copy to attend the wedding within 3 hours. If one party dies after the wedding, the location after resurrection will be no more than 10 kilometers away from the spouse, and the spouse will obtain the real-time accurate positioning information of the other party. If both parties die within 24 hours, they can choose to resurrect at the same location together. In addition, Shiguang generously gave a non-warm wedding dress and a pair of diamond rings within 20 carats. Linwoo glanced at it casually and closed the game manual, picked up the silent, and continued to play. Women would only delay his bolt-pulling speed, and marriage would only weaken his accuracy. Maya, zombies are different from players. In today's tunnel PK, is it difficult for me to hit the player's head? Is there any way to improve it? Last time, with Maya's teaching, Linwoo learned the basic shooting posture. When there is a similar problem, Linwoo naturally finds Maya. Maya told Linwoo that there is no very effective solution, and the bolt-action rifle is not suitable for close-range gunfights. Maya said, silencers are suitable for sneak attacks, but not for direct firefights, because they are too weak, and they can't do any damage unless you hit the head. You once used a .50 caliber Desert Eagle to break the leg of a blind bat. So I guess that in a battle with a player, if the Desert Eagle can hit the opponent, it can cause great damage. The Desert Eagle and the silencer are two extremes, and you can't combine their advantages together. Maya continued, when hunters hunt, they always wait until the prey is on guard before shooting. Instead of training your marksmanship, you might as well find a way to enhance your own concealment and pursuit capabilities. Linwoo asked, you also know this? Maya nodded, yes. Linwoo asked curiously, what is your profession? Maya replied, soldier. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Although humans have moved away from war, there are always bad people. Soldiers are stationed in every region of Blue Star. Their purpose is not to start a war, but to solve some problems with a neutral attitude. For example, religious riots, racial riots, private armed forces, etc. In a region with a population of 1 billion, the number of soldiers is only 1,000. All soldiers are directly governed and dispatched by Dawn, so the soldiers of Blue Star are also called the Guard. The only large-scale action of the Guard was 200 years ago. A former boss of the Fortress Company raised a private bacterial team, secretly developed weapons that could destroy Blue Star, intending to force Dawn to recognize the independent personal kingdom outside the Dawn system. Because the police armed forces could not compete with them, Dawn issued an order to suppress the rebellion, and 17,000 soldiers from Blue Star rushed to an independent island on Blue Star to eliminate all the armed forces of the personal kingdom. Oh, no wonder. No wonder I couldn't guess her profession. No wonder she never said bad things about Dawn. Maya did what she said. She led Lin Wu around the base, and taught him how to use the on-site environment to hide himself, and get as much information about the enemy as possible. She arranged sniper positions, how to evacuate to the second position after shooting, how to get rid of the opponent's pursuit, etc. Zombies are mechanized and digitized creatures. They have no misjudgment, and no blind spots in thinking. Relatively speaking, humans are more difficult to deal with than zombies. However, humans have their own weaknesses because of their subjective judgment and instinctive reactions. The first lesson Maya taught Lin Wu was how to use the enemy's weaknesses to better attack the enemy. To celebrate the victorious return of the trade team, the first shadow werewolf killing competition was held in the backyard of the base that night. Although the game was simple, it was relaxed in the atmosphere, and there was constant laughter during the game. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Dao woke Lin Wu up. The two of them applied for buckets, shoulder poles, weapons, bullets, and medicines from the warehouse to carry water. The nearest water source is 1 kilometer away, and the round trip is 2 kilometers. 2 people carry 4 buckets of water each time, and they have to go back and forth 10 times in total. It takes about 10 minutes to walk 1 kilometer, and each round trip takes 20 minutes. In the final settlement, Lin Wu and Xiao Dao filled 4 water tanks, and it took a total of 2.5 hours. Due to the objective factors of encountering zombies on the road, it took more time than Shirtu thought, but it was acceptable. Twice a week, it would not make everyone bored. Lin Wu had a lot of toys, and rejected Shauna's request to work during the day. He took a silencer and ran around the base, listing Su Shi, Shirtu and Shauna as enemies for virtual sneak attacks and sniping, which annoyed the 3 of them. Under the drive, Lin Wu could only take the silencer alone to the cliff to eliminate the zombies. Lin Wu has always followed the 3-minute rule. 1 shot counts as 1 second. After firing 180 shots, 1 shot counts as half a second. If it is not enough, continue to count. Shirtu doesn't bother to care about this. With the current level of armament of the base, as long as the threat level does not exceed 6 stars, Shirtu will let it go. Su Shi, boss, do you think Lin Wu is a man? Shirtu, why do you ask? Su Shi, Shauna was doing yoga on the cliff, doing splits and bending down, and her figure was very graceful. I couldn't help but take a few more glances from the corner of my eye, but Lin Wu took a fire stick and ran around the base chasing mice. Shirtu, boys, we'll find more interesting people and things sooner or later. Haha, sooner or later you will find that chasing mice is still fun. Su Shi was recycling waste, Shirtu was squatting at the radio station, Lin Wu was playing with a gun, whereas Shauna, she was also bored, doing a set of yoga, wandering around for a while, standing on the cliff, and singing a song. The beautiful voice was so beautiful that even the zombies walking under the cliff kept looking back, gathering at the edge of the cliff, trying to climb up. Lin Wu also heard such a beautiful sound, and ran to the backyard to see what was going on. He suddenly found a group of zombies gathered under the cliff. He immediately had an idea and started practicing the quick shooter. He completely ignored Shauna, who was gritting her teeth and wishing she could kick him off the cliff. To be honest, shooting quickly is much more interesting than aiming and shooting. Pull the bolt, the system is locked, pull the trigger, and you have a chance of a headshot. After killing all the zombies below the cliff, Lin Wu imitated and howled to the sky twice, but it didn't have any effect of attracting enemies, so he went to ask Shauna for help. Due to her feelings, Shauna could only go to the cliff and howl a few times to gather the surrounding zombies under the cliff. When Lin Wu killed all the zombies, he went to Shauna again, But Shirtu told him, I volunteered to work overtime. Lin Wu praised, Shauna is really a good person. Yes, yes. Shirtu motioned Lin Wu to look at the pager in his hand, indicating that he was very busy, and waved Lin Wu to go away and play by himself. Chapter 66 Animal Trap. At 7:30 p.m. The day's shift ended. Shirtu held Lin Wu's hand at the church entrance and said earnestly, If you want bullets, I'll give them to you. If you want silencers, I'll give them to you. If you want painkillers, take the whole bottle. My request is that you don't have to come back too early. We can go around in the dark. Right? And don't use the intercom if you can. Lin Wu said disdainfully, Whoever uses the intercom is a grandson. Shirtu was satisfied and said, Safety first. Go ahead. Shauna, have a good trip. Shauna raised her hand to respond to Shirtu while sitting on the motorcycle. Lin Wu got on the back seat and said, Wait, did you add oil? Yes. Did you bring the repair tools? Yes. After waiting for a while, Shauna turned around and asked, Anything else? Lin Wu said, What else can you do? Let's go. I'm going to change shifts. The zombies at the checkpoint all went back to the container to sleep. And the motorcycle passed the intersection easily, heading all the way to the county town. There were no dangers along the way, but the most disgusting thing was the zombie explosion. When a motorcycle hits an ordinary zombie, as long as the driver has a good attitude and has decent skills, the driver and passengers will not be hurt, but the motorcycle will lose durability. The zombie explosion is different. It will explode when it hits. In addition, there are no streetlights, and a scrapped car is parked on the road from time to time, so Shauna did not dare to be careless and slowed down. Kwang Ming. Lin Wu saw Kwang Ming chasing the car side by side on the road, pulled out the silencer with one hand, and started shooting with a quick shooter. No headshot. Fired again, still no headshot. Lin Wu saw the distance was pulled away, and hurriedly said, Slow down, you slow down. Shauna bit her lip and slowed down. Lin Wu shot the head with a quick shooter. Kwang Ming fell to the side. Lin Wu cheered. Slow down. Okay, add some gas. Headshot again, I'm lucky today. Shauna finally couldn't help but said, Please stop playing, we still have work to do. Lin Wu said indifferently, You don't understand. Just do whatever I tell you to do. I don't understand. Shauna suppressed her anger and said, Don't you just like to play? Lin Wu responded while shooting, No. No. No, a good figure is the result of years of exercise, and a skill book is only dropped after a long period of killing monsters. Okay, I want to see what skill books can be dropped. While speaking, the unlucky Kwang Ming was shot in the head for the third time and died on the side of the road. Shauna slowed down very cooperatively, turned around and drove back to Kwang Ming, bent down and reached out to touch the corpse, asked, Where is the skill book that someone mentioned? Shauna looked back and saw Lin Wu holding a blueprint in his hand. Lin Wu said, Design drawing. Like the trophy, there is no need to touch the corpse. It will drop directly into the backpack. Shauna was speechless. Heaven has no eyes. In front of luck, all truth and justice are nothing. Trap. Hunter exclusive drop, exclusive design. Items that can only be dropped by hunters after causing 100% damage, can only be used by the hunter, cannot be traded, can be destroyed. Trap materials. 10 pieces of fine steel, 5 springs, 2 serrated blades. Manufacturing success rate 33%. Without adding bonuses, 10 pieces of scrap iron are combined into 1 piece of iron. 10 pieces of iron are combined into 1 piece of steel. 10 pieces of steel are combined into 1 piece of fine steel. 1 piece of steel can make 1 spring. The materials of the serrated blade are 2 pieces of wood. 10 pieces of scrap wood are combined into 1 piece of wood, and 2 pieces of wood are combined into 1 piece of wood, and 2-sided hacksaw. For pieces of steel are needed to make a 2-sided hacksaw. After seeing it clearly, Shauna asked Lin Wu, Aren't you afraid that the stone will kill you? Not really. It's just a little bit of material. You call this a little bit of material? Lin Wu thought for a while. 2 points. Shauna said, It's useless to argue with me. If you can forge a trap in the near future, I will change my name to Puppy from now on, Puppy Shauna. The advantage of the commander system is that the commander's consent is required to apply for all items. Shirtu will never agree to Lin Wu taking so many materials to fight for a 33% chance, and the name of the trap is very boring. That's because you don't understand the friendship between me and Shirtu. Shauna said, You could only get a forging opportunity by emptying the base warehouse. You are not ashamed to talk about friendship with Shirtu? Lin Wu patted Shauna's backpack and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's drive." The county town is different from the small rural village. The streetlights illuminate the road, but there are only streetlights. The darkness on both sides of the road gives people a more terrifying sense of the abyss. After crossing the bridge, you will enter Zwa County. There is a county sign in the middle, and the road is divided into two. The road sign indicates that the road on the left is the road to the county town, and the road on the right is the ring road. The two crouched at both ends of the bridge. Sana used a fourfold mirror, and Lin Wu used the silent one to observe quietly. On the left side of the entrance road is a bus stop, where dozens of large vehicles are parked. On the right side of the ring road is a large river, and beside the river is a riverside park built along the river. In the middle of the two roads is a V-shaped community. Sana took a piece of paper to draw a picture. The paper was not ordinary paper, but a grid-drawn paper that Shauna had prepared in advance. A horizontal line in the middle, the center point is 0, to the left -1, -2, to the right 1, 2. A vertical line comes down and overlaps with 0, to the bottom is -1, -2, to the top is 1, 2. Sana explained, "This map is based on the county mark as a reference. The county mark is 0. The area I drew on the left is the bus stop. If there is a zombie gathering point that needs to be marked, I will circle it." Lin Wu is very smart, and he understood it in a short while. There is a bridge at 9, I think there is an urban area on the other side of the bridge. Sana drew an icon at 9, indicating the bridge entrance, pointing to the 100-meter-high signal tower surrounded by a circle, 30 meters away from the two people. "Let's go up." Lin Wu is also very good, very obedient, without any opinions, and set out first to open the way. The two tried to avoid zombies as much as possible. But if they couldn't avoid it, Lin Wu would be responsible for the assassination. When they arrived near the signal tower, they found a small iron door along the iron fence and pried the lock to enter. After getting rid of the 3 zombies in the fence, Lin Wu took the lead and began to climb the ladder embedded in the main column of the signal tower. In reality, climbing a ladder may cause trembling feet and weak hands. But in a game, as long as you have enough endurance, you can climb to the top of any ladder. When the endurance consumption was almost the same, the two grabbed the ladder and rested on the spot, and arrived at the top of the signal tower without any danger. There is a small ring on the top of the signal tower, which is convenient for workers to install and repair. Shauna opened a wooden box and put one of the building materials bags into her backpack. Standing on the small ring, you can have a panoramic view of the night view of Zwa County. Zwa County is built between 2 huge mountain ranges. The county town is not big, and the structure is very simple. A large river in the middle divides the county into Shuidong and Shuishi. There are 3 roads in total, namely number 1, the entrance road to the city, and number 2, the ring road around the city. On the west side of Shuishi, Road 3 is built along the river. On the right side of Road 3 is a construction area. These 3 roads run through the entire county, and finally merge together, extending all the way into the darkness. Shauna said, "There are more than a dozen obvious roads in Shuidong that run horizontally through main roads 1 and 2. Dividing the Shui DC into dozens of areas. Each area has many alleys and lanes. Once you leave the road, it is no different from entering a maze. You can't find a more suitable medium-sized base with your naked eyes." At this point, Lin Wu apologized, "I should have come during the day." Shauna was a little surprised that this kid would apologize. Shauna said politely, "I can't blame you. I didn't insist. Look at Road 1. A county-level zombie tide." Chapter 67 Base Number 01. On the road to Beishang Town, you can see more than a dozen zombies walking in a line on the street, which is quite shocking from a visual point of view. The zombie tide in the county town is certainly not comparable to that in the countryside. You can see nearly 100 zombies densely packed together occupying half of the road, walking slowly on the street. In the middle of the road are ordinary zombies, among which are many screaming zombies. 7 or 8 of them are jumping on both sides to follow the zombie tide, and knocking down the scattered zombies blocking the road from time to time. Sana used Lin Wu's silencer scope to observe for a while. It looks like they are very dense, but there are quite a few gaps between the zombies, which minimizes the effect of the Molotov cocktails, and gives the zombies space to run. The zombie tide came from road number 1, bypassed the county sign, and took road number 2. When they walked away, another wave of zombies came on road number 1, like a patrol team. Shauna calculated the time and noted, the interval is about 10 minutes. There are many scrap cars on the road. vehicles parked on the roadside, and bicycles and motorcycles everywhere. I want to go to the Area 07 to have a look. It refers to the V-shaped building complex behind the county sign. Let's go! Linwood didn't plan to go anywhere. Sanaa went wherever she wanted. The two slid down the vertical ladder. Silent Man and Crossbow cleared the zombies while moving forward, and walked along Route 1 to the vicinity of the target area. At this time, a new wave of zombie patrols came towards them. Linwood pried open the door of a dental clinic next to the parking lot opposite the V building complex, and the two sneaked in and closed the door. Linwood cleared the 5 zombies in the small clinic and returned to the door, asking Shauna, who was observing, "What's going on?" Opposite is a 7-story apartment community. There are multiple entrances and exits. You see, although the community road is dimly lit, you can also see the community park inside. I guess there are about 1,000 units of residence in this community. Shauna said, the first floor of the apartment building on the side of the road is full of shops, including restaurants, scrap recycling shops, convenience stores, mobile phone shops, real estate agencies, drug stores, cake shops. It's a dazzling array of things, and there's no sign of being looted. Linwood said, the density of zombies is very high. There is a sidewalk more than 2 meters wide on the side of the road. On the side of the sidewalk, there is a mango tree planted every 10 meters. Even with the shade of the trees, the tree trunks are blocked. You can still see a lot of zombies wandering around. Shauna, there are many resources, and the risk of looting is also high. If we can't deal with them first, we will be screamed and roared, and attract a large number of zombies. It is basically impossible for us to escape unscathed. The best way is to find a medium-sized base, occupy the medium-sized base, and then use the safe zone to start work. After the zombie tide, the two crossed the road and entered the V-shaped community. Because there were too many scattered zombies on this road, it took them some time to pass. This community is composed of multiple apartment building units. The first unit is 12 apartment buildings surrounding a small park. The park has some fitness facilities and, of course, zombies. The two visited for a while, and found that the basic structures of multiple units are similar. There are also stores in the community, and scattered branches in the community. A blood plague was also found. Going deeper, we found a 2-story community activity center. There was a small lake around the activity center. There were several pedal boats parked by the lake. There were many zombies floating on the lake. Suddenly, we saw a zombie standing up. It turned out that the lake was only 1 meter deep. The unit structures are similar, but the contents are very different. Some apartment buildings have hollowed out first floors, where bicycles and cars are parked. Some apartment buildings have fenced off first floors for planting flowers and plants. Some apartment buildings have food trucks parked on the first floors. The trees planted in the community are also different, including palm trees, camellia trees, green bushes and grass, etc. A sense of maze. Shauna said, walk in one direction. You can always get out. While whispering, Shauna stepped on a branch, and one end of the branch hit a can, which rolled out with a clang. The surrounding zombies immediately moved in response to the sound, and the two retreated backwards, and found that 3 zombies appeared on the retreat route. And there was a scream 5 meters away from the 3 zombies. Linwu raised his gun and shot Scream to death. And Feng Xiai killed a zombie in seconds. Shauna killed 2 zombies with a crossbow. I thought I could escape smoothly. Unexpectedly, their voices had alarmed the zombies in the nearby apartment building. Several zombies broke out of the windows and jumped down from the 3rd floor of the apartment buildings on both sides. Shauna was hit hard by a zombie and fell to the ground with the zombie. Linwu quickly stepped forward and bent over to execute the zombie, and pulled Shauna up. The sound of glass breaking alarmed the zombies in the apartment building, and more than a dozen zombies fell down. The two could only retreat to the left. Unexpectedly, one of the zombies that fell was Kwang Ming. Kwang Ming did not fall like the other zombies. After landing, it bounced and pounced on Shauna, and its sharp claws pierced Shauna's body, and it was about to bite her. At the critical moment, Linwu took out the Desert Eagle and used the last bullet of the Desert Eagle to kill Kwang Ming with a headshot. The huge gunshot alarmed the entire community, and screams immediately resounded throughout the community. Shauna did not have time to load the crossbow, and took out a small pistol to continuously headshot the approaching zombies. Linwu kept pulling the bolt, and continuously killed the zombies. Seeing more and more zombies approaching like a mountain, Linwu grabbed Shauna's hand and said, "Run." The two of them pushed aside the zombies and ran into the park. Trying to cross the park. It was smooth at first. When they ran past a swing. Because the ground was a sand pit. Lin Wu tripped and stumbled. Shauna hurriedly grabbed Lin Wu. At this time, a blood zombie flew out from behind the bushes, hugged Shauna, and threw her to the sand. Lin Wu on the side had no time to pay attention to Shauna, and shot 2 zombies that were chasing him to death with 2 consecutive shots. At this time, Lin Wu realized that Shauna did not push the blood zombie away. The blood zombie bit Shauna's shoulder and refused to let go. As if sucking blood, Lin Wu hurriedly changed the dagger and stabbed the blood zombie in the back of the head. He pulled Shauna up and ran forward. Shauna said, 83%. Infection? Yes. Congratulations. Lin Wu said, eat gum and bandage. Shauna took out the medicine with one hand. Take it. Don't waste it. Lin Wu released the suppressed voice and said impatiently, stop talking nonsense and bandage it. Aiming. The silent one killed a screaming zombie that suddenly walked out of the pillar 4 meters away. Hurry. Lin Wu killed 2 more zombies blocking the way. The zombie group behind him was approaching. Seeing Shauna bandaged, Lin Wu pulled Shauna up, knocked away a screamer at the stairs, and ran upstairs. Exit the base. What? Do as I say. Up to the 2nd floor, Lin Wu ran through a long corridor, listening to the sounds of the crowded zombies on the stairs, kicked open the door of apartment 202. Hold on. He went into the room. Shauna raised her gun and shot. The distance was short, and the light was good. She shot the zombies running towards her with 1 headshot, but the bullets ran out soon. The screaming zombie at the stairs roared, like the horn of death. Just when Shauna was desperate, Lin Wu's voice came, join. A prompt appeared in front of Shauna. Lin Wu invited you to join the personal base number 01. Shauna immediately agreed, and instantly saw the green line of the safe zone. This safe zone is very small, barely covering the corridor, and can't even reach the staircases on the left and right. Chapter 68 Small Base. Lin Wu reached out and grabbed Shauna by the collar and dragged her into the room. Building materials are stored. The endurance bar in the safe zone is doubled. Lin Wu killed 2 zombies in a row in the corridor. He felt that his shooting skills were superb. At this time, the zombies who walked up the stairs to enter the safe zone slowed down. They did not hear the sounds in the safe zone, and wandered around the staircase where the screaming zombies roared last. After Shauna put the building materials into the warehouse, she walked out of the room and stood side by side with Lin Wu. She used a crossbow to shoot the zombies at the staircase. Hey, I will die soon. Remember to take this compound crossbow. Try to keep your voice as low as possible. You won't die. Lin Wu was not idle either, killing the zombies one by one. It's not that he is accurate, but the staircase is crowded with zombies. As long as he is highly accurate, basically 1 shot will hit the head. Seeing Shauna was puzzled, he said, can't you check it yourself? I have checked it. 85%. Lin Wu said helplessly, check the base information. Stupid. Shauna looked at the base information, and suddenly found that the number 01 base was building a medical room. Shauna asked in surprise, where did you get the medical kit? Lin Wu said, weren't we hiding in the small clinic just now? Shauna understood, and looked at Lin Wu. You have a strong ability to respond to emergencies. Lin Wu, you are strong. Okay. How is your injury? Shauna read the data. 31 points of upper limit of life. 3 fractures. 2 external injuries. One of which is a serious fracture. Lin Wu couldn't help laughing. Was it hit by a zombie? Shauna also wanted to laugh. Yes. It is expected to take 2.5 hours to heal. After lying on the bed, the system will first treat external injuries, fractures, poisoning, illness and other symptoms. The infection will be reduced after the injury is healed. Fortunately, as long as you lie on the bed, the infection is controlled, and the infection value will not rise again. Lin Wu said, I only have painkillers. Painkillers only have the function of restoring blood and relieving pain. Shauna was a little worried. Can you hold it? It shouldn't be a big problem. This is a guardrail corridor. Lin Wu stuck his head out of the corridor and looked down. Zombies were crowded near the stairs. The last sound information these zombies received was at the staircase on the 1st floor, so they will linger at the staircase. If they do not hear any sound or see the player within a certain period of time, they will slowly disperse. Lin Wu installed the last simple silencer. The apartment base is a flat-covered safety zone, rather than a 3-dimensional coverage safety zone. Without a silencer, The zombies on the first floor will definitely hear the gunshots. Lin Wu aimed at the belly of a wandering zombie 30 meters away and shot. After a bang, all the nearby zombies gathered towards the sound. Base number 01 was temporarily out of danger. Although Lin Wu did not disturb the shadow base, the entire shadow base began to toss again. When Sure 2 found that Lin Wu and Shauna suddenly left the base, he immediately called them with the radio, but he could not contact Lin Wu and Shauna. For safety, Lin Wu had turned off the intercom, otherwise Sure 2 would suddenly say, "Where is my brother?" while sneaking. He would fall to the ground directly. The stone woke everyone up, and everyone gathered around the campfire and started guessing. The unreliable guess is that Lin Wu and his partner met a large base in the county town. And so they took their weapons and went to the large base. The even more unreliable guess is Xiao Dao, who believes that Lin Wu would never defect without saying hello. Xiao Dao speculates that Lin Wu did not want to make everyone sad before he died, so he left the base to die. The most unreliable guess comes from Han Dan. They got married. There are many different opinions, and everyone can only guess randomly without any information. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. On the other side, Lin Wu, who has recovered, sits at the door and is on guard. Base number 01 is room 202, in the middle of the corridor, with a staircase on each side, and 2 more houses in the same corridor. It is believed that there are zombies in both houses. Shauna, who was lying on the bed, accidentally forgot to leave the shadow base. She took a magazine from the bedside table next to the bed and read it with the candle sent by the system. The apartment base not only has a small safe zone, but also has only 2 building units, and the storage limit for the 5 major materials is only 10 points. Although the area is not large, it gives people a feeling of a long-lost home. At least that's what Lin Wu thinks. Small living room, small bedroom, small bathroom. Small living room also includes a small kitchen and a small dining room. Lin Wu did not go to the inner room to disturb Shauna. The 2 fierce zombies playing in the small park more than 10 meters away made him quite uneasy. After observing for a while, Lin Wu found that the zombies in this unit were crowded. On the road at the exit of the unit, dozens of zombies were crowded together, including many screaming zombies. Lin Wu guessed that the explosion caused by his killing of the explosive zombie may have attracted the zombies patrolling Road 1, and they rushed into the community after hearing the sound. We can only hope that they can disperse as soon as possible if they can't find the target. Judging from the situation at the scene, it's not that they don't want to disperse, but the road is congested. In addition, in a small maze like the community, they can't find their own team, and they can't tell whether the comrades around them are in bulk or wholesale, and they don't know who to follow, which leads to chaos at the scene. After understanding the basic situation, Lin Wu closed the door and lay down in the living room with a gun in his arms. The candles in the house were more like decorations than lighting. After a while, a red dot appeared on the base map. Lin Wu pulled open the curtains a little by the wall and saw a zombie slowly walking to the main entrance of the base at a pace of 2 steps and 1 step. Lin Wu held the door handle. If the zombie knocked on the door, he would have to go out. After waiting for a while, the zombie slowly walked away. But another zombie came. A ball of paper was thrown out from the inner room. Lin Wu let go of the door handle and went to the inner room to see Shauna lying lazily on the hospital bed. He went forward and explained the current situation to Shauna. Lin Wu finally said, "The distance between the apartment buildings is not wide. After daybreak, we will go to the rooftop, use the rooftop to retreat to the vicinity of the county sign, and then use the rope to go downstairs and leave the community." Sana nodded and asked softly, "Are you injured?" The whisper was still a little loud. The zombies at the door began to knock on the door. Lin Wu hurried to the door and pushed the zombie to the ground, and didn't care about it, and aimed his gun at another zombie more than 10 meters away. The sound of the zombies exploding immediately attracted the zombies that were originally heading to base 01. After getting rid of the zombies on the ground, Lin Wu closed the door, went to the inner room and closed the door again. Walked to Shauna and asked, "What?" Shauna asked, "Are you injured?" "No. You should talk less. Your voice is too penetrating," Lin Wu explained. "At the cliff of the base, I shouted at the top of my throat, and the zombies ignored me. You can gather a group of zombies with just a roar." Shauna was angry. "I won't thank you for your attitude." "No need to thank," Lin Wu said. "If there is a chance, I have the obligation to bring you back alive." "What if there is no chance?" Lin Wu said. "Of course, I will abandon you if there is no chance." Shauna shook her head. Girls don't like to hear you say that. You should say never leave, never abandon, and watch over you in life and death. Once a girl is touched, her favorability towards you will rise sharply. Linwu said, I am not the king of the sea. I don't need girls to have a good impression of me. And it is impossible for everyone to like me. Shauna said, tell me your story. Chapter 69 Long Night. Linwu sat on the floor, said, one of my college roommates is good in all aspects, but his only shortcoming is that he is dull, and he stutters when he meets a girl he likes. He told me that. Girls know he is a good man, but girls don't want good men, girls prefer scumbags. Being deceived by sweetness, crying for love, this is a perfect relationship. Sana understood a little. So you don't pay attention to girls. I mean feelings and love. Linwu thought of the past, said, it was beautiful, and also very tiring. My first relationship was in the last year of middle school. The girl next door, especially clingy. The second relationship was in college. The other party was a very rational, mature girl. The extreme sweetness is usually accompanied by special bitterness. Linwu said, the first is that I take care of her. Wake her up by phone, help her carry her school bag, buy her breakfast, wait for her to get out of school, accompany her to do homework. I was very immersed in the beginning, but later I was exhausted physically and mentally. She used to ask me to give her all my time. And I had almost no private time. Sana asked, what about the second relationship? Linwu said, on the contrary. She helped me arrange everything. What subject I should study. What certificate I should take. For my health. She would also customize my diet. Just like the first relationship, I felt very happy when I first experienced being loved. As time went on, I couldn't hold back my rebellious and mean nature. Sana nodded. What you want is that. When you need to do something, she can help you. Not that she wants you to do something. And you have to cooperate with her. That's it, with this little experience in love. I am not qualified to say, I don't need girls to like me. Linwu shook his head. Love is too luxurious. Too heavy. When you become the other person's boyfriend, you take on a lot of responsibilities. Life is short, and grass and trees are long. Wouldn't it be nice to finish this journey easily? Why do you have to let yourself bear countless responsibilities? Boyfriend, husband, father, but not yourself. I'm surprised. You're a recent college graduate. How can you come up with such a theory? Sana said, this is probably the idea of a middle-aged person who is overwhelmed. Linwu replied, one of my good friends is 5%. I often stay at his house. His father was 95%. A small rich man. Who liked to play games. So he and I became close friends regardless of age. When I encountered emotional problems, he would always encourage and support me. I didn't expect him to be defeated first. Linwu said, 2 years ago, he decided to divorce. He invited me to dinner on the eve of my immigration. And he told me that he had been very happy in the past 2 years. I asked him, should I not fall in love and get married? He told me solemnly, if you have a career and you have money, I advise you not to get married. If you are very poor, you must get married and have children. I asked why. He smiled but did not answer, but told me that this was his parting gift to me, which was the experience he had gained from his more than 20 years of life. He did not want me to be like him. And it took more than 20 years to wake up. I'd rather date a woman who is attracted to your money than a woman who is attracted to your body. The former only wants your money, and she always only wants your money. The latter wants more than just money, she wants everything about you. Linwu, be careful in love, refuse family, enjoy life, live happily, be positive, dare to challenge, pursue truth, realize yourself. The above is Linwu's personal view of love, and has nothing to do with the author. But love can make people happy. Yes, nothing can make people happier than love. But there is no eternal love, and it can even be said that the shelf life of love is too short. Why should we let ourselves fall into a lifelong disaster for the sake of temporary happiness? Linwu said, we still have ideals, and poetry and distance. We can take risks, challenge, laugh, travel, and sing when we are alone. Sana expressed understanding, said, for example, we are in love now. If you need to pay, you will remember the happiness, and forgive me. If I don't want money, your sense of responsibility and morality will start to work. You have to sacrifice your time, material desires, and energy to meet my needs. Yes, you are right. Free things are the most expensive. The same is true from a girl's perspective. If a girl has money, she will be happier if she doesn't get married. If a girl is poor, she should get married and change her life. Lin Wu raised his hand, and the two clapped their hands and smiled at each other. Shauna asked, "Have you contacted the base?" "Oh," Lin Wu just remembered, took out the walkie-talkie, and prepared to open the channel. Shauna picked up the blanket that came with the bed and covered Lin Wu in it, so that his howl would not attract zombies. Lin Wu took the walkie-talkie and muttered in the blanket for a long time before coming out. Shauna said, "They are worried." "Right." Lin Wu, "I don't know." "You don't know?" Lin Wu, "I just remembered that I made an agreement with Shirtu before leaving, using the walkie-talkie as a grandson." Shauna looked at Lin Wu for 3 full seconds, took the walkie-talkie, and got into the blanket to call the base. After a while, she lifted the blanket and said, "The distance is too far." Lin Wu said indifferently, "Even if we contact them, they can't save us." "Lie down. I'll go outside and watch." Lin Wu is about to open the inner door. Shauna said, "Lin Wu?" "Thank you." TSK. Lin Wu closed the door and left. Through a gap in the curtains, several zombies could be seen standing still or wandering back and forth in the corridor of the safe zone of Base 01. Lin Wu held the silencer in his hand and focused on the living room where he was. The original owner of this apartment was a newlywed couple, and their loving wedding photo was hung in the most conspicuous position on the wall. Lin Wu sat on the ground and opened the first drawer of the TV cabinet against the wall. There were masks and disinfectant in it. Obviously, the owner wanted to rely on them to isolate the virus and protect himself. The second drawer was daily necessities, disposable gloves, etc. The third drawer was 2 unopened bags of coffee beans. Thinking of the knife, Lin Wu put the coffee beans away. The fourth drawer was sundries, electric shavers, discarded mobile phone chargers, etc. After looking through the 8 drawers, he did not find any valuable items. Next to the TV cabinet is a small bookcase embedded in the wall. The 3 long grids are filled with books. All of them are classics. There are no science books, and no skill books. Lin Wu picked up a book at random and lay on the sofa. It was only 11 o'clock in the evening. Tonight was destined to be a very hard night. After firing the last bullet of Desert Eagle, Lin Wu could not deal with a fierce zombie and several zombies. He could only rely on speed and wind thorns to break through the encirclement and run away. By then, not to mention Gu Shana, his chance of survival was not high. Thinking of this, Lin Wu recalled the layout of the apartment building in his mind, then got out of bed and walked to the door and touched the door handle. He gently pushed open a crack and waited when the time was right. He pushed the door with his right hand, executed with his left hand, clamped the zombie's neck with his left arm, dragged it into the room, and then closed the door. Observing the position of the zombies through the curtains, cooperating with the base map, Lin Wu killed several more zombies and cleared the zombies in the corridor safety zone. Then Lin Wu touched the next room. Room 203. This room was part of the base. Lin Wu cleared the zombies in the room and went to the bathroom. Just as he thought, the windows of this bathroom were not blocked. From the bathroom, he could see another unit. Lin Wu tied the rope tightly, and this became a backup escape site. When necessary, he could rush to the bathroom, throw down the rope and escape. However, to defend the escape site, he had to defend the corridor. Without the silencer installed, Lin Wu's silencer had a noise radius of 6 meters, which was definitely not usable. After the silencer was installed, the noise impact radius was only 1.25 meters, and shooting in the corridor would not attract zombies outside the safe zone. However, the silencer could only be used 4 more times, and there were only 40 bullets left. Chapter 70 Nightmare. Lin Wu dragged 2 30 centimeters high cabinets from 202 and 203 to block the left and right sides, so that the zombies passing by would be tripped, and he could go forward to execute them. The obstacles cannot be too high. Once the zombies cannot climb over, they will slap desperately, not only making noises, but also causing damage to the obstacles. If it is a system obstacle, it can be repaired, but non-system obstacles do not have so many functions. It seems wrong, which means that I have to guard for at least 5 hours. People, when bored, become particularly stupid. Lin Wu entered the inner room and explained the situation to Shauna, and then dismantled the facilities. Base 01 was declared bankrupt, and Base 02 was established. Base 02 is located in Room 203 with an escape passage. The owner of Room 203 is a strong man, from the information left at the scene. He is a single rowing enthusiast. His room is even less content than room 202, there is not even a novel. But with the escape route, Lin Wu could lie on the sofa and read without any worries. Perhaps because of the safe zone, perhaps the zombies didn't find the door, perhaps the zombies rely entirely on poor vision and hearing to find humans. This night was much quieter than expected. Sana and Lin Wu fully recovered. But because they left 2 bases within 24 hours, they were given a penalty of 10% reduction and 10% period for 24 hours, which is equivalent to a 20% weakening of the attributes of the 2. It was already light at 6 in the morning. Lin Wu explained the escape route to Shauna. Shauna knew Lin Wu's decision-making ability very well. Before Lin Wu said that he wanted to retreat through the escape route, she said, "You are very smart. Not only did you think of the escape route, but the rooftop retreat plan you made last night was also very good." Shauna further explained, "The widest distance between the 2 buildings is only 3 meters. Walking on the ground, it is difficult for us to know whether we will encounter zombies at the corner. And it is easy to be surrounded. Considering the density of zombies in the community, it is difficult to escape once surrounded. The heights of the apartment buildings in this area are basically the same. On the rooftop, we can see farther, and there are no obstacles to block crossbows and silent people." Shauna knew that Lin Wu wanted to choose the escape route. If she let Lin Wu express his thoughts and then refuted, Lin Wu's acceptance would be much worse. Even though Lin Wu was convinced, Lin Wu was still somewhat unhappy. After all, in Lin Wu's eyes, Shauna was a newcomer. That's right. After several conversations, Shauna already knew Lin Wu's character. This is a person who is responsible, but also resists taking responsibility. For example, if Lin Wu is a father, he will do his best to play the role of a father. But he will first refuse to be a father. When Lin Wu and Shauna encounter a crisis, Lin Wu psychologically accepts the responsibility of protecting Shauna, so he will ask for control. If Shauna refutes his approach, it is equivalent to shaking Lin Wu's control and sense of responsibility. Lin Wu may take a back seat, reduce his responsibility, and give control to Shauna. It makes sense. Lin Wu nodded. "Of course, there is no problem with my plan. Are you ready? Okay. Let's go." After dealing with several zombies at the door, the 2 of them were like special forces, holding guns and crossbows, advancing forward as carefully as possible, and walking up the stairs step by step. Shauna still had a lot of arrows. She was the main shooter, and Lin Wu was responsible for the follow-up shots. Fortunately, there were only 2 or 3 zombies on each staircase. The 2 had good shooting skills and reached the rooftop smoothly. Standing on the rooftop, the view was wide, and the signal tower 100 meters high could be seen at a glance. Lin Wu took off the silencer and eliminated the zombies on the opposite side with Shauna. After killing all the zombies, the 2 retreated and sprinted, jumping over a distance of 3 meters and landing steadily on the opposite side. 3 meters is not a problem for players. The highest record of human 3-step jump is more than 18 meters. The highest record of standing long jump is also 3.4 meters. Kwang Ming. Lin Wu pointed to the rooftop of the side building. "Go around." The 2 jumped to the side building and walked along the edge. Kwang Ming jumped around more than 10 meters away. He was having a lot of fun and didn't notice the 2 players at all. When they were about to reach the county mark, they heard the roar of screaming zombies in the distance behind them. They looked at each other and walked to the edge of the rooftop to check. They didn't see the zombies, but they saw one person. This man was wearing a black suit and climbing over the eaves and walls. He grabbed the air conditioner on the 2nd floor with both hands and climbed up to stand on the unit. He jumped to the next building and grabbed the air conditioner on the 3rd floor. With this operation, he successfully climbed onto the rooftop. He turned around and took out a whistle and blew it. All the zombies nearby gathered towards this building. This man stretched his muscles slowly, did a backflip on the spot, and waited for the zombies to rush to the rooftop. He easily jumped to the rooftop of another building. At this time, he finally entered the range of Lin Wu's 6-fold scope. Using the 6-fold scope of the silent and the display scope, Lin Wu saw the name of this man, Nightmare. Taking away the display scope, Lin Wu began to aim. Enemies meet on a narrow road, but Nightmare grabbed the edge of the rooftop with both hands and flipped out. He was thrown inwards, and then let go of his hands, hugged the sewer pipe, and slid to the ground quickly. After moving more than 10 meters, Nightmare blew the whistle again, and used the air conditioner to climb to the roof of a building. He blew the whistle again, and led all the zombies in the unit to his apartment building. Then he climbed out of the rooftop, hugged the water pipe, and slid down. Shauna glanced at Linwu, who was lying beside her. "Why don't you shoot?" She thought Linwu was sure to hit Nightmare when he fell out, and Nightmare might fall to death. Linwu looked back at Shauna. "Why do you think I would shoot? Let's go." Linwu stood up, and saw that Shauna was still a little puzzled, and said, "Others are following us, no matter what the purpose is, in order to protect ourselves and our companions. We must kill them." It was just a quick argument with Nightmare. Oops. It was unclear why Nightmare continued to provoke the zombies. When Nightmare continued to jump on the air conditioner, a madman accelerated in the corridor, broke through the window, and hit Nightmare standing on the air conditioner outside. Kwang Meng and Nightmare fell from the 4th floor into the zombies. In less than 3 seconds, a white light rose, the zombies dispersed, leaving a broken corpse. "Haha, things will change." Linwu turned to look at Shauna and explained, "It's okay to gloat over someone else's misfortune." Shauna held her forehead with her hand. "Childish." Shauna pointed to a white light on the side. "Another white light, another white light. Is he protecting his teammates?" Linwu said, "It seems to be a base that wants to develop in the county." Shauna, "Too early. With the current strength of the players, it is not enough to survive in such a large number of zombies. Let alone looting. The efficiency of normal going out is greatly reduced, and the danger is greatly increased. Even if you occupy a medium-sized base, the risk of going out will be very high." Linwu said, "I don't think a larger base will have the same terrain as the mountaintop church. The mountaintop church is surrounded by cliffs, there is only one road, and there are very few zombies walking in this safe area on a daily basis. Let's go!" "Yeah!" Chapter 71 Demolition. Shauna observed the dynamics of the zombie patrol team. Linwu tied the rope to a water pipe, pulled it twice, and gave Shauna a thumbs up. The two slid downstairs one by one, moving step by step, using crossbows and silent people to open a safe passage. The two crossed the road, smoothly arrived near the signal tower, riding on a motorcycle, crossing the bridge, finally leaving the county town of Zwa County. But it was too late. The zombies in the tent area had already clocked in at the checkpoint. The two spent a lot of time and energy to pass the checkpoint safely. After a while, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning when they answered the shadow base. At the checkpoint, Linwu handed the walkie-talkie to Shauna, went to lead the zombies himself, and gave the explanation to Shauna. Linwu didn't want to face everyone's emotions after returning to the base. After listening to Shauna's explanation on the walkie-talkie, everyone who had been sleepless all night was relieved. The day shift started as usual. As for Shirtu, he greeted the two at the door, and took them back to the shadow base. During the period, he did not have too many emotional fluctuations, but was more curious. Shirtu called Maya, who was busy in apartment number 3, and asked her to go back to the base with Baiban, to deliver supplies, and to hold a small meeting to report on the situation in Zwa County. After the meeting began, everyone first welcomed the two people for coming back alive. The second thing was to report on the work. Then Maya and Shirtu began to have a headache. The situation in Zwa County was worse than they thought. At present, the development of Shadow Base was relatively smooth, and it could be regarded as the leader of Zwa and Zwa counties. It would be difficult for Shadow Base to attack the medium-sized base in Zwa County, but it was not impossible. The difficulty lies in the safety of personnel going out after entering Zwa County. From now on, Shadow Base's strength can still be improved, but the room for improvement is limited. Few people can accept the situation where a teammate dies every few days, and few people are willing to go out and take risks. Shauna asked, "Is it possible that Dawn's envision mechanism is that the base is permanent, but the soldiers are always changing? The death of personnel will become normalized?" Maya said, "I don't think so. I think Dawn should enhance the importance of base facilities. It is no longer a problem for Shadow Base to survive. If everyone only builds necessary beds and dormitories, what is the point of the hundreds of facilities that can be built? For example, sentry towers can be built in outdoor grids. The sentry towers can reduce the threat level every day, and improve the range and accuracy of the sentry." Shauna said, "Ammunition must be consumed every day to maintain the sentry tower." Maya said, "Yes, this forces players to go out to search for supplies. The sentry tower can support players beyond the safe zone. In addition, the sentry tower can be upgraded, but professional design drawings are required. In the future, the personnel who stay in the base will also be responsible for protecting those who go out. In addition, the base safety zone can be expanded, there are outposts, and sub-bases can be built. These facilities can reduce the dangers faced by those who go out. More importantly, the blood plague, I think it is better to say that the blood plague is an opportunity rather than a difficult boss. Maya said, I think we should launch an attack on the blood plague in the near future. Not only can we obtain blood plague data, but if we are lucky, we can also obtain blood plague spoils, which may greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the base. Su sure, the base has sufficient resources now. The problem is whether to make C4. There is a certain chance of failure in making C4, and some materials will be wasted without skill blessing. Maya said, if you want to do it big, and throw all the ammunition packs in. Use the pipe bombs we looted as pipe mines to maximize resources and power. Shirtu said, another gamble? Maya nodded, again. Linwu interrupted, I also have a gamble here. I wonder if you are interested. Shauna said first, no. Believe me, it's best not to ask. Shirtu, I won't ask. Linwu, ask, maybe you will agree? Shirtu glanced at Shauna, and then at Linwu, no, I won't ask. Xiao Dao knocked down Linwu's shoulder, asked, new toy? Assisting wingman knife. Let me show you. Linwu has studied the design drawings, showing the instructions to Xiao Dao. Scrap metal is not valuable, not only in the garbage dump, you could also get more than a dozen pieces of scrap metal by dismantling an air conditioner. But the amount of scrap metal required for the trap is so amazing that even Xiao Dao shook his head after seeing it, give up on this idea. Xiao Dao's attitude aroused Su Shi's curiosity. After watching it, Su Shi did not reject it immediately. He said, I can make a demolition hammer, specially used for demolishing cars. A normal scrap car has a low chance of dismantling a piece of steel, a high chance of dismantling iron, and a high chance of dismantling scrap iron. It takes about 20 minutes to dismantle a car. The knife added, the success rate is 33%. Shirtu asked, what kind of trap is this? It is of course a lot if it is calculated in units of scrap iron, but not much if it is calculated in units of fine steel. Linwu shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. Maya said, it requires such a large amount of materials. It should be a weapon that can be recycled and reused. Shirtu said, how about this? Linwu, you are responsible for dismantling 100 pieces of steel, and both the scrap iron and iron are yours. Su Shi will represent the base to provide you with springs and serrated blades. Su Shi said, I have double bonuses to intelligence and skills. 50 pieces of steel can make 10 pieces of fine steel. And the same is true for scrap iron and iron. Maya suggested, there is a death zone near the olive farm, where there are piles of scrap cars. You don't need to transport the materials to the base. Put the dismantled materials aside, and the base will send a car to transport them. Linwu readily agreed, that's it. Shirtu added, you are not allowed to use working time. No problem. Linwu likes work with clear goals. The demolition hammer hit the car with a loud noise, and 2 pieces of scrap metal fell beside the car. Linwu hit it a few more times, and fought with 5 zombies. This situation was already expected by Linwu, and he cleared the screaming zombies nearby before hitting it. Previously, with the help of Xiao Dao, Linwu carried a bench from the base to the death zone. The bench was furniture from the church. Linwu turned over the bench and waited behind it. 5 zombies stupidly turned over the bench, and fell to the ground one after another, and were killed one by Linwu. Then he changed to the demolition hammer, and continued to smash the car. Not to mention that demolition is quite interesting. As the demolition hammer fell, the scrap metal was piled up regularly beside the car, and it looked very fulfilling. With the knocking of 80, the body of the scrap car shrank. The first scrapped car yielded 3 pieces of iron and 70 pieces of scrap iron. It was bad luck. And no steel was produced. Maybe it was the same for men and women. Or just some men. Sometimes they don't need a game with beautiful scenery or fun. Just watching the experience value jump at a speed slower than a snail can make them full of motivation. Linwu is like this. He can get the fun of collecting from boring demolition. Chapter 72, Destroy Quang Ming. Tear down the first car. Linwu drags the bench to the second car, shoots the screamer with a gun, plays hurdles with ordinary zombies. What about Quang Ming? In an open field, Linwu can fight Quang Ming alone. He uses his flexible dodging and the inertia of Quang Ming's fierce attack. The first weapon is the silencer. Avoid Quang Ming's attack. Quang Ming will roll and fly 7 or 8 meters at this time. Linwu can aim. Quang Ming will definitely rush straight to Linwu again at this time. The tricky skill of the quick gunner cannot be used. Using aiming and headshot can interrupt Kwang Ming's attack. After 3 times of this, Kwang Ming died on the spot. The second weapon is a sharp blade with sharp entries made by Su Shi. The same operation as before. When Kwang Ming rolls, Lin Wu catches up with Kwang Ming with 2 wind thorns. The next step is the most critical step. The first knife must directly pierce Kwang Ming's head. This situation is Kwang Ming falling to the ground. Lin Wu executed him. Although Kwang Ming is not dead, he will be stunned for a few seconds after being executed, and a few seconds are enough for Lin Wu to pierce his head into a hornet's nest. If the first stab misses, or the stab hits after Kwang Ming gets up, Kwang Ming will not be dizzy, but will jump to the side and launch another attack. At this time, after the chase, Lin Wu, who has used up 2 wind thorns, has reached the bottom of his endurance and must use a gun to kill. If there are 2 Kwang Ming, forget it. Running away is the only way out. A Kwang Ming brings several zombies, which is also quite dangerous to deal with. Fortunately, the damage Kwang Ming can cause to Lin Wu is not fatal. If you are injured or infected, just run away and go back to the base to lie in bed. In the first day of the battle, in order to save bullets, Lin Wu went back to the base twice to treat his injuries and infection. On the second day, the situation was very different. Lin Wu hardly used a gun. He stabbed 3 Kwang Ming to death with a sharp blade in an hour. And he was alive and kicking, without any injuries. This was thanks to Maya's help. She used the data of both sides and cooperated with Lin Wu in the drill, so that Lin Wu used standard actions to avoid. In Maya's view, the violent movements are mechanical and predictable. As long as Lin Wu performs the movements well, he can enhance his own advantages. Even if he couldn't crush Kwang Ming alone couldn't cause any real damage to Lin Wu. As a result, Lin Wu fell in love with Kwang Ming. When he saw Kwang Ming from a distance, he couldn't help but go around to tease Kwang Ming, and treated Kwang Ming as his new toy. So on the 4th day, Kwang Ming moved out of the death zone. Anyway, Lin Wu hadn't seen the cute Kwang Ming for a long time. The hardest worker was Su Shi. Not only did he have to work overtime to process the scrap metal brought back by Lin Wu, he also had to repair the blades, which made his workload sore. It wasn't without benefits. Engineering was successfully upgraded to junior engineer. Junior engineers have no bonus in recycling garbage and manufacturing, but they unlock the upgrade function of a facility in the base, which can upgrade the sentry tower to a junior sniper tower. The sentry tower is an outdoor unit. The accuracy of the sentry on duty and the range of the gun are increased by 25%. When someone is on duty, the threat level will be slowly reduced. 1 ammunition is consumed every day. Primary sniper tower. Weapon accuracy and range increased by 50%. 2 sentinels can be assigned to be on duty. The threat level will be gradually reduced when someone is on duty. 2 ammunitions are consumed daily. The range of the silencer equipped with a 6-fold scope is 100 meters. And it can reach 150 meters with the sniper tower. Because the accuracy is also increased, it can actually attack any target within 200 meters. It directly covers the commercial street and a factory and a half, and can attack the number 2 Blood Plague apartment building. However, the mountaintop base does not even have a sentry tower, let alone a sniper tower. There are too few outdoor grids to build, and the dream of a sniper tower can only be realized when it reaches a medium-sized base. On the 5th day of demolition, Lin Wu has obtained 45 pieces of steel, and is not far from 50 pieces of steel. The death zone has been demolished into an open area. Not only are cars about to become extinct in this kilometer, but even zombies have become rare. The zombies were killed during the day. After a night of refresh, the few zombies were attracted by the demolition sound, and all died under the knife. Once the zombies lose their numerical advantage, they are not much different from scarecrows. Shauna sat on a rock nearby, eating beef jerky, watching Lin Wu dismantle the last 3 cars. She didn't eat beef jerky because the system required it, but because it tasted good. During the night shift these days, the 2 of them either went to the apartment building, or went to loot the lonely buildings far from the base. Sana thought their relationship was warming up. But during the day, Lin Wu either slept, or went to demolish, with no intention of chatting with her at all. She didn't even notice some of the interactions between the Soul Egg and herself in recent days. Steel. Lin Wu stood on the roof of the car excitedly with a piece of steel in his hand, and shouted to Shauna, "Steel? Steel of steel?" Sana asked perfunctorily. "Yeah." Sana weakly raised her thumb, and lay down, lying on the stone and looking at the sky, asked, "Where are you going tonight?" "At night?" Lin Wu thought for a while. His eyes flashed with stars as if he had thought of something, jumped out of the car, and took some scrap metal with him. "I'll go back to the base. Wait for me." Sana followed the impetuous Lin Wu back to the base. Lin Wu searched the warehouse for a while, but to no avail. He went to the radio station and grabbed the microphone, calling Maya. "Maya, got it. Go ahead." Lin Wu asked, "Do you have the display mirror?" Maya, "Yes. I'll be right there." Lin Wu left. Shauna was too lazy to follow him, and watched him trot away. Shirtu sighed. It's great to be young. Others waste time playing games, but he wants to split 1 minute into 2 minutes. So busy and fulfilling, I am a little jealous and envious. Shauna said, "You will get tired of it sooner or later." Shirtu said, "Tired of it? The trap has not been made yet. There is a 33% chance that it will fail, and after the failure, he will start to dismantle the car with passion. Suppose he makes the trap, wouldn't he spend 3 to 5 days playing with it? Well, I'm tired of playing with the trap, but I'm not tired of playing with the gun. For a boy, as long as he has the heart, mud is also the most interesting toy." Shirtu turned to look at Shauna. "Your progress seems to be a bit stagnant. Not only have you not made any progress in skills, but I can't think of any extra points you could earn besides staying alive." Shauna also had no idea. Nye, he is in the same class with him. There are not enough zombies for him to kill. Before, when he saw Kwang Ming, he would be cautious. Now, when he sees Kwang Ming, he takes out a knife and rushes forward, as if a starving ghost saw a top-grade steak. Shirtu said, "Maya has not made much progress. She has used more than 100 crossbow arrows. According to the recovery rate, she has shot at least 300 crossbow arrows. She has not yet mastered any skills related to crossbow arrows. Do you know what we are preparing recently?" Shauna said, "Make explosives to bomb the blood plague." Shirtu nodded. "I believe that killing the blood plague will definitely get a lot of points. Due to the attribute reasons, Maya is not suitable for ignition. Only you and Lin Wu can ignite. Lin Wu once fought with the blood plague in Building 2 and escaped unscathed. In theory, Lin Wu is the most suitable for ignition. But I think you can also try." Chapter 73 Olive Manor. Shauna said, "I told Lin Wu, because I want to fight for the fortress ring. You have to give me the task of lighting the fire?" "Of course. I believe that if I say this, he will give me the task. But it will make our relationship estranged. Maybe in his opinion, it is easier not to be friends with me than to make friends with me and help me fight for the fortress ring." Shirtu said, "It is possible that he will think, your points are points. But my points are not points. Is Lin Wu such a person? We all know that Lin Wu will not say this. Nor will he do this. But he may not think so. When you go shopping, when the salesperson you meet is very impatient and rude to you, Lin Wu, like many boys, will not argue with the salesperson. And even in order to avoid arguing, he will suffer a little loss. However, if there is a choice, don't expect Lin Wu and his friends to go to the store again. After all, thoughts are not something that can be restrained by the person. And whatever comes to mind is what it is. As a person, you should control yourself and not be disturbed by your thoughts. For example, if you meet a lovely girl on the road, you can't think of anything. But if you say or do something, the consequences will be serious." Shirtu watched Lin Wu run past the main road in front of the church. "What is he doing?" Shauna said, "I have stopped guessing for a long time. Anyway, I can't guess it. His ideas are not only naive, but also weird. Last night, he hid in the locker, stabbed a zombie and closed the door. Stabbed a zombie and closed the door. And stabbed a zombie to death with a small dagger. His purpose was to compete with the zombies in reaction speed." Shirtu asked curiously, "Did he win?" Shauna looked at Shirtu for a while. "Take a walk. Walk away." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it started to rain, and I felt obviously cold. Shirtu gave everyone some health knowledge. Cold will not make you sick, but cold will cause the individual's immunity to decline, thus causing illness. Recently, I found some warm clothes in the apartment building, although the maximum is only 20 points. It is better than nothing. Shirtu asked everyone to change into warm clothes. The 2 sets of clothes with the highest warmth value in the base are the winter clothes with 80 points of warmth value found in the Sentry tint, weight 1.5 kilograms. It is not used yet. Each person also received 2 sets of raincoats. The raincoat material is made of one piece of plastic cloth. 1 piece of plastic cloth equals 10 pieces of plastic paper equals 100 pieces of broken plastic sheets. 10 pieces of broken plastic sheets can also be synthesized into 1 piece of hard plastic. There are many synthesis directions, such as synthesizing insulated wires with scrap iron sheets, etc. Lin Wu did not return to the base. Xiao Dao sent Lin Wu winter clothes and raincoats. After the two of them whispered for a while, Lin Wu threw Xiao Dao back to the base, applied for a silencer, bullets, medicines, rope, silencer. Shirtu chased to the warehouse and asked, "Where are you going?" "Secret." "Fuck." Shirtu said, "It's not the night shift yet. I'm going to work early." "Shirtu, where's Shauna?" "I have Xiao Dao. Let her rest first," Lin Wu replied, and disappeared at the intersection. Shirtu looked at Shauna beside him. "Does it sound very unhappy?" Shauna nodded, "Yes." Shirtu, "But I can't find any fault with it." Shauna nodded, "Yes." Olive Manor. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao met NPC Amanda. Lin Wu came forward enthusiastically to greet Amanda. Amanda stepped aside very cautiously. "You look like a bad guy." Looking at Xiao Dao, "Warrior." Xiao Dao received a mission. Escort Amanda back to the Olive Manor. Lin Wu had encountered this mission before. Amanda wanted to lead Lin Wu to the minefield and trap array, so Lin Wu killed Amanda. Cause of death 1. Amanda had a dagger. Cause of death 2. Amanda asked Lin Wu to step on the mine. Cause of death 3. Disobeyed Lin Wu's arrangement to detect mines. Why did Lin Wu come again today? There is only one reason. When Lin Wu was dismantling the car, he suddenly thought of the display mirror. After getting the display mirror, he confirmed his idea. The display mirror can see system items. But there is also a disadvantage. The display mirror can only see the names of visible system items. Xiao Dao added a condition to Lin Wu. She is the main force, and a big eater, increasing the strength effect by 30%. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu stood at the edge of the danger zone. Lin Wu pointed out, that one. Xiao Dao asked, "Can the trap be recycled?" Lin Wu, "It can only be broken down into scrap metal." "Let's go!" Xiao Dao lifted the bench and put it straight. Nothing happened. Xiao Dao and Lin Wu stepped on the bench and walked to one end of the bench. Amanda followed the two and walked along the bench. Lin Wu reconnaissance again and confirmed a safety line. Xiao Dao lifted the bench and put it down. This time, the trap that Lin Wu did not find was triggered. The trap directly bit one of the bench legs into pieces. This is a 3-chair bench. The broken leg is the middle leg. It's not a big problem. The third and fourth times were placed accurately. The fifth time, an accident happened. A mine was triggered, and the bench was blown into 2 pieces. No problem. Xiao Dao put one piece down first, then went to the end of the bench and lifted the other piece down. Lin Wu searched for the location of mines and traps every step he took. Relying on the 2 benches, the 3 of them slowly reached the edge of the danger zone. 2 deep mines in the last step blew the 2 benches into pieces. At this time, Xiao Dao thought of a question: how to go back. Lin Wu thought for a long time. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Xiao Dao smiled. Just never thought about it. Right? Lin Wu smiled shyly, jumped over the last 2 meters of the danger zone, and arrived at the gate of the Olive Manor. There were no zombies in the Olive Manor, but the deep roar of Kwang Ming could be heard. Lin Wu asked Xiao Dao to wait for a moment, and he drew out his sharp blade, pushed open the big iron gate, and went in. He hadn't seen Kwang Ming for a whole day, and he always felt that something was missing. After a while, Kwang Ming's shrill screams came from the middle of the courtyard. The 3 of them entered the main building of the manor. Under Amanda's guidance, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the secret passage and opened the secret passage with the key. At this time, Amanda made a new request. She said that there was enough food in the secret passage, but there was only a lack of clean water. She asked the 2 of them to help her solve this problem. Following the secret passage ladder to the secret passage, there was a well not far from the entrance of the secret passage. The well was so deep that the rope Amanda used to draw water broke, and the bucket fell into the well. This task requires the player to enter the well, fish out the bucket, and find a new rope in the manor to help Amanda repair the water drawing tools. The disgusting thing about this task is that there is no previous warning. And even more disgusting is that there is no spare bucket in the entire manor, forcing the player to go down the well to fish for the bucket. Considering that Shi Guang's mission was shameless, Lin Wu would bring a bundle of ropes when he went out. Unexpectedly, Shi Guang took into account that he brought ropes. and changed the focus of the mission to a bucket. Linwu grabbed Xiaodao, who was about to drill into the well, and said, "Amanda, let's be frank. You have to tell us what the reward is first. If the reward does not satisfy us, we will not take risks for it. It is possible to throw you directly into the well." Amanda seemed to sense Lin Wu's malice and replied, "The reward is a skill book tailored for heroes." Lin Wu stretched out 2 fingers. 2 books. Amanda answered seriously, "1 book. Xiaodao, let's take a step back. 1.5 books. For a moment, Lin Wu's brain was a little insufficient. Is 1.5 books rounded off? Or how to calculate it? Amanda said seriously, 1 book. Deal? Xiaodao answered readily, and was about to drill into the well again, but was grabbed by Lin Wu again. Lin Wu took out a rope and tied it around his waist. "I don't have the strength to pull you up." Chapter 74. Without the system bonus, the knot tied by the non-professionals is quite strong, but the balance is not considered at all. The noose quickly slid from Lin Wu's waist to his armpits, forcing Lin Wu to open his arms. Less Xiaodao pulls. The noose goes over his shoulders and hangs on his neck, hanging himself in the well. Xiaodao turns the wheel, slowly lowers it. While lowering it, he shouts, "Did you see it?" Lin Wu supports the well wall with his legs and hands and looks down. "No." "Did you see it?" "No." "Did you see it?" "No." "What?" "No." "Oh." Xiaodao shouts to the well mouth, "Your echo is a bit loud." "Yours too." Xiaodao, "The rope is at the end." Lin Wu, "I saw it." Under the illumination of the water and electricity, he is only 4 meters away from the bucket. Xiaodao, "The rope has reached its end." Xu Guang, "That's enough. What should I do now?" Lin Wu looked through his backpack. The longest one was the silencer hanging outside. The total length including the silencer was only 1 meter. Lin Wu shouted, "I'm going to let go of the rope." "Okay. Be careful." Lin Wu supported the well wall with his legs, took the noose out of his arms, and then slowly went down to the bottom of the well. Just when Lin Wu leaned over to get the bucket, a big eel jumped up. His body hit Lin Wu in the face. The sudden attack scared Lin Wu so much that he let go of his feet and fell into the well. "Dawn, shit!" Xiaodao asked nervously. "What's the matter, Lin Wu?" "Nothing." Lin Wu showed his head, supported the well wall with his feet, and walked up, picked up the bucket, and put it on his head. At this time, Lin Wu was thinking about how to complete this task alone. Climbing up with your hands and feet will consume stamina. Supporting the well wall to rest will not restore stamina. The only way is to carry a lot of chewing gum. Support the well wall after the stamina is exhausted. Rely on the chewing gum to slowly restore stamina. But the task did not mention the details from beginning to end. This means that after players understand the mission details, they must go through the minefield again to get the gum. After all, no one would carry a pound of chewing gum on their body. In summary, this is a very tricky task. However, Lin Wu noticed a detail. The first time he met Amanda, the key he got after killing Amanda was a cross-shaped key. And the key Amanda used to open the secret passage was a straight-line key. One possibility is that the task was reset, and the cross-shaped key was invalid. Another possibility is that there is a treasure hidden in the secret passage or manor that can be opened with a cross-shaped key. There is another possibility. After the task is completed, Amanda will give Xiaodao a cross-shaped key to open a treasure. After putting on the noose, Lin Wu shouted, "Pull!" Xiaodao. It turns. Xiaodao turned the wheel, without too much effort, and did not consume stamina, and soon pulled Lin Wu out of the well. NPC still abides by the rules. After confirming that the task is completed, he gave Xiaodao a key. "Hero, your reward is in the bedroom on the 3rd floor." The two left from the elevator. Amanda lowered the secret passage door and locked herself in the secret passage. Xiaodao asked, "Why doesn't she go with us?" Lin Wu asked, "You support her?" Xiaodao said, "She can fetch water." Lin Wu was stunned. This idea is quite interesting. Give Amanda a food every day, and she will be responsible for fetching water for the base. Lin Wu turned back and pulled the secret door again, but it couldn't be opened. Lin Wu felt sorry, and didn't think whether Amanda would do it or not. He went up the stairs to the 3rd floor, which had only one door. When he opened the door, he saw a hall, which was more than 100 square meters. The two saw an embedded safe next to the fireplace. The safe had only one keyhole, and the knife was inserted into the key given by Amanda, but the key could not be turned. Instead, a system message appeared. The anti-theft system was activated, and there were 2 more chances. Pull it out first. Lin Wu has rich experience in fighting enemies. Xu Guang will not lie. Xu Guang respects the rules. Then the safe is wrong. What did Amanda say? Xiao Dao asked. Who is Amanda? NPC. So her name is Amanda. Xiao Dao thought for a while. She said the reward is in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Lin Wu clapped his hands and said, This is not a bedroom, this is a living room. There is only one room on the 3rd floor, but it didn't say that this room is the bedroom. Xiao Dao asked in surprise, Are NPCs so bad? Even worse than you think. Lin Wu pushed open several doors, pointed to one of them. This is the bedroom. There is a safe at the head of the bed in the bedroom that is exactly the same as the one in the hall. Xiao Dao was about to insert the key. Lin Wu said, Wait, think again. Are we missing something? Xiao Dao said, 3rd floor? Yes, this is the 3rd floor. Bedroom? Yes, this is the bedroom. Key? Safe. Lin Wu nodded. Open it. Wait, find the safe. It almost ruined the situation. The two searched the bedroom, found a safe behind the portrait, and found a safe behind the dressing table. Xiao Dao exclaimed, Xu Guang is really so bad. Lin Wu had a headache. I was cheated again. Following the correct clues, the player can find 3 safes in the bedroom. The system gives the player 3 chances to open the safes. The player can open one of the safes without any risk and take his reward. But the damn Dawn puts a safe in the living room, causing the player to choose 2 out of 3 safes. Lin Wu said, Since it is a task to trick players, it means that the bedside safe is fake. Xiao Dao agreed, otherwise, the safe can be opened the 2nd time, and there will be no surprises for the players. Lin Wu saw Xiao Dao walking towards the portrait safe, and stopped again. No. Normal players will not completely trust the safe in the bedroom when they open the living room safe and find it is a trap. Instead, they will find all the hidden safes like us. Xu Guang calculated this, because the bedside safe is the real safe. Xiao Dao did not doubt it. Walked to the bedside safe and asked, Opened? Wait a minute. I'm not sure. Lin Wu found that he fell into a trap. So he asked Xiao Dao, Which safe do you intuitively open? Bedside. Why? Xiao Dao explained, Choose one of 3. 2 safes are hidden, and 1 safe is exposed. Although Lin Wu had 100 reasons to refute, he did not say it out loud, and made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Dao was straightforward. He inserted the key and turned it. The safe opened. Xiao Dao reached out and took out a skill book. Fighter. Your hands are your weapons. Junior Fighter. The strength effect of the unarmed state is increased by 50%. Unlock the heavy punch to stun. When you punch the zombie's head, there is a high probability of knocking it out for 2 seconds. Only single-celled organisms can defeat AI. I learned it. It is indeed a special mission skill. Since learning the trampling execution, Xiao Dao never carries a melee weapon. He always rolls up his sleeves and goes out empty-handed. Lin Wu looked at the other 2 safes, and took out a key that looked exactly the same as the one Xiao Dao had just held. Xiao Dao asked in surprise, 2? Lin Wu shook his head. No, I got them from Amanda's body last time. Xiao Dao asked, Isn't Amanda a quest NPC? How did she die? Lin Wu, that, fell down, and hit her head on a stone. Xiao Dao, so unlucky. Who said it wasn't? There was no need to be a bad person in front of Xiao Dao, after all. The 2 of them had different understandings of NPCs. Lin Wu asked, Tell me your intuition. Which safe do you think it will be? Xiao Dao immediately answered, Living room. Ah? What logic? Choose 1 out of 3, 2 in the bedroom, 1 in the living room. Faced with such an unreasonable choice, Lin Wu accepted it calmly. Walked to the outer hall, inserted the key into the safe and turned it, and the safe opened. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao cheered and high-fived to celebrate. Chapter 75, Versatile. Opening the door of the safe, there was no skill book inside, but a blue treasure chest. It was exactly the same as the blue treasure chest that Lin Wu got when he killed Bloody Meng. When Lin Wu touched the blue treasure chest, the system prompted, Receive spoils of war. Xiao Dao rubbed his hands. Let's go back and open the treasure chest. Lin Wu asked, Can we open it here too? How could you bear to go back and open it, Xiao Dao? Yes, why didn't I think of that? Lin Wu took out the treasure chest and put it on the table, said, We'll split the good stuff 50-50. Xiao Dao asked, Who's 50? Lin Wu looked at Xiao Dao's inquiring expression, and his brain froze for a few seconds before answering, You. Xiao Dao immediately squeezed out a lovely smile. Just like the last vote on whether to go through the mountains or tunnels, it didn't matter whether to go through the mountains or tunnels, but whether Lin Wu would support her. This time Xiao Dao didn't rely on luck again. She thought that getting the skill book had used up all her luck in the past 3 days. Under Xiao Dao's gaze, Lin Wu opened the box. And inside was a blue card. Item card. Obtain the item of erudition. And you can learn and possess 2 life skills at the same time. Wow. Lin Wu said generously. Take it. Xiao Dao shook his head. It's a 50-50 split. I'll take the skill book. And you take the card. Seeing Xiao Dao's words, Lin Wu didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the card to use it. There was an additional item, erudition. Retreat. Retreat is not that simple. The system will clear the traces left by the player in 1 minute. There are no footprints. No broken chair sawdust. As if no one has ever been here. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao discussed many ways, which can be used, but are not easy to use. For example, looking for stones to open the way. There are no round stones nearby. And the stones cannot roll. And they will make a pit when thrown. I thought about dismantling items from the manor to detect mines. But I finally found that the best mine detector was only a 2-meter-long sofa. The 2 men used chairs, rocks and sofas to successfully advance 20 meters. But the sofa was blown to pieces. And the 2 men lost all furniture that could detect mines. Next, we can only detect mines manually. Lin Wu carefully used the display mirror to grope forward. The weeds were too dense. He was hit after walking 5 meters. A trap popped up and clamped Lin Wu's calf. Lin Wu, in pain, quickly took a painkiller to calm down. This was a large trap. Lin Wu opened the trap with the help of Xiao Dao. As expected, Lin Wu was in a state of severe fracture and moderate bleeding. Fortunately, the base had gathered some medical supplies in recent days. Lin Wu put on a fracture bandage and a bleeding bandage, which greatly reduced his injuries. Lin Wu was injured, and his life limit was reduced. Xiao Dao was responsible for clearing the way. After walking about 8 meters, Xiao Dao stepped on a mine, and was blown up and spun half a circle in the air, and fell to the ground. The good news is that Xiao Dao did not die. The bad news is that Xiao Dao and Lin Wu were both seriously injured and half disabled. There was still a distance of 15 meters. With the current life limit of the 2, whoever touched the mine would die. And the same was true for the trap. For a moment, the 2 were in trouble. At this time, Xiao Dao suggested, the display mirror can see the traps and mines. Lin Wu nodded. You can only see the traps and mines exposed outside, about half and half. Half can be found, half can't. Xiao Dao said, do you think the system is stupid? Lin Wu replied, not only is it not stupid, but it is very smart. Xiao Dao said, as long as you are a smart person, it is impossible to put 2 mines together. Makes sense. Lin Wu motioned Xiao Dao to squat down, and sat on Xiao Dao's neck to let Xiao Dao lift him up. Lin Wu, who was at a high altitude, used a display mirror to observe carefully, and asked Xiao Dao to put him down. He pointed to the 11 o'clock direction. There is a mine at 3 meters. Xiao Dao took a half step back, and landed at 3 meters at 12 o'clock. Lin Wu followed Xiao Dao's example, and came to Xiao Dao's side. Xiao Dao, who had strong strength, lifted Lin Wu up again, and determined the position of a trap again. The 2 landed within a range of half a meter to 1 meter away from the trap. Relying on this method, the 2 walked an S-shaped road in the minefield. And it took a lot of time to finally get out of the minefield without any danger. Back at the base, Xiao Dao was pushed to the bed by Lin Wu to heal his wounds. And Lin Wu went to the warehouse to check the skill book. This made Xiao Dao curious. And he went to the ward to care for Xiao Dao, and asked about his injuries. How could the little white rabbit fight the big bad wolf? He confessed in a few words. In recent days, the base has obtained 3 skill books through trading and comprehensive searches of apartment buildings. 1 for mechanics, 1 for ballistics, and 1 for programming. I want to talk about programming in particular. This is what Xiao Dao got from the players in Beishan Town at a low price. According to the information obtained by the trade team in Yuxian County, programming can control drones. But knowledge is useless. A trap requires a huge amount of materials, and a drone is unthinkable. Ballistics literally means skills that enhance the accuracy and power of firearms and crossbows. It may be a skill for making gun barrels. Lin Wu is not very interested. For his skill of quick shooter, accuracy is nothing. Mechanics belongs to the base skills, and is a prerequisite skill for auto repair. Lin Wu is even less interested. No one you like? Xiao Dao appeared at some point, looked around, put his arm around Lin Wu's shoulder, and lowered his voice. You also know to keep a low profile? What's wrong? Shirtu said, you have been teaming up with Shauna recently. You abandoned Shauna when you saw the treasure today, and took Xiaodao with you. What do you think others will think? So they can only share adversity with you, but not wealth. Lin Wu explained, the minefield is very dangerous. I am embarrassed to take Shauna on a risk. What if she dies? Shirtu said, for the peace and harmony of the base, I have already told Xiaodao that this incident should be treated as if it never happened. The skill of Xiaodao will be learned by killing monsters tomorrow. And your second life skill is the advanced skill of the hunter. Lin Wu said, not good, girls hate being deceived the most. Childish, girls don't hate being deceived, girls hate being deceived when it is not good for them. Shirtu asked, let me ask you, is Shauna pretty? Not bad. Shirtu said, I think Shauna is not only beautiful, but also full of intelligence, and her every move exudes elegance. Too much. Shirtu said, yes, the last sentence is too much. This is a lie, but will Shauna be angry about this sentence? It's better to have less trouble than more. This matter is settled. Aren't you just missing the last piece of steel? I'll ask the base to make up for it. Lin Wu refused. This won't work, I have principles. Shirtu asked, what if you were missing 9 pieces of steel? Lin Wu thought for a while, grinned. I don't want principles for 9 pieces. I'll remember that. Shirtu looked at the time. If you're injured, go to the hospital bed first. When you're well, go to the commercial street. There are 7 scrap cars along the way. I think we can get enough materials. Lin Wu nodded, went to the infirmary and said, come down. Xiaodao thought something was wrong, and immediately got out of bed. Lin Wu lay on top of him, and Xiaodao was so angry that he grabbed the pillow and slapped it. Chapter 76 Production. After using a pillow to teach Lin Wu a lesson, Xiaodao sat on a chair, sneaked closer to Lin Wu, whispered, hey. Yeah. Xiaodao said, I feel sorry for Shauna. She is your partner. She should be the one to get the exclusive skill book. Lin Wu sighed, and said, if you all think this way, I will feel really sorry for her. Lin Wu's original idea was very simple and pure. Xiaodao is a brother, suitable to take on adventures. Shauna is a friend, a colleague, and it is really unreasonable to let her go on a minefield without knowing the reward. The problem is that the reward for the task is quite good, and the opinions of Shirtu and Xiaodao, which makes Lin Wu feel quite sorry for Shauna. After all, they are partners for a week. This happened the only time they separated. It's annoying, or it's better to have less trouble than more. Wouldn't there be no such troubles if I didn't have a partner, because of the rain? The day shift has been finished, and everyone is recovering from fatigue in bed. Shauna, who was going to work the night shift, was reading a book alone in the dormitory, and had no idea what had happened in the past hour. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Shauna looked for Lin Wu, and was told that Lin Wu was dismantling cars in the commercial street. He still needed more than 300 pieces of scrap metal to get 50 pieces of steel. Shauna admired Lin Wu's persistence. She rode her motorcycle to the commercial street, and found Lin Wu swinging a sledgehammer. How much more do you need? 127 pieces of scrap iron. Damn it. They don't even sell iron. Only scrap iron. Lin Wu looked at the time. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Shauna said, you are working overtime in the rainy night. As your partner, I have to come to visit you. Shirtu said it will rain heavily tonight. He is not sure about the temperature change. He suggested that we leave work early. Lin Wu sighed deeply, jumped off the car, walked to the motorcycle, looked at Shauna, hesitated, and finally said, Shauna, I have to tell you something. First of all, I should apologize to you. Shauna raised her left hand to signal a pause and said, I already know. Lin Wu said awkwardly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shauna said, you don't have to do this. I wasn't really angry to begin with. Even if I was a little angry, I should forgive you for everything we've been through this week. The only thing that surprised me was that you took the initiative to explain to me. I thought you were just being thick-skinned and pretending that nothing had happened. Lin Wu apologized with a smile. That's what I had planned. Sana waved her hand casually. No need to say, where are we going tonight? Lin Wu said, Highland Villa. The villa we went to for the first time as a team. You said you found a skill book in the garage. I forgot about the garage at that time. But in order to protect the dignity of the old members of the base, I didn't agree to search the garage at that time. You're honest. Sana said, in addition to the garage, there is also a tree house. Yeah. Lin Wu said, I'll hurry up. Hey, I want to interview you. Faced with a 33% chance of success, why can you put in 100% effort? Sana explained, these days I've found that in your mindset, as long as you get enough materials, you can get the trap. There is no worry about the 33% success rate. Lin Wu said, this is the awareness of 95%. Sana did not understand. What do you mean? Lin Wu said, excluding some people who are useless. 95% know that no matter how hard they study, it is impossible to surpass the majority of 5%. But if I don't work hard for the 33% chance, then I don't even have the right to envy the successful people. Sana asked, what if there is only a 1% chance? Lin Wu, just give up. Future Taipei City. Beishan Town. Zhuo County. Beishan Town. The mountaintop church base held a prayer meeting at 7:30 p.m. Lin Wu put all the materials on the production table, looking at the base members who surrounded him, took a deep breath. Hey, I'm just making a trap. There's no need to do this. Right? Shirtu said, hurry up, I have already thought of 2 sets of lines. Everyone echoed, yes, still playing cards. Lin Wu nodded vigorously, started making, the progress bar started moving. Everyone who couldn't see the progress bar could only see Lin Wu's expression. As Lin Wu got nervous, everyone else got nervous too. Then everyone couldn't understand. Lin Wu tilted his head, looked at the production interface for a while with a question mark on his face, and took off his backpack from his back to search. Maya asked, did it succeed? Lin Wu, it succeeded. Everyone was about to cheer and celebrate. Lin Wu said, but I didn't see the trap. Sushir asked, is it in the production table warehouse? No. Is it in the backpack? No. Sushir, go to the warehouse to check. Lin Wu ran to the warehouse. No either. Shauna asked, Lin Wu, are you kidding us? Sushir denied. The finished items will appear in the production table warehouse. I checked and the production table warehouse was empty. Shauna asked worriedly, did it really succeed? Yes. Lin Wu looked at Sushir. The production bar turns green after reaching 100%. Color flashed, showing successful production. Sushir nodded, yes. Failure is red, showing failed production. Everyone was rummaging through the boxes in the production room. Maya asked, have you looked at your system interface? Have you looked at the hunter skill interface? Oh. Lin Wu checked the hunter skills, saw the trap, and hugged Maya excitedly. Yes, yes. Everyone asked, is it a skill, not a weapon? Lin Wu nodded repeatedly. Trap? The explanation is long. Roughly means, I can set traps within a radius of 500 meters. If the distance between a person and the trap exceeds 500 meters, the trap will disappear. A maximum of 3 traps are allowed at the same time. Maya's favorite game data. Let's go. Find a zombie and try. A group of people put on raincoats and went to the gate of the base. Lin Wu used his skill, and a trap appeared in his hand. Lin Wu placed it on the road. This was a trap with a radius of 30 centimeters, and it looked very ferocious. Lin Wu attracted a zombie, and the zombie ran towards Lin Wu. Everyone stared at the zombie's footsteps. The zombie's left foot touched the trap, and the trap instantly jumped and clamped the zombie's left foot. The zombie fell to the ground immediately. Then the zombie dragged the trap and crawled towards Lin Wu with difficulty, and was finally crushed by the knife beside Lin Wu. 1 minute later, the zombie body refreshed, and the trap disappeared. This result was greatly unexpected. The ability of the trap was far smaller than everyone thought. Although it was a skill, it did not need to be worn out, and it did not need to be repaired, but the limitations of its function were really unworthy of the huge amount of materials. Everyone thought that Lin Wu's efforts for nearly a week were not worth it. Shirtu came up and patted Lin Wu on the shoulder, and walked back to the base. Xuedon and Mahan also patted Lin Wu on the shoulder to express their condolences, and followed Shirtu back to the base. Maya saw that Lin Wu was in a daze, and didn't know what to say. So she took Xiaoda's hand, who was about to say something but stopped, and went back to the base. After a long time, Lin Wu looked at Shauna, who was still standing beside him. Why are you still here? Shauna, night shift. If you don't want to go to work today, everyone will understand. Lin Wu sighed lightly. You go ride a bike, and we'll go to the Highland Villa. Shauna took 2 steps, and was a little reluctant, and turned back and said, hey, at least you succeeded. Although the expected harvest is relatively low. But you succeeded? Lin Wu forced a smile and nodded. He didn't want to talk now. In his mind, the trap could at least break the zombie's leg. What he didn't expect was that after the zombie died, The trap could not be removed. It took a minute for the zombie's body to refresh before it could be recovered, which limited the possibility of setting traps continuously. Chapter 77 in Danger. On the way to Highland Villa, Lin Wu actually ignored the fierce man on the roadside. After getting off the car, Sana took the main responsibility of clearing the road. The two climbed over the fence and entered Highland Villa. The absent-minded Lin Wu accidentally fell down. Sana reached out and pulled Lin Wu up. "Are you okay?" "Lin Wu," I said, "I'm fine." "You believe it." Listlessly took out the lock-picking tool to open the garage door, and was too lazy to pay attention to a zombie next to the garage. Fortunately, Shauna's crossbow arrows dealt with this crisis. Sana knew that Lin Wu was not in the mood to play games today. Considering that Highland Villa was only in simple mode, she took him out to play. There was a scrap pickup truck parked in the garage. The engine was gone, leaving only an empty shell. There were a lot of things in the garage, but Shauna searched around and found no valuables. After leaving the garage, she said something to Lin Wu, who was on guard at the door, and the two went to the tree house in the backyard. Shauna glanced at Lin Wu. It was obvious that someone had no intention of moving today, so she asked Lin Wu to be on guard, and she sneaked into the tree house, searched through the boxes, and got a small pistol and more than 10 small pistol bullets. "Let's go back." "Yes." Lin Wu nodded. The two climbed over the fence. Sana started the motorcycle. Never expected, there was a scream hiding behind a tree 3 meters away. Before Lin Wu and Shauna started, scream roared. Sana was about to call Lin Wu to get on the car. A zombie from the side jumped and hugged Shauna, and threw Shauna off the motorcycle. Sana pushed the zombie away. Lin Wu killed the scream zombie. Lin Wu, right. Maya has tested it specifically. When starting a car and a motorcycle, if there is a zombie within 5 meters, the best way is to leave the vehicle immediately. What if you don't leave? If it is a car, the zombie will definitely lie on the car before the car accelerates. Lying on the car door is okay, and most one car door will be lost. If lying on the back bucket and the hood, one hand will continue to attack and the durability of the car will continue to decrease until it explodes. Don't underestimate cars. In a home, an ordinary zombie can scratch a 100% durable car to the point of explosion in 15 seconds. And 2 zombies can do it in 7.5 seconds. The car hits the zombie's head on, and the damage varies according to the speed. Calculated by the speed of hitting the zombies, each zombie killed will lose 20% of the durability. Motorcycles are even worse. The zombies will directly pounce on the driver and the passengers. As long as the player leaves the car and motorcycle, the zombies will not attack the car and motorcycle. Unless it is a siege. During the siege, the zombies target not only the players, but also all the property in the base. The two climbed over the fence on the right. Although there were many zombies deceived by the screams, but after Shauna drew out the short blade to join the execution, a dozen zombies were really not enough. The two waited behind the fence for the zombies to turn over and cut them. But when they looked up and waited for the new zombies, they suddenly found a crazy jumping on the fence. Oops! Kwang Ming pounced on Shauna. His claws pierced Shauna's shoulders, opened his bloody mouth, and faced Lin Wu with his butt. Lin Wu panicked and activated the wind thorn. His shoulder hit the tree. Fortunately, Shauna was able to save herself. She took out a small pistol and shot Kwang Ming in the head, knocking him aside. The two stood up, and the fierce beast came again. Lin Wu shot the head with the silent, and the fierce beast was knocked aside again. At this time, a roar came from behind the two. Looking back, a fierce beast on the roof ran towards them. Once it reached the edge of the roof, it would swoop down from the air. Flip. Before the two fierce beasts attacked at the same time, they flipped over the fence together. Before they ran 2 meters, the two fierce beasts had already jumped onto the fence. Lin Wu looked back and shot the head, but he didn't expect to hit the second fierce beast. The fierce beast just jumped aside and didn't die. The first fierce beast was ready to pounce on Shauna, who was lagging behind. Without Shauna's explanation, Lin Wu knew that Shauna would definitely not be able to survive this attack. Lin Wu was holding a bolt-action rifle. It takes time to pull the bolt, and it takes time to aim. The fierce beast didn't give him time at all. In a hurry, Lin Wu used the trap skill, and the trap instantly appeared in his left hand. Facing Kwang Ming, who was rushing towards Shauna, Lin Wu grabbed his trap and threw it out. The trap hit Kwang Ming's head. With a loud snap, Kwang Ming's head was crushed by the trap. Since the trap had finished attacking, it did not catch the player or zombie, and it disappeared immediately. The second Kwang Ming ran over, Lin Wu followed suit, and when Kwang Ming pounced on him, he slapped a trap on Kwang Ming's face. There was another crisp snap, and the trap clamped Kwang Ming's head, and Kwang Ming and the trap both fell to the ground. After landing, Kwang Ming had a trap on his head, and his speed dropped significantly after he stood up. He also bumped his head against a rock and couldn't find his target. He tried to run 2 steps, but because he was top-heavy, he fell to Lin Wu's feet. Lin Wu admired Kwang Ming's performance for a while, and squatted down to hold the trap with one hand, and executed Kwang Ming with a sharp blade in the other hand. Lin Wu saw a zombie running towards him, and took out a trap with his right hand and threw it. Too far. Lin Wu didn't add strength, and could only throw the 3-kilogram trap about 6 meters. He took out another trap with his left hand and threw it out. The trap hit the zombie's head. With a crisp closing sound, the trap crushed the zombie's head and disappeared. The headless zombie still managed to run 2 meters before falling to the ground. It seems someone has found a new way to play with toys. Lin Wu then remembered Shauna, and hurriedly went forward to greet him, and apologized. I'm sorry, because my absent-mindedness put us in danger. Shauna bandaged, and took medicine, while being unreasonable. Didn't you talk about a lot of truths before? I also want to talk about a truth today. A person can't always have smooth sailing, and playing games can't always go smoothly. Life is bound to encounter failures, and the difficulty lies in accepting failures. Some people need to spend half a year, or several years to get out of the shadow of failure, and some people even live in failure for their entire lives. On the contrary, people who live positively should be able to face failure calmly. Shauna imitated Lin Wu's tone and said, be positive, dare to challenge, pursue the truth, and realize yourself. Lin Wu smiled. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I admit that it's because the effect of the trap is less than my minimum expectation. Shauna asked, I accept your apology. Can I make a request at the same time? Lin Wu immediately replied, of course. Shauna said, you can only stay in the base before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And you can't play with traps. 2. Cruel. Right? Shauna replied, only in this way can you remember it deeply. After all, we are not partners for 1 or 2 weeks, maybe we will be partners for 1 or 2 years. If you are depressed every time you fail, sooner or later we will die outside. Lin Wu said, sister, it's already very deep in my bones. Shauna, you said of course just now, but now you are bargaining? Lin Wu said helplessly, okay. Shauna, get in the car and go back to the base. Lin Wu got in the car. Actually, we don't have to go back so early, Go back. It is said that a man should keep his word, but in fact, it has nothing to do with being a man. It is just basic credibility and contract spirit. Don't break your promise. Don't promise people what you can't do. This is the basic quality of being a man. Lin Wu struggled desperately, even shamelessly called her sister, mainly because he was full of infinite expectations for the new use of the trap. Lin Wu just struggled for a while. As a reasonable person, Lin Wu knew that what Shauna said made sense. Shauna understood the mentality of boys. Boys like to be reasonable, and they are easy to accept reason. A wild girlfriend is just a temporary pleasure. Only reasonable girls can treat her as an equal. This is also the reason why many men like intellectual girls. Being defeated by a woman and being defeated by reason are 2 different things. Chapter 78 Thunderstorm. You're back so early? Shirtu was surprised by Lin Wu's expression. He didn't look decadent, but a little anxious, and a little helpless, and absent-minded. What do you mean by strangling someone behind Shauna's back? Yes. Shauna looked back at Lin Wu. Lin Wu quickly retracted his hand. Yes, it's too cold, and it's raining. Hi, Ma Hun. Ma Hun raised the cup in his hand. Hi. Lin Wu asked, how many recipes have you unlocked? Ma Hun said, 3. Lin Wu said, are you the one with the highest health limit in our base? Ma Hun was startled. 103 points if it's high. Let's go to the infirmary to talk. Shauna hurriedly stopped him. Hey, it will kill people. Lin Wu said, players have protection. When a player is attacked by another player, the player will not be killed instantly if he is at full health limit. Shauna, are you sure? Lin Wu thought for a long time, and shouted, little knife. Little knife. Shirtu asked Shauna, what is he doing? Shauna said, he wants to test a weapon on the human body. What weapon? A trap. Shirtu, this. Shauna, a trap that can crush Kwang Ming's head. Shirtu hurried over to interrupt the whispers of Little Knife and Lin Wu, and ordered, no experiments on the people in the base. Lin Wu looked back at Shauna and said, little man. Shauna held her forehead, childish ghost. After a while, Maya and Lin Wu talked about the technical aspects of the trap. Maya asked Su to make a few wooden men and place them in the church hall for Lin Wu to practice. First practice the two actions of smashing and slapping. Maya said, the smashing action is suitable for close distance. Don't swing your arms. Prepare the throwing action with your arms first. Use the skill, and the trap will be in your hand. And throw it. After practicing well, you can save 0.5 seconds of activation time. Slap. Smash the trap directly on the target's face. Do the action first. Then use the skill, and instantly turn your palm into a trap. Maya demonstrated the action several times, corrected some details, and let Lin Wu reduce the casting time to the minimum. In the future, Lin Wu's outstretched hand may not necessarily be a hand. The first set of actions is relatively simple. The second set of actions is to throw. Lin Wu did not add strength, and the distance of throwing the trap is limited. In this case, the waist strength must be used. Stand firm, turn backward, then turn straight, while swinging your arms in a circle, maximizing centrifugal force. Under Maya's instruction, Lin Wu can throw a 3-kilogram trap from 7 meters to 11 meters. However, his accuracy can only be described as horrible. The third set of actions, two-handed throwing. The fourth set cannot be called an action, but a trap hiding method. Maya led Lin Wu to do an experiment, and the trap would be triggered only when multiple objects were piled on it. Then she taught Lin Wu how to hide the trap using dead grass, sand, shadows, etc. This set of methods is completely aimed at players. Maya, thank you. Lin Wu benefited a lot from more than 2 hours of teaching. Maya just nodded, it's okay, seeing that everyone was watching the fun. Maya said, start looting and demolishing apartments 4 and 5 tomorrow, and pay attention to collecting more rags. Su can start making C4. I suggest that Lin Wu and Shauna, who are on the night shift, go to the wilderness farm and loot as many gasoline bags as possible to make Molotov cocktails. For days later, we will launch a strike against the blood plague in apartment 2. The specific details of the action will depend on the resources we have. Too wanted to add a few words, but saw Lin Wu running towards the warehouse, and hurriedly followed. What are you going to do again? The blind bat should have been refreshed. Speaking of apartment 2, Lin Wu thought of the blind bat, and he still remembered the agreement with Shauna, called Maya, and explained to Shauna, let's go collect some important data. 10 minutes later, on the road from the commercial area to the base, the blind bat had a trap on his left leg, and tried to crawl towards the onlookers a few meters away. Xiao Dao, so this is what a blind bat looks like. It was the first time for everyone to see the full appearance of a blind bat. Mahin took out a water pipe and tapped its head twice. Surprised, just as I thought, the sound is really crisp. Sana asked, is it covered with gems? It's for protection. Only a sharp blade with sharp entries can penetrate the crystal-like armor protection. Maya walked around the blind bat, only the face is unprotected. Lin Wu picked up the silencer, walked behind the blind bat, shot it in the head. Maya assessed. There is damage, but not fatal damage. How did you break one of its legs last time? Lin Wu replied, I used a Desert Eagle .50 bullet. Maya said, a limit value? Xiao Dao stepped forward, stomped on the blind bat's head. Everyone booed in dissatisfaction. Angry Xiao Dao made faces at everyone. Maya said, the weakness is blunt weapons. Xiao Dao took a booklet from the blind bat and threw it to Ma Hun. Braised chicken wings. Ma Hun caught it and said, the trap should be able to deal with the currently known zombies. Go back to the base. Maya said as she walked. A single soldier can fight all types of zombies alone, or can escape from all zombies chasing, which is the first basic condition for survival. The player's tactical awareness is the second condition for survival. Is it running, is it kiting, or facing the enemy head-on? Discovering zombies early, accurately judging one's own situation is the magic weapon for players to survive. The most terrifying thing about zombies is not the type, but the number. Lin Wu agreed. 1 fierce zombie is a toy, 2 fierce zombies are torture, 3 fierce zombies can only run for their lives. What about ordinary zombies? Lin Wu said, being surrounded is also troublesome. If you are not surrounded, you can deal with a legion of ordinary zombies by using the silent one to fly a kite. However, the efficiency of killing monsters is very low, and you must always be alert to the zombies that suddenly appear behind and on the left and right sides, especially the fierce ones. Shuadon said, I am most afraid of explosive zombies when driving. The day before yesterday, I was transporting goods back to the base. On the way to the commercial street with Ma Hun, I ran into an explosive zombie lying and sleeping in the middle of the road. The poison gas instantly filled the whole car, and I had to jump out of the car with Ma Hun. If the base wasn't so close, if we hadn't jumped out of the car so quickly, if we hadn't been driving so slowly, we would have both died. Lin Wu was surprised and said, I haven't heard you talk about it. Shui Dan burst into tears and said, if I wasn't dead, I wouldn't bother you dismantling the car. Shauna knew about it. She didn't tell Lin Wu about it during the night shift. Does this mean that Shauna and Lin Wu don't chat? Or they chat very little? When Xuedun said this, she seemed to see something. She reached out and took the flashlight hanging on Lin Wu's chest and shone it on Maya's hair. Maya had a red cloth tied on her forehead. When she was working, she would tie her shoulder-length hair into a ponytail. When she was not working, she would let her hair down. Now it was not working time, but Maya's hair was blown up, and it was floating upwards. Xuedun said anxiously, static lightning strike area, run quickly. There is only one reason for hair to blow up in an open area, being in a dense static area, and lightning like static areas the most. Before several people reacted, a bolt of lightning fell, and hit a zombie who was more than 1.9 meters tall 20 meters away, and the zombie turned into ashes without even farting. Everyone panicked now, and ran home with their bodies lowered. Lightning flashed from time to time, and the rumbling thunder seemed to explode above everyone's head, which made people tremble with fear. Everyone ran back to the base safely, and the heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. Then everyone received a system notification. The entire home server encountered a strong typhoon, which lasted for 48 hours. During this period, all areas will experience thunderstorms and typhoons above level 10. Please pay attention to safety. Chapter 79 Second Attack. Shurtu stood at the door of the church, looking at the lightning and heavy rain, said, start to exert survival pressure. Are we still going on with our plan as usual? Maya replied, as usual. Adjust the night shift to the day shift. Cancel the daily water collection. Drive to and from the apartment building during the thunderstorm. Shurtu, the water source problem should also be solved. Shurtu said, the first way is to build a pump house. The condition for building a pump house is that at least one member of the base must master plumbing. After the pump house is built, water can be collected manually. By manually pressing, water should be directly transported to the water tank in the vegetable field. Radio communication game experience is Shitu's main business. Shurtu said, the second way is the outpost card. Don't even think about it. Even if you have an outpost card, you won't use it on the pump house. Shurtu said, the third way requires the utility life skill. After mastering this skill, the player can make a water collector on the crafting table. The water collector can be installed on the farm, so you don't have to carry water in the future. Now we only know that there is such a player in Yusing County, who died soon after learning the skills. We cannot know whether the public utilities have other uses. Maya pondered for a moment, and said to Shurtu, we now have 2 books on plumbing. Shurtu asked, do you mean to just randomly recruit someone to join the group? Maya, not randomly. This person can have no contribution. But there must be no problems with his character. Shurtu understood, obedience. Maya nodded. Shurtu said, and you can't tell them. Maya didn't understand. Why? Once someone learns plumbing, they will ask to demolish the warehouse and build a bathroom. Maya said, I see. Can you find someone who is willing to work hard and be responsible for carrying water? Not now. Shurtu said, maybe in the first half of the year. As long as there is a bite to eat, everyone will be willing to do it. Who is willing to work for you for free while playing games? But when the shortage of supplies reaches a certain level, players are starving to death, freezing to death many times, and knowing that this cycle will continue for 1 or 2 years, by then, there may be hundreds of people competing for the position of water carrier. At this point, Maya looked at the lightning and thunder outside the church, and said, this wave may take away many people. Players can go without food for 2 days, but they still have to make up for the food they owed on the 3rd day. Not eating does not reduce morale, but increases fatigue, which affects attributes by percentage. A call came from the radio, and Shurtu picked up the radio to respond. The other party was the Woody base in Beishang town. The Woody boss asked about the food situation. Woody calculated that their stored food was only enough for 2 or 3 days. Their base was relatively remote, and it was difficult to replenish it. Shurtu said that he could give Woody 3 bags of food. The shadow base was not far from the granary of the wilderness farm. It was just because of the warehouse capacity problem and the farm. They did not collect food on purpose. There was no discussion of the transaction. Maya had some questions about this. Shirtu said, "I'll handle these things." "Yes," Shirtu asked. "Is there anything difficult in your work?" Maya nodded. "Lin Wu has a strong learning ability and combines skills and practice very well." Shirtu asked, "Is this a problem?" Maya said, "Compared to others, including me, our individual strength has been stagnant. Even I began to doubt that my crossbow training was ineffective." Shirtu didn't understand. Maya explained, "You analyze Lin Wu's skills. Quick shooter, hunter, wind thorn, are they all directly related to agility? The same is true for the execution of the knife, which is directly related to her strength. Me, Snow Egg and Horse Soul's skills are exclusive weapon executions. After a weapon is used to a certain level of proficiency, a kind of execution skill can be obtained, which has nothing to do with attributes." Maya said, "Snow Egg and Horse Soul should learn to cook. Although Horse Soul is a strength body, but physical strength is a secondary attribute, he is more suitable for heavy melee weapons. Snow Egg's strength is too low, and it can't exert the full power of heavy melee weapons. If I understand the system correctly, Lin Wu can be further strengthened." Shirtu asked, "How to strengthen it?" Maya said, "He has the entry of marathon, but it's a pity that physical strength is a secondary attribute, but after all, physical strength is chosen. If Lin Wu controls endurance and keeps running, I think he will comprehend physical skills." Shirtu asked, "You have been using the light crossbow. What skill are you planning to break through?" Maya replied, "Archer skill." Maya is the same as Mahan, strength and body points are added. Shirtu thought for a while. "Do you think Lin Wu knows how to train attributes?" Maya shook her head. Shirtu said, "I'll give you a suggestion. Don't demand too much. A breakthrough is a breakthrough. No one knows the operation mode of Dawn. There are so many players in Yuxian and Zhuxian, but only Lin Wu has mastered Wind Thorn. Do you ask Lin Wu if there is anything special?" "Yes." Lin Wu chose a steak knife as a novice weapon, which almost no one would choose. Perhaps the Wind Thorn skill needs to increase agility and body. Marathon. College student item. Steak knife is chosen as a novice weapon, and Wind Thorn actions are used many times in actual combat. In order to master Wind Thorn, Shirtu said, there is also trample execution. The knife has a big eater item that increases strength by 30%. Maya, effort and force are two different things. I suggest you don't force yourself to get certain skills. Just play as you want. Ask yourself, what weapon do you want to play the most? Maya replied, silent. Shirtu waved his hand. Talk to Lin Wu yourself. He once said in a meeting. Please don't apply for silent. Suddenly, the alarm sounded, and the 4-star siege entered the countdown. Shirtu let out a long sigh. Finally it's here. If they don't come again, he will implement silence in the base. First of all, he should thank the trap, which has given someone no time to shoot randomly during the day. Shirtu asked Maya, can you figure out the rules of siege? Maya shook her head. Some bases siege every 2 days. The Wanderer base in Zhou County has never experienced a siege so far, and is about to break through 7 stars. A base-wide silence has been implemented, and everyone is praying that the siege will happen soon. So why force it? Shirtu shouted, family, take up your weapons. This siege that lasted for 4 minutes was just a drizzle for the shadow base. Everyone sat at the door of the church with a gun in hand, and the zombies fell down one after another without even having a chance to touch them. 2 of the 3 fierce ones that appeared one after another were killed by Lin Wu as a snack, and another one was even worse, facing Xiao Dao, who volunteered to fight. Quang Meng's acceleration space was too small, and he was knocked out by Xiao Dao's heavy punch after he flew over. It was called a heavy punch, but it was actually a jab. After Maya's training, Xiao Dao mastered the technique of hitting the head. Quang Meng's fate, who fainted at Xiao Dao's feet, can be imagined? Ma Han asked in surprise. Xiao Dao stretched out his fist to knock Ma Han out, letting him experience the skills himself. After knocking Ma Han out, Xiao Dao looked at Lin Wu, who was aiming and shooting, with a wicked look, and punched Lin Wu on the head. Lin Wu, who missed the target with a shot, was so angry that he picked up his backpack and smashed it at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, who was still so powerful in front, could only squat on the ground with his head in his arms, and endure it silently. Chapter 80 Swordsmanship. Shirtu hurried over to smooth things over. He knew that Xiao Dao had a good relationship with everyone, especially with Ma Han and Lin Wu. He was worried that Xiao Dao would let the cat out of the bag, so he took the initiative to explain to everyone that Xiao Dao had mastered the fighter's skills. Amid everyone's congratulations, the 4-star siege came to an end. Lin Wu arrogantly said to He Yi, "Don't come to deliver food if you don't have 100 stars. Xiao Dao hurriedly said, "The bad ones don't work, but the good ones do. The bad ones don't work, but the good ones do." 100 stars? Shirtu shook his head. If it's really a 100-star siege, there's no need to defend it. Everyone should bring a resource pack each, and find another place to live together. Dawn was also considerate. The heavy rain all night did not destroy the farmland. But there was also something disgusting. There was no water in such a large rain tank. For safety, Shirtu cancelled the work of Lin Wu and Xiao Dao carrying water. After everyone was ready, taking advantage of the thunder and lightning, everyone took cars and motorcycles to apartment buildings 4 and 5. Xuedan, Lin Wu and Maya were in one group. Shauna, Xiao Dao and Mahan were in one group, responsible for buildings 4 and 5 respectively. The work on building 4 was already halfway done, and Lin Wu and the other two started to search from the 4th floor. Although the density of zombies in the apartment building was very high, due to space issues, the number of zombies that players had to face at one time was not that large. This was a rare time for Lin Wu to work with the team, and his style was incompatible with the team. Entering a room, Lin Wu first took a general look at the room, before he took out a book to flip through it and check the notes. Xuedan had already dismantled a bed, carrying the materials downstairs to the back of the pickup truck. Large materials had to be sent to the production room for dismantling. Small things like curtains could be directly dismantled into rags. When Xuedan came back, Maya was dismantling the bathing facilities, and Lin Wu was leaning against the wall of the bookcase, holding a book and reading it attentively. Xuedan leaned over to take a look, and it was a book called Ancient Swordsmanship. Lin Wu handed the book to Xuedan. "Take 10 minutes to read this book." Xuedan asked, "Why?" "I'll take a 10-minute break. Now it's your turn to take a 10-minute break." Xuedan asked, "Can I change it?" Lin Wu replied, "Trust me. It's very mysterious." Xuedan read 2 pages. The book talks about several major swordsmanship schools that were popular in Europe in the 16th century on Earth. At that time, sword duels were very popular in Europe, not only among the nobility, but also among the common people as a way to resolve conflicts. This trend continued until the invention of the pistol in the 18th century. It takes you 10 years or even longer to become an excellent swordsman, but anyone can easily pull the trigger. Seeing Lin Wu carrying the bathing equipment that Maya had dismantled downstairs, Xuedan threw the book to Maya. "Lin Wu asked you to read for 10 minutes. Maya was stunned. "Why?" Xuedan spread his hands. "You don't want the windows, right?" Maya flipped through the book and said, "Mainly precious metals, aluminum, copper, etc. These items can be processed into blocks, but they are currently of little use. Far less than scrap iron, plastic and rags. According to Su Shi's opinion, a certain amount of reserves can be made." Xuedan said, "I'll dismantle the refrigerator first." "Okay," Maya asked while flipping through the book. "Did Lin Wu say why he wanted to read this book?" Xuedan said, "No. Shauna once said not to try to understand Lin Wu's thoughts." Maya disagreed. "It sounds like Shauna is prejudiced against Lin Wu." Snow Egg said, "No. Don't get me wrong. Shauna means positively." Shauna gave an example. "Lin Wu asked you to drink water, you just drink it. As for why you drink it, Lin Wu has his own reasons. For some inexplicable reasons, Lin Wu will not explain it. If you drink it and nothing happens, it's drinking water. If you drink it and something happens, he may tell you why he asked you to drink water." Maya understood. Drinking is not bad, maybe it's good. "Oh." Maya's eyes widened, the book in her hand turned into ashes. Snow Egg was very surprised. "What's wrong?" Maya looked at Snow Egg in disbelief. "I have learned the skill of elementary swordsmanship. When holding a sharp blade, the attack speed increases by 100%, 50% chance of combo. Chance of beheading, the lower the target's health, the higher the chance of beheading." Lin Wu just came back. Xuedan came forward and hugged Lin Wu. "Brother, please pick another book for me." Unexpectedly, Lin Wu asked in shock, "Did you really learn any skills?" Xuedan burst into tears. "I didn't." Maya said, "I learned basic swordsmanship." Lin Wu lamented, "This is fate." He flipped through the books and found that the swordsmanship books were very similar to the hunting books he had read before. Both were very professional books. I haven't heard of anyone in the base who has swordsmanship skills. So Lin Wu stuffed the book to Shuedon. And Maya learned swordsmanship. Maya asked, Lin Wu, what's going on? Lin Wu replied, I have found similar professional books before. And the system prompts me that I can't learn new skills. Maya asked again, why don't you tell everyone about this discovery? Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to blame you. Lin Wu is hard to explain. Because your intelligence is too low. You can't learn new skills. Maya didn't add any intelligence, how can she comprehend it? Lin Wu asked, did you really get a new skill? Maya nodded, returned, is there anything wrong? Lin Wu asked, didn't you add points to strength and physique? Maya nodded again, yes. Lin Wu said helplessly, the tip I got before was, because your intelligence is too low, you can't comprehend new skills, so I didn't say such a shameful thing. Shuguang is too much, I can't comprehend it without adding intelligence, I admit it. But Maya? You didn't add intelligence either. Why can you comprehend it? Maya said, I have an entry for good at learning, could it be related to this entry? Lin Wu spread his hands, who knows? Shuedon asked, what book should I read? Thresh? Earthbreaker? Lin Wu thought for a while, if it doesn't increase intelligence. Just give up. Maya, it turns out that intelligence can be used in this way. Lin Wu tilted his head to look at Maya. Maya is usually serious. And said seriously, I have always doubted the attribute of intelligence. Intelligence is the only attribute among the 5 major attributes that does not add to combat. Now it seems that players with intelligence attributes have a wider space to learn skills. Lin Wu said, or there are good learning entries. Maya hurriedly said, I don't mean to brag. I know. Maya's serious attitude made Lin Wu quite embarrassed. And changed the subject. Find a few zombies to try new skills. 1 knife is normal. And the knife speed is very fast. 2 knives hit in a row. And the combo is very beautiful. On the basis of the second knife hitting the opponent, a flashing sword flower was drawn. Unexpectedly, the combo was triggered again. This time the combo directly beheaded. The tip of the knife slashed upwards. Although from a distance, the length of the knife was not enough to chop off the zombie's head. But with a slight clang, a flash of sword light passed through the zombie's neck, and the zombie's head flew up. Perhaps because of the fear of being too bloody, the head turned into nothing before it touched the ground. Previously, Maya's sharp blade made Lin Wu feel pleasing to the eye. With the bonus of swordsmanship, the visual impact was even greater. In a simple word, he was so handsome. Maya had no pressure against the 3 zombies. The speed of the sword was very fast. Every time a zombie was stabbed or chopped, the zombie would inevitably be in a short period of stiffness. Compared to blunt weapons, the stiffness time caused by sharp blades was only half, but the sharp blade was too fast. In a 1-on-3 situation, the 3 zombies were chopped and remained in stiffness. Under the effect of combos and decapitation, the heads of the 3 zombies were cut off without any reaction. The only drawback is that the attack power is still relatively low. When Maya is the main player, it takes an average of 4 swords to activate a decapitation. However, with her swordsmanship, Maya is likely to become the first person who can face the zombie group head-on. Of course, the prerequisite is that the zombie group does not include mutant zombies, such as fierce and explosive zombies. Congratulations. Shuedon and Lin Wu sent their blessings. After Maya put away her knife, she kept responding, thank you, thank you. Unlike Lin Wu, Maya was reserved and would not show her happiness even if she was happy.